Lin Ming, a man both fortunate and ill-fated. He was bestowed with a cultivation technique, but tragically the art was named Tianxie Gong, exuding a sinister aura. Indeed, even the name reveals its true nature as a nefarious cultivation art. It demands the absorption of malignant stagnant energy, an essence derived from corpses, especially those long dead. At first, Lin Ming contemplated the mortuary of hospitals and funeral homes only to realize that such places were inaccessible to ordinary people. After much effort to infiltrate, he discovered that those corpses lacked the required stagnant energy. In truth, only interred bodies could exude such an essence. And not every plot of land would do, but only a so-called feng shui treasure land. Much like the legend in Jiangshi Xinqing, where Mr. Ren interred in auspicious ground became a zombie, the stagnant energy Lin Ming sought could only be found in such a locale. Yet such a feng shui treasure land was not easy to come by. Thus Lin Ming began applying at various cemeteries, and the Dongshan cemetery chosen after great deliberation became his cultivation ground. At first glance it seemed a modest treasure, but upon arrival he realized the truth. Most of the graves contained nothing but ashes. With the bodies gone, from where could the stagnant energy be summoned? The crematorium's 1,000-degree flames had not only reduced the corpses to ashes, but also severed Lin Ming's path to immortality. Science indeed was the greatest impediment on his path to transcendence. Fortunately, some resourceful individuals managed to avoid reducing the corpses to mere ashes, choosing instead to bury them intact. Their loopholes became his stepping stones. Day after day Lin Ming practiced his art within the cemetery, but a whole year had passed. The scant stagnant energy prevented him even from reaching the first stage of qi refinement. Though he held a golden mountain of potential, it remained unusable, and occasionally audacious ideas stirred within him. He even considered transforming into the Butcher of Rainy Nights, forging his own path to ascension. Yet such a thought was swiftly subdued by the relentless dictates of the penal code. After all, surveillance was ubiquitous and investigations too swift. The brief moments evading the authorities left him scarcely enough time to reach the zenith of qi refinement. Only at the pinnacle of qi refinement could he hope to counter human firearms, even if only pistols for machine guns were utterly overwhelming. As an internet adage goes, paths to immense wealth were all encoded within the penal code. Unthinkably, even the route to immortality found its place therein. That night in the duty room of the cemetery, Lin Ming perused flight schedules. Unable to endure the sluggish pace at home, where success in qi refinement might take an eternity, he had saved some money and contemplated emigrating to more chaotic lands such as the realm of Asan. Suddenly a knock resounded from outside the door. Lin Ming looked out. The night was dark and windy, and this was an outlying cemetery. Who in their right mind would dare knock at such an hour? Could it be haunted? Instantly Lin Ming's eyes lit up in excitement reminiscent of a lecherous onlooker spotting an alluring beauty. He immediately sprang up and dashed to open the door, only to find no one outside. Had his longing conjured a mere illusion? Disappointed as he was about to close the door, he noticed an envelope on the ground. He picked it up and glanced at its exterior. The envelope bore no return address, no sender, not even a stamp. Only the recipient field delicately inscribed with Lin Ming. If one is so destitute, why bother with sending letters at all? Just shout it out, wouldn't that do? Lin Ming muttered as he nonchalantly tore the envelope open. Inside lay a single card, golden in hue, yet marred by sprawling fresh blood that still exuded a subtle warmth. The card also bore grotesque, ghostly skulls with intensely red eyes that fixed themselves upon Lin Ming alongside an inscription: "You have been recruited by the Death Hotel. Come forth to meet your demise." Death Hotel? Recruitment for what? Perhaps to be a male model. Lin Ming frowned, suspecting a prank, yet the vivid fresh blood betrayed an intent to intimidate. Could someone be coveting his position, using such stratagems to scare him off? Indeed, one must trust science. After all, hauntings are hardly a blessing. Clearing his throat, Lin Ming addressed the Dark Knight. Made according to Penal Code Article 293, those who pursue, intercept, insult, or threaten others in a severe manner face up to 5 years of imprisonment, detention, or control. Considering it's your first offense, I might let it slide and spare you legal repercussions. However, if you return tomorrow, I won't hesitate to call the police. Bang! Lin Ming casually tossed the card aside, closed the door, and returned to his room to further study the penal code, searching for ways to kill without severe charges, or at least lessen the penalty to avoid execution. Little did he know the golden card on the ground remained unmoved by the wind, while the eerie, ghostly skulls on it all wore sinister smiles filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, a countdown appeared above Lin Ming's head: 005900. At the same moment, a stir had begun to spread across the internet. On short video platforms, many claimed to have received a mysterious letter after which a countdown materialized above their heads. Some even posted selfies noticing that the countdown could be captured on camera. A few superstitious netizens believed it was a message from Yama. Others sarcastically questioned whether this was a new fad, setting a personal life countdown all within a single hour. Though many claimed they had lived enough, none truly wished to die. The DN-like platform even forced programmers to toil overtime to create a life countdown effect, supposedly to measure how many years one had left. In no time, numerous internet celebrities imitated the trend, and the invitation letter incident was drowned in a sea of laughter, while even the authorities barely took notice. Only those unfortunate souls vanished from the real world when the time was up. The sky turned a grim gray shrouded by thick fog. Beneath the heavy fog, only 5 figures remained alongside a towering hotel. Lin Ming, along with the other 4, surveyed the impenetrable fog and their bewildered companions before finally fixing their gaze on the dilapidated hotel ahead. The hotel, a 5-story relic with much of its exterior paint long peeled away, appeared weathered. Clinging vines swayed precariously, and in the dim light, they resembled specters of the hanged drifting with the wind. Above the main entrance hung a neon sign, though only a few lights flickered sporadically, faintly revealing 5 dim characters. Death Hotel. Upon reading these words, one of the 5, a stout man, exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't this exactly the place mentioned on my letter?" At those words, all 5 present were struck with astonishment. A professionally dressed woman quickly spoke up, her voice tinged with panic, yet melodiously soft. You too received that letter and saw the countdown above your head." Beside her, a tall man adorned with a gold chain and clad in fur snorted, "Indeed, I told others that those fools thought I was orchestrating special effects. Just wait until I let them have it once we get out. First consider where we are. The invitation letter explicitly stated that we came here to meet our demise," declared a teenager in school uniform with the emblem of Quancherno. 3 High School on his chest, his voice trembling with anxiety. Upon seeing him, the others' eyes lit up. After all, Quancherno 3 High School was known for its peak of youthful intellect. Perhaps he could decipher where they were and how to escape. Instinctively, the other 3 drew closer to the young man. Only Lin Ming remained rooted in place, his face a mask of disbelief. He sensed a familiar aura, and it was overwhelmingly abundant. An overwhelming multitude. At that moment, the revolving door of the Death Hotel gently swayed, and a middle-aged man in a black suit emerged from within. Smiling, he declared, "Welcome, new employees. I am Wei Yuan, the lobby manager of the Death Hotel. This is the realm of the macabre game, and you will serve all our guests for the next 8 hours. And these guests, all the departed from the macabre game, possess a variety of temperaments and abilities. Should you fail to satisfy their whims, they will devour you piece by piece. The rules have been laid out, so now let me welcome you to this world, to a hell drenched in blood and slaughter. Hell." Yet as Lin Ming absorbed the essence of this world, saturated with malignant, stagnant energy, he trembled with excitement, nearly moved to tears. To him, it was nothing short of paradise. After finishing his welcome remarks, Manager Wei Yuan swept his gaze over the group, taking in each person's performance. He let his eyes linger especially on Lin Ming, those cold and merciless pupils locking onto him as the corners of his lips lifted slightly into a strange smile. "Are you very afraid?" The others all turned to look at Lin Ming and saw his body trembling out of his control, tears glistening faintly in his eyes, and at once their faces were filled with contempt. Although this lobby manager's words were terrifying, and they themselves felt somewhat afraid, it was not to the extent of being scared like that. The man with the gold chain around his neck cursed irritably, "You're really disgracing all men getting scared like this. I don't believe they went through so much trouble to drag us into this so-called game world just to have us killed. That's right. I think this so-called game world might be like the trial grounds described in online novels." The high school student, regarded as the intelligence leader, said excitedly, "We are the protagonists of this world now. As long as we work hard, we will one day become kings and immortals and return to reality to save the world." The others all nodded in agreement. They had read countless novels and watched many dramas. They knew about this matter of transmigration. Wasn't this exactly transmigration now? That meant they were the protagonists. As long as this was not some anime world where protagonists die easily, they believed the main character would not die. Hearing their words, the arc at Wei Yuan's lips grew even more bizarre as he stepped aside. "Go in and collect your uniforms." The few of them immediately strode toward the hotel, without the slightest scruple, walking with the exaggerated swagger of so-called protagonists. The instant they stepped into the Grand Hotel, they felt a wave of chill air rush toward them. The temperature around them plummeted, and everyone shivered involuntarily. Lin Ming's face, however, was flushed with excitement. Such pure, deathly chi. Achoo! The female office worker in only a professional skirt suddenly sneezed. She was lightly dressed, her lower body clad only in a pencil skirt and black stockings, and now she hugged her arms tightly around herself against the cold. The men beside her, seeing this, hurried to take off their jackets to curry favor. Wei Yuan said coolly, "Hurry up and get changed. If the guests grow impatient waiting, the hotel will punish you." The group immediately headed toward the staff changing room. The changing room turned out to be remarkably clean and very bright, without a single speck of grime. They opened the lockers labeled with their names and found inside a set of waiter uniforms without any strange odor. They changed into them at once, discovering that each set fit perfectly, as if tailored precisely to their measurements. The other four quickly finished changing and stepped out of the changing room. Lin Ming, however, did not come out, for he was so enticed by the pure deathly qi around him that he sat down right there in the changing room to cultivate the Tian Xie Gong. The four assembled in the lobby, and noticing that Lin Ming had not appeared, felt somewhat puzzled. The man with the gold chain, now in his waiter's uniform, yet still wearing the chain, wore a face full of mockery. That coward isn't too scared to come out, is he? He wouldn't be that worthless, right? People aren't really going to die here, are they, Manager Wei? The fat man sneered at Lin Ming, then directed a final confirming question at Manager Wei. Manager Wei cast a glance toward Lin Ming's exclusive changing room and said expressionlessly, "If he won't come out, we won't wait. The four of you will each be responsible for one floor of guests. We will now randomly draw floor number tags." The four stepped forward at once, and each drew a number tag. In the end, the man with the gold chain received the first floor, the female office worker the second, the high school student the third, and the fat man the fourth. The fifth floor remained in Wei Yuan's hand, reserved to be given to Lin Ming later. "Now that each of you has your own assignment, and all the guest requests are written on their doors, then please proceed to your deaths." Manager Wei suddenly smiled, yet that smile was so cold it was frightening. The four had been firmly convinced that this was a place to train them into protagonists and powerhouses, but upon seeing that smile, their hearts suddenly began to pound. There really isn't some kind of problem here, is there? The female office worker looked pitiably at the others beside her. She was not exactly beautiful, merely average, but her figure was decent, and being the only woman among them made the men around her instinctively want to show off in front of her. The man with the gold chain spoke with lofty righteousness. "Don't be afraid, girl. I'm in charge of the first floor anyway. No matter if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, I'll walk it first for you and set an example." "You're amazing," the female office worker said, her face full of admiration. Truly no woman was ignorant of how to play the coquette. Spurred on by that simple praise, the man with the gold chain straightened up even more and strode toward room 101. The other three immediately followed, wanting to see what exactly was inside this room. The door of room 101 was a traditional hotel door, but it was covered with numerous bloody handprints. For some reason, when the man with the gold chain saw those bloody handprints, an incredibly vivid scene appeared in the mind of someone who normally was not given to imagination. He saw a young man wearing the same waiter's uniform as himself standing before the door, his body drenched in blood. As though being pursued by something, he kept glancing back in terror while pounding on the door, screaming and sobbing in horror. No matter how that waiter howled and cried, beating his hands until they turned into mangled flesh and his blood smeared the door simply refused to open. At last, after his hands had been beaten into a pulp, the door finally opened. An enraged voice from within shouted, and then a greenish hand shot out, clamped around the waiter's throat, dragged him inside, and soon the sound of bones being chewed to pieces echoed from within. The vision lasted less than 3 seconds before vanishing. The man snapped back to himself, drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. The scene had been so real that he felt as if he himself had been dragged inside and strangled to death. The 3 people behind him, seeing him standing motionless at the doorway, were all curious. The female office worker called out coquettishly, "Why aren't you moving?" Startled by her voice, he jerked as if shocked, spinning around to face them, revealing his ashen face and sweat-soaked forehead. "What happened?" the high school student exclaimed in fright, hastily asking. "Nothing." The man with the gold chain did not want the girl to look down on him and dared not admit that he had been scared by his own imagination. Indeed, he told himself it had just been an illusion brought on by stress. It was normal, he thought. Killers were all labeled mentally ill, netizens all depressed. These days one could watch a short video and self-diagnose 3 different conditions, so he fancied himself somewhat knowledgeable about medicine. He took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and looked back at the door. There was a room number plaque on the door, and beneath it a slip of paper was wedged listing the guest's request inside the room. A serving of old blood peanuts. The man stared blankly at the slip. It was exactly the same as what he had seen in his hallucination. Could that vision have been real? Impossible, he told himself. Thinking thus, he knocked on the door and tried to sound as polite as possible. "Dear guest, do you require any other service?" The door opened almost immediately, and he let out a breath of relief. This time it was different from the illusion. But in the next instant, a greenish hand shot out from the room like lightning and seized the right hand with which he had knocked. You dare disturb me without serving the dish. Crack. His right arm was yanked with such force that it was torn clean off at the shoulder and dragged into the room by that green hand as the door slammed shut with a bang. Only the man remained clutching his spurting stump as he rolled on the floor, screaming in agony. Farther away, the other three stood staring at one another, eyes filled with boundless terror. Wasn't this supposed to be a trial? Why was there dismemberment? Could this really be as lobby manager Wei Yuan had said? Hell. In the changing room, Lin Ming was not changing his clothes. Instead, he was sitting cross-legged in meditation. The pervasive death energy here was simply too alluring. He truly could not restrain himself. Lin Ming had been practicing the Tianxia Gong for several years and had visited many places where the dead were piled up. Yet he had never encountered a location that could provide so much death energy as this one. His parched body received an unprecedented nourishment as the continuous stream of death energy transformed into spiritual power, flooding through his meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian to form a small cyclone. In half an hour, he achieved the first level of qi refinement. Delightful. Lin Ming finally became a cultivator. What made him even happier was that this bizarre game world was definitely not right. Initially, he felt lonely and anxious knowing he was the last cultivator in the real world. He feared that he had no one to learn from and was afraid of making mistakes in his cultivation. Now, with this strange game appearing, he was eager to uncover the truth behind it, perhaps to find others like him. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door, interrupting Lin Ming's thoughts. Meanwhile, a panicked voice from outside rang out, "Are you still alive?" Lin Ming instinctively looked towards the door, only to see through it the smooth, fair-skinned woman outside. Wait, she isn't even wearing clothes. Did the bizarre game just start with a strip party? How thrilling. Soon Lin Ming realized something was off, though it seemed he had instinctively used a spell. As an evil cultivation technique, Tianxia Gong possessed a small perspective spell which seemed quite reasonable, right? Lin Ming recalled that there were 4 spells available during the qi refinement stage. Perspective, Curse, Contract, and Sacrifice. He could also refine a magical item, the Wanhun Fan. The Wanhun Fan could be used from the qi refinement stage all the way through to the Tribulation Transcendence stage, allowing continuous strengthening through bizarre cultivation. Is there no one? Have you already died? The white-collar woman's voice grew more anxious, almost breaking into tears. Lin Ming was curious. She had looked down on him earlier, yet now she was here, crying over a grave. He walked over, opened the door, and asked, "What do you need from me?" Upon seeing that Lin Ming was still alive, the white-collar woman sighed in relief, her big eyes shimmering with tears as she explained, "My brother's hand was severed." "So what?" Lin Ming shrugged. "How can you be so cold-blooded? My brother sacrificed his arm to help us scout the room and understand the situation inside. Don't you want to know what's in the room?" The white-collar woman looked at Lin Ming in disbelief, not expecting him to be so calm. "What's in the room?" Of course, it was the essential spiritual pills for cultivation. "I know what's in the room. You just handle your own matters, and I'll take care of my issues," Lin Ming said as he stepped out of the changing room. The white-collar woman stared at Lin Ming, who seemed entirely different from when he first entered. Wasn't he just terrified moments ago? When she noticed Lin Ming wasn't wearing his work uniform, the white-collar woman couldn't help but remind him the regulations state that you must wear the server uniform, otherwise there will be penalties. "I suggest you adhere to the rules, as we suspect this may be a rules horror story." If it truly is a rules horror story, and if there is such a rule, then I should have been eliminated the moment I stepped outside without changing. Lin Ming replied without turning back. He was going to find those guests to have a good chat. The white-collar woman realized something was off upon hearing Lin Ming's words. This place could be a rules horror game, forcing them to strictly adhere to the regulations, and the one who carefully identified the loopholes was that high school student. Everyone trusted the high school student, who was at the peak of human intelligence. Now seeing Lin Ming without a work uniform, and still fine, the white-collar woman's confidence began to waver. She ran back to where the 4 of them were gathered, which was her changing room. Inside the changing room, the other 3 were busy with their own tasks. The older brother was pinned down by a fat guy, while the high school student gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stitch up the older brother, who was struggling wildly. His wound was too large. If not stitched up, he would bleed to death. But there was no anesthetic, so they had to go through it without. When the white-collar woman returned, the stitching was new. The high school student was covered in a mixture of blood and sweat. He glanced back at the white-collar woman in surprise. "Is that guy already dead?" "Not yet, but he said this might not be a rules horror world because he stepped out without a work uniform," the white-collar woman said nervously. The high school student's face stiffened. In fact, he was just guessing. Since these people believed in him after the older brother lost his arm, they all discussed what to do next, always asking for his opinion. He had just made an assumption. Originally, these people trusted him, and he felt quite proud. What young person doesn't want to be the leader? He just didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. The high school student's expression showed some strain as he stitched more forcefully, gritting his teeth and saying don't mind him. That coward was scared out of his wits, he knows nothing. But the white-collar woman wanted to continue insisting that Lin Ming was fine. The high school student lost his temper shouting, do you trust me, or him? If you trust him, go find him. The white-collar woman, feeling a bit upset from being snapped at, thought there was only one person on Lin Ming's side. While there were 3 men here, she still felt safer here, and could only silently swallow her grievances. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to doubt you. Alright, if that guy wants to die, let him go. The high school student said with a dark face. First, help the older brother stop the bleeding, then the 4 of us will enter the room together. I don't believe that 4 of us can't handle one room full of guests. The woman hurriedly moved closer to help hold down the struggling older brother. At that moment, Lin Ming had already found Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan stood at the hotel front desk, his expression stiff with lifeless eyes, looking like a corpse. As Lin Ming approached, he mechanically turned his head to look at Lin Ming, slightly frowning. Why aren't you wearing your work uniform? No need. I see. Lin Ming replied coolly. Wei Yuan revealed his trademark eerie smile. If you want to die quickly, that's no problem. Your service range is on the 5th floor. Lin Ming thought for a moment and decided to take the number tag to the 5th floor. He would start by dealing with those guys on the 5th floor. He would leave the manager for last, as he seemed quite difficult to handle. Watching Lin Ming leave, Wei Yuan murmured softly, what a fool. Wearing the work uniform at least gives a glimmer of a chance to escape. Not wearing it is just inviting death. In this bizarre game, although the goal was for all players to die due to some reasons, they had to leave a slim chance. In Wei Yuan's view, Lin Ming was relinquishing his slim chance of survival and was truly on the path to a pointless death. However, this had nothing to do with him. The more living people died here, the more customers would be attracted, and the hotel would earn more, leading to greater bonuses for him. Lin Ming arrived at the elevator next to the hotel, only to find it in a state of disrepair with signs of being scorched and charred and a pungent smell of burnt plastic. There were numerous bloody handprints on the elevator buttons and nearby, as if someone had frantically pressed the elevator in a desperate attempt to escape while being pursued, but ultimately failed to flee. In the midst of a fire, attempting to use the elevator to escape shows a complete lack of common sense. As Lin Ming complained, the elevator doors suddenly opened with a ding. A cloud of black smoke billowed out, mingled with an intense burning odor and a faint scent reminiscent of barbecued meat. When the elevator doors fully opened, Lin Ming was astonished to find a charred corpse lying in the corner of the corpse was half propped against the wall, its head tilted awkwardly with a face burned beyond recognition, staring directly at Lin Ming. Its eyelids were gone, and its eye sockets were dark voids fixating on him unblinkingly. Lin Ming did not enter the elevator, but stood rooted in place, staring intently at the corpse. The charred body looked at him, and he looked back at it. The two shared a moment of eerie eye contact. The corners of the corpse's mouth even seemed to curl slightly upwards, the smile appearing exceedingly bizarre and terrifying enough to make any normal person recoil in horror and possibly scream in panic. But Lin Ming did not retreat. Instead, he even revealed a smile even more uncanny than that of the charred corpse before stepping into the elevator. Ah, this is truly wonderful. To think there were even ghosts in the elevator, what a promising start. He entered the elevator, the doors closed, but despite pressing the button for the 5th floor, it did not ascend. The only remaining half-burnt ceiling light in the elevator suddenly emitted a crackling sound, starting to blink erratically. Amidst the flickering light and darkness, the atmosphere within the elevator grew chillingly cold, and the smile on the charred corpse's lips widened, its dark eye sockets fixating on Lin Ming. Lin Ming continued to stare at it, even stepping closer, his face nearly touching the corpse less than 10 centimeters away, maintaining his gaze. He couldn't tell if it was just an illusion, but the smile on the corpse's lips seemed to stiffen for a moment, its face tilting slightly to the side, its eye sockets no longer directed at Lin Ming. Don't hide away, Lin Ming said, reaching out to adjust the charred corpse's face back towards him. Continue. The charred corpse remained silent for a moment. After 5 seconds of silence, Lin Ming felt his eyes strain a bit, then shifted his gaze slightly down to the corpse's chest. Oh, it's a female corpse. Lin Ming reached out to touch, finding it still warm. The corpse could no longer contain herself and angrily shouted, "What's wrong with you?" Lin Ming chuckled. "Yes, I have a problem. I'm poor." He was desperately craving death energy. The death energy radiating from this corpse was simply irresistible, far more alluring than the dull glow of the overhead light. Lin Ming's audacious actions finally provoked the corpse's anger. Flames erupted from its eye sockets as it snarled, "Get away. Those guys in the guest room are getting anxious. You're dead for sure. No hurry, let's have some fun first." Lin Ming suddenly lunged forward, firmly pressing down on the corpse. The corpse was startled and began to struggle, spewing forth scalding flames, instantly turning the elevator into a sea of fire. The terrifying flames and high temperatures posed some challenges for Lin Ming, as he was only at the first stage of qi refining. But for the moment it wasn't too much trouble. he was actually quite delighted. You burn so hot. I like it. With one hand pressing on the charred corpse, Lin Ming bit his finger and used his blood to write runes on the corpse's forehead. As the runes were completed, a flash of black spiritual light surged, and the rune formed, drilling into the charred corpse's mind. Spirit contract activate. Instantly, the flames in the elevator extinguished, and a phantom of the charred corpse appeared in Lin Ming's mind. This meant that the charred corpse had become his ghost servant, bound to obey his every command. The charred corpse stared at the uncontrollable flames in shock, asking, "What did you do to me?" "Stand up," Lin Ming commanded again. The charred corpse felt itself rising uncontrollably. As it stood, a cloud of black ash fell from its body, causing the air in the elevator to grow somewhat murky. Lin Ming frowned and commanded, "Open the elevator door and let some fresh air in." Suddenly, the lights in the elevator ceased flickering, and the elevator doors opened by themselves, allowing the black ash to fly out. Once the elevator was clean again, Lin Ming sneered, "Now you are my servant, and I am your master. You must obey everything I say, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." The charred corpse realized the truth of his words, as it had just tried to burn Lin Ming to death, only to find that the moment it had that thought, it felt an unbearable pain, as if it shouldn't think that way. Who on earth is this guy? How can he control me? Is he the master of this hotel? It was rumored that the owner of this hotel was a terrifying being. Those ghostly guests were already powerful, yet still dared not act recklessly. Thinking this, the charred corpse felt even more terrified, its attitude shifting to one of respect. "Master, what do you want me to do?" "Take me to the 5th floor." Lin Ming stood with his hands behind his back in an imposing manner. After obtaining the Tianxia Gong, he finally felt he could hold his head high. The charred corpse dared not disobey, controlling the elevator to ascend to the 5th floor. Outside the elevator was a dilapidated corridor filled with blood and a foul stench. Lin Ming stepped out of the elevator, glancing back at the charred corpse that hadn't followed. "Come here." The charred corpse, full of helplessness, replied, "Master, I was originally the elevator attendant, and when I died here, I became bound to the elevator and cannot leave." Lin Ming was skeptical and commanded, "Come out." The charred corpse, uncontrollably moving towards the elevator door, shouted, "No. Master, don't do this. I can't take it. Oh, it hurts so much." As the corpse just stepped one leg out of the elevator, that leg began to disintegrate under some unseen force, inflicting intense pain upon the corpse. Seeing this, Lin Ming understood that the rules of this strange game were beyond the resistance of his current first stage of qi refining. Indeed, he would need to refine the Wanhun fan. With the Wanhun fan, he could directly absorb this guy into it, thereby escaping the constraints of this place, right? He could only give up on forcing the charred corpse to leave the elevator, and said solemnly, "Then you stay here. Once I deal with the guests here, I'll see if I can take you out." The charred corpse retreated in trepidation, shrinking into the corner of the elevator, crying like a flower in the rain, Thank you, master." "Boo-hoo." Lin Ming gently shook his head, seeing how pitifully the charred corpse was treated. Initially intending to find a ghost servant to scout ahead, it seemed like a waste now, and keeping it wouldn't be of much use. Perhaps he could offer it as a sacrifice when needed later. Lin Ming strode forward, arriving at the door of room 501. According to Wei Yuan, the items needed by the guests were hung at the door, and they needed to be satisfied to survive. At the door of room 501A, the guest's demand was written as a delicious human leg. Unexpectedly, this ghost is quite easy to talk to. The request is so simple. He thought the other party would directly demand his life. Given that the other party is so reasonable, Lin Ming was a bit more polite and knocked on the door. "Noble guest, I have come to take your life. Cough, I mean to deliver your thigh." Creak. The door opened by itself, revealing complete darkness inside. Lin Ming walked straight and, still asking, "Guest, do you prefer the lights off? Should I turn them on for a little more excitement?" Bang. The lights turned on, but it was not the hotel room he imagined. Instead, it was a kitchen. It was the kind of kitchen found in an ordinary home, with 2 gas stoves, one topped with a large iron wok, typically used for restaurant cooking, boiling half a pot of water that bubbled vigorously. Next to the gas stove was a cutting board with 3 knives laid out. One was a thick-backed narrow blade cleaver meant for chopping off legs. One was a long, thin boning knife used for removing bones, as eating with them attached would be inconvenient. The last was a nail clipper, presumably for trimming toenails, as long nails would also be undesirable. Why was there no lava stone for removing dead skin from the feet? Too unprofessional. Lin Ming glanced at the cutting board and noticed that the seasonings were also prepared. Sichuan pepper, cooking wine, ginger, garlic, cilantro, and surprisingly rock candy. The other ingredients to eliminate the fishy smell are understandable. But is this rock candy for caramelizing? Lin Ming looked around and realized this was an ordinary kitchen and there was no exit door. "Guest, where are you?" Lin Ming called out. "You didn't bring the ingredients I asked for, so cut off your leg." A chilling voice echoed from all directions. Hide-and-seek game. Or a puzzle game. Do I need to meet certain conditions to see where the guest is? Lin Ming understood a small rule of this hotel: you cannot see the guest in the room until you fulfill their request. Fortunately, he had the ability of X-ray vision. This ability was not only for seeing through women, but also for unraveling the mysteries of this place. A glint of black light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes, and then the surroundings transformed. No longer a kitchen, it became a messy hotel room. In one corner of the room lay several corpses, all missing 2 legs, scattered in pools of blood, their expressions frozen in horror and distortion. At that moment, a massive guest weighing at least 300 pounds and covered in greasy fat lay on the large bed, his eyes shining with excitement as he fixed his gaze on Lin Ming's thighs. Lin Ming saw the corpses on the ground without feeling nauseous. However, seeing this guest made him feel queasy. This bastard was completely naked. Damn it, what kind of condition requires sleeping naked? Lin Ming disdainfully grabbed a knife from the cutting board. This thing was indeed real. He wielded the cleaver, ignoring the kitchen walls and utensils as he approached the big bed. The fat man on the bed, seeing Lin Ming walking straight towards him, revealed a puzzled expression. How could this guy not be affected by his deathly aura? He was so astonished that it wasn't until Lin Ming reached the bedside that he reacted. However, even as Lin Ming approached, he showed no fear. The big fat guest slowly sat up, looking at the calm Lin Ming, and sneered. I didn't expect you to have some skill to see through my presence. Unfortunately, if you don't fulfill my request, you won't be able to leave this room, because that's the rule of your hotel. Lin Ming turned to glance at the door, and sure enough, it was already shrouded in mist. This mist could not be seen through even with X-ray vision. It seems the hotel's rules cannot be resisted during the qi refining stage. But that's fine. Lin Ming turned back to the big fat guest and said, I believe there's another way to get out. Oh, what way? The big fat guest asked curiously. That is, there is no guest in this room, Lin Ming stated seriously. Ha ha ha. The fat man suddenly burst into loud laughter, shaking the room as if everything was trembling. You want to kill me? With this knife? Do you know that my existence cannot be harmed by a mere knife? Lin Ming's spiritual energy enveloped the cleaver and then heavily chopped down on the fat man's leg. With the spiritual energy enveloping it, the cleaver briefly transformed into a magic weapon, easily severing that greasy leg. The big fat guest suddenly stopped laughing. He stared blankly at his leg, then looked up at the knife in Lin Ming's hand. Aya, my leg, my leg. The big fat guest suddenly began to wail in pain. Though he was incorporeal, that single blow severed his ghostly body, allowing him to experience the pain once felt by his victims. Lin Ming was unceremonious. He grabbed the fat leg and immediately refined it. Death energy 200. After quantifying the death energy he absorbed, he arrived at this value. One must say the Tianxia skill has this advantage: it naturally restrains ghosts and can even directly absorb them. At this moment, 1 leg of this fat man equaled a month of hard cultivation for Lin Ming. And it was a month spent in this strange game world. Lin Ming sensed the death energy within him. His cultivation level was now Qi refining 2nd layer 3. After all, he was in the early stage of Qi refining, so the spiritual energy required was certainly less. But this also delighted Lin Ming, knowing he had found a treasure. He immediately jumped onto the bed, straddling the big fat guest's belly, excitedly waving the cleaver and wildly chopping at the guest. Swish! In just a few strokes, he chopped off the fat man's arms and a chunk of meat from his chest. The big man finally reacted, roaring and flipping Lin Ming onto the ground. Simultaneously, his flesh quickly surged, and he grew back 2 arms and a fat leg. However, correspondingly, he became a bit thinner. The big fat guest, filled with pain, glared at Lin Ming with bloodshot eyes, roaring, I want to complain. I want to complain. He rushed to the phone in the guest room, intending to call the lobby manager Wei Yuan. Lin Ming wondered if this guy was a ghost. Instead of focusing on himself, he thought of making a complaint. But how could he let this guy have his way? Lin Ming dashed over and chopped down on the fat man's hand, grabbing the phone. He couldn't care about absorbing anymore and continued to strike at the fat man. The fat man, after 2 consecutive attempts to grab the phone with both arms chopped off, finally became afraid and started running away. Don't run, Lin Ming shouted, raising his knife in pursuit. The big fat guest, terrified, started running in circles around the room, shouting, I am the guest. I am a noble guest. I am your benefactor. You cannot cut me. Stop talking nonsense. If you let me take a bite, I'll take a bite. Lin Ming shouted. Nonsense. I don't believe you. The big fat guest was almost in tears. You really think I'll take a bite? Damn it, if you keep running, I'll eat you all. Lin Ming shouted as he chased the guest, who was stumbling and frantically running, forcing the 300-pound fat man to run faster than a monkey. The big fat man was still trying to interfere with Lin Ming. One moment it turned into a kitchen full of bloodstains, and the next into a slaughterhouse littered with broken corpses. Several times in between he attempted to grab the iron pot to fight Lin Ming, but Lin Ming's cleaver cut through it with ease. The Tianxia skill specifically restrains ghosts. His strength wasn't much stronger than Lin Ming's, so how could he be a match? Thus, with every few steps he took, Lin Ming chopped off a large piece of flesh. After 10 minutes, the 300-pound fat man was reduced to a thin stick in pain and suffering. That was the result of many years of hard work. Spare me. I am willing to listen to you. Whatever you say I will do. The fat man cried out in desperation. All right then, let me eat you, and I guarantee you won't suffer. Damn, is there nothing left to negotiate? Then, seeing that the big fat guest had no way to seek help, he angrily turned around and fought Lin Ming. He summoned all the death energy, transforming it into a huge grotesque ghost face, opening a bloody maw and lunging forward. You eat me, and I will eat you too. Lin Ming saw the blood maw coming down and realized that this guy's strength was actually above his. He was fighting for his life, and if he took it heated, he would definitely be injured. So, come out, little elevator fire. As the contract array on the floor pulsed with black light, a charred corpse materialized between Lin Ming and the grotesque giant face. The corpse stumbled out of the elevator in agony, yet still spewed flames that wrapped around the giant visage. The giant face recoiled in disbelief. Why would you help this human? The charred corpse roared, do you think I want to? And hurled every last blaze at the giant face, trying desperately to kill it before retreating into the elevator. At the same time, Lin Ming gathered the hulks of the fat ghost bodies he had severed earlier. He absorbed them one by one. Their concentrated death chi poured into him, transforming into internal spiritual power without the need for further refinement. With each corpse he swallowed, he could feel the death chi within him surge. Death chi 200. Death chi 100. Death chi 50. Death chi 170. Breakthrough. Chi refinement level 345. The speed of his advancement was intoxicating. After Lin Ming devoured the scattered guest corpses, the ghostly face formed from the remnants had been seared by the flames and lost its strength to resist. Even the charred corpse was rapidly fading, apparently being erased by the hotel's rules. True to his refusal to waste anything, Lin Ming swallowed the nearly dissipated corpse, then consumed the dying giant face as well. Death Chi 600. Chi refinement level 4. I ask you, who else? Lin Ming felt exhilarated, swinging his Zhang Gu Dao and grinning like a child. But it was too early to celebrate. There were still other guests outside. The 5th floor held 15 rooms. If they were all occupied by ghosts, his gains would be tremendous. Lin Ming left giddily to tend the second guest. On the hotel's 1st floor, the 4 high schoolers had finished their discussion. They had come to accept that they were not protagonists and that this was no trial arena. This was genuine hell. To walk out alive, they either had to serve those guests or, as Wei Yuan advised, endure 8 hours. A system that insisted on an 8th-hour work period. The few saw a glimmer of hope. But to be safe, the 4 agreed they should find Lin Ming and act together. Although Lin Ming was somewhat timid, an extra hand meant extra strength. Even if Lin Ming became the suicide vanguard, at least it might buy them more time. The 4 emerged from the changing room to hear Wei Yuan announce that Lin Ming had gone to the 5th floor. The high schooler snapped in fury. That idiot. Why act on his own without consulting us? The white-collar woman was pale with dread. He's probably dead. Oh, we've lost another fighter. Though the big brother had only lost an arm, the pain left him unable to face anything. He stood there ashen and trembling, hardly a combatant at all. Why don't we go to the 5th floor and check? Maybe he's still alive, the fat man suggested hesitantly. Yes, let's go see, the others agreed. The white-collar woman nodded repeatedly. She sensed the others were eyeing her oddly. She was the weakest of them. If forced to be the expendable team, she truly had no way to cope. In ordinary times, men protect women for lust. At the brink of life and death, there is no gender, only strength. The woman secretly hoped Lin Ming would be the one to take the vanguard. The high schooler shook his head firmly. We can't go. Who knows what danger lies upstairs? Wei Yuan, seeing them still dawdling, smirked and warned. If you miss the service time, the guest will complain. The hotel will punish you. If the hotel punishes you, you'll suffer far worse than any ghost. Far worse indeed. Their faces drained at once. They decided to act. If rules existed, they would follow them to the letter. They refused to believe they would still die. 5th floor. Lin Ming stood before the second room's door. 502. A placard beneath the room number listed the guest's need. A robust man. Lin Ming glanced down at himself. Having reached Chi refinement level 4, his physique had strengthened. He no longer looked like the scrawny monkey he had been. His muscles had grown, his height seemed to stand straighter. He looked convincingly strong. Clearly this room desired someone like him. He knocked, and in a sultry, breathy voice announced, "Guest, your robust man has arrived." The door creaked. The room's interior had shifted once more, an ancient bridal chamber. Red double happiness characters covered the walls, bathing the room in a bloody hue. Lanterns hung at the threshold. The large bed was a wooden antique strewn with red dates, peanuts, longans, and a pile of dead. The babies had been dead for some time. Their flesh was bluish and bloated, dressed up like rag dolls. Their eyes stood wide open with no visible sclera. Not far from the bed sat a dresser of solid wood upon which lay rouge and a bronze mirror. The mirror's reflection was murky, faintly showing the room, but what appeared in the mirror was more dreadful. Countless withered corpses huddled in the corners. Yet in the room itself, those desiccated bodies could not be seen. One reality was a red bridal chamber, the other was a yard piled with corpses. The jarring contrast made the chamber all the more uncanny and terrifying. Each step required extreme caution, as if one might tread upon corpses. Though Lin Ming was an evil cultivator, he had no interest in those bodies. Their life essence had long since been drained. They were utterly useless, not even fit to become Jiangshi. He activated his penetrating sight and inspected the room, yet still found no ghost, a puzzle that piqued his curiosity. Could the ghost be absent? "Guest, are you home? I'm here to serve. Come and take me." To display his allure, Lin Ming even lifted his shirt to reveal an 8-pack. Still nothing appeared. He half wondered whether he would have to strip entirely to entice it. He hated having to solve riddles like this. He had never understood those who enjoyed live-action murder mystery games. Spending hundreds to rent a little room and sit talking for hours like a company meeting, paying to attend it. With that money, he preferred simpler thrills, a girl for a massage and a taste of her tragic life. If she was empathetic, that was even more intoxicating. "Listen, guest, if you don't come out, I can't serve you," Lin Ming urged, sweeping the room with his penetrating sight as he pressed the point. Yet the other refused to show itself, perhaps sensing Lin Ming's aura of strength. As he considered whether to employ a concealment technique from the Tianxia Gong, he noticed something amiss. What he now perceived was not a death key-fashioned illusion, but the true guest room. However, compared to the other room had seen moments before, this one seemed to have an extra mirror. The mirror faced the bed. Anyone sensible knew a mirror should not be pointed at a bed. Why would the hotel violate such a taboo? He had found it, he thought, and hurried forward to see where the ghost might be within the glass. But to his astonishment, as he stood before the mirror, an image flickered to life inside it. It was not a grotesque, blood-soaked scene this time, but an action movie. The plot is quite rich. Lin Ming critically stared for 10 minutes before realizing what the mirror was doing. Was this ghost attempting to provoke his desires in such a way to make him lose his sanity? The deathly aura within the ghost had a significant impact on the living, easily clouding their reason and prompting them to commit reckless acts. However, Lin Ming was a cultivator, and he even practiced the Tianxia Gong. The interference from the deathly aura was nearly negligible to him, at most providing him with 10 minutes of practical experience. Lin Ming shook his head and stepped forward, throwing a punch at the mirror. Crack! The mirror shattered, countless cracks appearing, accompanied by a piercing scream from a woman. From the cracks in the mirror poured forth a torrent of fresh blood, distorting the mirror's surface even more. Soon a pale face appeared within the mirror. The shattered mirror had cut into her face, making her appear as if she had been dismembered and forcibly reassembled. Looking at the woman's resentful gaze, Lin Ming punched again. "What are you staring at?" "Oh." Another shrill scream echoed as the female ghost flew out of the mirror, her eyes filled with hatred as they focused on Lin Ming. Lin Ming then realized that the cracks on her face were real, as if someone had cut her apart and then stitched her back together. "Why don't you take the bait? Aren't you men just after my body? I can give it to you as long as you like. You can play with me however you want." The female ghost's voice was eerie as she lifted her large red wedding robe, revealing a broken body covered in cracks and stitching scars. Lin Ming scoffed. "Who would be interested in something like you? I prefer clean women." "Clean women? I used to be a clean woman. But he betrayed me. I was with him behind my husband's back. He said he would love me for a lifetime. But he didn't. I wanted to elope with him, but on our wedding night, after toying with me in my wedding dress, he actually tried to run away." The female ghost let out a dreadful wail, recounting her tragic tale, with tears of blood flowing from her eyes, making her stitched-up face appear even more terrifying. Lin Ming clicked his tongue. "Sister, do you have some misunderstanding about being clean? You're even worse than a whore." The female ghost, angry at being insulted, snarled with an overwhelming surge of deathly aura. "What's so good about men like you? Are you really going to say you don't like other people's wives? If you want to say that, I won't argue," Lin Ming generously admitted, "but I don't want others to like my wife." A despicable man. The female ghost showed a strong disdain on her face, and then said with disgust, "In the past, anyone who entered this room could have my body and then die, but you can't, because I will eat you directly." It seemed Lin Ming had uncovered her true nature, which displeased her. Dressed in a large red wedding robe, she lunged at Lin Ming, aiming to bite into his throat and devour his essence. Lin Ming slapped her to the ground, then stepped on her face disdainfully, saying, "Eat me. Just you." The female ghost was momentarily stunned, incredulously asking, impossible. You can hurt the mirror because it has a physical form, but I'm a ghost, how can you touch me? You're a ghost. I'm a great demon. Lin Ming activated his Tian Xie Gong, wildly absorbing the ghost's deathly aura. Deathly aura 80. Deathly aura 180. Deathly aura 300. The female ghost felt the vast amount of deathly aura which she had accumulated from many men flowing away rapidly, and she panicked, screaming, "Who are you? Who exactly are you? Let me go? Help! Scream louder, shout until your throat breaks. No one will come to save you." Lin Ming effortlessly drained the female ghost. The deathly aura entered his body, transforming back into spiritual power, but this time, he surprisingly did not break through. Qi refining level 489. No way. I'm only at Qi refining level 4, and I can't even fully satisfy a ghost. Is the Tian Xie Gong this greedy, requiring so much deathly aura? To confirm, Lin Ming immediately stepped out to the next room. As he exited room 502, he heard a shrill scream from downstairs, seemingly from one of the 4 people who had entered earlier. Did someone get killed? Forget it, it's none of my business. Lin Ming couldn't be bothered and looked towards room 503. The room number didn't have a needs list hanging below. He guessed there were no guests inside, but just to be safe, he opened the door to take a look. Sure enough, the room was empty, although a thick, deathly aura lingered. There were no ghosts. Next room. Room 504, still no ghost. Room 505, none either. Room 506, this time there was something hanging, but it was a hotel do not disturb sign. Oh, Lin Ming was skeptical and knocked on the door. Guest, I'm here to disturb you. No response. What could they be busy with? Curious, Lin Ming turned the doorknob and found the door could be opened. The room was pitch black with no ghosts. At first, Lin Ming thought it was an illusion created by the deathly aura. He scanned the room with his perspective eyes, but still found nothing, not even a trace of deathly aura in the room. How could there be an empty room? Lin Ming was quite curious and checked again carefully, discovering something on the table inside the room. It was a blood-stained watermelon knife. The blade of the knife was damaged with several chips, appearing not very sharp. But when Lin Ming looked closely, he found that the knife was flowing with a rich, deathly aura. He curiously walked over and picked it up. As soon as he held it, he felt the handle of the watermelon knife was ice cold, as if another hand was also gripping it. Is this a ghost? No, I don't sense its consciousness or hostility. It seems more like some kind of magical art. Lin Ming tried to slash the wall with the knife. Although the broken blade looked like it would shatter with any force, it surprisingly proved very resilient, creating a dent in the wall without damage. Now Lin Ming had some guesses and started to stab his hand with the small knife. He protected the stabbed hand with spiritual power, but found that the watermelon knife slowly broke through his defenses and ultimately pierced his hand. It was confirmed that this watermelon knife was a bizarre existence similar to a magical artifact in the strange game. It was a special prop. It could be used against him, and it should also be effective against ghosts. An empty room, a special magical artifact. Now Lin Ming understood that this room should be a safe house. It seemed that the strange game would not put people in certain death situations. There would always be some opportunities for escape and survival. Lin Ming examined the watermelon knife and found that injecting his spiritual power into it made it even sharper, easily capable of cutting through a solid wood cabinet. Perfect. Although he was a cultivator, he still didn't have a magical artifact, so he gladly accepted this item. Then he looked around the room to see if there was anything else. Lin Ming searched through the room on the 5th floor. Suddenly Wei Yuan, who had been in a rigid state like a corpse downstairs, moved slightly and slowly looked at the clock hanging in the distance. It was time for a break. He elegantly picked up the intercom on the front desk and announced, employees, you will have a half-hour break, which you can use for meals or rest. Lin Ming did not bring an intercom and had no idea about the situation. A high school student and a young female office worker crawled down from the 2nd floor, covered in blood, with the high school student missing a finger. They were taken by a guest. Of the original 4, only the 2 of them remained. Wei Yuan was somewhat surprised, saying, not bad, you're still alive. The 2 no longer had their previous confidence, only fear. The young office worker even uncontrollably knelt before Wei Yuan, pleading, please let me go. As long as you let me out, I will do whatever you say. Crying. That counts as time too. Wei Yuan reminded, you only have half an hour for your break. The high school student realized that if he didn't endure the time, he would surely not escape. But he was clever and shouted at the young office worker, stop crying. There must be an antidote within 10 meters of the poison. This bizarre game surely has a way out. We need to find it. How do we find it? There were 5 of us when we came in, and now only the 2 of us are left. There's no way out. The young office worker wailed. The high school student's face turned pale, unsure of what to say. But Wei Yuan suddenly said, no, you still have 3 others. The 5th floor has not had any complaints, so it seems that kid is making the guests quite comfortable. What? That coward is still alive. The high school student showed disbelief. The young office worker also didn't expect it. I said we should go find him earlier, didn't I? The fifth floor must be different up. Perhaps it's quite safe there. The high school student had the same thought and did not believe Lin Ming had any clear advantages over himself. It was only possible that the fifth floor was different or relatively easy. With this in mind, the high school student immediately looked at Wei Yuan and asked during the break, "Can we move around freely?" "It's up to you, but if it affects the guests, you will be killed too," Wei Yuan reminded. The high school student showed fear, but thinking of the potential safety on the fifth floor, he gritted his teeth and decided to go up and take a look. "Let's go find that guy on the fifth floor and ask him for any good survival methods." "Will he tell us?" the young office worker asked timidly. The high school student's face showed a hint of coldness. "He has to tell us whether he wants to or not. Don't forget there are two of us." The young office worker understood this guy's ruthlessness. Though he was just a teenager during the dangerous moment earlier, he had pushed both teammates out to their deaths first, which was how they survived until now. If Lin Ming truly had any good method, he would certainly not escape the guy's poison hand. However, the young office worker did not dare to offend him and could only obediently follow him up to the fifth floor. The fifth floor was empty with no one around. The young office worker was quite nervous and whispered, "What if we made a mistake? What if that person is actually dead?" The high school student had the same thought, but was still unwilling to give up and cautiously walked a few steps down the corridor. Soon he saw an open door. That guy should be inside, the high school student guessed based on his intuition. Is he serving the guests? Then we should probably not go in. The young office worker instinctively chose to retreat. But the high school student saw the "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door, and a flash of inspiration struck him. Right, why didn't I think of this before? Although we are staff, we can still pretend to be guests. Pretend to be guests? How do we do that? The young office worker asked, confused. Staying here costs money, right? What if it's an empty room? What if we hang the "Do Not Disturb" sign on an empty room? Wouldn't it make the hotel think someone is inside and not dare to disturb? The high school student excitedly deduced. If the four of us acted together, two of us have already died. How could this coward have survived until now? There's only one possibility: he used this method to cheat. The young office worker felt this deduction was utterly ridiculous. She often stayed in hotels and knew that hotels had back-end systems. They couldn't possibly be unaware of whether there was anyone in the room. It was just that the high school student had never been to a hotel, which was why he thought this way. However, the high school student was already certain Lin Ming was in the room, and he ran over excitedly. The young office worker did not dare to stay there alone and hurriedly followed. "You're really here?" At the door, the high school student saw Lin Ming and whispered excitedly. The young office worker was also quite surprised, not expecting Lin Ming to be alive and well. She had even fallen and scraped her knee and hand while escaping. Lin Ming was surprisingly as composed as when he first entered, without any signs of distress. No, he seemed even more at ease than when he first came in. Seeing the two of them arrive, Lin Ming curiously asked, "What do you want with me? Why don't you share your safety method? Why are you so selfish?" The high school student questioned repeatedly. Lin Ming had been curious about why the two had come to find him, but upon hearing the question, he lost interest. "Get lost, I have things to do." The high school student had been somewhat inflated by the praise of a few people and was already displeased that Lin Ming had found a safe spot before him. Hearing him insult him now, he was furious and wanted to retort, but noticed Lin Ming putting something away and immediately questioned, "What did you take?" "Is it the room key?" "It doesn't seem to be a key, it's a knife," the young office worker said quietly. "A knife? From this room?" The high school student was taken aback, then immediately his eyes lit up. Could it be a special prop? Lin Ming was genuinely surprised this kid was actually clever enough to guess there was a prop. But that made sense. At this age, people like to play games, read novels, and engage with some strange things, so their thinking was naturally flexible. Seeing Lin Ming not speak, the high school student realized he had guessed correctly and began to have ulterior motive. That prop must be one of the ways to survive, and it could even be used against the guests, having special effects that could make him superhuman. He must seize it. But just by himself, he would definitely not be a match for this guy. So the high school student secretly signaled the young office worker to help him. The young office worker was flirtatious, but not foolish. This high school student was ruthless and unreliable. Although Lin Ming had been timid when he first came in, he had now found a safe spot and obtained a prop. She certainly would not help deal with Lin Ming. However, the young office worker was also afraid of this high school student, so she did not help Lin Ming, instead retreating and saying, "I don't know anything, and I won't get involved. You two resolve your conflict yourselves." The high school student was instantly furious. "You bitch, don't you remember who protected you just now to keep you alive? You still want to play the fisherman to take advantage? Aren't you afraid he'll kill you?" The female office worker seemed resolute in her refusal to help. The high school student became increasingly frustrated, cursing at her. Lin Ming, uninterested in the quarrel, strode outside, intending to deal with other customers. However, the high school student was merely pretending. While he appeared to be scolding the office worker, he was actually keeping a close watch on Lin Ming. As Lin Ming passed by the high school student suddenly lunged at him, intending to knock him down and seize his props. Unfortunately, Lin Ming was a cultivator, not an ordinary person. He sensed the high school student's movement the moment it occurred and kicked out. The high school student screamed in agony as he was kicked away, crashing heavily against the wall, then fell to the ground bloodied and lifeless. Lin Ming, witnessing this, sighed, inwardly regretting that he had been too harsh and missed the chance to say that cultivators should not be insulted. The female office worker was utterly dumbfounded, kneeling on the ground in shock, her face pale. "Please don't kill me. He'll do whatever you say, he'll strip right now." Without giving Lin Ming a chance to speak, she began to undress. Lin Ming marveled at her speed and then glanced at her prominent features. "You've really got the assets." Seeing Lin Ming's interest, the office worker quickly crawled over, saying, "Brother, I can do anything." "I suppose you can," Lin Ming replied as he turned and headed toward the next room. He had no interest in a woman with such an obvious history. Watching Lin Ming leave, the office worker was momentarily stunned, unable to believe that a man could resist her alluring figure. Had she spent money on her enhancements in vain? But now that Lin Ming had left, did that mean she could monopolize this room? Thinking this, the office worker cautiously crawled to the door and closed it. There was no response from outside, and the room began to feel warmer. It was indeed a safer spot. The office worker showed a look of surprise, but when she saw the corpse of the high school student on the floor, panic set in again, and she ran into the bathroom, intending to hide for the next few hours. Meanwhile, the outside world was descending into chaos. Although the first batch of participants in the bizarre game was not large, there were just over 10,000 people nationwide. However, the way they disappeared was too strange. Some vanished in the middle of a live broadcast. Others simply disappeared while chatting with family. Some even vanished while undergoing medical examinations in hospitals. The simultaneous reports led to the authorities taking notice. The authorities acted quickly, and after investigations found that every person who disappeared had a countdown timer, and prior to it appearing, they had all received a strange letter. Although those letters had vanished, many people had shared their experiences before entering the bizarre game, mentioning the phrase bizarre game. As a result, the bizarre game became a sensation across major news and short video platforms. Countless people began discussing what it could be. Was it the revival of spiritual energy, strange rules, or a game orchestrated by gods? The most frightening part was that this time the officials did not suppress the news. This meant that the authorities knew this matter could not be concealed any longer, as something was bound to happen that would change the course of humanity. In no time, countless people began to celebrate. Especially for ordinary people living at the bottom of society, they were ecstatic. Although this game sounded frightening, it was undoubtedly an opportunity to change their fate, more important than the college entrance examination. Yet many expressed concerns, as the game seemed inherently unsafe and could lead to death. But who cared about life and death at this point? Everyone was discussing whether they could gain superpowers after entering the bizarre game, with many making wishes about what abilities they desired. Among these, invisibility and certain body enhancement techniques were the most popular among male netizens. Meanwhile, the most liked superpower among women was the ability to make men disappear, except for young handsome men. The authorities could no longer stay calm, as they were aware of even more. Many people were disappearing abroad, indicating that this was a global event. If this global event was indeed related to superpowers, then seizing the initiative was as crucial as the invention of the world's first atomic bomb. Thus, the country couldn't afford to worry about online public opinion and began recruiting elites nationwide. This included gaming experts, horror game veterans, escape room enthusiasts, as well as some high monks and Taoists. Similarly, people were waiting. They were eager to see what the first batch of players from the bizarre game would reveal inside. Lin Ming was completely unaware of all this. He had arrived at the door of room 507. The door plate listed the customer's needs water. Lin Ming knocked, and the door opened automatically, revealing a cold voice. "You did not bring water." "I brought it." Lin Ming shouted into the room. "Hitue? How about it? Is it enough for the customer?" The atmosphere inside the room suddenly became oppressive, and a furious voice roared, "If you want to die, come in." "All right." Lin Ming eagerly rushed into the room. Moments later, screams for help echoed from within. After Lin Ming emerged refreshed and wiping his mouth, his cultivation level had increased once again. He had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, 12. Now at the 5th level, with sufficient spiritual power within him, Lin Ming decided to start crafting the Wanhun banner. The previous magic tool, the watermelon knife, had reminded him that this bizarre game world also had magic tools. To be on the safe side, it was better to create a Wanhun banner. After all, the Tianxia Gong had high requirements. Only those at the foundation establishment stage could truly be considered cultivators capable of practicing genuine dark arts. For instance, the soul capture technique, which could control the souls of beings and turn them into puppets. Or the paperman spell, which could create paper figures to do tasks or even fight. Additionally, there were sinister methods like the blood-killing spell that could track enemies through a drop of blood and brutally slaughter their entire family, all of which required the Foundation establishment stage. To protect himself at the Chi refinement stage, he could only resort to using the One Hun banner. However, crafting the One Hun banner required very unique materials: ghost bones for the pole and human skin for the banner. Moreover, he needed to inscribe a formation with the blood of ghostly spirits containing special effects. Finally, he would need to fill it with many ghostly souls to achieve any effect. Speaking of how rare these materials were, ghostly spirit blood only came from ghosts that had cultivated for over 10 years. As for ghost bones, they required over 50 years of cultivation to possibly condense. With just these two items, Lin Ming probably wouldn't be able to find them even if he worked himself to death in the real world. But coincidentally, this hotel had many guests. Although not every room was occupied, there were 5 floors. If he gathered the guests from each floor, it would suffice. Thus, Lin Ming first went to the safe room, skinning the high school student without caring for the pale-faced office worker in the bathroom. Then he visited the remaining guests on the 5th floor and obtained a bowl of ghostly spirit blood. However, this was not enough. He still needed to go to the 4th floor to ask those lovely guests for help. Although that was another server's territory, everyone else was dead, so the hotel should not mind if he helped himself. Thus, Lin Ming collected ghostly blood from the 5th and 4th floors and ghost bones from the 3rd and 2nd floors. The guests on the 1st floor were used to fill the One Hun banner. Once the One Hun banner was crafted and had 4 ghosts functioning within it, it still lacked a main soul to be considered a basic magic tool. So who would be the best candidate for the main soul? Wei Yuan. Who do you think it is? Wei Yuan stood inside the front desk area and saw Lin Ming approaching. He was somewhat surprised that Lin Ming was still alive. It seems you are truly fortunate. Wei Yuan's hollow eyes fixed on Lin Ming. Yes, I also feel very lucky, and I am quite grateful to the hotel for giving me this opportunity, Lin Ming replied sincerely. Opportunity? Grateful? Wei Yuan's lips curled into a peculiar smile. Are people outside really that naive? Not too bad. Lin Ming waved his hand and leaned in closer, asking, I just looked out the window and the area around the hotel is shrouded in thick fog. Is there no way to get out of there? Wei Yuan surprisingly answered. Yes, once you enter here, you can only stay with us. That thick fog is known to devour people. How strong do you have to be to escape? Lin Ming pressed on. At least strong enough to be like our boss. Wei Yuan's usually stiff face revealed a rare hint of awe. Lin Ming was curious. How strong is your boss? Is he here? I don't know how strong our boss is, only that he is a king and won't stay in one place for long since he has many businesses. Wei Yuan replied honestly, then suddenly showed a mocking expression. Am I making you happy by cooperating so well? Not bad, thank you, Lin Ming nodded. Wei Yuan suddenly showed an excited expression. You actually thanked me. Do you know that I did it on purpose? Did you not see what the guest in room 207 needed? It wanted a piece of meat and would require it every 3 hours. It has been over 3 hours since those guys last fed it, and if you don't deliver it now, it will complain about the service. Unfortunately, all the other waiters have vanished. You should be the only waiter here now. Guess how I will punish you. I never expected there would be fools like you thinking you could extract information from me by casually chatting and asking all sorts of nonsense. Lin Ming did not expect Wei Yuan would say such a long-winded speech. It seemed he was genuinely excited about being able to punish someone. Unfortunately, Wei Yuan was destined to be disappointed. Lin Ming did have some impression of the guest in room 207. That guy said he wanted to eat human flesh 5 pounds each time. When Lin Ming entered, that guy even complained about him being too skinny and not tasty. Later, after Lin Ming gave him a good beating, he realized that he needed to eat flesh to nurture ghost bones, which were naturally accepted as part of the main body of the 10,000 Souls banner. Are you scared? Wei Yuan's smile turned slightly sinister. Unfortunately, it's too late to be scared. Time is almost up, and there are only 5 seconds left until the complaint time. Wei Yuan even kindly helped with the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The complaint phone. This made Wei Yuan's smile stiffen slightly. It seems the last guy's meat was very tough, making the guest eat for a bit longer. How long do you think that piece of meat can last? Oh, what is that thing? While Wei Yuan was scaring Lin Ming, he suddenly noticed Lin Ming pulling out a strange object. It looked like a flag. The flagpole was made of segments of black bones resembling a human spine with a slight curve at the top. The flag was made from human skin adorned with many strange black patterns. The patterns made one dizzy and emanated a strong aura of danger. For some reason, upon seeing this object, Wei Yuan felt a pounding in his heart and instinctively took 2 steps back, even wanting to flee. Lin Ming looked at Wei Yuan and reassured him, don't be afraid, it won't hurt, but you will definitely have difficulty breathing. You just need to endure for a moment. Saying this, he gently shook the 10,000 Souls banner. On the banner, 4 ghostly faces suddenly appeared, all bearing expressions of ferocity and pain, and they all howled at Wei Yuan in unison. Seeing this, Wei Yuan was instantly horrified. He recognized those four ghostly faces. They were clearly the guests from the rooms. But why were they on that strange object, and why were they helping Lin Ming deal with him? Before Wei Yuan could think further, the sound waves rolled in like a tide. The death energy around him surged, forming a massive shield to block the sound waves. Boom! The sound waves collided with the shield. The front desk was instantly destroyed, and Wei Yuan was knocked backward, crashing into the wall, causing cracks to appear. Faced with this terrifying sound wave, Wei Yuan was enraged, and the death energy around him surged even more, and suddenly light appeared in his once hollow eyes. After the earlier battle with those guests, Lin Ming knew that these ghosts not only used death energy to confuse and attack people, but also had their own specialized abilities. At this moment, Wei Yuan's abilities were related to his eyes. When those hollow eyes shone with light, they froze Lin Ming in place, rendering him unable to move. A stasis technique. These ghosts' talents truly cannot be judged by their realm. But Lin Ming was even more excited. This ability was simply amazing. He loved it. Lin Ming urged the spiritual energy within him, trying to break this stasis technique, but he was unable to do so. Thankfully, he still had the 10,000 Souls banner. The four ghosts suddenly burst out of the 10,000 Souls banner, each possessing their own unique abilities. One of the ghosts summoned a large amount of paper money, known as the greedy ghost, whose ability was to summon a wealth of paper money to buy lives. As long as this paper money landed on the opponent, it could seize a portion of their life or strength. This ghost was one of the carefully selected deputy souls by Lin Ming. As the sky was filled with paper money, Wei Yuan was shocked and retreated repeatedly, his vision obscured, and Lin Ming instantly broke free. So it turns out one had to be seen to be held in stasis. The second deputy soul, the mist ghost, immediately spewed out a large amount of corrosive mist, obstructing Wei Yuan's line of sight from Lin Ming. The third deputy soul, the hanged ghost, immediately urged the death energy, and a heap of ropes appeared beside Wei Yuan. If he came into contact with them, he would be hanged. Wei Yuan was no match for the three ghosts' combined efforts, desperately dodging and retreating, wanting to escape into the guest room for cover. Unfortunately, Lin Ming still had a fourth deputy soul, the gluttonous ghost. This gluttonous ghost opened its gaping maw with its lower lip on the ground, and upper lip pressed against the ceiling, its mouth larger than the room, lying in wait along Wei Yuan's escape route. As Wei Yuan was fleeing in a panic and without careful consideration, he was swallowed whole. Damn it. You can't kill me. Our boss is a king with tens of thousands of strange employees under him, powerful like clouds. If you dare to touch me, he will definitely obliterate your soul. Wei Yuan completely broke down, shouting threats while frantically urging his death energy, trying to break free from the gluttonous ghost's grasp. Lin Ming gently shook the 10,000 Souls banner, pulling all four ghosts back into it, and naturally Wei Yuan, who had been swallowed by the gluttonous ghost, was also drawn inside. Wei Yuan had been the manager here for quite some time. Before these outsiders arrived, he had witnessed many people die in the hotel, which had in turn made him quite powerful. However, he never anticipated that one day he would be killed by a mere waiter. Moreover, within this strange entity, there existed a peculiar force that suppressed his ability to move, gradually erasing his consciousness. Are the people outside really that terrifying? Lin Ming sat cross-legged in the hall, channeling all his spiritual power to refine the Wandering Souls banner. The Wandering Souls banner emitted a black, eerie glow, occasionally displaying 5 grotesque, ghostly faces. They struggled and screamed, their voices resonating throughout the hall, even reaching the ears of the female office worker in the safety room on the 5th floor. The female office worker, hearing the furious howls, was so frightened that she curled up in the bathtub, trembling incessantly. She knew this was definitely orchestrated by Lin Ming, and she felt an overwhelming fear towards him, even believing that he was more terrifying than the bizarre phenomena, becoming an indelible shadow in her heart. In fact, the 4 ghosts within the Wandering Souls banner had already been refined, with only Wei Yuan desperately struggling, as he still possessed a portion of the hotel's authority, allowing him to resist. Under Lin Ming's urging, the other 4 ghosts exerted their full power to suppress Wei Yuan, gradually erasing his personal consciousness and completely integrating him into the Wandering Souls banner. This was not the end. Lin Ming began to refine him into the main soul. The Wandering Souls banner required a main soul akin to a spirit of the artifact, enabling it to function perfectly in attacking or defending without the need for its master's control. If cultivated well, it could even detect danger sooner than its master, thereby protecting him from attacks. As Lin Ming performed, hand seals spells were imprinted, and Wei Yuan became increasingly attuned to the Wandering Souls banner. After 2.5 hours, he was finally refined into the main soul of the Wandering Souls banner, establishing a connection with Lin Ming, allowing the banner to transform into a true low-level magical artifact, which could unleash various spells and abilities at his command. With this magical artifact, Lin Ming gained substantial self-preservation ability and no longer needed to worry excessively. He casually stored the Wandering Soul's banner away. This artifact could change size and even transform into a tattoo that adhered to his body. Once he reached Foundation Establishment, it could enter his Dantian. After securing the Wandering Soul's banner, Lin Ming couldn't help but glance at the mist outside. Should he go in for a look? He decided against rushing things. Lin Ming understood that this world was definitely not ordinary. There might even be immortals. As a minor evil cultivator, his only option was to avoid haste. He would proceed step by step, devouring the ghosts one by one. Otherwise, if he rushed, it would be disastrous. Just as he finished refining the Wandering Soul's banner, he heard a notification sound in his ear. Congratulations on completing the task. Now proceeding to evaluation. Lin Ming discovered his body rapidly becoming ethereal, as if separating from this world. So there would be an evaluation. Does that mean the entity controlling this world has been watching him all along? Or is it some predetermined operational rule? Lin Ming listened attentively to the game's evaluation of him, trying to confirm whether it was a predetermined program or if someone was indeed watching him. Now evaluating player Lin Ming's performance in the Death Hotel. You survived perfectly for 8 hours, 10 points. You received no complaints from any guests, 30 points. You discovered the safety room and items, 20 points. You helped your colleagues perfectly complete the task, ensuring the hotel received no complaints, 30 points. You gained Wei Yuan's acknowledgement, having not received any negative feedback from him, defaulting to a positive score of 10 points. Player Lin Ming's final score is 100 points, rated as SSS. Congratulations on receiving the title of Perfect Completer. This title grants you an additional 5 points during each game settlement. Congratulations on receiving the title of Excellent Worker. This title grants you preferential appreciation from leaders when you join the Bizarre game. Now distributing the rewards for this game task. Personal points 105 points. Skill card X1. Safety room key card X1. All rewards and the items you've scavenged will be sent to your personal mailbox and can be queried during the Bizarre game. Points can be used for life exemption item purchases or to extract any ability or item into the real world for 1,000 points. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. This Bizarre game was quite generous. Completing the game perfectly would yield so many rewards. It was much better than the tedious game. Moreover, the ability to extract powers into reality. Does that mean bizarre phenomena and strong beings will appear in the future? Lin Ming's face showed a hint of seriousness. Although he could cultivate, who knew what existed in the Bizarre game? If others could also extract cultivation techniques, even magical treasures or artifacts, wouldn't he lose his advantage? It seemed he had to make the most of his current advantage, frequently enter the game, rapidly enhance his strength, and stay ahead of everyone to safely continue his cultivation, ensuring his resources would never run dry. While Lin Ming was contemplating this, he was about to use the skill card and key card to see what benefits they offered. However, as time was up, he vanished from his spot, returning to reality. When he returned to reality, he found that he couldn't check the Bizarre game's mailbox. He would have to wait until his next entry to check. Just at the moment he vanished, a powerful ghostly entity exuding a terrifying aura walked into the Death Hotel from outside. This ghost was dressed in a suit, casually throwing its luxury car keys towards the front desk. Wei Yuan, go park my car. Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan. The suited ghost looked around, and finding Wei Yuan absent, became displeased. Not here to keep watch. It seems you won't be needed as the lobby manager anymore. To find Wei Yuan, he utilized the authority of the Death Hotel to investigate. However, he discovered not only was Wei Yuan missing, but even his guests had vanished, leaving only the corpses of 3 outsiders. Instantly, the suited ghost realized what had happened and roared in anger. Who is it? Who has killed my lobby manager and so many guests? Don't let me catch you. In the real world, when Lin Ming emerged, his face was filled with discomfort. Compared to the deathly atmosphere inside the Bizarre game, this lifeless world held no allure for him. Although there was a faint response of spiritual energy in the outside world, he was an evil cultivator, and what he needed was the energy of death. Having become accustomed to being enveloped by a plethora of death energy, it felt akin to a vigorous man enjoying himself in a nightclub only to be suddenly sent to prison. Although the male inmates might have nice figures, they were not what he desired. Fortunately, he still had the Wandering Soul's banner. Lin Ming summoned the Wandering Soul's banner, gazing at this eerie treasure, feeling as if he had encountered the most beautiful woman in the world, filled with infatuation. That strange game even claimed that with 1,000 points one could extract skills and items from the game. Who cares? As a mighty cultivator in the Qi refinement stage, would he need those trivial things? By the way, Wei Yuan and the others also belonged to the existence of the Bizarre game. Could he summon them into reality? Lin Ming attempted to release them from the Wandering Souls banner and was pleasantly surprised to find that they could indeed appear. So beautiful, so beautiful. After enjoying the Wandering Souls banner enough, Lin Ming stored it away. He had no intention of collecting the souls of ordinary people. It wasn't out of kindness, but rather because those were worthless. It was still the bizarre entities within the bizarre game that mattered. Even the lowest level ghost could replace hundreds or thousands of ordinary souls. Although it was called the Wandering Souls banner, simply stuffing it with tens of thousands of souls was not sufficient. If it were that easy, one could just find a pig farm and complete the task within 2 days. The key point is what use is raising a bunch of pigs in the Wandering Souls banner. Ordinary souls consume the banner's energy for nurturing, requiring resources for their cultivation and spells to possess any offensive capability, which is simply too troublesome. Still, it was the bizarre game that counted. The bizarre entities there were the true main force of the Wandering Souls banner. One segment is stronger than 6. Filled with anticipation, Lin Ming began to study the matters of the bizarre game. He needed to understand how to use it and how to re-enter to engage in friendly and in-depth communication with those bizarre entities. In short, he wanted to give them a home. When Lin Ming searched online, he found that the internet had exploded. The first batch of game players had all emerged. No, to be precise, only those who were alive had emerged. Today marked the opening of the bizarre game, with over 10,000 people from China entering, yet only a meager 100 had come out. Many people had been caught off guard by what kind of game it was, and due to their lack of experience with killings and battles, many had entered in a daze, terrified and killed by the ghosts after the first encounter. Originally, people in China thought they would surely become superheroes and heroes of the nation. Who would have thought that the ghosts in the bizarre game were all from their own country? A 1 survival rate. Everyone was horrified. No one was discussing entering anymore, but instead clamoring for the authorities to come up with a countermeasure. Save the children. The state swiftly located the survivors and conducted interviews with them, extracting crucial intelligence about the Eerie game before compiling and releasing an official guide. Guide to the Eerie game. 1. The Eerie game is highly unlikely to be avoided or evaded. 2. The game world comprises numerous distinct locales, each inhabited entirely by specters and fiends who hunt players, but they abide by certain immutable rules. Survivors must deduce these rules to uncover paths to survival. 3. Safe zones are suspected to exist within the game. However, due to insufficient data, their existence remains unconfirmed. 4. Certain rare artifacts appear in the game, capable of harming spectral entities and significantly increasing one's chances of survival. 5. Strive to complete the game and accumulate as many points as possible. Points appear to function as the game's universal currency, though their exchange mechanism remains unknown. They may be used to acquire anything within the game world, and speculation suggests they might even allow players to refuse entry into subsequent games or extract game elements directly into reality. 6. Should you receive an invitation to the Eerie game, remain calm. Whether you have already entered the game or merely encountered it, immediately contact your local authorities for assistance. You will receive a cash reward of 1 million yuan, and we guarantee the safety and stability of your daily life and that of your family. Note: the origin of the Eerie game remains unknown. The cause of its emergence, the method by which it selects players, all are mysteries. Once inside, do not panic. Clarity of mind and unwavering hope are the true keys to victory. Lin Ming glanced over the official guide and nodded faintly, thinking to himself that the state had indeed proven reliable, having compiled such a comprehensive set of practical strategies in so short a time. At least this was all Lin Ming knew of the guide. He browsed online further, but found only panicked rants, vitriolic complaints, and even calls for immigration. Nothing else of value. He shut off his phone and began to think. That Eerie game had delivered its summons directly to him. He hadn't sensed the sender's presence nor detected the slightest trace. So now he could only wait, passively, helplessly. How regrettable. While Lin Ming fretted, the state was equally anxious. They had gone to great lengths to locate survivors, offering substantial rewards, but managed to identify only around 60 individuals. The rest likely distrusted the state's intentions, fearing they would be treated as lab subjects for dissection and experimentation, or else harbored private ambitions, hoping to transcend humanity first and resist institutional control. This dilemma deeply troubled the state, for survivor testimonies revealed a sobering truth: most of the first wave had survived purely by chance. If those same individuals re-entered the Eerie game, their likelihood of death would be extremely high. Yet the state had no interest in dissecting them. It sought instead to recruit them into a national task force, cultivating elite operatives to confront the Eerie game heathen. And indeed, it had already begun. The first group of survivors who voluntarily joined the state were granted not only the promised 1 million yuan reward, but also immediate induction into this special task force. They received salaries and benefits equivalent to those of lieutenant colonels, and were granted exceptional operational privileges. Among these elite operatives stood the young office worker who had endured the entire session inside the safe house. The moment she emerged, she recounted her entire experience to officials, without reservation. Not that she had much choice. The interrogators assigned to question survivors were all masters in their fields. Psychology professors and seasoned interrogation specialists employed a blend of persuasion and psychological pressure, extracting every detail, even confessions from survivors who had taken lives within the game. Still, the state took no punitive action. These individuals remained indispensable assets. In a conference room in Beijing, several elderly men sat in solemn assembly, each bearing 3 stars and 1 flower on their epaulets, a rank so exalted it commanded awe. One elder wearing black-rimmed reading glasses spoke first. "Gentlemen, as of today the Erie Affairs Bureau is officially established. For security reasons we shall adopt code names, ranked numerically by age 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The other 4 nodded in unison, affirming their agreement. Seeing their assent, Codename 1 continued, "You all understand the gravity of the Erie game. Nations across the globe are racing to infiltrate it, to decipher, master, and ultimately dominate it. Whichever power gains even a slight edge may ascend to global supremacy. We cannot afford to fall behind. I have reviewed the intelligence gathered thus far. The accounts vary wildly. Though a few survivors performed admirably, their success stemmed largely from luck, not insight. Their value to us remains limited given this was their first exposure. Yet within this mass of reports, I uncovered something intriguing. Within our special task force operates an operative codenamed Queen Flower. During her attempt to clear the Death Hotel scenario, she encountered an extraordinary player. Initially terrified, he underwent a startling transformation upon entering the hotel. While 2 of Queen Flower's teammates perished, he proceeded alone, unscathed. It was through him that we first learned of safe houses and critical artifacts, and he killed without flinching. I suspect his understanding of the Erie game surpasses that of all other known survivors. His composure, analytical acuity, and perceptual depth are exceptional, and he may well have acquired advantages beyond our current comprehension. If we can locate him and persuade him to lead our task force, our advantage within the Erie game would eclipse that of any rival nation. Therefore, I hereby declare our Bureau's inaugural mission: locate this individual and extend him an official invitation to join the Special Task Force." Codename 2 asked curiously, "With today's advanced surveillance networks and archival systems, how difficult could it be to find one person? Let Queen Flower describe his appearance. We'll commission a forensic sketch artist from the criminal investigation." Codename 1 sighed, "That is precisely the problem. Queen Flower refuses, absolutely refuses, to disclose his features. We attempted hypnosis, but those who have entered the Erie game appear immune to conventional hypnotic techniques. Sketching remains impossible for now." Codename 3 interjected immediately, "Then offer her money. 10 million, 100 million yuan. Surely that will suffice." Codename 4 added, "Could she be afraid of him? Assure her the Erie Affairs Bureau will protect her, guarantee her absolute safety." The elders collectively concluded that Queen Flower was simply too timid. What truly was there to fear? Though the Erie game could elevate mortals to superhuman status, everyone was still in their first encounter. Even if this man excelled, he could hardly have transcended so completely, so soon. Number 5, who had been silent, suddenly spoke steadily. "If that person truly instills such fear in the Queen Flower, it indicates that they must possess extraordinary qualities, or there are details that the Queen Flower has not disclosed." Number 1 hesitated, saying, "I have investigated the identity of the Queen Flower. She is merely an ordinary white-collar worker who underwent plastic surgery in Korea, using her physique to win over her superiors and clients for resources. She is not particularly clever and lacks strong psychological resilience. Despite being interrogated by experts in interrogation and psychology, she managed to conceal information. Therefore, I suspect that it is not her personal intent to hide, but rather that the strange game has some means to prevent her from leaking confidential information." Number 5 retorted, "But what if this woman has witnessed true horrors, encountered things more terrifying than death? Would her psychological state change?" Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. They understood that regardless of whether these individuals had acquired abilities from the strange game, having entered that place and survived already set them apart from ordinary people. Perhaps the methods used against regular individuals no longer apply to these special players. "So do you have any way to make the Queen Flower speak?" Number 1 asked seriously, looking at Number 5. "I now suspect that it is that unfamiliar player who has left a significant psychological scar on the Queen Flower, instilling such fear that she believes revealing their identity would result in her death. So what we need to do now is wait for the Queen Flower to enter the game for the second time. We will nurture her, allowing her to achieve genuine growth, and even abilities, so she will not be overly afraid of the opponent and will be willing to disclose the truth. Number 5 earnestly proposed his suggestion, scanning everyone for their opinions. The other 4 exchanged glances and slowly nodded in agreement. They found this plan feasible. After all, who in the Special Forces is not being trained? Adding another queen flower among the few particularly exceptional individuals is not something they cannot handle. Moreover, to find that individual who first entered the game could crack the puzzle, locate the items, and even scare other players into such a state, even if the queen flower is not worth cultivating, wasting some resources, is not a big deal. Seeing that everyone agreed the plan was feasible, Number 1 made a decisive decision. Alright, we have decided on this matter. The Special Forces will now fully train the few outstanding individuals, including the queen flower, and use various methods to help her build confidence, so she will no longer fear the opponent and can disclose their identity. Agreed. 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 With the issuance of the first order from the Strange Bureau, this nation's top machine officially began to operate at high speed. Lin Ming was searching for a way to enter the strange game for the second time when he heard his phone ring beside him. He glanced at the caller ID. It was his sister. Note, not a burden, but a very useful character. This book does not have any dead weight. This sister is not a biological sister, but the daughter of his stepfather. After Lin Ming's biological father passed away, his mother remarried, and that stepfather had a daughter about the same age as him. However, the two had never gotten along from the beginning, always finding each other displeasing and often fighting. After living together for 7 to 8 years, Lin Ming's mother and stepfather both died in a car accident. Lin Ming did not want to live with this sister, so he dropped out of school and left home to work. The two had not been in contact for the past 2 years. Why was she suddenly calling today? Curious, Lin Ming answered the phone. Hello. Song Shui, what's the matter? His stepfather's surname was Song, and Lin Ming had once changed his name to Song Ming for a period, but changed it back after his stepfather's death. It was not that he hated his stepfather, it was just that the name was genuinely unappealing. Several times while job hunting, bosses found his name unlucky and were unwilling to hire him. Moreover, because of Lin Ming's name change, the sibling relationship became even worse. On the other end of the phone, Song Shui's tone was as cold as ever. I heard the strange game has descended. We're just checking to see if you're dead. Lin Ming was even more astonished. Although Song Shui's tone was cold, he could still sense her concern for him. I'm not dead. How about you? Are you close to it? Lin Ming instinctively retorted. Me? Haha, if I were going to die, would you be happy? Surprisingly, Song Shui did not get angry. Instead, she seemed a bit self-deprecating. Lin Ming was confused. What? Did you get into gambling debt with the mafia, and now you're about to be killed? A voice from the other end exclaimed, what the hell, as if someone was eavesdropping on their conversation. Song Shui was used to her brother's sharp tongue. Mainly, she was not bad herself, and casually said, don't worry, the contact number and address I signed for the loan shark are all yours. They won't find me, they'll come after you. Laughing to death, as if you know where I am. Lin Ming sneered. Song Shui replied, Dongshan Cemetery in the eastern suburbs of Quan City. What? Lin Ming was taken aback. How do you know? Does it matter how I know? Didn't I see it on your wanted notice? Song Shui's tone returned to the usual coldness and sharpness. If I die, can you build me a tomb in your work cemetery, okay? Lin Ming frowned. What exactly is wrong with you? Do you have a terminal illness? This time it was not a curse. He genuinely sensed something was off with her. It's nothing. I just want to be buried nearby to see how you starve yourself to death. Having family assets but refusing to inherit, you insist on changing your name and running off to guard graves. If you don't starve to death, it would really be against the natural order. Song Shui spoke so viciously that it was hard to believe she was the pure campus belle cherished by Quan City University. Hearing her voice strong and not at all resembling someone sick, Lin Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration and joyfully exclaimed, you wouldn't have been chosen by the strange game, would you? Yes, sounds like you're really happy you truly are my brother. Song Shui replied with a tone that seemed to lament the continuation of her sharp tongue. Stop talking nonsense, where are you? I'm coming over to find you. Lin Ming was over the moon. He was worried about how to enter the strange game, but unexpectedly this foolish woman had obtained the ticket. He thought about how to take that ticket away first. Why do you want me? Want to see me one last time? Forget it, I don't want to see any ugly monsters before I die. I'd rather have a handsome guy with me. Song Shui, don't be like that. Trust me, I've been out of the strange game once. I can find a way to prevent you from going in. Lin Ming hurriedly said. Song Shui fell silent for a moment, not believing Lin Ming at all, nor did she expect him to care about her. She wanted to mock him again, but after thinking for a moment, she just hung up. In the dormitory of Quan City University, Song Shui seriously handed her bank card and house keys to her best friend. Beside her, Yin Yin, you are the one I trust the most. If I don't come out of the strange game, just give these to Lin Ming. He knows the password, at least it will make his life easier in the future. Why bother? You clearly care about him. I feel he genuinely wants to help you. Why must you both torture each other like this? Chen Yun looked at Song Shui with a complex expression. Song Shui fell silent. She didn't know how to respond. Because with this brother she had picked up halfway, she didn't know how to interact or face him, so they had been at odds since childhood. Initially, after losing her family, she secretly vowed to take good care of this brother, but this bastard left home at this time, and even changed his surname, completely severing ties with the family, as if he despised everything about this home. This truly saddened Song Shui. However, no matter how you look at it, after all these years of sibling affection, it was impossible for her to completely disregard him, right? Song Shui looked at the decaying blood letter from the convenience store in her hand, as well as the 30-minute countdown ticking down. Estimating a 1 survival rate, she figured she wouldn't make it out. When one is about to die, what else is there? Lin Ming was quite displeased with Song Shui for hanging up on him. This woman really is simply crazy. If you want to say where you are, just say it straightforwardly, why put on a mysterious act? Fortunately, Lin Ming knew she was studying at Cultivator University, and since it was school time, she should be at her dormitory. Lin Ming immediately went out and called a taxi, even paying extra for the driver to come to this suburban cemetery. When he arrived at Cultivator University, Lin Ming found that Song Shui was quite famous. She was actually the pure and innocent school beauty of Cultivator University. So Cultivator University was a school for the blind. Lin Ming complained as he arrived at the dormitory building, ignoring the dormitory manager's attempts to stop him, and headed straight for room 302. The dormitory manager cursed and hurried to call security. Lin Ming knocked on the door. Song Shui, you're not dead, right? The door opened, revealing a beautiful and delicate woman's face. It was Chen Yun. Chen Yun glanced Lin Ming up and down, noticing he was quite a handsome young man, her eyes brightening. You are Xiaox's brother. You're quite handsome. Why did Xiaoxua say you were so ugly? She's blind. Lin Ming slipped into the dormitory. Song Shui was surprised, her beautiful eyes widening as she looked at Lin Ming. How did you come here? And you knew I was here. Oh, who doesn't know where our Cultivator University's pure school beauty lives? Pure school beauty, Lin Ming said with a sarcastic tone. Song Shui's face instantly flushed red. She didn't like this title either, especially when Lin Ming called her that. It felt utterly humiliating. She gritted her teeth and said, if you dare say another word, I will kill you. Believe it. All right, pure school beauty, let me see your blood letter. Lin Ming looked at the table and walked over to pick it up. Song Shui panicked. Don't touch it. What if you get pulled in too? Then I'll just die alongside the pure school beauty, Lin Ming said without looking back. Song Shui was both angry and touched, as she really hadn't expected Lin Ming to come all this way just because of her phone call. Now everyone in the dorm had already been scared away by her blood letter. Only Chen Yun stayed behind because she had a good relationship with her. She didn't expect this silly boy to come too. If it's true that adversity reveals true feelings, she had thought this brother hated her to the core. Lin Ming picked up the blood letter and took a glance. It was similar to the content of his letter, but the place was different. Decayed convenience store. Lin Ming tried to infuse spiritual power into the blood letter and found he could, but it didn't change anything. He then looked at the envelope beside him, a thought striking him, and immediately picked it up to try and erase the name written on it. His fingers emitted spiritual energy as he rubbed off the name Song Shui from the blood letter. It was useless, he couldn't rub it off. A layer of blood light appeared to protect the name written on it. If rubbing it off didn't work, then what if he added a name? From a cultivator's perspective, this envelope should function as some sort of teleportation medium. As long as he added a name to the medium, perhaps he could bring himself along. Lin Ming immediately bit his finger, using his blood filled with spiritual power as ink, and wrote his name on the paper. The characters Lin Ming were inscribed upon it. Accompanied by a flash of light, it was imprinted on the envelope, seemingly working. However, Lin Ming hadn't received the blood letter, so he wasn't sure if this method would work. Seeing Lin Ming busily writing blood characters, Song Shui rushed over and snatched the envelope. Enough. I'm running out of time, you need to leave, don't hinder me. Almost done. Have you prepared who will inherit your family fortune? If not, I can reluctantly accept it. Lin Ming didn't leave, sitting quietly on a chair waiting for the countdown to end. Just based on you wanting to inherit the family fortune, I wouldn't leave you even a pile of shit. Song Shui mocked. Watching the two bicker, Chen Yun sighed helplessly and stepped in to say, Lin Ming, your sister cares about you very much, as she left all her assets to you. Woo woo woo. Song Shui rushed over and covered Chen Yun's mouth, glaring at her angrily. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. Why didn't you say so earlier? Had I known you left your assets to me, I wouldn't have come all this way for nothing. How do you know my assets aren't just tens of millions in debt? Not having money is fine. What if I set up a ghost marriage for you? Once the title of Chuansher's Pure School Beauty is out, I bet many old bachelors would be eager to be buried with you. Couldn't I make a profit too? Isn't that right? Lin Ming asked. Chen Yun was stunned by the sharp-tongued battle between the brother and sister. She knew that many siblings and families were natural enemies, but this kind of combat scene was quite rare. Just as the two were bickering, the countdown was finally about to end. Seeing only 5 seconds left, Song Shue's mocking words suddenly choked in her throat. She looked at Lin Ming's handsome face and suddenly tears streamed down her face. Brother, I really love you. In the next life, I'll still be your sister, your best sister. The countdown ended and Song Shue disappeared. Lin Ming also disappeared. Chen Yun was stunned to see the two siblings vanish together. Bang! The school security guard and the dormitory manager rushed into the room ready to scold them, but upon seeing the siblings who had disappeared together, their legs gave way, and they knelt on the ground. Oh my, a bizarre game. Still in that thick, foggy world, there were still 5 people. Oh no, with Lin Ming that made 6. In front of Lin Ming was the decayed convenience store alongside a tear-stained Song Shue. Is this the strange game? It looks really eerie. Are there any veteran players? Does anyone have a strategy? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Is there any way to escape? Woo woo woo. The crying voice came from Song Shue. She knew she was doomed and couldn't help but cry uncontrollably. Until a sarcastic voice came from beside her. Brother, I really love you. In the next life, I'll be your best sister. Hee. Upon hearing this voice, Song Shue trembled, turning her head in disbelief. Sure enough, Lin Ming was looking at her with a cheeky smile. Song Shue was stunned, trembling, as she said, Is this an illusion? Lin Ming, how are you here too? I came in with you. That method actually worked. Lin Ming said calmly. Upon hearing this, Song Shue understood that Lin Ming had intentionally followed her in to protect her, and she cried even harder. She couldn't contain her emotions anymore, throwing herself into Lin Ming's arms and crying her heart out. She no longer had the previous aloof and sharp-tongued demeanor. Lin Ming originally wanted to tease her a bit, but he felt a bit embarrassed and could only gently pat her slender back to comfort her. The 4 people nearby were drawn over by the crying sounds, looking at the two embracing, thinking it was a pair of young lovers lamenting before death. However, Song Shue's crying made them want to cry as well, but was just too terrifying here. Dingling. Accompanied by a wind chime sound, the convenience store door was opened. A corpse dressed in a manager's uniform walked out. The reason this guy was called a corpse was that his skin was a bluish-purple color, moving stiffly and exuded a decayed stench. As the corpse approached, people grew more frightened, instinctively backing away, and some even turned to flee into the fog. Lin Ming entered for the second time, knowing that once he stepped into that mist, death was inevitable. Yet he did not intervene, for he wished to see what lay within the fog through that person. The manager did not stop him either. Instead, he was counting the number of people with his skeletal hand that was now merely bones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How did one more appear? Off. The person rushing into the mist suddenly let out a piercing scream accompanied by splattering blood and the sound of gnawing on flesh and bone. Now the numbers matched. The manager revealed a stiff smile. Lin Ming gazed into the thick fog and activated his X-ray vision. He knew he couldn't see through the mist entirely, but fortunately the deceased person was relatively close. At that moment, Lin Ming focused all his energy into his X-ray vision, and to his surprise, he saw a skeleton clad in a suit within the fog. The skeleton was crouched on the ground, devouring the flesh and blood of the fleeing person, its bones visibly becoming denser. Perhaps Lin Ming had stared too long. The skeleton noticed him and abruptly turned its head, its jaw opening and closing, as if saying, "Come over here." Lin Ming smiled slightly at the skeleton's head and then gestured with a middle finger. The skeleton was momentarily taken aback, not understanding the gesture. Lin Ming had already withdrawn his gaze and deactivated his X-ray vision. Song Shue had also awkwardly pulled herself from his embrace, quietly wiping her nose on his clothes. The manager began to explain the rules here. In the coldest and most unpleasant tone, he said, "Welcome employees to the decayed convenience store. Here you will work for 12 hours, facing numerous troublesome customers who will come to purchase various items. If you cannot satisfy the customers and receive complaints, I guarantee you will die a painful death." The others displayed fearful expressions, and Song Shue instinctively grasped Lin Ming's hand. It seemed that even the most venomous and arrogant would fear such a scene. Lin Ming, however, had already adapted and said to the manager, "I guarantee to complete the task." He was the only one to respond, which drew the manager's displeasure, who coldly chided, "Why shout so loudly?" The 3 beside him looked at Lin Ming, their eyes filled with exasperation and pity. Even a young man among them whispered with some schadenfreude, "This guy must be the kind of sycophant in the company who is utterly useless and only knows how to curry favor with the boss. Does he really think the eerie game is the same as outside, with his methods still in vogue?" The others nodded in agreement. Such a sycophant, who only shouts slogans and flatters others, was indeed detestable. Song Shue hurriedly tugged at Lin Ming, whispering, "Don't speak recklessly, be careful not to become a target." The manager, seeing Lin Ming's silence, did not let him off, but instead stepped closer, pressing, "I'm asking you, why shout so loudly?" Lin Ming frowned, not expecting that a casual remark would draw the manager's ire. He recalled how Wei Yuan had also always looked as if he wanted to swallow him whole. It seemed that the peculiar beings here rarely encountered the living and had longed for them, thus using every means to create trouble for these living beings in an attempt to devour them. Now the manager had not directly swallowed him, likely fearing the rules he hadn't broken. His deliberate pressure was meant to instill fear, hoping Lin Ming would err and provide a reason to consume him. Without hesitation, Lin Ming produced the title rewarded to him by the eerie game. Outstanding Worker. This title allowed the bearer to gain recognition from the leadership within the game. Indeed, as soon as the title appeared, the corpse manager was taken aback, turning his anger into joy. He walked over eagerly, enthusiastically grasping Lin Ming's hand with his bony fingers, saying, "I didn't expect such a talent to apply to my store. Please come in." After saying this, he warmly invited Lin Ming into the convenience store. The others exclaimed. Lin Ming glanced back at Song Shui before entering the store, asking, "Aren't you coming? Are you waiting to be dealt with for being late?" The corpse manager paused, his pupilless eyes staring at Lin Ming. No wonder he was an outstanding employee. He even saw through the trap he had set. Indeed, the manager had deliberately not called the others in, intending for them to collectively be late and then consume them under the guise of tardiness. Song Shui and the others hurriedly rushed in, and as soon as they entered the store, the sound of a clock chiming echoed. "Work time has begun. Work time has begun." The crowd turned to look, immediately jolted with fear. For that clock was actually a gigantic eye, its eyeball spinning wildly, seemingly searching for those who hadn't arrived on time. The corpse manager expressed some disappointment, but still said, "Since everyone has reported in, let's change into work uniforms and get to work." Song Shui and the others did not move, but instinctively looked at Lin Ming. Although they had mocked Lin Ming earlier, his timely warning had saved their lives, so now they all shamelessly wished to cling to him. The young man who had just ridiculed Lin Ming as a sycophant approached with a smiling face, saying, "Bro, you are truly impressive. From today on, I'm with you. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do without question." What sycophant! This is called being a loyal dog. Truly delightful. The other two hurriedly joined in, constantly flattering and fawning over Lin Ming. Among them, a middle-aged woman in her 40s kept casting flirtatious glances at Lin Ming. Frankly speaking, the two men beside her felt no envy at all. Song Shui glared at the older woman, saying, "Didn't you hear the manager say to change into work uniforms? What are you doing here acting all flirtatious?" The older woman, however, looked at Song Shui and earnestly advised, "Sister, don't be so petty here. You know the survival rate in the eerie game world is only one, right? In this place, whoever can help us clear the levels is our savior, and we should show some respect. Don't worry, I won't compete with you for your boyfriend in this instance. He can do whatever he wants." Song Shui, more embarrassed and angry, stamped her foot and shouted, "You shameless one, he's my brother." The older woman looked at the so-called siblings and found they didn't resemble each other at all, leading to a misunderstanding. These days, young people like to refer to each other as siblings when they're dating. Fool. Song Shui finally lost her composure, turned, and walked away to change clothes. The older woman sighed, noting how overly reserved the younger generation had become. However, the three didn't dare to delay and followed her to change clothes. Lin Ming remained still, wanting to conduct a test, so he said to the corpse manager, "I won't change into a work uniform." The corpse manager expressed confusion, scanning Lin Ming up and down suspiciously, asking, "Are you really an outstanding worker? An outstanding worker with such awareness? Not changing into a work uniform? Isn't that asking for death? If you have nothing to do, just stay in the office." Lin Ming was too lazy to explain and waved his hand to dismiss the corpse manager. Seeing his arrogance, the corpse manager displayed a look of dissatisfaction. After all, the title of outstanding worker merely earned a glance of favor from the leadership. The bearer would receive slightly better treatment, but it was not a death exemption. Thus, Lin Ming's attitude thoroughly displeased the corpse manager. Since this guy wanted to die, then let him wait for death. The manager spun on his heel and stalked away displeased. Not wearing the uniform was not technically a violation. After all, it fell under one of the rules meant to protect customers. So the manager could not punish him simply for that. He even worried that Lin Ming might be devoured by a customer for lacking the uniform's protection, and that thought left him irritable. Before the corpse manager entered his office, he glanced back and barked, "From now on, whatever goods arriving customers purchase, you must promptly hand them over and complete the transaction. If you are slow and draw complaints, or if you ring up the wrong items, I will punish you on behalf of the convenience store. Also you." The corpse manager reached out to tap Lin Ming, then quickly withdrew his bony hand and pointed at the young man who had just changed into the uniform. "From this moment, you are the acting store manager." "Huh, me?" The young man inspecting his uniform was stunned by the sudden appointment. Having seen how warmly the manager had received Lin Ming, he had assumed Lin Ming would be the natural choice for manager. In the time it took to change clothes, fortune had fallen into his lap. The manager said nothing further and retreated into the office. When only a few humans remained inside the Fushio convenience store, the young man glanced at Lin Ming, straightened his previously slumped posture, and an air of self-importance and a trace of triumph straightaway rose to his face. Lin Ming, however, was deep in thought. All of his earlier behavior had been a probe into how the title functioned. The eerie game's explanations of titles were maddeningly vague. It merely promised preferential treatment, yet gave no specifics as to what that meant. Now he suspected that the title did not win unlimited goodwill from the uncanny. At best, it granted 3 measures of face. Thinking that those 3 measures of face would allow him to open a dying shop was frankly wishful thinking. The older woman and the balding middle-aged man had just finished changing into uniforms. Upon hearing the appointment, their earlier enthusiasm toward Lin Ming vanished. Instead, their heated gazes turned toward the newly anointed manager. Ahem, since I'm the manager now, I'll say a few words. The young man, newly vested with authority, felt compelled. In reality, he was a recent college graduate, a student who hadn't yet found work. He never imagined that entering a game that made everyone tremble would suddenly make him feel important. So this was what destiny meant. Everyone has their use. The elderly aunt and the balding man plastered smiles onto their faces. Yes, manager, say what you must. Manager, please give your orders. Playing the loyal subordinate was easy. The young man turned to the silent Lin Ming. What do you mean? Lin Ming, annoyed, paid little heed to this newly risen upstart. He was examining the other rewards he had received. The young man, offended at his silence, grew upset. This fellow had no manners. Earlier, I tried to ingratiate myself with you. Shouldn't you return the favor now? At that moment, Song Shui also emerged in a uniform. The Fushio convenience store's uniform resembled those in the real world, a striped short-sleeved top and a short. Song Shui was already voluptuous, yet her features retained an innocent grace. In that uniform, she looked like a bullied part-time girl, the sort who endures humiliation and forces a teary smile to ask customers what they need. The young man's eyes lit up, and he sauntered over to critique. Not bad. This suit fits you well. Now that I'm in uniform, too, don't you think we're like a couple in matching outfits? Don't be ridiculous. Even if every man in the world died, there would still be dogs left. Certainly not you. Song Shui turned away from the young man, her face cold. Those words struck harder than viper's fangs. The young man froze as if struck dead. He had not expected so beautiful a girl to speak with such corrosive cruelty. Humiliated before others, he couldn't bear it, and threatened, do you realize I'm the manager now? You must follow my orders and obey me absolutely. I guarantee I'll get you out alive, understand? Song Shui threw Lin Ming a surprised glance. She wondered why he had been so favored by the manager, and why in turn this fellow had become the manager. But obey. Get lost. Song Shui's face hardened as she moved toward the counter. What kind of attitude is that? Don't you know what being a manager means? The young man pressed his attack, eager to vent, but Song Shui suddenly froze in place, and his face lit with triumph. See? Scared now? When he stepped forward, he found Song Shui truly terrified, her gaze fixed on the shelves. He glanced over reflexively and was stunned. What the hell were these products? Sour milk of the haunting. Its ingredients listed as the fresh corpse fluids of someone dead for 3 days. Skull lollipops made from real crania, glazed with sugar. 100 people blood wine brewed from the fresh blood of 100 living people. Organ bread with 5 fillings: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. There were severed limb hot dogs, dolls wearing human faces, candied eyeballs on skewers. Each item was more horrifying than the last. Even the cash register was constructed entirely from human bones, the keyboard inlaid with teeth, while the spacebar was grotesquely the tongue of a living person still twitching. Previously, everyone had been so focused on survival, they had not noticed the store's monstrosities. Only now did they understand why this place was called the Fushio convenience store. While the others trembled, Lin Ming examined the items he had obtained. 2 of his earlier acquisitions were self-explanatory, the titles he had received. More important were a skill card and a hotel safe room card. The safe room card allowed upon use instantaneous teleportation to the Siwang Dijudian safe room at any time and place. But that safe room card had a cooldown once every 24 hours, and only one person could be teleported each use. Lin Ming cared little for teleportation. He had no intention of fleeing when there was so much to explore. He did, however, activate the skill card. The notification read, "Congratulations, skill acquired. Ague Tizhin, evil ghost substitute. Ague Tishin, after use you may temporarily become the evil ghost you have slain, gaining 10% of that foe's combat power." Who would crave another's power if he could simply defeat them? Yet becoming the other felt intoxicating. If the ghost had family, killing it might allow one to infiltrate its house. In that way, the fallen one's loved ones and intimates could be swept into one's grasp. Lin Ming smiled, pleased with the thought. Song Shui had recovered from her shock and shoved Lin Ming. What are you thinking about? Look at those shelves. Lin Ming cast a casual glance. They're ordinary trinkets. What of it? Ordinary trinkets. Nobody. Why are you acting so high and mighty? Believe it or not, if a customer arrives later, I'll order you in the name of the manager to handle everything alone. The other's attention, drawn by Lin Ming's air of superiority, turned toward him. The young man's irritation flared. I didn't get to be manager for you to act arrogant. Now I'm manager and you still act arrogant. Haven't I done all this for nothing? You all can hide in the break room. I'll handle the guests myself when they arrive. Lin Ming walked to the counter, standing beside the cash register, intending to deal with the anomalies alone. Hearing Lin Ming's arrogance, the young man felt a bit displeased. You were indeed impressive earlier, but now I'm the manager and you don't show me any respect. At the very least, you should return the favor as I did earlier. Do you not understand workplace etiquette? Song Shui walked to Lin Ming's side and frowned, asking, don't act like a hero. Do you really have a way to handle this? Do you want me to help? No need for help. Just stand here and learn. You need to at least know how to deal with guests. And make sure to remember the rules for each game instance. Lin Ming pointed at the rules on the wall. He couldn't always enter the game with Song Shui. The best approach was to teach her how to face the anomalies calmly and seek a way out. Song Shui also looked at the rules on the wall. 1. Do not be late for work. 2. Serve guests with the best demeanor without offending them. 3. Keep track of the goods, calculate accounts, and do not embezzle or damage goods. 4. Once guests make a purchase, service cannot stop until they have finished their food in the store. There are only 4 rules, but they are quite easy to remember. However, Song Shui felt she couldn't see any way out from this. Seeing that the brother and sister were ignoring him, the young man became even more irritable and shot them a cold glance. Since they want to die, I'll help them. Anyway, I'm going to hide in the changing room. The old lady followed obediently when she saw the young man leave. The Mediterranean man hesitated a bit and quietly asked, Manager, why does that young man have a title? Has he been in this game before? Shouldn't we stay here like them? The young man, being young, was overly focused on showing off without observing this. At that moment, reminded by the Mediterranean man, he thought it made sense. Hey, how did you get your title? The young shut up and get lost. Lin Ming didn't have time to deal with this guy shooing him away like a dog. He was busy opening the cash register, wanting to see if there were any points inside, at least to earn something. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single point. Could it be that the currency for transactions in the anomaly game isn't points? Lin Ming believed in the country, but he wasn't blindly trusting. He estimated that the country's understanding of the game was not as deep as his own. The young man, scolded, immediately felt angry. Final rollout. Isn't it just an old player? Isn't it just having a title? Well, see how you die later. Before the young man and the others could enter the changing room, they heard a jingling sound. The wind chime at the convenience store's entrance rang. A skeleton dressed in a suit. The parts of the skeleton exposed outside the clothing were all stark white bones with only deep red bloodstains on its mouth and some bits of flesh hanging between its teeth, giving off the impression that it had just eaten a person. In fact, it had just eaten someone. The player who had escaped into the fog earlier had been consumed by it. The young man who had hoped for Lin Ming's demise was now terrified upon seeing the skeleton, especially when its dark, hollow eyes swept over him. He was so scared that he froze, not daring to move. Song Shui's delicate body suddenly stiffened as she instinctively grabbed Lin Ming's hand tightly. The skeleton scanned the area with its hollow eyes, finally fixing its gaze on Lin Ming, opening its mouth to emit a dreadful laugh. It walked towards Lin Ming, step by step, arriving at the counter, its dark hollows staring unblinkingly at Lin Ming. Lin Ming, however, looked back without fear. The gesture you made towards me earlier intrigued me. The skeleton glanced at Lin Ming, its tone icy. Hearing that it was seeking revenge, the young man and the others breathed a sigh of relief and slowly retreated. They didn't want to care about Lin Ming's fate. They just wanted to survive. The young man even retreated quickly, already hiding in the changing room. The old lady and the Mediterranean man followed closely behind. Click. The door of the changing room was locked from the inside. Song Shui, who had been stunned, finally reacted, hurriedly pulling Lin Ming back and even instinctively blocking in front of him. She didn't have a way to deal with the anomaly. Rather, she felt that this was her instance, and if death were to come, she would rather die in front of Lin Ming. But no matter how hard she tried, Lin Ming remained still, looking at the skeleton and saying, I didn't expect you to come looking for me. Oh, just right, I wanted to ask you something. The skeleton had no intention of answering. Its hollow eyes flickered with green flames, gazing at Lin Ming faintly. You are not wearing a uniform. A living person entering this world has no protection, and I can eat you at will. Song Shui then understood that the uniform was indeed one of the methods to protect one's life. Indeed, outsiders entering this world are essentially intruders, like illegal immigrants sneaking into a country. But by wearing a uniform and having an official job, one could remain and even be protected by laws and rules. Song Shui didn't know why Lin Ming hadn't changed into a uniform earlier. Perhaps he forgot, or maybe he didn't have time. Without hesitation, she was about to take off her uniform to give it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming pressed her arm down, reminding her, don't take off your clothes. Your meager appearance won't entice the ghost. Song Shui glared at Lin Ming in anger and embarrassment, wondering why he was being so flippant at a time like this. But she saw Lin Ming release her hand, then using one hand to prop himself on the counter, he leaped over to the other side of the counter, reaching out to grab the skeleton. You come looking for me. What are you trying to do? The skeleton, seeing Lin Ming daring to take the initiative, had its green flames in its eyes flicker. Lin Ming's eyes also flashed green light as he felt his soul being snatched, rendering him unable to move. Soul control technique. Is this the skeleton's method? However, Lin Ming activated the Tianxia Gong and broke free from the control in less than a second. He even found time to glance at Song Shui, discovering that she hadn't been affected. Perhaps it was because she was wearing a uniform, being one of the staff members, and as long as she hadn't done anything wrong, guests couldn't simply act against her. But Lin Ming wasn't wearing a uniform, so he wasn't protected by the convenience store. The skeleton controlled Lin Ming's soul, laughing maniacally as it reached for Lin Ming's throat, intending to lift him to the table inside the convenience store for a meal. Yet Lin Ming grabbed its withered hand bone at a speed faster than it, looking at the astonished skeleton and its flickering green flame eyes. To prevent this guy from using the soul control technique again, Lin Ming gathered all his spiritual energy and slapped the skeleton's head. The skeleton's skull instantly cracked open, yet it didn't die. Instead it struggled in pain, letting out a howl. This slap disrupted its spell. The manager in the office heard the commotion and revealed a look of regret. Has someone already died? It must be that guy who wasn't wearing a uniform. What a pity. Originally, if a guest complained, I would have to share half of the living with him. Now only 2 living people can be used. Outside the door, Lin Ming continued to deliver 2 more slaps. The skeleton's head was smashed, its body scattered across the ground, and the green flame that floated out attempted to escape, but was caught by Lin Ming and swallowed. The rolling death energy transformed into spiritual energy, causing Lin Ming to display a look of enjoyment. Refining Qi level 565. When he came back to his senses, he looked at Song Shui. He found Song Shui staring at him with disbelief and fear on her face. When she met Lin Ming's gaze, she hurriedly stepped back 2 steps, but then felt that her emotions were inappropriate, yet she truly didn't know how to face Lin Ming. This guy, how can he even eat ghosts? After pondering for a long time, Song Shui finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. You don't bite people, right? Lin Ming's face darkened. I'm not a dog. Song Shui almost cried out. You're even worse than a dog. Dogs don't eat ghosts. If you can chat properly, then chat. If you can't speak, just shut up, okay? Lin Ming said impatiently. Seeing him angry, Song Shui quickly fell silent. This caught Lin Ming off guard. When had Song Shui ever listened to him so obediently? She would hit at the slightest provocation, bite if she couldn't win, and if that didn't work, she'd resort to monkey stealing peaches. Lin Ming had never seen a woman use such tactics against a man. Yet not only did Song Shui know how to do it, but she also executed it with remarkable skill every time they fought. This made Lin Ming deeply skeptical of her title as a pure school beauty. Lin Ming suddenly felt like scaring this woman, so he directly used the evil spirit double skill to transform into the skeleton he had just defeated, his upper and lower jaw clashing as he grinned malevolently. Woman, did you not expect this? You were tricked by me. It was actually that man whose soul I devoured just now. Song Shui's pupils suddenly contracted, her delicate face instantly covered in fear, and Lin Ming witnessed what it meant to possess power that could lift mountains and overshadow the world. This woman actually threw the cash register at him. Lin Ming exclaimed in shock, quickly catching it, but then he saw Song Shui delivering a fierce kick aimed right between his legs. It turned out this woman was only aggressive towards him. She would explode at outsiders. Although it was the evil spirit double, a normal man's instinct made him instinctively retreat and revert to his true form, shouting at the now sobbing Song Shui. Stop, I was just playing with you. I'm not dead. Who are you trying to fool? Song Shui did not believe him and picked up a nearby item. Lin Ming rushed over to restrain her, saying, don't be impulsive. If you throw that, the manager will immediately find an excuse to deal with you. I'm not afraid of him confronting me, but I want to make the most of my work here. I still want to earn a bit more. Just calm down for a moment. Feeling Lin Ming's warmth, Song Shui finally calmed down a bit, her tears still flowing nonstop. Are you really, Lin Ming? I really am. No way would I be so full and just joking with you. Lin Ming said helplessly. He thought to himself, what was he even doing teasing this wild girl? Song Shui stared at Lin Ming, confirming several times before she wiped her tears and gritted her teeth. I said it, good people don't live long, while the troublemakers live for 1,000 years. After Lin Ming's earlier antics, Song Shui was no longer as fearful of him. Perhaps seeing that her attacks had some effect gave her a surge of confidence. Lin Ming noticed she had calmed down and looked around for tissues, reminding her, the paper here isn't made from human skin, it's just bloody. Are you sure you want to use it? Song Shui had just found some tissues, but upon hearing this, she immediately discarded them. After a brief silence, she looked at Lin Ming in confusion. How could you kill ghosts? And so effectively. What have you been doing for the past 5 years since leaving home? 5 years. I only left home for 3 years. Lin Ming instinctively replied. Song Shui sighed in relief again. You even remember the time you left home? It seems you really are that rascal. Wow, I never thought you were so strong and smart before. Lin Ming praised her, not realizing Song Shui had only pretended to believe him and was testing him. Stop talking nonsense and answer my earlier question. Stop rolling your eyes at me. Just know that I can kill you with a single slap now. Lin Ming said, waving his palm, which was as big as a fan. Song Shui was used to his sharp tongue, so she only focused on the useful information in that statement, feeling a surge of security. Lin Ming saw she wasn't retorting and took the opportunity to seriously remind her. In the end, I can only guide you through this game once. After that, you need to learn and observe more to increase your chances of survival in the next game. Otherwise, I can't protect you for a lifetime. Oh, Song Shui, who had a decent head on her shoulders, earnestly agreed. The two fell silent in the convenience store, returning to their previous quietness. In the changing room, 3 people were shivering, mainly because what had just happened outside was too terrifying. There were skeleton howls, Song Shui's cries, and the sounds of fighting. Although it quickly quieted down, the 3 still dared not come out. The young man looked at the old lady beside him, who was clinging tightly to herself, urging, "You go check it out." Huh? Me, eh? The old lady panicked. I still want to serve you. The young man's face darkened. Serve? What nonsense. He had tried it before. This old lady was both ugly and useless. Please don't make me go out. Even if I'm not good looking, at least you wouldn't want to sleep with a man, right? The old lady presented her only advantage. The Mediterranean man's face changed abruptly, hurriedly saying, "Brother. Oh no, manager, I have strength. If we encounter a ghost, we can fight side by side, but this woman is just a burden. Once we get out, I will introduce you to 100 young and beautiful women." The young man found himself in a difficult position. The old lady and the Mediterranean man exchanged glances, both wishing the other would die instead. As for colluding to attack the young man, they dared not do so. After all, the young man was the store manager appointed by the anomalies, and no one wanted to offend them. Soon the young man made a decision, feeling that the Mediterranean man was right. Encountering an anomalous woman was useless. He told the old lady, "You go check it out." The old lady immediately burst into tears, wanting to cling to the young man's leg to plead, but was kicked away. "Hurry up. Stop wasting time." Seeing his heartlessness and the Mediterranean man glaring at her with authority, the old lady did not dare resist, only trembling as she walked to the door and cautiously opened it. Upon seeing Lin Ming and Song Shui outside, completely unharmed and no ghosts in the convenience store, her heart calmed down instantly. She locked the door and turned back to say, "There are just those 2 outside, no ghosts." "No ghosts? The ghost can't just leave, right?" The young man, puzzled, walked over and cautiously, after confirming there were indeed no ghosts, Lin Ming and the others were still exchanging glances. The young man walked out in displeasure. "Why didn't you call us out when there were no ghosts? Are you two really siblings? Why are you exchanging glances?" Song Shui frowned and retorted, "You can use that mouth of yours to eat shit, but don't spit everywhere." Lin Ming intended to deal with the annoying guy, but after thinking about it, he felt some things needed to be shown to Song Shui. He pointed at the provocative young man and said, "Later I'll use these 3 to show you how vulnerable and passive humans are against ghosts, and let you see the dead to gain some courage." For some reason, upon hearing Lin Ming's words, the young man felt a chill run down his spine. Perhaps it was fear of the old players, or perhaps it was Lin Ming's ability to survive against the anomalies. So the young man actually felt that he might really die? In fear, he couldn't help but become anxious. "Who wants to be your example? I am the manager. If you don't die, I won't die, and I can order you to work. Right, young man, you should listen. He is the manager and can decide our fate." The old lady thought Lin Ming was quite handsome and had a good impression of him, so she kindly reminded him. Lin Ming had already regarded the 3 as doomed, so he had no time to waste on them. He just looked outside and said, "Here comes another ghost to watch me make them perform." Indeed, not far from outside the door, a woman walked out of the mist. She looked like someone from the 70s or 80s on Blue Star, dressed in simple clothes, carrying a basket. She seemed to have no issues, but the problem was that her basket contained the head of a small child, just the head, and half a neck with no body at all, and blood was still flowing from the neck. When the little boy entered, he displayed a joyful smile, staring at the few living people and giggling. Seeing the mother and child, the 3 young people were terrified. The old lady gasped in shock, her face filled with fear. This provoked the woman's anger, and her face instantly erupted in fury. It truly erupted. That plain face suddenly displayed numerous scars that were deep enough to see them. The scars were evidently inflicted by someone, each cut intersecting wildly with the flesh around the wounds curling outwards, looking grotesque from every angle. Upon seeing her bloodied face with blood still flowing, the old lady let out a chilling scream. Even the Mediterranean man gasped and ran away. The two rushed into the changing room in a panic. The woman, furious, wanted to chase them in, but the door was closed. She couldn't force her way in and could only roar, "I will file a complaint with the authorities. You have assaulted a customer, and I will have the Consumer Association punish you." The manager smiled as he walked out of the office, glancing at Lin Ming, and was momentarily surprised to see but soon he brushed it aside and said to the woman, "Ma'am, may I ask what seems to be the issue?" Complaints from customers were his benefit. However, if it escalated to an official complaint, it would be a huge loss for him, so this matter had to be resolved in the store. "Those two damn guys scared my dear son with their constant yelling. I apologized, it was my employee's negligence. As compensation, I will offer you one of them. How does that sound?" The manager sincerely apologized. The woman remained silent, looking at her son. The child, with only a head left, bounced around in the basket, saying, "Yay, yay, I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. Okay, mommy will take you to eat meat." The woman affectionately stroked the child's head. Watching the flower-faced woman caress her child, who had only a head left, the scene that should have been warm and loving made the few living people present feel deeply unsettled. The manager raised a pale thumb in praise, saying, "You truly are a good mother. I will help you get him out right away." Lin Ming watched the manager walk toward the changing room and whispered to Song Shui, "Did you see? Whether it's the leadership or the customers, they're all eager to drain you dry. If you show even the slightest sign of weakness, they will create trouble for you. The weird game leaders handle matters like netizens deciding a case, starting with the death penalty. So to prevent the leadership from deliberately hiding information and to avoid customers looking for trouble, the chances of survival are indeed slim. Is there a particularly good survival method?" "Yes, become stronger." Lin Ming's eyes flashed. "You can't teach me how to become strong, can you?" Song Shui asked calmly. Lin Ming was silent, merely nodding. When he obtained the Tianxia Gong, he was told that this technique was as sinister as its name suggested. The Tianxia Gong can only be cultivated by one person. If the previous practitioner does not die, a second cannot appear. Otherwise, one of them must die. Otherwise, Lin Ming would have long passed the Tianxia Gong to Song Shui. While they were conversing, the manager had already pulled out the Mediterranean man and the old lady. The two were howling and struggling desperately, waving their arms for help. "Manager, save me. I will agree to anything. I have a beautiful daughter. If you want, I can introduce her to you." "Manager, I also have a daughter and a wife. I will give them all to you if you like. I can even give you my mother. Please save me." Despite their desperate cries, the young man didn't even dare to look at them, turning his head to gaze elsewhere. The manager held the two and let the woman choose. The woman let the child choose, and the child chose the Mediterranean man, pouncing on him and starting to gnaw. The Mediterranean man cried out in pain as the child bit him desperately, trying to push him away. Unfortunately, the child was as tough as barnacles, and bit by bit he devoured the Mediterranean man until he was nothing but a skeleton. The woman then picked up the skeleton and placed it in the basket. Such a large adult skeleton fit easily into the basket, not even filling a tenth of it. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. Was that a storage artifact? What a good item. The manager took the old lady and walked toward the office to enjoy. Before entering, he turned coldly to Lin Ming and said, "Take good care of the customers, though otherwise even excellent workers will die." Understood, Lin Ming assured that he would take good care. Bang! The office door slammed shut, and the woman approached, her flowered face directed at Song Shui, her eyes fixed on her. Lin Ming stepped aside, unwilling to get involved. Song Shui knew he was testing her, and this woman was intentionally trying to intimidate her to make her lose composure. She struggled to control her emotions and asked with a trembling voice, "Ma'am, what can I help you with? Why is your voice shaking? Are you afraid of me?" The woman said coldly. "No, I was born this way." Song Shui's voice trembled, still feigning calmness. "You are indeed afraid of me, right?" The woman suddenly leaned close, her flowered face almost touching Song Shui's. Lin Ming instinctively wanted to intervene, because if Song Shui screamed, it would surely anger the customer. Unexpectedly, Song Shui seemed prepared. She turned her head to look at the shelf behind her, took down a string of tonghalu, and without looking directly at the woman, she lowered her head and said, "This is our best-selling treat. Do you like it, little friend?" Tonghalu. The child's eyes lit up. Even though he had just eaten, he still wanted more. The woman, taken aback by Song Shui's tactic, had her expression stiffen slightly. She had no money and couldn't afford tonghalua. She had come here just to cause trouble. Seeing the woman hesitate to respond while the child was eager to eat, Song Shui understood the situation. She immediately tossed the tonghalu into the basket and shouted toward the office manager, "Someone is trying to dine and dash." The office door opened immediately, and the manager appeared with a gloomy face, blood smeared around his mouth. He looked at Song Shui and said, "Do you know it's very impolite to disturb someone while they are eating? But she wants something without paying." Song Shui quickly shouted. The manager immediately turned his gaze to the woman, his eyes cold. He didn't mind customers coming here to pick on employees, but dining and dashing was unacceptable. Seeing the manager's gaze, the woman panicked. I never asked for Tonghalu. But your son has already eaten." Song Shui pointed at the child. The child couldn't care less about whether or not he had money, happily devouring the Tonghalu filled with eyeballs, blood oozing everywhere. The manager looked at the woman and sneered, "Ma'am, since you've eaten, please pay." I. The woman stammered, unable to produce any money, and turned to run. The manager chuckled sinisterly and chased after her. Watching the two figures rush out of the convenience store, Lin Ming looked at Song Shui in astonishment. Lin Ming's excitement after 3 days of frustration was no match for this operation. "How did you come up with that?" Lin Ming asked curiously. "Didn't you say we should find a way out from the rules? That female ghost, after coming in, only caused trouble and didn't mention buying anything. I thought she must be broke. For a shop, selling things and collecting money should be the most fundamental rule, so I thought of the method I used early. Of course I didn't act directly. I tested the female ghost with Candied Hawthorne and found that while she clearly doted on her son, she refused to spend money when he asked for food. That confirmed she was truly broke, which is why I decided to set her up." After the ghost left, Song Shui's mindset stabilized a bit as she shared her thoughts. Lin Ming couldn't help but applaud. Very good. Maintaining calm thinking in the face of danger is the key to survival. But there's still a problem you haven't considered. If you throw that Candied Hawthorne to the female ghost, and she can't afford it, won't the manager hold you responsible? Song Shui's heart jolted, and her expression grew tense. She knew that those bosses in the human world would do just that. The bosses of this bizarre game would have even fewer scruples. So what if the corpse manager makes you pay later and you can't afford it? Lin Ming asked with a smile. Song Shui lowered her head, lost in thought. Nearby, a young man, terrified that his lackeys had been eaten, saw the two still chatting and shouted with a hint of panic, "Have you two talked enough? Shouldn't we think about how to survive? There are only 3 of us left now." At his shout, Song Shui suddenly turned to look at him, then glanced at Lin Ming, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and inquiry. "It seems you've already thought of that," Lin Ming said with an approving look. "Is it really okay to kill each other like this?" Song Shui furrowed her brow. Could this be the conspiracy of the bizarre game, making us turn on each other until all the living are destroyed? Lin Ming shrugged. That possibility can't be ruled out, but during our weak phase, what can we do even if we know? First we need to survive, then grow stronger, and finally change the rules. That's the right way to go. Song Shui fell silent, lowering her head and not daring to look at Lin Ming. She felt that her younger brother, whom she had bullied since childhood, seemed to have changed a lot. Dingling. The bell at the convenience store chimed. The corpse manager walked in with a satisfied expression, holding a basket, clearly having just eaten that mother and child. After casually placing the basket on the counter, the corpse manager's face turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Song Shui. "I didn't recover the money for that Candied Hawthorne. You must compensate." Song Shui looked at the corpse manager's dark purple face and emotionless hollow eyes, gathering her courage to say, "Manager, that Candied Hawthorne was sold by the store manager. It has nothing to do with me." In the corner, the frightened young man was startled by her words, and seeing the corpse manager looking at him, panicked even more. "I didn't. She's lying. She's deceiving. Really, I tried my best to dissuade the store manager. That mother and child clearly had no money, but the store manager, scared by them, unwittingly gave them a string of Candied Hawthorne." Song Shui spoke with conviction. The young man broke down, shouting with a cry, "You vile person, why are you harming me? I didn't sell anything. I really didn't sell anything." The corpse manager, seeing the young man like this, began to believe Song Shui. Not for any other reason, but that Song Shui dared to look him in the eye while speaking showed she had some guts. She didn't seem like someone who would be intimidated by that mother and child. Instead, it was this young man who seemed cowardly. Perhaps he really did sell goods to that mother and child. However, to be safe, the corpse manager still stared at Song Shui with a threatening glare and asked, "I'll ask you again, was it really him who sold the Candied Hawthorne? If you're lying, I'll eat you piece by piece." Song Shui nodded firmly. "I never lie." "Damn, you just lied," the young man roared. The corpse manager still wasn't sure and turned to Lin Ming. "Who do you say sold the goods? I warn you, if you lie, the title of excellent worker will be revoked." Lin Ming looked sincere. "You know, if I got the title of excellent worker, it means I was very popular in my previous job. Someone like me would definitely not lie. So it was sold by the store manager." The young man cried with tears streaming down his face. "Why don't I just kill you?" The corpse manager without doubt rushed to the young man and shouted, "You caused the shop to lose money. Now take out 10 points to make up for it, or you die." "I don't have any points. I can work hard. Can you let me work off my debt?" The young man kneeled on the ground with a thud, pleading desperately. Hearing the words, "No points," the corpse manager lost interest in listening further, revealing a signature sinister smile. "No money. Then that's easy, you just use one of your arms to pay off the debt." Saying this, it suddenly reached out and twisted the young man's arm off. Crack, crack. Even though it was one person's arm severed, two cracking sounds were heard. The corpse manager screamed in pain, clutching its severed arm and retreating in terror. What's happening? Why does hurting him backfire on me? You tricked me. Finally realizing it had been deceived, the corpse manager glared at Lin Ming and Song Shui in fury, deathly aura radiating from it. It's like this, manager. The rules don't prohibit deceiving ghosts. Song Shui explained. Lin Ming silently noted this rule: the natives of the bizarre game would harm innocent players, and they themselves would suffer equal damage. You're wrong to deceive me. If you trick me, I'll eat you both. The corpse manager's deathly aura surged, its body rapidly decaying, transforming into a truly dead appearance, roaring as it strode over. Song Shui finally felt fear and began to retreat, possibly also affected by the stench of the decaying corpse. Lin Ming warned manager. Earlier she said the rules don't include a prohibition against deceiving you. You can't kill us just because we lied, otherwise your consequences may be even worse than ours. Lin Ming believed that the bizarre game could only kill them through the rules, otherwise it wouldn't intentionally guide them to violate the rules. And the players' counterattack relied on exploiting loopholes in the rules. You guys. The corpse manager was left stunned by Lin Ming's words, instinctively looking at the rules on the wall. Sure enough, in those 4 rules, there was nothing written about not being able to deceive it. Damn it. The corpse manager became extremely agitated. Previously, it was always him using these rules to torment employees. He would deliberately make people late and eat them. He would also randomly strike those not wearing uniforms. He would deal deadly blows to employees who were afraid of customers and were complained about. But unexpectedly today, he was actually played by someone using these rules. Wait, not wearing a uniform. The corpse manager suddenly turned its head to Lin Ming, growling. You're not wearing a uniform, I can kill you without any problem. At this moment, the effect of the title of excellent worker was completely nullified. Lin Ming gained a deeper understanding of the effect of this title. Indeed, this was another small experiment. And before conducting this experiment, he had long thought of an escape route. Lin Ming walked out from behind the counter and said to Song Shui, please give me a piece of bone candy, thank you. Song Shui, the corpse manager. Song Shui quickly reacted, immediately handing a bone candy to Lin Ming and quietly asked, do you have money to pay? If not, just take a little longer to choose some items, maybe we can slip through. Alright, are you teaching this old bird how to survive? Lin Ming admired Song Shui for a moment, then swiftly gave 1 point. He had just studied how to use the cash register. He could pay by scanning his code. After finishing the payment, Lin Ming popped the bone candy into his mouth and looked at the corpse manager, saying, now that I'm a customer, why don't you try to touch me before I finish this candy? What's wrong with you? The corpse manager suddenly looked a bit distressed. You're just here to mess with me, aren't you? Lin Ming glanced sympathetically at the corpse manager, then said to Song Shui, go on, give it a slap. Both the corpse manager and Song Shui reacted at the same time. Yes, that statement just now was an offense to the customer. Song Shui knew Lin Ming was trying to bolster her courage. Steeling herself, she strode out from behind the counter and pointed at the corpse manager, stating, you offended the customer. Smack. A crisp and resounding slap. The corpse manager was stunned. Truly stunned. How many years had it been? He had consumed countless people in this decaying convenience store, and today he was hit by someone. Song Shui cautiously looked at Lin Ming, asking, if I take off my work uniform now and buy a piece of candy, can I also become a customer? No, if you dare take off your uniform before you can even speak, it will take you out. Lin Ming's expression was serious. You must remember, when dealing with the strange, you have to be quicker than its mind and strike unexpectedly, otherwise if it's prepared it can kill you in an instant. They are very strong. I understand. Song Shui took note of this. The corpse manager covered his face, glaring at Lin Ming and then at Song Shui. He wanted to consume these two people, but after thinking it over, he didn't dare break the rules. Moreover, after all this commotion, he had forgotten about the compensation he had demanded earlier. Mainly, he was frightened. Who knew what other tricks Lin Ming could come up with to deal with him? After all, his own injuries were not yet healed. With this in mind, the manager silently retreated into his office. Damn it, I can't afford to mess with you. Can I at least hide? Once you finish the candy, I'll kick you out of this decaying convenience store. Let's see how you survive in that thick fog then. As soon as the corpse manager entered the office, Lin Ming took the candy out of his mouth, or it would melt too quickly. Song Shui looked at the young man in the corner who had fainted. His severed arm was still bleeding. Should we wake him up? Remember, in the game, never be a saint. No, I plan to trick him into stealing items from here to see what happens to a living person stealing from the decaying convenience store. If he can endure it, I can take some items back, and later when I go to other instances I can give gifts to the ghosts, making future completions easier. Song Shui spoke earnestly. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. Suddenly he understood why a seed of an evil cultivator chosen by the heavenly evil technique could be suppressed by Song Shui when he was younger. This girl is no ordinary person. Do as you wish, I'm only interested in the customers here, Lin Ming conceded, watching her operate. Song Shui immediately ran over and shook the young man awake. Upon seeing her, the young man was filled with anger and fear. He was angry that this woman had caused him so much suffering. He was terrified that this woman could cause him such harm. Song Shui finally showcased her skills as a pure school beauty. With an innocent and beautiful face and a pair of soulful eyes that could even touch a dog, she tearfully claimed it was not on purpose. It was Lin Ming, that pervert, who forced her to do this. She actually felt pity for this innocent big boy. Lin Ming leaned back watching and couldn't help but feel that Zhang Wuji's mother was indeed a century ahead of the world. The T0 version was just too good at deceiving people. The young man was soon completely fooled. Following Song Shui's pointing finger, he saw a roll of bandage. The bandage looked as if it was woven from human skin, and the texture felt slippery, seemingly made from a... But it must be said the effect was excellent. The young man didn't think much and casually took the bandage to use, applying it to his wound. The bandage immediately wrapped tightly around the young man's severed arm, fusing with his skin, stopping the bleeding and even reducing the pain. Seeing his wound wrapped up, the young man sighed in relief and sincerely said to Song Shui, "Thank you." Song Shui nodded slightly, indicating no need for thanks, then turned and shouted to the office manager, "Someone is stealing." The young man immediately widened his eyes in disbelief. The corpse manager rushed out of the office, instantly spotting the bandage on the young man's arm, his face darkening. The young man was in despair, pointing at Song Shui and crying out, "What grudge do I have against you? Manager, believe me, it was her who made me use it." The corpse manager looked at Song Shui. Song Shui shrugged. "Manager, he's lying." Lin Ming raised his hand. "I can testify." "Go to hell." The corpse manager instinctively opened his mouth to curse, but saw Song Shui rolling up her sleeves and hurriedly changed his words. "When you go home, say hello for me." "All right," Lin Ming quickly replied, casually popping the bone candy into his mouth. The corpse manager once again poured all his anger onto the young man. "She told you to use it, so you did." "Is she your mother?" "No," Song Shui answered for him. "Shut up." The corpse manager shouted angrily. "Can't yell at Lin Ming, can't yell at you either." Song Shui didn't care. A beautiful girl who had lost her parental protection should have some resilience. If she couldn't handle this much, she would have jumped off a building long ago. So she just watched as the corpse manager walked over, lifted the young man, and bit him on the neck. While doing this, the corpse manager kept his eyes fixed on Song Shui. Stealing is a capital offense. Clearly it sensed Song Shui's intentions. This was a warning. Watching the young man's desperate struggles and screams gradually fade into silence, then finally calm down, Song Shui's expression turned disappointed. Back to work. The corpse manager dragged the young man back into his office, continuing his meal. Although these siblings had tormented him, at least he could fill his stomach. Once the manager left, Lin Ming took out the bone candy again and said to Song Shui, "Have you researched enough?" "MHM. All right, then you go sit next to me and watch my performance." Lin Ming took Song Shui's position and stood by the cash register. Half an hour later, accompanied by the sound of wind chimes, the door opened. But outside it was empty, nothing at all. Song Shui looked up in confusion. Lin Ming silently activated his perspective eye and indeed saw a transparent soul floating next to the shelf, pondering what to take. Lin Ming walked over, his spiritual energy enveloping his hand, and slapped the transparent soul. "Hey buddy, what are you interested in?" The soul jumped in fright, staring at Lin Ming in disbelief. "You can see me." Lin Ming grinned. "Not only can I see you, but I can also hit you." Bang! Lin Ming punched the soul to the ground, then pounced on it, pulling out the watermelon knife he had gotten at the hotel, and started stabbing it repeatedly. From Song Shui's perspective, Lin Ming appeared utterly deranged, crouching on the ground, pressing his hands against empty air and stabbing frantically at nothing with his knife. Moments later, he inhaled deeply, wearing an expression of rapturous delight, and even shuddered. Clearly his aura had grown stronger, as if he had just ascended a cultivation realm. Indeed, Lin Ming had ascended, spirit refinement level 618. He hadn't expected the invisible ghostly death chi to be so abundant. As he rose, Song Shui asked curiously, "What exactly are you cultivating?" "Mind your own business," Lin Ming replied with a sidelong glance. Song Shui rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath, "Who's putting on airs now?" Seeing her defiance, Lin Ming spoke condescendingly, "Little brat, the world I inhabit is beyond your imagination." Song Shui smiled faintly. "Do you still remember our home computer?" "Of course. I wonder what's wrong." Lin Ming replied dismissively. "I found some torrent files you downloaded back then. Never imagined your tastes ran that spicy." Song Shui gazed at him with a sardonic half-smile. Lin Ming froze, disbelief flooding his face. How did you find them? I deleted everything before leaving home. Song Shui offered no explanation. Only a biting retort, still calling me little brat. Still boasting your world is beyond my imagination. Honestly, I can't imagine it. Especially not your preference for married women. And not just any married woman, mature experienced ones. No wonder your gaze lingered so strangely on our neighbor's aunt. Lin Ming cleared his throat awkwardly and turned away, refusing to engage further. He feared another glance might unleash his inner corruption, enough to cast Song Shui straight into his 10,000 soul banner. She, sensing his restraint, shifted topics. Do you think cultivation arts could exist in this world? Uncertain. What I do know is that various abilities exist, and they can make you extraordinarily powerful. Song Shui sighed. If only there were a system. Song Shui clearly bore the imprint of countless web novels. Lin Ming scoffed. Stop daydreaming. Tell me, what about you, Scream's chosen one? Then are you the protagonist? Is your unique ability granted by a system? Song Shui suddenly grew serious. You've been waiting for this, haven't you? Don't ask. It's definitely not a system, and I certainly won't tell you what it is. Oh, and rest assured I'm neither a reincarnator nor a transmigrator. Lin Ming added, hastily cutting off any follow-up questions before they could begin. Song Shui visibly relaxed. Good. No transmigrators or reincarnators means no twisted family tropes. I dread waking up one morning in your bed introducing my best friend to you, and even her mother, then helping you manage your harem. What exactly have you been reading? Lin Ming was genuinely stunned, and half tempted to check her browser history, convinced her taste ran even more lurid than his own. Song Shui didn't answer. Instead, she jerked her chin toward the door. Little Ming prepared to serve customers. 3 children entered the convenience store. Backpacks slung over their shoulders, they clearly had just finished school. 3 child ghosts, each no older. One bore a grotesque gash across his throat, wide enough to resemble a second mouth, which indeed it was. When speaking to his peers, the wound opened and closed, emitting sound. The other 2 were equally harrowing. One had a dagger embedded deep in his forehead, blood streaming down his face. The other's chest had been split open, his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all missing. Lin Ming noted their lack of aggression. They seemed genuinely here to shop. So he held back. The dagger-headed child fixed him with a stare and asked, I'd like a skull-shaped lollipop. Even ghosts subscribe to the principle of eating what strengthens you. Lin Ming mused, then turned to the others. And you too. The throat-slashed child hesitated. A bone candy, please. Oh, broke as hell. The eviscerated child, meanwhile, furtively beckoned Lin Ming closer with a crooked finger. Intrigued, Lin Ming bent down. In a hushed whisper, the gutted child said, Get me a pack of cigarettes, quietly, or I'll file a complaint. Lin Ming straightened up, gave the child a slow, appraising look, and slapped him hard across the face. Brat, how old are you? Don't you know smoking harms your lungs? The eviscerated child recoiled, voice trembling with tears. But I don't have lungs. Oh, right. That detail had slipped his mind. Lin Ming stared at the child again, then struck the other cheek, barking, That still doesn't excuse it. Fetch your parents, now. The 3 child ghosts flinched, in unison, panic flickering across their hollow eyes. They hadn't expected this, a human threatening to summon their guardians. But why was he drooling while saying it? They huddled together, trembling, whispering urgently about what to do next. Suddenly, the dagger-headed child narrowed his eyes, scanning Lin Ming up and down. Wait, that's odd. You're an outsider. Why do you presume to meddle in our affairs? Sharp-witted little devil. Lin Ming glanced at the blade protruding from his forehead. Perhaps it had cracked his skull open, literally. The other 2 ghosts caught on instantly, their ghostly auras thickened, eyes sharpening with predatory menace. They'd nearly been cowed. An outsider, merely sparing him from being devoured was already mercy. And yet he dared interfere in their business. Hurry up and get me the cigarettes, or I'll devour you whole. You're not even wearing a uniform. Die and no one will care, the dagger-headed child snarled. Lin Ming asked solemnly, Are you certain you won't call your parents? Shut up. We'd never, the eviscerated child spat. Fine. Lin Ming relented. The dagger-headed child's eyes lit up. You'll fetch the cigarettes. No, I'm going to help you die. With a single palm strike, Lin Ming obliterated all 3. They were too weak to enter his 10,000 soul banner. Even combined, they failed to trigger a single level up. Yet their backpacks held intriguing items, textbooks, Chinese language, mathematics, history, and biology. Lin Ming flipped through the Chinese textbook. Its content mirrored the outside world, though its literary excerpts were penned by authors native to the eerie game, and its poetry was mediocre at best. Mathematics covered standard arithmetic, but its problems dripped with gore. Question: a hole is drilled into Xiao Ming's forehead. His little Xiao Ming is then severed. Water is poured into the hole at 100 cubic centimeters per second, while blood drains from below at 80 cubic centimeters per second. Given Xiao Ming's total blood volume of 2,000 cubic centimeters, how long until his entire bloodstream is replaced by water? History proved especially valuable, detailing the world's origins and pivotal events within the Eerie game. Lin Ming resolved to study it thoroughly. Biology resembled a slaughterhouse manual, annotated anatomical diagrams of living humans indicating which cuts yielded tender meat, which were tough, where vital weaknesses lay, and even methods for tormenting outsiders. Beyond the textbooks, they carried physical points, tangible weighty tokens of accumulated merit. The moment Lin Ming saw the points, his interest was instantly piqued. What intrigued him most was this point system, clearly the currency of the Eerie game. Those points took the form of coins. No one knew which side counted as heads, but one bore a numeral indicating its value, while the other displayed a grotesque, snarling Oni's visage. Lin Ming turned them over in his palm. Their surface was smooth and cool, their weight perfectly balanced, reminiscent of bespoke fidget objects crafted for tactile comfort. The denominations ranged from 1 to 80 points. Altogether, they totaled 120 points. Lin Ming had labored for hours to clear the game, all while fending off customer complaints and currying favor with his supervisor, just to earn 100 points. Now, having eradicated 3 minor specters, he'd amassed this sum effortlessly. It proved beyond doubt the so-called 996 work ethic was no blessing. Only plunder and exploitation yielded true wealth. Lin Ming casually absorbed the points, not by drawing in stagnant chi, but by channeling them into that interface-like panel hovering within his perception. This being an Eerie game, it naturally featured a player interface, a digital dashboard displaying Lin Ming's avatar name, level, and vital statistics, much like a character profile screen in a Blue Planet video game. His current rank was Ghost. The hierarchy ran thus: Ghost, Grudge, Spirit, Malevolent Spectre, Vengeful Wraith, and Phantom Sovereign. His point total stood at 224. His soul skill was Malevolent Spectre Doppelganger. His mailbox remained empty. Only those few data points were visible. He had no idea how ranks were assessed, for he felt his true strength already surpassed that of a mere ghost. Beside him, Song Shui watched the points vanish from Lin Ming's hand, and suddenly her eyes gleamed. Ugly brute, she mused aloud. What if I toss some cargo into the mailbox before logging out? Would that cause trouble? You'll be safe if you follow me. Wait, hold on. Almost let you slip past with that jab. Pure campus flower. Who exactly are you calling that? Lin Ming retorted mid-explanation, then erupted into irate muttering. Silence. Or next time you utter those 4 words, I'll etch your seed onto a disc and burn it for your parents so they may finally understand your peculiar tastes. Song Shui recoiled violently at the epithet pure campus flower, for it evoked the archetype from tomato novel tropes, an icy elite schoolgirl who awakens and steer ability, shines brilliantly at first, then devolves into the protagonist's devoted self-effacing admirer. Truly, Song Shui's method surpassed even Lin Ming's imagination. Tiring of further banter, he opened a history textbook to study the world's chronicles within the Eerie game. He didn't know whether education here followed tiered curricula, but the textbook itself was remarkably comprehensive. The world of the Eerie game had once been utterly ordinary, orderly, rational, and nearly indistinguishable from Blue Planet in both technological advancement and social structure. Lin Ming even suspected this realm might be a parallel universe, or perhaps a spectral projection of reality. According to the text, it had functioned normally, just like Blue Planet, until the day the first Eerie manifested. Indeed, what first descended upon this world was not the Eerie game itself, but genuine, unadulterated Eerie. The first was an innocent pedestrian struck down by a drunken driver during an evening stroll. When all assumed the victim was dead, the corpse rose from its own blood pool, slaughtered the driver, and began hunting down bystanders. That Eerie defied bullets, artillery, and every other formidable physical assault. Humanity exhausted every stratagem, suffering catastrophic losses, yet failed to destroy it. Yet it perished of its own accord at dawn the following day beneath the rising sun. Only then did humanity grasp the truth. Eerie feared daylight. Just as people breathed sighs of relief, the second appeared. Then the third, fourth, an inexhaustible tide of Eerie surged forth. They emerged each nightfall, slaughtering until sunrise, forcing society to reinstate ancient curfews. At dusk, every citizen retreated indoors, bolting doors and shuttering windows tight. Most absurdly, even under such conditions, capitalists demanded employees carry laptops home to work overtime, claiming you'll be more comfortable at home, so why not stay a little longer? Thus, remote work, once envisioned as liberating, devolved into a living hellscape for overburden. Under such relentless pressure, many broke, some leapt from rooftops, others sought out Eerie to end their lives. And it was precisely this wave of suicides that revealed the condition for transformation into an Eerie. grudge. Those who died saturated with resentment invariably became eerie, and immediately turned upon their former employers in vengeance. Once humanity learned the catalyst for becoming eerie, chaos erupted. Some deliberately embraced transformation, for thrills, for novelty, for the sheer rush of transgression. Others believed eerie attained immortality, and chose metamorphosis willingly. Yet could a living human truly become eerie without consequence? First, overwhelming grudge corroded the mind, twisting perception, breeding obsession and irrationality. And as time stretched on, that corruption deepened, spiraling into full-blown madness. Especially in proximity to the living, eerie burned with insatiable hunger, relentlessly stalking and tormenting them. When the world had fully succumbed to the eerie, mist descended. At the mist's emergence, every eerie and every surviving human heard a voice, mysterious, resonant, and omnipresent. It declared them the inaugural participants of the eerie game, bestowed NPC status upon them, and granted them the authority to invite players into this realm. Lin Ming had assumed Blue Planet was the first world targeted by the eerie game, only to discover from the textbook's chronology that the game had descended centuries ago. Countless players had perished across those ages, yet Blue Planet bore no record of such calamities. Clearly other worlds had suffered first. Only after their utter desolation had the game turned its gaze toward Blue Planet. Then what was the eerie game's ultimate purpose? To subjugate every world under eerie dominion. Lin Ming scanned the textbook. No answer. Even the eerie themselves seemed ignorant. A far more urgent question surfaced in Lin Ming's mind. Could eerie bear offspring? Otherwise, why preserve textbooks meant to transmit cultural knowledge across generations? After all, child ghosts must have existed for eons. Immortal, undying, possessing knowledge far beyond mere texts. Lin Ming resolved to ask the manager. Before he could move, two ghosts entered the room. One wore an apron and held a wok, evidently a domestic cook. The other was a voluptuous woman drenched in cloying perfume, her makeup thick and garish. They entered without purchasing anything. Instead, they wandered, glancing about. Lin Ming's intuition stirred. Looking for someone. A living person. The cook froze upon seeing Lin Ming. Then his eyes flared with predatory hunger. Not wearing your uniform yet. Hee. The glamorous woman strode forward, her scarred legs cutting through the air. Clearly they'd entered seeking something. But now, fixated solely on Lin Ming, they craved only to devour him. Lin Ming raised the textbook in his hand. Are you looking for children? At the word children, their focus sharpened slightly. The cook frowned. Whose book is that? Belongs to the child with the knife embedded in his skull. Is he your son? Lin Ming countered. Yes. That knife. I drove it in myself. Precise, firm, swift. His death was exquisitely agonizing. The cook beamed with pride, boasting of his lethal craftsmanship. Song Shui struggled to comprehend what there was to boast about. To her, dying swiftly and painlessly, slashed down in a single stroke, would be the only feat truly worthy of pride. Then again, considering how profoundly warped these anomalies were, it wasn't entirely incomprehensible. Lin Ming turned his gaze toward the seductive woman. Which one is your child? I have no children. I'm here looking for my younger brother. The woman struck a provocative pose as she spoke. Be precise. Exactly which younger brother do you mean? Human, or something else entirely? Lin Ming instinctively glanced between the woman's legs. These anomalies were never ordinary. He needed absolute clarity. Song Shui studied Lin Ming and concluded with quiet certainty that he seemed even less sane than a... The woman abruptly lifted her skirt and swayed her hips, erupting into a shrill, grating laugh. Here he is, my little brother. Though of course I mean my true younger brother. The one whose heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys I've already scooped clean. Song Shui stared frozen at the tiny mushroom-like protrusion. I'm sorry, Lin Ming. I misjudged you entirely. I tried desperately to follow a ghost's logic, but even that fell short. Lin Ming glanced back at Song Shui to confirm she hadn't betrayed even a trace of disrespect toward their guests, then fixed his cold gaze upon the two spirits. Intimidation won't work on us, and I strongly advise you summon all your kin for an urgent consultation. The children are in grave peril. How grave? Who poses the threat? Don't you know she's a student of Hell Elementary School? The domesticated spirit sneered with undisguised contempt. Clearly Hell Elementary School was a formidable institution, one that fiercely protected its students. The seductive woman let her skirt fall, then deliberately stepped closer to Lin Ming, her pink-shadowed eyes locking onto his with unnerving intensity. Handsome boy, did you take them? Be warned, I have many, many friends. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. Yes, I captured them. Call your friends now. All of them. Her expression hardened into glacial fury. Miasmic death energy seeped from her crimson lips. You're astonishingly arrogant. I find myself aching to devour you. Same here. Now call them. Lin Ming urged impatiently. I'm not skilled at summoning others, but I excel at making others summon themselves. Care to test that theory? She extended her tongue, aiming to lick his cheek, her grin grotesquely lewd. A sharp shink. Lin Ming saw through their disbelief, and without hesitation drove his blade deep into the woman's abdomen. She froze, staring downward in shock, where a ragged wound gaped open, spilling torrents of death energy in frantic spiraling wisps. Most disturbing of all, Lin Ming drew in a slow, deliberate breath, sucking the escaping death energy into himself with palpable relish, his features softening into serene satisfaction. Then, shink 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 shink. His watermelon cleaver plunged and withdrew again and again deep within her body. She convulsed violently, her face contorted in raw agony. Stop, please. I can't, begging you. A. Indeed, Lin Ming possessed rare mastery in motivating summons. Only when every last wisp of her death energy had been drained did Lin Ming step back, sated, at last turning toward the domesticated spirit with a voice like frozen steel. Go. Summon your wife and your daughter immediately. The spirit recoiled, stunned by the sheer suffocating dread radiating from him. How could a mere specter exude such terror? It scrambled backwards, stumbling repeatedly until its spine slammed against the convenience store's glass door. Trembling, it fumbled blindly for the handle. Look, children die all the time. We'll just make more. I'm leaving now. With that, it wrenched the door open and vanished into the thick, swallowing fog. Damn it. Lin Ming only realized he'd overplayed his hand once he sprinted outside, only to watch the spirit dissolve into the mist. Frustration burned hot in his chest. He'd merely intended to project overwhelming power, to frighten the spirit into gathering reinforcements. Instead, he'd terrified it into flight, into cowardly retreat. Yet that final flustered remark held weight. Could these spirits reproduce? Lin Ming returned to the decaying convenience store. Song Shui watched him with a gaze layered with unease and reluctant. Oh, you're growing ever more unhinged. Thank you for the compliment. As a cultivator of the unorthodox Tao, Lin Ming accepted the label with unblinking equanimity. Back behind the counter, he observed Song Shui, deep in concentration, poring over manuals on understanding anomalous phenomena. An entire hour passed. No reinforcements arrived. They were truly terrified. In that time, he also flipped through the 3 child spirits biology textbooks, not to uncover the mysteries of spectral reproduction, but to master the art of delivering 80 precise non-lethal stabs and the 123 anatomically precise methods of dismembering the living. Time slipped by, silent and slow. 2 more spirits drifted in, mediocre, unremarkable, failing utterly to stir even a flicker of excitement in Lin Ming. As the 12-hour threshold loomed, Song Shui studied Lin Ming's restless impatience and asked quietly, "Are you planning to move against the manager?" You noticed. Lin Ming didn't blink. His stare remained locked on the manager's office door. "Would you like to lend a hand?" Song Shui spoke with grave sincerity. "I want to know what it feels like to kill a spirit. Aren't you afraid to die? If battle erupts and I can't shield you, you will perish." Lin Ming warned, voice low and unyielding. "Doesn't matter," Song Shui shrugged. "Without mastering new techniques, I'll die in the next game anyway. I entered this one prepared to die. I've already outlived my expectations. Every extra moment is profit. And if I fall, no loss. I've already given that corpse manager a thorough thrashing." Lin Ming studied her for a long, silent moment, assured she wasn't posturing, then tossed his watermelon cleaver toward her. "You strike first. Consider this your trial." Huh. Song Shui stared dumbfounded. She'd only sought courage, hoped for a single symbolic slash. She hadn't expected Lin Ming to hand her a weapon and demand solo execution. Still, she didn't refuse. Instead, she asked cautiously, "How powerful is this spirit?" "Effortless for me, but invincible to you. So choose your moment wisely. 1 strike, 1 kill." Lin Ming reminded, voice edged with steel. Song Shui lowered her head, thinking, then strode to the shelves, gathered an armful of goods, and dumped them noisily before the manager's office door. She shrieked loud and panicked. "What did you do to all the stock?" Then, under Lin Ming's amused, expectant gaze, she dropped to her knees amid the scattered merchandise, feigning frantic, tearful disarray. The manager burst forth, instantly enraged by the wreckage. "What's going on here?" "Manager, it wasn't me. Truly it wasn't." Song Shui looked up, eyes brimming with tears, voice trembling with perfect, desperate sorrow. The corpse manager, still seething over her earlier assault, lunged forward with murderous intent, grabbing for her collar. "Still lying to me? If it wasn't you, why are you picking it up?" "I shink." Song Shui slipped the watermelon cleaver from her sleeve and drove it steady and merciless into the corpse manager's throat. The creature froze, and a gush of death aura spilled forth. It did not die. Realizing it had been duped, it roared in fury. "You damned wretch, this is the second time he'll make you die." The rules did not forbid harming the manager, so Song Shui's stab would not be erased by the system. The manager was free to retaliate with its own power. Seeing that her blow had not killed it, But only enraged the corpse manager Song Shui felt fear, yet did not flee. She summoned every ounce of strength and began sawing at its neck with the cleaver. The cleaver was truly a tool against specters, but not invincible. The corpse manager was a formidable, vengeful spirit wielding authority over the Fushio convenience store. It would not fall easily. Her work uniform ordinarily protected her from casual, ghostly interference. But when Song Shui attempted to harm the corpse manager, the Fushio convenience store's power reached through the uniform to control and disrupt her. She felt her body bound by a strange force, robbed of the ability to resist or strike back, and knew she had paid for her inexperience. The corpse manager, furious, had subdued Song Shui and, reeking of decay, lunged viciously at her face. It wanted to take a bite. One bite. To end this woman, to make her die in the most agonizing way imaginable. Watching that fetid maw descend, Song Shui burned with bitter unwillingness, but could only stare helplessly. She could not even close her eyes. Just as the stinking yellow-toothed mouth was about to clamp down, the corpse manager suddenly halted. Song Shui stared at the creature inches away, seeing disbelief carved across its face. This guy knew this so-called way out wasn't all that great. Lin Ming stepped forward, holding the Wanhun banner that exuded black vapor, and with a kick sent the corpse manager, previously controlled by Wei Yuan, flying. From the beginning, all the specters, Wei Yuan and the corpse manager among them, had made much of the work uniform, even pretending it was the sole path to survival. But from Lin Ming's point of view, if he intended to toy with someone, why would he leave them any sliver of hope? And whether the eerie game targeted the Langsingren, was that even a question? Lin Ming did not know precisely what the corpse manager could do, but he had no qualms about drawing it into the Wanhun banner. With a gentle shake, 4 ghostly generals reached out and hauled the corpse manager inside. Then came the main act. Lin Ming planted the Wanhun banner before him, sat cross-legged, and began the process of refining. Motionless, Song Shui lay at his feet, beautiful and still warm. He poured the spiritual energy from his body into the banner. It swayed as the formation within turned, refining the corpse manager. The corpse manager resisted with all its might, having broken free of Wei Yuan's control. Despite interference from other dead, it could still invoke its abilities. As a manager, and as a vengeful spirit, it possessed a unique skill: corpse control. It could command corpses, awaken them into its slaves, and even bolster their fighting strength. The corpses brought into the office earlier had had their fresh entrails consumed by the corpse manager. Their husks had been turned into corpse thralls. Now it tried to marshal those thralls to defend it, but the Wanhun banner severed its lines of communication and summoning, rendering the ability useless. Sitting in the formation, the corpse manager's expression changed. It had not expected its strongest power to be nullified and immediately began to stir its death aura to resist the refinement. But Song Shui's earlier blade had wounded it grievously. Its death aura leaked away, its strength far diminished from before. Coupled with the relentless interference of the 5 ghosts, Wei Yuan among them, each taking turns to restrict it, the corpse manager, despite fierce resistance, could not withstand the Wanhun banner and gradually assumed Lin Ming's shape. When the refinement completed, Lin Ming shifted his intent. The Wanhun banner trembled, and the corpse manager flew out expressionless, standing before him. Its wounds had been mended by the banner, and its spent death aura restored. It was now as powerful as when Lin Ming had first encountered it. Yet it bore no hostility toward Lin Ming and Song Shui. Under Lin Ming's control, it summoned the 2 office corpses to step forward. Song Shui had been freed. Seeing the young man and the middle-aged woman's corpses emerge, she instinctively took 2 steps back. They are now my corpse thralls," Lin Ming said flatly. Song Shui's eyes flicked to the black smoke-wreathed Wanhun banner, her gaze complicated. "You kids seem even more uncanny than these specters." "Not bad, right?" Scared, Lin Ming gently shook the banner and packed away the corpse manager and the 2 thralls. Song Shui snorted. "I was frozen in place while you kept refining. What reason have I to be afraid?" Lin Ming was about to jab back a remark, but realized time was nearly up and said, "Hurry and grab things, otherwise you won't be able to later. Put them into the mailbox first." Song Shui wasted no words. She rushed to the cabinets and began stuffing items into the mailbox frantically. The mailbox, however, had a limit, only 12 slots able to store 12 distinct items. She finished gathering what she could and stared regretful, pondering how to squeeze in a little more. Lin Ming nimbly fetched the basket the corpse manager had snatched from the mother and child, packed every item from the cabinet into it, and then placed the basket into the mailbox. No sooner had he done so than the voice of the eerie game sounded in his ear, and his body began to dematerialize. "Congratulations on completing the task. Commencing settlement. You perfectly survived 12 hours, 10 points. You received no complaints from any customers, 30 points. You helped your colleagues complete tasks flawlessly, ensuring the Fushio convenience store received not a single complaint, 30 points. You gained the corpse manager's approval, Having received no negative rating from him, it defaults to a positive review 10 points. You explored the world of the Eerie game and gained a degree of understanding 50 points. You successfully evaded pursuit by the owner of the Death Hotel 20 points. Player Lin Ming's final score for this level is 157. 5 rated SSS. Hearing this, Lin Ming was somewhat taken aback. So the Eerie game's level evaluations were not on a percentage scale. And what did it mean to have evaded the Death Hotel owner's pursuit? Before he could ponder further, the system began awarding prizes. Congratulations, received critical points card X1. When used, the next settlement's points will be randomly doubled. Congratulations, reputation 100 reputation system unlocked. Congratulations, acquired the ghost artifact Doom coin. Congratulations, acquired Fushio convenience store fragment X1. The rewards were indeed plentiful. Knowing that he would soon be forcibly ejected from the game after claiming them, Lin Ming hurriedly examined his spoils. The critical strike token required no further attention. The game itself had already annotated its function. Reputation, however, was a valuable asset. Lin Ming reviewed its details and realized it effectively represented one's notoriety. The more people who recognized you, the higher your reputation rose, prompting others to seek you out, extend invitations, or even propose collaborations, thereby unlocking hidden events and dungeons. It mirrored real-world celebrities. Once fame reached a certain threshold, advertisers and directors naturally came knocking. Yet Lin Ming could not fathom how these 100 reputation points had been earned. He suspected they stemmed from the pursuit by the proprietor of the Death Hotel, a chase likely triggered by the proprietor's discovery that Lin Ming had eliminated Wei Yuan and the guest. Evidently, the game operated as a series of isolated dungeons for players, but for native entities, it formed a seamless, interconnected whole. That hotel proprietor could traverse any dungeon in search of him. There was every possibility Lin Ming might encounter the proprietor again within some future dungeon. Given that the proprietor was undoubtedly a ghost sovereignty-tier entity, and Lin Ming himself remained at merely the Qi refinement realm, it would be wisest to avoid such an encounter for the foreseeable future. With little time to ponder, Lin Ming watched his own form grow increasingly translucent and hastily turned his attention to the final reward, a fragment of the decaying convenience store. This fragment did not signify the store's destruction, but rather a map fragment, indicating that the entire convenience store now belonged to Lin Ming, having been fully claimed by him. So had he just established a permanent foothold within the world of the Eerie game? He had previously cleared the Death Hotel. Why had no fragment been granted then? Perhaps because its proprietor still held dominion there, whereas this store stood abandoned and unclaimed. Lin Ming sensed the fragment held deeper significance, perhaps latent functions, or even hidden drawbacks. But before he could scrutinize it further, he was expelled from the game. He reappeared alongside Song Shui in the girls' dormitory. 12 hours had passed. It was now the following day, broad daylight. The room stood eerily empty. 2 beds were stripped bare, their mattresses and bedding removed entirely. Those were Song Shui's 2 roommates who had fled the dormitory upon learning she had been selected. Upon hearing she had entered the game, they returned to retrieve their belongings and relocated to another dorm. After all, this place was now tainted with ill omen. Yet Chen Yun's bedding remained untouched. Whether she had chosen to stay or simply abandoned it altogether remained unclear. No sooner had Song Shui emerged from the game than she rushed to the desk, seized paper and pen, and began writing feverishly. Lin Ming glanced over her shoulder. What's this? So diligent. Even straight out of the Eerie game, you're already burning the midnight oil on homework. Song Shui ignored him, head bent low as she meticulously recorded the game's rules, her personal insights, and operational techniques. Her hand moved swiftly. Page after page filled without pause. Lin Ming ceased observing and turned instead toward the bathroom door, which had just clicked open. Chen Yun emerged wrapped only in a towel. Her slender shoulders and delicate clavicles, exposed arms, and long legs gleaming pale and luminous, half her bosom revealed in startling, blinding whiteness. Startled to see the siblings, Chen Yun stammered, You're back? Yes. You two talk. I'll take... Lin Ming offered her a slight nod and strode away without hesitation. Wait, can we at least add each other on WeChat? Chen Yun dashed to her bed for her phone, but Lin Ming had already vanished. Soon Song Shui finished writing and lifted her notebook. Lin Ming, check if what I've written is accurate. She paused, scanning the room. Where'd he go? He's already left. Chen Yun sighed, disappointed, and stood before the mirror, towel discarded, gazing at her own lithe porcelain-skinned figure with quiet bewilderment. Xiao Shui, am I truly so unimpressive? Why won't your brother even add me on WeChat? Song Shui swatted her friend's shapely rear. Enough flirting. Has anyone else learned about your entry into the Eerie game? Yes. He and you were seen entering the game by the dorm matron. She attempted to notify the special task force, but the university suppressed the matter. They also issued a stern warning disclosing your involvement would result in severe disciplinary action or even expulsion. Chen Yun bristled at the university's heavy-handedness. If the state itself officially acknowledged the Eerie Game's existence, why forbid students from discussing it? Yet Song Shui understood the administration's reasoning. Though the Eerie Game wielded immense power, it had not yet destabilized human society's foundational order. Moreover, entering the game remained perilous and terrifying. Public knowledge of a student's death during gameplay would severely damage the university's enrollment prospects. But circumstances had changed. Song Shui had emerged, not merely survived, but become a bona fide Eerie Game player. The university would no longer suppress her story. Instead, they would promote her vigorously, as a living emblem of the institution, perhaps even appointing her as a specially retained lecturer to recount her in-game experiences and triumphs. Such prestige could elevate Quanzhou University onto the global stage, rivaling Tsinghua and Peking or even world-class institutions. Song Shui recalled Lin Ming's conduct within the game. That brat must have harbored certain unsavory secrets, explaining why he had not immediately enlisted when the state recruited for the special task force. Yet remaining hidden carried its own risks. He needed someone trustworthy, to help conceal. With that thought, Song Shui fixed her gaze on Chen Yun. You must never speak of my brother or me to anyone, not under any circumstance. Should anyone ask, say I succeeded solely through my own ability. Understood. Why? Chen Yun frowned, puzzled. Song Shui wasn't the type to hoard credit. He's rather reserved, dislikes drawing attention. Reserved. Chen Yun remembered Lin Ming volunteering to arrange a ghost marriage for Song Shui. Seeing her friend's skepticism, Song Shui pinched Chen Yun's ample bust with a wry smirk. I possess a complete walkthrough. Obey me, and you may read it. Disobey, and this will be flattened flat. Ouch! 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 Chen Yun flailed, slapping at Song Shui's hand. Fine, I agree. You'll kill me. Only then did Song Shui release her grip, and added with mild appraisal, not bad for a young thing. Size means nothing unless your handsome little brother takes notice, Chen Yun retorted boldly, her candor unrestrained now that they were alone. After delivering that jab, she eagerly turned to peruse the walkthrough. After all, who could guarantee she wouldn't enter the Eerie Game herself someday? Watching Chen Yun pore over the notes, Song Shui retrieved her phone and searched for the contact information of the Eerie Affairs Bureau. She intended to claim sole credit for clearing the decaying convenience store and leverage that success to ascend rapidly within the Special Task Force and ultimately the Eerie Affairs Bureau itself. That way the state would remain unaware of Lin Ming, at least for now, and he would no longer need to live like a fugitive. Most crucially, Song Shui harbored deep misgivings. Lin Ming had almost certainly dabbled in forbidden arts. Though outwardly formidable, no one could predict what consequences might unfold later. She would harness the state's resources to grow stronger, so that should Lin Ming ever lose control, she might still intervene in time. After all, he was her brother. Lin Ming returned to his small dormitory within the cemetery. He began to make plans for the days ahead. After what had happened, he was certain of one thing: he could enter the Eerie Game by writing his name on someone else's invitation. But invitation letters were not easy to come by. Previously, when people obtained invitations, they would post short videos pleading for help, allowing Lin Ming to contact them privately to buy or seize the letter. Now that the state had launched an official assistance channel, everyone turned to the authorities and stopped posting short videos. That left Lin Ming with nowhere to search when he wanted to snatch an invitation. Joining the state. That would surely grant him more opportunities to enter the game and would confer privileges and material support in the real world. But the downside was state control and being forced to cooperate with fools. These fools were not the state's special forces, but the ordinary players within the game. Because if the state formed a special forces unit, it would never permit that unit to slaughter innocents at will. For example, Song Shui and Lin Ming experimenting on those three fools in the game would be strictly forbidden by the special forces. If a clumsy teammate held things back, you could not simply harm them. You would be obliged to rescue them. Lin Ming did not fear the uncanny, he feared fools. That option had to be abandoned. Oh well, he would see what the omniscient netizens suggested. Resigned, Lin Ming picked up his phone and scrolled through videos, hoping to find some clever idea to emulate. Soon enough, he found an amusing clip. What nonsense! Lin Ming was held captive by the absurdity for 5 minutes before recalling his serious task and resuming his search. This time, he found something useful: a post from a player asking whether anyone knew how to be chosen by the game. Many people eagerly replied. Some advised the creator to pray to Buddha. Some suggested pleading to God. There were even depraved comments urging the creator to commit suicide, claiming that becoming a ghost would let you enter the Eerie Game and convert the whole world into the uncanny. A flash of insight struck Lin Ming when he read that. Suicide was obviously unreliable. What caught his attention were the 3 words, become a ghost. He recalled a history book he had once glimpsed within the Eerie Game. It said that people in that world became uncanny because at the moment of death they harbored intense resentment and unwillingness to accept their fate. Could it be that only those whose deaths brimmed with fierce grievance and resentment would attract an invitation from the eerie game? Lin Ming remembered when he had received the Death Grand Hotel invitation. He had been unable to cultivate properly and had languished in helpless anger and bitterness every day. To confirm his suspicion, Lin Ming began searching for other players' videos. Many invited players instinctively shot short pleas for help after receiving invitations, so they were easy to find. He studied those invited players and found their posts and videos to be overwhelmingly negative. Some complained about their families of origin. Some complained about their husbands or wives. Others complained about their bosses. None of them enjoyed a peaceful, contented life. A pleased expression crossed Lin Ming's face. He felt he had grasped the key to entering the eerie game. Resentment. Unwillingness. Only those like the first batch of office workers and beasts who perished in that uncanny world could touch the uncanny. With that in mind, Lin Ming tried to devise ways to accumulate his own grievance. But now that he could cultivate, he felt cheerful and hopeful about tomorrow. Where was he to find resentment? Ding. His phone rang. It was the leader contacting him on WeChat. You're fired. Pack your things and leave immediately. What the? All he could do was offer a thank you to the leader. Excited, Lin Ming messaged back. Why are you I was doing fine. He hoped the leader would scold him or even come drive over to deal with him in person. The leader replied with an angry voice message. How dare you ask me that? Do you know that many offerings have gone missing from Dongshan Cemetery recently? There have been multiple complaints, but no one has come to tend the graves for half a year. Lin Ming replied silently. Then he saw the chat window show the other party is typing, but 3 minutes passed with no new message. 5 minutes later came another voice message. That proves you shirked your duty. If you don't even know whether anyone has been paying respects, what good are you? Leader, the cemetery has surveillance. Do you want me to check whether anyone has visited recently? Lin Ming asked in return. After sending this, he felt odd. Why did he feel no anger at all, but rather a mischievous delight, as if teasing a dog? The leader's name showed, typing, again, then went silent for a long while. Finally, the leader, likely stung with shame and anger, snapped. Do I need a reason to fire you? Get out when I tell you to. Don't you know I have connections at the police station? I could have you jailed. Leader, that's a threat and intimidation. I've screenshotted it. The leader did not reply further. Lin Ming curiously probed. Leader, are you still there? A red exclamation mark appeared. At the same time, in an office in Quan City, the leader angrily hurled her phone onto the desk. That idiot. Does he really think I can't deal with him? How dare he speak to me that way? Opposite her, an old man sat on the sofa, bewildered. Big niece, who has upset you so? It's that warden at Dongshan Cemetery. He's outrageous talking to me like that. Has he forgotten how he begged me to assign him to watch the cemetery? The leader grew increasingly furious. The old man felt nervous. Does that mean I'll lose the cemetery post I asked you to secure for me? Don't worry, why fret? I promise to help you, and I will. Do you think that fellow can overturn the heavens? No, this enrages me. I will make that bastard pay. If he won't leave, I'll hire 2 people to pretend to be ghosts at night and scare him. If that fails, I'll have 2 thugs beat him until he cannot care for himself. Still seething, the leader picked up her teacup and gulped down a mouthful to calm the flood of resentment within. After all, she had expected an easy victory in a trivial matter and a swagger in front of her hometown relatives, only to be slapped in the face by a minor figure. Who could abide that? Knock, knock. Someone knocked at the door. The leader, still fuming, barked, Who is it? There was no answer. She called twice more, and still no reply. What the hell? Is everyone against me today? She thundered to the door, ready to curse the intruder. Outside the door there was no one, but on the floor lay an envelope bearing her name. It was stained with blood. An invitation to the eerie game. The leader collapsed to the floor with a hollow, choking sound, her face drained of color. Lin Ming did not realize his plan had already succeeded. It was his superior who had been sent into the Gi game. He was still brooding over how to cultivate more resentment and unwillingness. A few days of tinkering passed. Lin Ming still could not find the method, yet he saw the news that Song Shui had joined the special task force and become its acting captain. What was going on? My sister had joined the authorities and become task force captain. Oh, it must be because of the records from the Fushio convenience store. Lin Ming knew that those whom the Gi Ju Special Task Force had previously invited were all people who had lucked their way out of the game. He now understood that entry into the Gi game depended on resentment. Those whose grievances ran so deep as to make them among the first to be drawn into the Gi game were hardly great men. Of course, himself excepted. The companions Lin Ming had met during his 2 entries into the game were no intellects either. Many were little more than trash. He inferred the Gi Ju Special Task Force's recruits were similarly hopeless. When the Gi Ju was sifting for gold among filth, someone as sharp as Song Shui joining would be an unexpected delight. Her rise to task force captain was not an exaggeration. Although only an acting captain, full confirmation seemed merely a matter of time. Frankly, Song Shui had made the wisest choice. She had no cultivation art to fall back on. Joining the authorities and securing official support was the optimal path. Lin Ming harbored no ill will toward the authorities. It was that he cultivated a forbidden art, rendering him wholly unsuited to join them. In truth, Song Shui's tactics were audacious. Whether she could tolerate official constraints remained to be seen. Just then Lin Ming's phone buzzed again. It was a message from Song Shui. It was a selfie of Song Shui in her special task force uniform, looking spirited and bold. Nice uniform, slightly unfortunate features, Lin Ming quipped before she could retort. Cut the nonsense, Song Shui messaged. I left my name on someone else's invitation. Why can't I enter the Gi game along with them? Your people can't use it. As for my method, that's a secret. Heh, Lin Ming replied with a mischievous laugh. What compensation do you want? Speak up, Song Shui replied with a sardonic tone. Lin Ming, admiring his sister's practicality, answered, I want invitation letters to the Gi game. Song Shui frowned and replied, I can use my privileges to help you, but the authorities do not fully trust me yet. I must demonstrate greater value before I can better assist you. Then if you encounter trouble later, I can come to your aid promptly. Only then did Lin Ming realize that her entry into the authorities was motivated by concern that his path might go awry. She intended to provide cover and assistance. The revelation moved Lin Ming. He fell into sober contemplation, weighing the consequences of divulging. Indeed, that would allow the authorities to seize control of the rapid entry method. But Lin Ming recalled how after his first exit from the game, the state issued numerous regulations in less than half a day. The authorities abounded with capable minds who could deduce from players' scattered remarks many problems even the players had not noticed. With the state's resources, mastering the entry method would likely require only another 1 or 2 incursions, perhaps merely collating commonalities among those players. By then the secret he guarded would be worthless. Besides, he could not easily summon resentment and unwillingness. These were people of rank, and such emotions did not arise so readily. Moreover, the authorities were unlike him. They did not practice cultivation arts. His master had sworn it. After centuries of searching, launching contained no cultivators besides him. Thus, even if they grasped the method, it would still take them time to secure their footing in the game. They might not ascend as swiftly as he did through his forbidden art. As for Song Shui, her advancement within the task force would benefit him with greater privileges. She could procure many invitation letters for him, without his paying a heavy price. After brief calculation, Lin Ming replied quickly, resentment and unwillingness can draw the Gi game's attention and invitations. If it proves effective, remember to grant me generous rewards. Song Shui reacted in disbelief. That's simple. It's not simple, Lin Ming countered. You occupy a high position now. How easily can you amass resentment and unwillingness? Fair enough, Song Shui answered, then sent an address. With my current permissions, I can risk giving you only 1. You must hurry. The other party has called the police. The authorities will intervene soon. Rest assured, once your method is validated, my standing will rise, and I will obtain many invitations for you. I will not let you lag behind. But be careful. Do not ruin yourself in the process. Lin Ming was pleasantly surprised. He had not expected an invitation so quickly. Having someone inside the authorities made things expedient. He packed at once and set off for the location Song Shui had given. Hiding in the women's restroom, Song Shui pocketed her phone and hurried from the stall straight to the conference room. She entered to find everyone grave and 5 elders on the large screen at the other end of the live conference. Quickly she said, I just realized how the Gi game selects people. If you investigate the dossiers of those who entered, you'll see they share a common trait. They live wretched lives or have recently endured troubles that fill them with unwillingness and resentment. I suspect that is why the Gi game chooses them. In the conference room, everyone's eyes brightened. Number 1 on the video call showed particular delight. I've been having people study commonalities among those who entered the game. Don't tell me you found it first. Are you confident? Well, our data is still scant. It occurred to me while I was reviewing the files, but it's worth trying, she replied. Song Shui knew the notion was sound. After all, it traced back to Lin Ming. But she feigned uncertainty to avoid arousing suspicion. No matter. I think we should try. If it succeeds, this will be a major achievement for you, Song Shui, and we will gain the chance to enter games freely ahead of other nations. What say you? Number 1 proposed it at once. The others exchanged glances, conferred in lowered voices, and then agreed. The Gi Ju mobilized immediately, preparing to coordinate the Special Task Force's entry into the Gi game. No amount of training could match the rapid advancement one achieved within the Gi game. Meanwhile, other nations were already recklessly piling up lives for points, desperate to be first to extract superhuman abilities. Huaxia would not adopt such vicious measures, but could not afford to fall behind. While they convened and made preparations, Lin Ming had already arrived at the location Song Shui had provided. It was a basement carved into a dozen or so illegally erected rooms for rent. The cellar was dark and damp, sunlight never touching it, its air heavy with a peculiar stench. Anyone living here would be brimming with resentment. After entering, Lin Ming heard crying. It came from a cramped little room. He edged closer and heard the occupant raving, cursing that life had been cruel enough, and asking why the Gi game would choose someone like him. Could it be? Lin Ming wondered that one is selected precisely because one's life is so wretched. Poverty, the original sin of all misery, Lin Ming reflected and stepped into the room. In the clutter, a middle-aged man, his face carved by hardship, lay prostrate on the bed, crying. The odor of smoke and alcohol clung to him. The man paid Lin Ming no heed, lost in grief. Lin Ming picked up an invitation, and its envelope discarded in the corner, gathered spiritual energy at his fingertips, and inscribed his own name. When he finished, Lin Ming slipped out again. From start to finish, the broken man had not noticed such composure and vigilance. Lin Ming shook his head. The man was doomed. Soon the countdown ended. Amid a piercing, terrified cry, Lin Ming and the middle-aged man vanished together. When he materialized in the Gi game, Lin Ming was stunned to find himself inside a room. What was happening? By his previous two experiences, he should have appeared before a building with mist behind him and someone there to escort him. Why was he in a room this time? He scanned it instinctively and realized it was a very ordinary bedroom. There was a bed, a desk, books, and pens. Everything exuded the air of normal life. Were it not for the oppressive, deathly stillness, Lin Ming might have believed he had not entered the Gi game at all. At that moment, a voice sounded in his ear. This module is a mission-type instance. Players must complete the mandatory task to depart. Issuing each player's mandatory task now. Player Lin Ming, locate the missing little girl. Task details: the girl is somewhere within this apartment block and the building is full of Gi. Do not alarm them. Task time limit 24 hours. Task penalty: annihilation. Lin Ming had assumed the Gi game's modules were all management-oriented. He had not expected such perversity, so many spiteful little contrivances to gratify its caprice. But, do not alarm the building's Gi. It'll frighten them to death. Lin Ming estimated that this run might secure his promotion to Foundation Establishment and that his Wanhun fan might no longer stand empty. Lin Ming, upon knowing the task, remained unperturbed, even taking the time to check the rewards he had missed last time: fragments of the decayed convenience store. This was the only special item whose functionality he had not examined last time, and now he clicked to view the details. Upon using this fragment, you will gain the rights to operate and manage the land represented by the fragment. During the fragment's existence, all profits generated in that area will be distributed by you. I became a GM. No, it should be NPC. Lin Ming realized, but it was of little use. He had already stripped the decayed convenience store of its goods, leaving nothing to sell, and he guessed no one would come. Unless for external leasing. The freedom in this game world is quite high, and those bizarre restrictions aren't too numerous. Perhaps there would indeed be someone willing to rent his convenience store. With this thought in mind, Lin Ming decided to try later. Then there was the misfortune coin, a ghost-level cursed item, a gambler's tool. First make a wish, then toss the coin. If it lands on heads, the wish is granted. If tails, the user suffers backlash. Note: the greater the wish, the higher the chance of landing on tails, and the stronger the backlash. Lin Ming casually tossed it into the mailbox. He had no need for this trinket, and would see if he could sell it later. As for now, he had to clear the dungeon first. Since it was a quest dungeon, he needed to complete the tasks to exit. Lin Ming immediately began searching the room for clues. First were those books. He hoped to find some diaries. A proper person wouldn't write diaries. But in various urban stories, the protagonist often finds clues through scattered diaries. However, after flipping through the desk, Lin Ming discovered only some pain literature. Blood flowing backward. Liang Sheng, can we not be orthopedic? Cutting off the left ear. He couldn't find a diary, but from the pink room decorations and some girls' items, Lin Ming deduced that the former owner of this room must have been under 20. As for the books students use for school, he found none, unsure if the room's owner had taken them to class. Lin Ming searched other areas of the room. In the places where bizarre entities love to hide, like under the bed or in the closet, there was nothing. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Lin Ming instinctively replied. But after speaking, he suddenly realized something. This was not his room, but a bizarre one. Wait, why did I respond to the knocking? No, I didn't intend to respond. Is this room influencing me? Lin Ming showed a look of surprise, not expecting to have been affected by this room, without realizing it. Due to his response, the knocking from outside abruptly ceased. Moments later, a loud banging on the door followed, accompanied by a man's frantic shout. Who are you? Why are you in her room? That little bitch brought a man home again, didn't she? Come out. You come out now. Lin Ming was even more astonished. This quest script had a storyline too. So the ultimate goal of this task is actually to play a certain role, engage in narrative exchanges with the bazaar here, and obtain various hints to clear it. Sounds quite fun. Bang, bang. The door was violently struck. Crash, crash. The doorknob was frantically twisted. The man outside's angry roar became more shrill. Get out. You little bitch, I'm going to kill you. Didn't you say you'd love me forever? Lin Ming did not expect the plot of this bizarre game to be so intense. Crack. With a sharp sound, the door was suddenly split open at its center by an axe, revealing half of a cold axe blade. Then with 2 more strikes, a large hole was chopped into the door, and a face that looked as if it had been splashed with acid appeared in the gap, glaring with bloodshot eyes at the only living person in the room. Lin Ming, there's definitely a man here. I see you. I see you. The dead energy in the room suddenly surged, making Lin Ming feel as if he had jumped into a river. As he looked at that ghastly face, Lin Ming realized that the anger directed at him was due to his male identity, not because he was a living person. Moreover, what kind of ghost uses an axe? Can't even open a door. Lin Ming even doubted whether this ghost was too weak to dare to crawl into its own bed. With immense curiosity, Lin Ming approached the door and opened it. He could actually use a skill to turn himself into the female ghost he had killed before, thereby escaping the man's pursuit. But he chose not to, because he could easily kill this waste outside with one hand. Outside, the man stood about 2 meters tall, looking as robust as a bear, wielding a fire axe that appeared extremely fierce. Any normal person facing such a deranged enemy would probably be scared to death. Lin Ming, however, merely asked calmly, "Let me ask you, do you know about the missing little girl?" This missing little girl couldn't possibly be the one that this man referred to as the one he loves, could it? If so, that would be too easy to find. The man's angry face twisted even more grotesquely. What little girl? I don't know. Where's that bitch? Let that bitch come out to see me, or I'll kill you, and then go in to kill her. Shut up. Lin Ming was too lazy to waste words and directly kicked the man to the ground. Seeing Lin Ming dare to attack, the man, furious, tried to retaliate, but found the kick to be overwhelmingly powerful and fell heavily to the ground, his body contorted like a boiled shrimp, his face turning red as he curled up. Lin Ming walked over, stepping on the man while using his other hand to draw a ghostly contract on his forehead. As the contract was completed, the man's originally terrified and enraged expression gradually calmed, and his gaze towards Lin Ming was devoid of anger and frenzy, only submission. Master. The man crawled on the ground like a dog wagging its tail in submission. Lin Ming looked at him. Tell me, where is that missing little girl? Which missing little girl mentioned by the master? The man appeared confused. All of them, at least those who went missing in this building. Lin Ming provided a general range. The man in fear said, Master, I don't know, no one has gone missing in this building. Lin Ming frowned. With the ghostly contract in place, this guy couldn't betray him, so his ignorance must be genuine. Of course, it's also possible that the rules do not allow him to speak. Then do you know the rules of this building? Lin Ming asked while observing this guy. Master, there are no rules in this. No rules. Lin Ming didn't believe it. Oh, bizarre games rely on rules to control players, and the bizarre. If there were no rules, wouldn't everything be chaotic? It should be some hidden rules that one needs to discover, and once violated could lead to. Oh. A piercing scream suddenly echoed from outside. The scream reverberated in the hallway, unending, unsure if it came from upstairs or downstairs. However, that voice was familiar. Lin Ming recognized it as the man he had encountered in the basement. At that time, someone had gone to check his room, and this guy hadn't noticed, so Lin Ming was certain that this guy would die very early. Unexpectedly, not even an hour had passed since entering, and he was gone. Probably didn't hide well, and was seen by the bazaar. Lin Ming sighed. The man on the ground suddenly said, No, master, if you don't violate the rules, we won't appear. Lin Ming looked at the man on the ground with confusion. Didn't you say there are no rules? Yes, there are no rules, the man seriously repeated. Oh, interesting. Lin Ming smiled. He realized that something was conflicting with the ghostly contract of the man. This instance prohibits NPCs from revealing the rules to players. Yet the ghostly contract does not allow the ghost servant to conceal information from its master. Thus both sides were at odds. One must admit the Tianxia art is indeed formidable. The ghostly contracts summoned by Lin Ming at the qi refining stage could actually resist the strange rules of the game. Tell me all the rules you know, Lin Ming commanded the man. This building has no rules. Rules. Don't look in the mirror. No. No rules. Stay away from photographs. Ah. As the man spoke, he alternated between a formal demeanor and fervent sincerity. Gradually it began to writhe in pain, struggling, and suddenly began to scream, black smoke billowing from its body. That was death energy escaping from the man's body. This is bad, it's about to be erased. Lin Ming quickly shook the 100 banner, pulling the man inside. Even so, the man within the banner rapidly transformed into death energy, ultimately vanishing completely. Damn, so ruthless. Even the 100 banner can't protect. It seems I am still too weak. The rules of this strange game are stronger. Lin Ming decided to refrain from challenging the strange game for now and focused on leveling up first. Once I reach the Tribulation Transcendent stage, let's see what happens. Having lost a ghost servant, Lin Ming no longer wasted time. He was now at the 6th level of Qi refining and aimed to attempt foundation establishment here today. Before that ghost servant died, it revealed 2 pieces of information. Don't look in the mirrors, stay away from photographs. Lin Ming immediately searched for mirrors throughout the house, but found none. Frustrated, he felt like urinating to check his reflection. Right, water should work as a mirror, right? Lin Ming thought, quickly heading to the bathroom sink. There was no mirror, but there was water. He filled the sink with water and could indeed faintly see his reflection. This made Lin Ming very happy. Supporting himself with his hands on the sink, he leaned slightly forward, intently staring at his reflection in the water. 1 minute later, the calm surface suddenly rippled. Lin Ming's face in the water, originally handsome, now bore a strange arc at the corners of his mouth. He was smiling. No, it was smiling. Lin Ming was surprised that this method actually worked. It seemed that the anomalies within this building had their own rules. They wouldn't appear unless provoked. The ripples in the water intensified, and suddenly Lin Ming's face in the water split open. It seemed as though a blade had struck his forehead, splitting it open with a bloody gash. At the same time, Lin Ming felt a sharp pain in his forehead, as if he had indeed been cut. The pain then spread downwards, traveling from his forehead to his nose, mouth, and throat. The reflection of Lin Ming in the water also truly split open. Flesh turned inside out, exposing bone as blood gushed out, staining the sink water. The water was genuinely red with the unmistakable scent of fresh blood. Terrifying. But the blood donation staff and hospital were overjoyed. This was an uncountable amount of blood. If they set up a sterile room and bound the ghost inside to continuously output blood, it could solve the hospital's blood shortage issue. Yet Lin Ming merely looked at the sink with curiosity. Was this ghost's trick all it had? Suddenly his hand trembled uncontrollably, rising. Lin Ming observed his hand. After reaching the Qi refining stage, his body had undergone transformation. Not to say it was as white as jade, but it was certainly fair and youthful. However, it was slowly becoming rough and wrinkled, resembling an old woman's hand. The nails grew longer and sharper, slowly pressing against his face, piercing into his skin. If this trend continued next, he would likely be carving his face open with his nails, just like the reflection in the water, wouldn't he? If this were an ordinary person, they would have been terrified to death. Yet Lin Ming simply circulated his spiritual energy, infusing it into his right hand. With a scream, his right hand instantly returned to normal as he lunged into the sink. Although his hand entered the sink, he felt no sensation of water. Rather, it felt as if he had reached into a special place. At this moment, the water was no longer water, but the medium of that ghost. Lin Ming felt he had grasped something and pulled with all his might. From the sink, a wrinkled hand was dragged out, exactly like the one his hand had transformed into. "Let go of me. Let go." A furious woman's voice emanated from the sink as the wrinkled hand struggled fiercely. Lin Ming infused spiritual energy, exerting force to pull the female ghost out. One arm and a head were yanked free. It was the face of an old woman bearing a long scar, just like the one seen in the reflection. So she had transformed into this, unwilling to face herself in the mirror and wanted everyone who looked to become like her. The old woman pulled out, glared at Lin Ming in shock and anger, realizing this guy was so powerful. She sensed she was no match for him and immediately tried to sever her own arm with her sharp nails to escape. After all, her ghostly body could still recover, at most losing some of the death energy she had cultivated for years. Lin Ming sensed the urgency and quickly lunged forward and drained the sink of water. With the water drained, the escape medium vanished, and the female ghost was instantly trapped between reality and illusion. Most of her body was in the illusion, while one arm and a head remained in the sink, unable to escape or return. The female ghost was dumbfounded, like a fool, raising one arm in a futile struggle, her tattered face filled with confusion. What's going on here? Having roamed the strange circles for so many years, scaring and killing countless people, this was her first time being trapped like this, and with such a playful twist. However, thinking further, the female ghost felt that being stuck like this was a stroke of luck. If it were her rear end caught here with this young man's vigorous energy, she could bear 2 in a year. Seeing the female ghost controlled, Lin Ming wasted no time and stepped forward to initiate the ghost. The female ghost's face was stuck in the sink, and due to the angle, she could only see Lin Ming's crotch and nothing more. So when she saw him step forward, closing in on her, and noticed him gesturing on her forehead, she became anxious. "What are you doing? Dead man, don't come near me. My mouth is useless. I have bad breath and oral ulcers. Be careful not to infect you. Plus, I've never used it on my man. If you dare to insult me, I'll bite it off." Lin Ming, listening to her rambling, felt impatient. "I'm going to take action against you. Just look at your age and that ugly face. If I wanted to take action against you, it would be you taking advantage of me. Once the ghostly contract was planted, the old woman finally quieted down, even obediently opening her mouth. Master, please enjoy. Being controlled and still thinking about this. Lin Ming, with a dark face, coldly asked, can you come out? Master, I'm stuck. You can do whatever you want, but I can't get out. The old woman obediently said. Lin Ming realized that this female ghost actually wanted it, didn't she? She kept bringing it up. Oh, was she going crazy from pent-up desire? Lin Ming casually turned on the faucet, filling the basin with water. Come out. The female ghost slowly crawled out of the water, her body completely dry. Perfect. Lin Ming didn't want to see a wet old lady. After the female ghost emerged, he thought he shouldn't ask about the rules, so he changed his question. Which room do you live in? I live in room 102. The female ghost replied obediently. Do you want me to make the bed? Can you stop teasing me? Do you know the missing little girl? Lin Ming asked, suppressing his discomfort. Okay, master, I don't know, the female ghost said, honestly no longer fixated. Another one who doesn't know about the little girl. No wonder this task was left behind. It seems really hard to find. Do you have family? Yes, I have some parents. Do you want me to call them for you? The female ghost asked. Some parents. Lin Ming was puzzled, feeling that this term seemed to have the wrong measure word in front of it. The female ghost explained, when I first became strange, they actually disliked me for being ugly, so while they were looking in the mirror, I killed them and cut them into pieces. Even after they died, they are still enslaved by me. Master, am I impressive? Lin Ming looked at the female ghost's proud expression, not knowing what to say. After a long pause, he managed to squeeze out 3 words. Well done. Thank you for the compliment, master. The female ghost happily continued. If master likes it, I can cut them into smaller pieces. If that doesn't work, I can fry them up for you to drink with. No need to be so polite. Lin Ming declined, thinking of something serious. By the way, can you still have children now? Earlier at the dilapidated convenience store, Lin Ming saw those historical books used to pass down knowledge and thought that these strange beings should be able to have children. Otherwise, what's the point of having a school? Yes, I can. The female ghost showed a look of surprise. Could it be that this old iron tree would blossom today? No bloom. Really? How do you do it? Lin Ming was astonished. Master, you're so naughty. Just use a little stick to poke. The female ghost said coyly. Be serious. I'm asking how a ghostly body can get pregnant. Don't you have no physical form? Lin Ming asked with a dark face. Seeing that Lin Ming was genuinely angry, the female ghost suppressed her impulse to offer herself and said, I don't know, but I just can. Otherwise, why would we need a hospital? How so? Hospital? You can get sick. Isn't cutting off the ghostly body enough for healing? Our ghostly bodies are condensed after a long time of cultivation. Cutting them off can indeed regenerate, but it's also quite taxing. If you go to the hospital, some injuries can be treated at a much lower cost than cutting yourself. Moreover, there are many problems that cannot be resolved by cutting off the ghostly body, such as special injuries from other ghosts. Some sick ghosts can use their abilities to make other ghosts sick or grow special things, and the only option is to go to the hospital for removal. Even abortion requires going to the hospital. Master, do you have a misunderstanding about the strange? From a scientific perspective, we are another form of life, and not simply the ghost you imagine after death. The female ghost earnestly explained, wanting to correct her master's misconceptions about her. Master, you can't refuse to sleep with me just because I'm a ghost. Lin Ming understood. He felt he had fallen into a misunderstanding. He thought that having death energy meant it was the so-called ghost from Blue Star. He thought being controlled by a ghostly contract meant it was a ghost. But where is this place? A strange game. Ghosts are strange, but strangeness doesn't only refer to ghosts. So the strange game is meant to create another form of life. Could it be that some foolish big shot thinks carbon-based life forms are unreliable and plans to try out new species? Lin Ming could only say thank you to this foolish behavior. If it weren't for that big shot, he wouldn't have entered the strange game and wouldn't be able to cultivate. After thinking this through, Lin Ming immediately said to the female ghost, how many points do you have? 325 points. I'm stuck here, so the points aren't many, the female ghost said. Stuck here. Lin Ming was about to ask more when he suddenly realized something was wrong, noticing the look of panic on the female ghost's face. Damn, this idiot violated the rules. He immediately reached out, grabbing the female ghost, and began to frantically absorb her death energy while shouting, quick, give me your points. The female ghost twisted and struggled, but it wasn't against Lin Ming, as she was willing to die for him. This was the punishment by the rules, a painful reaction caused by being destroyed. Lin Ming absorbed 2/3 of the female ghost's death energy. Refining Qi level 6, 97. Fortunately, he reacted in time, taking advantage of the moment and not wasting it. Moreover, it's good that this female ghost died. Otherwise, Lin Ming was really afraid that one day he would fall asleep and find her quietly crawling onto his bed and then open his eyes to see her fiddling beneath him. That would definitely make him lose interest in women forever. Ding ding ding. A pile of coins fell to the ground, all of them points. Before dying, the female ghost dedicated all her belongings to Lin Ming. Lin Ming, without any guilt, picked up the points and absorbed them into his mailbox, now having 705 points. Just 300 more to reach 1,000, which would allow him to extract abilities into reality. But Lin Ming didn't feel any excitement at all, because he was already very impressive in reality. Now there's one more way to draw out the strange, which is through photographs. However, when Lin Ming looked for the mirror earlier, he saw that there were no photos in the room and no useful clues. It seems there's no information to be found in this room. He can only go to the next house and take a look. Lin Ming pushed open the door and entered the hallway. The hallway was very clean with snow-white walls as if freshly painted. The floor was also free of clutter, thoroughly cleaned. He expected it to be covered in blood and internal organs, or even eyes. Lin Ming pondered as he looked at the door opposite him. Room 301. This is an old-style building with no elevator, just 2 households per floor. As Lin Ming was about to check the opposite house, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the stairs and a cautious voice asking Palace Liquor. Lin Ming paused, turning back to look at a player. The person didn't speak, only repeatedly inquired Palace. 180 for a cup, Lin Ming replied. The other party visibly relaxed and slowly walked up. This was a young man in sportswear with a sports watch on his wrist, seemingly having been targeted and brought into a bizarre game while exercising. Seeing Lin Ming's attire and his rosy complexion, the sporty guy felt even more at ease. At last I see a living person. You scared me to death earlier when a bizarre entity floated right past me. Fortunately, I hid well. You saw a bizarre entity. Where? Take me there quickly. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. Are you insane? What do you want with a bizarre entity? Don't you fear death? It already floated away. How would I know where it went? The sporty guy retorted with annoyance, but he appeared quite confident. All right, brother, you don't seem too bright. From now on, stick with me. To be honest, I've been working out for 5 years and practiced Muay Thai. With your little physique, I could take on 5 of you without a problem. Lin Ming watched as the sporty guy began to unzip his jacket to show off his muscles, feeling speechless. What a fool. He opened the door to room 301 and walked straight in. Hearing the curse, the sporty guy was furious and rushed to pull the door open. Who the hell are you cursing at? His voice suddenly stopped. Because inside room 301, Lin Ming was standing at the entrance, and in the living room stood a butcher, holding a bloodied kitchen knife, glaring menacingly at the doorway. The sporty guy's face instantly drained of color, shouting an apology before slamming the door shut and running away. As he fled, he cursed in his heart, fool. A purebred fool. What were you doing barging into someone else's home, triggering the rules, and bringing out a bizarre entity? You almost got me killed. The sporty guy rushed downstairs. This time he chose to go down and happened to see someone peeking out from room 102, freezing in his tracks. Palace Imperial Liquor. 180 a cup. The person in room 102 also showed a pleased expression. Dude, are you from Blue Star? Yes, I am alive. Let me in first. As the sporty guy hurried down the stairs, he glanced back, fearing a ghost might chase him. The person from room 102 looked puzzled. Why are you running? There's a fool randomly opening doors and triggering rules, bringing out a bizarre entity. He's probably dead by now. Let me in and close the door quickly, or it might come chasing after us. The sporty guy spoke quickly. The person from room 102 was startled and immediately opened the door, letting him in to discuss the next course of action. Lin Ming was approaching the butcher. When he entered, he hadn't seen the butcher, but after opening the door, this guy suddenly appeared in the living room as if he had just refreshed. In fact, Lin Ming thought that he must have triggered the rules, causing this guy to suddenly refresh. I really dislike others entering my home. That time I merely wanted to kill that damned leader, but a thief barged in, so I chopped them both up together. Today I was clearly resting, yet you slipped in to disturb me. It seems I must chop you up as well. The butcher, covered in blood, approached Lin Ming menacingly with the kitchen knife. Lin Ming glanced at the kitchen knife in his hand and calmly said, Can that thing really chop people up? Do you know that the outer layer of human bones is dense cortical bone with a tight structure that can withstand 200,400 kilograms of pressure? The blade of the kitchen knife you hold is so thin. Even if you have great strength, the limitations of the knife won't allow you to fully exert all your force on the bone, and it will result in the blade rolling. Want to know how to chop someone up? You would bypass the joints, muscles, and ligaments within the body, starting by stabbing into the soft belly, and then along here. Do you see a diagram on my face? Look at my hand gestures. Right, see how I'm gesturing? Quickly cut up from the ribs, then avoid the shoulder, slide past the armpit, and continue down the spine to the toe bones, then loop back from the front of the calf to separate all the flesh and skeleton of the person rapidly. Got it. The butcher suddenly found himself at a loss for words, staring blankly at Lin Ming. Had he met a fellow practitioner? No more like a senior. The butcher knelt down with a thud, sincerely saying, Coach, I want to kill. Well, that's wonderful. Lin Ming strode over and began to inscribe a ghostly contract on the butcher's face. By the time the contract was established, the butcher didn't resist. He thought it was some kind of guidance. As a result, Lin Ming effortlessly subdued this bizarre entity without shedding blood. After the butcher saw him finish drawing, he instinctively touched his face. "Master, what did you do to my face?" "Wait, why am I calling you master?" "Oh crap, you tricked me, I'll kill myself." "Master, I'm sorry, how could I curse you?" "I want to kill myself, boo-hoo." The butcher raised his knife, ready to chop himself up. Lin Ming waved his hand. "All right, I forgive you." "Thank you, master." The butcher gratefully exclaimed, filled with rage. He was under control, but still retained self-awareness, occasionally wanting to resist, but he could not fight against the contract, just as one cannot resist the rules. "Tell me, have you seen any missing little girls?" Lin Ming asked. "Missing little girls? There aren't any little girls in this building." "Oh, the girl across the door might still qualify as young, but she's already experienced many men. She's only in high school, yet has slept with more men than I've killed. She's the only bizarre entity I truly respect," the butcher said honestly. To be fair, Lin Ming was also quite impressed. But he was sure that the missing little girl he sought could not be the daughter of room 302. First of all, that daughter should be in her teens, which is not considered little. Secondly, she isn't a girl anymore. All 3 residents in this building claimed not to know about the missing little girl, making it highly probable that she wasn't someone from this building, but an outsider who went missing here. "Is there anyone else here who particularly loves killing or enjoys capturing little girls?" Lin Ming noticed that every resident in this building seemed to possess special skills and likely had such disturbing habits. The butcher hesitantly shook his head. "Not that I can think of. Let me see what these residents like to do." The resident of 101 is the building manager, the strongest of them all, and he has obsessive-compulsive disorder, always checking for cleanliness. The resident of 102 is a family of 3. There's an old woman who is quite ugly and loves to meddle with men, but she's quite filial, only having chopped her parents into pieces and frozen them in the fridge. The resident of 201 only plays video games and died of starvation in life. The resident of 202 is extremely lazy, only loves to sleep. Room 302 belongs to that pair of perverted father and daughter. Room 301 is the most normal, which is me. Room 401 has a couple constantly fighting over divorce. Room 402 is said to have been trying to conceive for a long time, desperately wanting a child, but they prefer obedient ones, so they always chop off people's legs, making them as small as children, and then raise them as kids. Lin Ming listened to the butcher's introduction and noticed a significant issue. Wait a minute, this is a residential building, not a rental house. Why does it sound like there is only one person in several households? The butcher chuckled. "Family. Of course, they've all been eaten by us. We can bizarrely consume each other to enhance ourselves. All right, do you know anything else?" Lin Ming felt somewhat disappointed. He had expected there to be many people in the residential building to devour some, and then send a few into the 100 banner. To his surprise, there were only 5 floors, and only 4 had people. However, these guys did seem quite strong, so they should be useful for his foundation establishment. "Is there any information you haven't told me?" Lin Ming asked. The butcher obediently shook his head. "I've said everything I can." "What about points?" "You don't have points." Lin Ming was dissatisfied, and even suspected whether this guy could withstand the ghostly contract. The butcher awkwardly replied, I've been preparing to buy a house, and I've used all my points to pay the mortgage, so I have no money. I suggest you don't ask the others. They're just like me, eager to move out, all have loans, and are quite poor." "Damn, there are capitalists everywhere." Lin Ming's face was filled with displeasure. "Since you have no money, come on, become part of my power." The butcher was terrified. He wanted to beg for mercy, but couldn't. He wanted to escape, but couldn't. He could only watch helplessly as he approached Lin Ming, and slowly laid down, as if submitting, allowing Lin Ming to enjoy him. "You should remember the knife technique I taught you just now, right? Now I'm going to demonstrate a true knife technique for you. You only have one chance, so make sure to remember it," Lin Ming said kindly. The butcher wanted to cry inside. Remember? What the hell? Even if I remember what... He thought to himself, I won't have anything left. Well, maybe after dying I can turn into something else. The butcher remembered he was an anomaly created from a living person, hoping to become an even more fearsome existence after death, so he watched intently for Lin Ming's demonstration. "Once I learn your powerful knife technique, if I can still exist, I'll chop you up." Lin Ming wielded the kitchen knife, infused it with spiritual energy, and suddenly slashed towards the butcher's chest. There was no technique involved, only brute force. The butcher let out a piercing scream. "Master, why aren't you using the knife technique you just mentioned?" "Oh, that technique is too weak, but it's only suitable for weaklings like you. Someone as powerful as I am can end a life with a single strike." Lin Ming sliced open the butcher's chest and drained his death energy. "Damn, even the dead are deceitful. You're certainly not human." The butcher, filled with endless sorrow, became part of Lin Ming. Death energy, 12,000. Refining Qi level 760. I've become stronger again. Lin Ming smiled. As long as he wasn't the kind of freak who needed to refine Qi for 3,000 levels, he was hopeful for Foundation establishment today. He slowly got up and looked around the room, conducting a routine inspection. Since no one recognized the missing girl, she must be hidden somewhere in this building. The safest method was to search every room. He needed to see if there were any people or clues. Lin Ming searched the room, but found nothing. This made him sit down on the sofa and ponder. Something felt off. These people didn't recognize the little girl at all, and there was no information in the rooms. So blindly stumbling around was definitely not right. He needed to focus on the hints from the quest. It was a quest-advancing type of dungeon. In short, it was about completing tasks right. But his task was to find the missing little girl. Lin Ming suddenly realized. When he first entered the bizarre game stated that the player's task was to find the missing little girl. Why was it specifically stated as his task? This indicated that the tasks of other players who entered might be different. He needed to find that kid and ask him what his task was. Lin Ming remembered that the kid had gone downstairs, so he descended the stairs. He reached the second floor and was about to push the door open to ask if anyone was there. He suddenly heard a terrified scream from room 102. It sounded like it was from a living person. If a ghost wanted to scream, the sound would be more horrifying and terrifying. However, room 102, that seemed to be the home of the female ghost whose rules were triggered by looking in the mirror. Could it be that someone had discovered the parents of that ghost? Lin Ming rushed to the door of room 102, yanked the handle, and found it wouldn't open. He circulated his spiritual energy and pulled hard on the doorknob. Crack! The door lock instantly deformed, and the door could no longer be held shut. A mage with full combat power. Who could withstand that? Even this steel door for anti-theft couldn't hold up. Lin Ming walked into the room and saw 4 people standing in the corner of the living room looking terrified towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, the refrigerator door was open. Lin Ming walked over, and his footsteps caught the attention of the 4. Who? The athletic man reacted the fastest, turning around in fear. Upon seeing it was Lin Ming, he widened his eyes in disbelief. You? How did you get here? Are you human or ghost? The other 3 became even more anxious upon hearing this question. Regardless of whether Lin Ming was human or ghost, anyone who could be asked such a question by the athletic man was definitely not normal. They immediately distanced themselves, filled with vigilance against Lin Ming. Lin Ming walked toward the kitchen, planning to have a hearty meal first. Among the 4 was a girl in a JK skirt with heavy makeup who hurriedly reminded, "Don't go there, there's a ghost." The other 3 quickly covered her mouth, preventing her from speaking carelessly. Lin Ming did not stop walking into the kitchen and casually closing the kitchen door. This surprised and puzzled the 4. Why did that guy go into the kitchen? Moreover, his leisurely demeanor seemed as if he was back home. Did he also live in the refrigerator? Lin Ming closed the kitchen door to prevent these people from seeing what he was about to do. At that moment, he slowly crouched down and looked at the refrigerator. The door was open and the drawers for the frozen layer had been pulled out, revealing 2 corpses that had been chopped up and frozen into a lump. Both corpses were in pieces, even their noses, eyes, and mouths were in fragments. At that moment, a half-eye frozen in ice was still staring at Lin Ming, blinking. A bloody severed finger was waving as if greeting him. There was even half a mouth that emitted a man's voice. "Little brother, why did you open the refrigerator? We could have let you go, but now we want you to join us, hee hee." Lin Ming glanced at the remaining space in the refrigerator and smiled. "I want go in, but it's too small. You'd better come out." As he spoke, he reached in to pull out the elderly couple. However, just as he touched the 2 ghosts, his body began. It was a special skill that upon contact would forcibly shatter a person into pieces. Anyone alive who encountered this ability would undoubtedly die. Anomalies encountering this ability would also be temporarily controlled. The ability was quite strong, but the triggering conditions were too harsh. Who would casually touch an anomaly? As for physical contact during a battle, as an evil cultivator, I won't show my face. I can curse my opponent from 1,000 miles away. Who would want to grapple with their opponent in a melee? The only reason Lin Ming would be willing to engage in a melee with someone was if it were a beautiful woman and only in bed. Lin Ming circulated his spiritual energy to resist the cutting force on his body and then absorbed the 2 old ghosts. Death energy 8,000. Refining Qi level 780. Lin Ming frowned. Was the combined death energy of these 2 old ghosts only 8,000? It seemed a bit weak. However, it made sense. The butcher was likely a family of 3. After being absorbed by the butcher, he could absorb the butcher again, increasing the death energy by 12,000. I hope the other anomalies are stronger. Lin Ming stood up, opened the kitchen door to go out, but suddenly thought of something and returned. He closed the refrigerator door. At that moment, the 4 people who had been hiding in the living room had stealthily approached the entrance, clearly trying to escape. Lin Ming called out, "Hey!" The 4 of them shivered in unison, not daring to move. "Come back, let's chat." Lin Ming casually sat on the sofa, nonchalantly crossing his legs. The four did not dare to return, nor even turn around, merely exchanging glances, debating whether to escape directly or go back. What are you afraid of? I'm a living person. Look, I still have a shadow. Lin Ming stood under the light, showing them. The few cautiously turned around, and seeing that Lin Ming indeed had a shadow, all breathed a sigh of relief. This is why living people are so easy to fool. They were still blindly relying on the experiences seen in novels and television on Blue Star, believing that ghosts definitely had no shadows. Unlike Lin Ming, who blindly relied on his own strength. No matter if you have a shadow, just act. If you're a living person, why didn't you say so earlier? Why act so aloof? If you scare me into a heart attack, would you believe I'd sell my house and car? One of the four, an old man wearing a traditional shirt with a mole on his forehead, complained unhappily. The athletic man stared at Lin Ming and said, I figured it out. Back when you were in room 301, you acted all high and mighty and attracted an anomaly. Now you're trying to deal with it. You must be an experienced player, right? But even experienced players should cooperate sincerely in a dungeon. You shouldn't just care about showing off. Otherwise, you'll get everyone killed. However, since you came to find us, doesn't that mean you can't handle it alone? As long as you listen to orders moving forward and don't act recklessly, we can accept you. Otherwise, even without you, we four might still clear the dungeon, and having a disobedient person like you would just cause trouble. The silent man beside them nodded repeatedly, expressing the same thought. The old man in the traditional shirt gave a thumbs up to the athletic man, saying, Well said. No wonder you were chosen as our leader. The athletic man showed a hint of pride, but when he looked at Lin Ming, there was still caution in his eyes. He felt that this experienced player might compete for the leader position in their team. However, the JK girl thought differently from the three beside her. In the real world, she was a spirited girl, and she loved good-looking, charismatic people like him. He was even more handsome than those guys riding ghost motorcycles and doing wheelies. So when the JK girl looked at Lin Ming, her eyes sparkled with admiration. A man who isn't afraid of ghosts is just too handsome, especially when he confidently walked into the kitchen to save everyone. The way he closed the refrigerator door was simply so elegant. I'm in love. I'm so excited. Especially after hearing that Lin Ming might be an experienced player, the JK girl realized that their chance of survival might lie with him, so she thought she should get closer to him when forming teams later. Lin Ming regarded the three's accusations and advice as nonsense. He looked at the returning four and asked seriously, What are your missions? The old man was about to speak when the athletic man immediately glanced at him and said to Lin Ming, I'm the team leader. This matter should be handled by me. However, we've already exchanged our missions, so you go first. Find the missing little girl, Lin Ming said directly, not wanting to beat around the bush. What about you? The athletic man frowned and asked, Find the missing little girl. Do you have any information? No, but I think it should be related to your mission, as this is a mission-style dungeon. This means our tasks should be interconnected, and perhaps we can find clues from you. Lin Ming explained. The athletic man immediately raised an eyebrow, a bit pleased. So you really came to ask for our help? Lin Ming slowly stood up, feeling a bit impatient. Seeing him rise, the athletic man became cautious, asking, What are you doing? You just told me to cooperate well, and now you're throwing a tantrum. You also said this is a task-based dungeon. If you want to get out, it is related to us. If you refuse to cooperate, I won't reveal our tasks. Do you understand? All right, I understand, Lin Ming nodded. To put it bluntly, aren't you just looking for death? I'll help you with that. He seriously looked at the four people in front of him, finally fixing his gaze on the athletic man's face. You're still the most displeasing to me. Seeing Lin Ming approach, the athletic man also became cautious, taking 2 steps back. But then he thought, I have practiced and my muscles are visibly larger than Lin Ming's. Even if Lin Ming is an experienced player, he is just bolder and has more experience dealing with anomalies than me. Does he even know any spells? Thinking this way, the athletic man gained courage and sneered at Lin Ming. What's up? Do you want to fight? Oh, you've got some guts. Do you think you're my opponent? Yes. You're making me laugh. You're going to fight with that little body of yours. What are you, a spellcaster? Suddenly, Lin Ming slapped the athletic man's face, knocking him to the ground. With a physical body at the 7th layer of Chi refinement, let alone practicing for a couple of days in Thai boxing, even if you train with Tyson, you wouldn't be able to withstand it. The athletic man's face became deformed from the slap, all his teeth falling out, lying on the ground, spitting blood, looking at Lin Ming in horror. Lin Ming stepped on his face indifferently, saying, I can indeed use spells, but there's no need to use them on you. Tell me, what is your mission? The other 3 were stunned, not expecting Lin Ming to act so suddenly. The old man reacted and immediately scolded, Young man, how can you hit someone? This is illegal. Do you believe that we'll report you when we get out? Why are you looking at me? Do you want to hit me too? You have no respect for the elderly. No upbringing. Do you believe that if I lay down you won't get up until you sell your house? Lin Ming glanced at the old man, flicking his fingers to release a spiritual energy that instantly pierced through the old man's brow. The mole on his brow disappeared. Life also vanished. Thud. The old man's eyes widened, his body fell heavily to the ground, and his soul was instantly dissipated into the world, presumably absorbed by the anomalous game. The remaining three stared in disbelief at the corpse on the ground, trembling in fear. He actually killed someone. How could he dare to kill someone for real? Even from a distance. The two standing beside him reacted quickly, kneeling down with a thud. Of course, it might also be that their legs went weak from fright. They looked at Lin Ming in terror, pleading for mercy. Big brother, don't kill me. I'll listen to you from now on, and I'll do whatever you say. Brother, as long as you don't kill me, can I be your girlfriend? Lin Ming had no intention of killing everyone. He simply found the old man annoying for his pretentiousness. When dancing with the women, he was full of vigor. Simply put, he was spoiled by the law and the real world. His distorted face and the old man's death made the athletic man suddenly realize the terror of Lin Ming. He was no longer the Muay Thai master, now scared like a stray dog, trembling, as he said, Big brother, please don't kill me. I will tell you anything you want to know. Tell me your group's mission. Lin Ming was only interested in this. The athletic man dared not hesitate, and immediately said, my mission is to enter room 302 and leave a photo in my daughter's bedroom. A photo? Lin Ming recalled that the photo seemed to be an item that triggered strange rules. The athletic man, fearing he would be of no use, continued, I also know that the old man's mission is to mediate between the couple in room 401 and stop their quarrels. Brother, yes, mission is to help room 202 sleep well. And the little sister's task is to ensure that everything in room 102 is spotless with no items that have any unpleasant odors. Hearing the missions of the four, Lin Ming frowned slightly, feeling that they didn't quite add up. However, upon careful thought, did the strange game assign tasks to each level. Lin Ming pondered for a moment and decided to start completing the tasks one by one. In a task-driven instance, there would undoubtedly be benefits after completing the tasks. Since he was now in room 102, he would first tackle the tasks here. He looked at the terrified JK girl and said in a deep voice, have you cleaned up? The JK girl jolted and tearfully replied, I cleaned up, but I haven't finished yet. I saw those two ghosts in the refrigerator. Lin Ming scanned the room and found that the JK girl had done quite well. The walls are snow white, the floor shiny, and even the sofa and furniture are dust-free. You clean quite well, your house is tidy. I just started cleaning, the JK girl stammered. I began in the kitchen because I thought it would be dirtier, but as soon as I started I heard someone talking in the refrigerator, so I opened it. Lin Ming was speechless. Who would open the refrigerator after hearing someone talk? If this were in a horror movie, that person would definitely be a main character. Why? Because only a main character would do such a foolish thing. However, the fact that the JK girl had cleaned so well without finishing suggested that what needed cleaning might not be the room. Could it be that the elderly couple needed to be cleared out? But they had already been dealt with, showing no reaction. Lin Ming scanned the room and saw nothing amiss. Finally, his gaze fell upon the JK girl, who was trembling in fear, already sweating, and emitting a faint, unusual odor. Do you have body odor? Lin Ming took 2 steps back and frowned as he asked. The JK girl, though terrified, felt more shame. Her face flushed. I don't. I really don't. It's just that the quality of my clothes is poor. They emit a smell when they get wet with my sweat. Please don't kill me. I'll go take a shower now. A shower? Upon hearing this word, a flash of inspiration hit Lin Ming. If there were background music now, it would definitely be the classic line from that little dwarf, the scheming frog always touches your belly. This girl's task was a trap, a bottomless pit. The strange game had her clean, most likely referring to those 2 ghosts, making her help get rid of them. No matter how to resolve it, kill them, eat them, or throw them out, it was all acceptable. But one way or another, this JK girl would definitely be frightened. From the current situation, it could be inferred that she had a problem of sweating coldly when scared. Once she sweated coldly, she would emit an odor. Now the problem arose. Her task was to ensure that there was not a single item in the room with any unpleasant odor. Since she had an odor, she would surely think of taking a shower to clean herself up, avoiding being cleared out. But room 102 was occupied by the female ghost, whose face had been sliced open, who could appear through mirrors, water surfaces, or any reflective surfaces. At that time, if the JK girl took a shower, the ghost would surely emerge. It could be said that unless this girl had Lin Ming's strength, she would undoubtedly die. Did the strange game not realize the JK girl's tendency to sweat, or did it know this and deliberately set a task that would lead to her death? Lin Ming suspected something was wrong, so he immediately went to check the situation in the bathroom. Sure enough, there were no mirrors in the bathroom. It could only rely on the shower water as a medium for appearances. Wait. It was understandable that other rooms had no mirrors, as they feared the female ghost's arrival. But room 102 was the female ghost's lair. Oh, why was there also no mirror? That was her medium for entering and exiting. She would at least leave a mirror in her own home. Did someone forcibly destroy all the mirrors in this entire building? Lin Ming keenly sensed that something was off. Suddenly, he heard the athletic man in the living room commanding Brother Yu and the JK girl to help him up, and he realized he seemed to have entered a misunderstanding. Who said that the one issuing player missions must be the strange game? Could it be that within a strange game there existed a leader similar to a team captain? Previously, Lin Ming had participated in 2 instances where the strange game announced the missions. Whether it was to stay for 8 hours or 12 hours, it was always stated by the lobby manager or convenience store manager. Perhaps this time too, it was a certain controlling entity in this place issuing tasks aiming to achieve its own undisclosed purpose. After experiencing 2 games, Lin Ming discovered that the rules of the strange game always left a way out. Only the strange would want to kill players relentlessly. From the mission of the JK girl, it was evident that she was. Moreover, the fact that it was the female ghost's home, yet there were no mirrors for her entry and exit, indicated that someone had controlled this before their arrival, destroying all the mirrors to control the ghost. Furthermore, what was the athletic man's mission? To place a photo in room 302. Not to mention that the photo might be a medium that attracts ghosts. Obtaining it could lead to death. Room 302 was occupied by that psychopathic father-daughter pair who hated having any man other than themselves in their home. So these were 2 missions that were surely fatal. It could almost be concluded that there was definitely a powerful ruler here who, after issuing the tasks to them, was probably sneering from the sidelines as he watched them being toyed with and killed. Alright, Sun Tze, you really know how to play. A strange entity disguising itself as a strange game's GM to issue me tasks, huh? After realizing this, Lin Ming immediately went to handle the next task. He needed to unravel these tasks to uncover that person. Perhaps that mastermind was the missing little girl. Of course, it was also possible that Lin Ming's search for the missing little girl was a fatal task. That little girl might not even exist, leading him to waste all his time and ultimately self-destruct in this instance. Lin Ming looked at the athletic man and asked, "Did you find the photo yet?" "Not yet. I haven't dared to search for it, so I thought of taking them along to complete the task and help each other." The athletic man replied honestly. Lin Ming showed a knowing expression. "Then there's no need to search." The athletic man breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Lin Ming would force him to look for the photo. Did my show of weakness evoke this guy's sympathy? What an idiot, I just needed to apply a little trick, and he would only slap me once. The athletic man felt a bit proud, knowing that after causing trouble outside, those enemies would at least slap him twice. This round we made a killing. Lin Ming looked at the uncontrollable smug expression on the athletic man's face and couldn't understand what he was so happy about, then stepped on his neck, breaking it. Looking at the athletic man lying on the ground lifeless, but still wearing a smug expression, the JK girl and another man were so scared that their hair stood on end, frantically kowtowing and begging for mercy. Lin Ming remembered the man who was kowtowing. He seemed to be called Brother Yu. His mission was to help room 202 sleep well. According to the butcher, the residents of 202 loved to sleep. Although he didn't know how to help, it was clearly a pitfall. Let's first check each house. Lin Ming remembered that room 101, the house of the floor leader, was right across. He immediately walked outside. Brother Yu and the JK girl exchanged fearful glances upon seeing him leave, unsure whether they should follow. The JK girl reacted quicker, knowing that following might lead to death, but not following would definitely mean death. She quickly got up and followed him. Seeing this, Brother Yu had no choice but to follow as well. Lin Ming stepped out and arrived at room 101. According to the butcher, this was the house of the floor leader, the strongest presence in this building. He looked at the tightly locked door and kicked it, causing the door to become deformed. When Lin Ming opened the deformed door and took a look inside, the room was spotless, even to the point of being completely bare. There were no furnishings in the room, and the walls had no decorations at all, as if it had been emptied. Had the floor leader moved out? Lin Ming frowned as he checked all the rooms, which were all empty. After pondering for a moment, he called over the JK girl, "Take off your shoes." "Oh, no, that wouldn't be good," the JK girl said nervously, looking at her slender legs and black stockings. "If I say take them off, then take them off," Lin Ming ordered coldly. Brother Yu, seeing the JK girl dawdling, couldn't wait any longer and rushed over like a sycophant. "My big brother told you to take them off. Don't you know he has a preference for this? If I weren't a guy, I would take my shoes off right now." The JK girl looked at Brother Yu taking off her shoes and explained with a crying tone, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to take them off or let you play, but these shoes are too cheap, still leather shoes. They can be a bit stuffy, so they might smell. You don't understand anything. My big brother likes this. He enjoys the original flavor." Ugh. After Brother Yu took off the JK girl's little leather shoes, he was immediately overwhelmed by the smell and retched. Good heavens, that's not the original flavor. That's clearly a raw brew. Brother Yu staggered backward, casting a terrified glance at Lin Ming. Indeed, do strong people have some quirks? What the hell are you staring at? Lin Ming scolded darkly. Yes, I'm not looking, you just enjoy yourself. Ugh. Brother, you try to stay as far away as possible. Lin Ming couldn't be bothered with this fool and shifted his gaze away from brother, you only to see a black biochemical weapon extending towards him. The JK girl was struggling to lift her leg, stretching her size 38 black stocking foot towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming was also overwhelmed by the smell and immediately scolded, I didn't mean that, I meant for you to take off your shoes and walk around in the room. The floor leader had a cleanliness obsession, as evident from the cleanliness of her room. With such a biochemical weapon roaming around, she would definitely not tolerate it and would trigger the rules. If she didn't appear, it would mean she really had left. If she did appear, then it was time to deal with her. The JK girl walked cautiously barefoot around the room and returned. The room was becoming unbearable. Brother, you realized for the first time that the online claims about how easy it was to find a mental little sister as a girlfriend were true, but he never expected such a high price to pay. As the room became increasingly unbearable, the floor leader still hadn't come out. Lin Ming waved to the JK girl, put them on, or you'll get sick. Thank you for your concern, big brother. The JK girl was somewhat touched. Walking barefoot on the ground could indeed lead to stomach issues, and she didn't expect Lin Ming to care for her so much. Lin Ming glanced at her. Who cares about you? I'm just afraid of getting a fungal infection in my lungs. Although he was in the chi refinement stage, he was still temporarily unable to be immune to some human pathogens. Only by reaching the foundation establishment stage and becoming a true cultivator with a lifespan exceeding 300 years could one be free from the torment of pathogens. The JK girl blushed upon hearing this and obediently put on her shoes, following him out. Lin Ming led the two out of the room, and brother, you took the opportunity to breathe in the fresh air. He had never realized that the air in this bizarre world was so cool and refreshing. Upon arriving at the second floor, Lin Ming first went to room 202. Standing at the door, he thought of something. If the resident of room 202 only liked to sleep, then disturbing them would be a mortal sin. So probably just a knock on the door could lead to death. Of course, maybe the intruder wouldn't knock, but what if the resident of 202 was a light sleeper? Light sleepers sometimes only need a tiny bit of noise to be awakened. For example, a father who falls asleep while watching TV on the sofa, even if he is snoring, as soon as you turn off the TV or change the channel, he can immediately wake up and tell you, what are you doing? I was watching that well. However, Lin Ming wasn't afraid of this. He tried to twist the door lock to enter, but found that the door wasn't locked. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow, pushed the door open, and found a piece of paper on the wall. No matter who you are, even if you are a thief, please be gentle when stealing, as I am sleeping and do not like to. So it was because they didn't want to be disturbed that they simply didn't lock the door. Whoever wants to come in can come in, avoiding the noise of knocking. This bizarre person truly loves to sleep. Lin Ming stepped inside, and brother Yu and the JK girl quickly followed. The two were wearing sneakers and made no noise while walking. But the JK girl wore little leather shoes, and when she walked in, they made a clicking sound similar to high heels. Brother Yu also saw the note on the wall, and upon hearing the noise, his face turned pale as he suddenly turned to look at the JK girl. The JK girl was also ashen-faced, fearfully shaking her head, indicating that she truly did not mean to. Brother Yu didn't care whether the JK girl was doing it on purpose. He pointed outside the door, his eyes wide open, silently uttering two words, get out. The JK girl was even more flustered, tears in her eyes as she shook her head, desperately indicating she didn't want to go out. She was afraid of the strange happenings in the corridor and feared being eliminated if she was left alone. In order to avoid being forced out, she even attempted to take off her shoes. This time it was brother Yu who became frightened. Lin Ming turned around to glance at the two, gesturing, what are you doing? Hearing him dare to speak, brother Yu and the JK girl were terrified. They thought he hadn't seen the note posted on. Brother Yu hastily made a shushing gesture, continuously pointing at the note, signaling Lin Ming to look. Oh, I've seen that note. It's nothing. Lin Ming had come in to capture the strange entity. How could he heed its words? Seeing Lin Ming's confident demeanor, brother Yu and the JK girl recalled that he seemed to possess magical powers capable of killing from a distance, and their anxious hearts eased slightly. Damn, that damn guy. Suddenly an angry shout erupted from the bedroom. Oh no, the strange entity was awakened. Brother Yu and the JK girl immediately hid behind Lin Ming. Lin Ming was too lazy to pay attention to the two confirming the location of the strange entity and headed straight for the bedroom. As he reached the door before entering, he saw a disheveled figure with crimson eyes angrily walking out. Upon seeing Lin Ming, the strange entity surprisingly did not attack, but sternly said, you go take care of that guy in 201, make him stop playing games. Lin Ming was somewhat taken aback. Wasn't this supposed to be a mission of certain death? No, it wanted him to go to 201, perhaps only by going there would he face true death. However, Lin Ming didn't have time to run back and forth. He refused to carry out this lazy person's task. Why aren't you going yet? Didn't you hear what I said? Or do you want me to eat you? The lazy entity glared fiercely at Lin Ming, its eyes widening more and more, blood vessels increasing, and even the corners of its eyes cracked open, blood streaming down its face, making it appear even more grotesque and terrifying. Lin Ming swiftly extended 2 fingers and poked its eyes. The strange entity, caught off guard, screamed in pain while covering its face. Ouch. What are you doing poking my eyes? What's wrong with you? Why did you poke my eyes? It's nothing, just borrowing some blood. Lin Ming didn't want to bite his finger to write a ghost contract anymore. I still need to establish my foundation. With that I can draw symbols in midair. After getting some blood, Lin Ming began to draw symbols on the lazy entity's forehead. The lazy entity covered its eyes, unsure of what was happening, but instinctively dodged. Hey, wait, don't move. Lin Ming frowned and scolded. Get away. Get away. The strange entity tightly closed its eyes, but couldn't control the death energy leaking out. That was its death energy, equivalent to bleeding. At the same time, the lazy entity waved its hands continuously, trying to push Lin Ming back. Hey, I told you not to move. Lin Ming made a mistake in his drawing and angrily kicked the lazy entity down. Am I a mage, and you're forcing me to use violence? Lin Ming pounced on it, straddling the lazy entity, delivering 2 resounding slaps, causing it to wail and cry, the scene of battle entirely lacking any fantasy style. The lazy entity resembled a forced bride, continuously crying out, "Let me go. You pervert. Let me go. Otherwise I'll make you sleep with me." In the next moment, Lin Ming felt a wave of intense drowsiness wash over him, clearly a skill of the lazy entity. He didn't even see how it triggered the skill. This made his eyes light up. This skill was quite good. Congratulations, you have received a chance to survive. Lin Ming decided to send this guy into the Soul Banner. However, once entering the Soul Banner, it would strip away their personal consciousness, transforming them into Lin Ming's shape from the inside out. So he needed to interrogate it first. Lin Ming circulated his spiritual energy, resisting the drowsiness, while the lazy entity also began to feel drowsy as it activated its ability. He didn't know if this was a side effect of the ability, or if it was trying to pull Lin Ming into a dream. Perfect, it saved him the trouble of resistance. Lin Ming quickly wrote down the ghost contract controlling the lazy entity. In an instant, he felt completely awake. The lazy entity's power was forcibly halted, and it opened its blind eyes in confusion. Master, Brother Yu and the JK girl were prepared to escape at any moment. As soon as Lin Ming was taken down by the strange entity, they would immediately leave. But unexpectedly, Lin Ming actually defeated the strange entity and made it call him master. Was this guy even scarier than the strange entity? Lin Ming got off the lazy entity calmly, saying, "Tell me, why are you here? Why am I here?" The lazy entity wanted to retort, but its mouth involuntarily answered, "Because this is my home, master. So the task to help you sleep was issued by you." "No, I just want to sleep. I wouldn't issue tasks. If it weren't for the noise from the other side, I wouldn't have asked for your help. Please forgive me, master." The lazy entity knelt down respectfully. "How much do you know about this building?" After Lin Ming asked, he felt it was a pointless question. Sure enough, the lazy entity immediately replied, "Master, I sleep all day and know nothing." "All right, then tell me, why did you want me to deal with 201 earlier?" Lin Ming frowned. The lazy entity suddenly looked indignant. "That guy plays games all day, making it impossible for me to sleep." Lin Ming tilted his head to listen. "I didn't hear anything. That guy's ability is very similar to mine. I cause people to fall into a dream world, while he makes people fall into a game world. Because our abilities are too similar, our dream worlds and game worlds occasionally link, which disturbs me, so you can't hear it in reality." The lazy entity explained seriously. Lin Ming understood and immediately said to the lazy entity, "Then you should enter the Soul Banner. I really like your ability, and you can serve me forever." "Really? Thank you, master." The lazy entity was so happy that it bled tears. Damn it, that meant becoming a forever slave. I don't like that. Unfortunately, under the constraints of the ghost contract, it couldn't say anything and could only be forced into the Soul Banner, even having to willingly accept refinement. While being refined, it clearly wanted to resist, but could only watch helplessly as the formation's effects covered its body, slowly losing its will and becoming a part of the Soul Banner. Lin Ming put away the Soul Banner, ignoring the two who were dumbfounded, and headed straight for the opposite side. The two watched in astonishment as Lin Ming passed by, and once he left the door, Brother Yu quickly followed. But the JK girl was a bit scared and cautiously asked, "Brother Yu, this handsome guy kills without blinking. Is it okay for us to follow him? He won't get annoyed, will he?" Her concerns were not unfounded, as given the current situation, they were completely a burden. What if Lin Ming got impatient and just killed them? Brother Yu, however, looked at the JK girl seriously and said, "If you think you're useless, you should try to appear more useful, and you must believe that even a piece of toilet paper or a salted fish has its own value." The JK girl was somewhat hesitant. While what he said was correct and rational, it still felt a bit strange. Lin Ming arrived at room 201 across the hall. The door was locked this time, so he forcibly broke the lock and walked in. The room was clean and tidy with not a hint of any unpleasant odor, nothing like the home of a typical gaming otaku. Of course, there are some neat freak otakus. However, those who are so absorbed in gaming that they become ghosts likely wouldn't be too keen on cleaning right. Lin Ming entered the living room and found the television was on displaying a gaming interface. Street Fighter. Upon seeing the screen, Yuga showed a look of surprise. He had played that game before. The JK girl was quite young and had never heard of this game, looking somewhat confused. What's Jiba? Street Fighter. I don't know if that's what it's called in this world, but it's a game not what you imagine as a married woman's pleasure device. Moreover, this fellow stays at home all day playing this kind of game. At least he could play something from the Civilization series, or even a Paradox game like I do. Yuga shook his head, having clung to Lin Ming's leg, and with a bit more courage he dared to comment. Lin Ming also cast a surprised glance at Yuga, not expecting this guy to be a grade-A criminal. The JK girl couldn't keep up with the thoughts of these two, so she could only timidly ask, "Can I ask, where is that ghost? Wasn't it said he was playing a game?" Yuga also realized something was off, looking around the bright living room where there was not a trace of any eerie figure. Could it be that he got tired from gaming and went to sleep? Lin Ming was also scanning the surroundings, searching for any strange trace. Suddenly, the game screen on the television flickered, then the character selection interface appeared, followed by a transformation where a figure with a red headband and dressed in a white martial arts uniform with a black belt appeared on the screen. It's Ryu. Yuga immediately recognized the character. At that moment, Ryu on the screen beckoned to the group with a sinister voice, "Defeat me, and you can live to see another day." So this is the gaming otaku ghost, right? If we defeat him, we can clear the game. Brother, let me handle this. I was great at Street Fighter as a kid. Yuga quickly stepped forward, eager to prove his worth. Lin Ming, who also wanted to observe, nodded in agreement. Yuga was even more excited, immediately looking around for the controller. Once he found it, he quickly chose his character. Without hesitation, he selected Chun-Li. No kidding for Yuga, during his adolescence, Chun-Li in a chi-pao and black stockings was practically a companion of his many spring dreams. However, just after successfully selecting, he suddenly felt something was off. He lost control of his body and began walking towards the television step by step. Standing in front of the television, he raised his leg to kick it. However, he didn't hit the TV, instead he walked right into it. "I went in." Brother, Yuga went in. The JK girl exclaimed in shock. Lin Ming had guessed this earlier, but to prevent the eerie entity from escaping, he chose to play it safe. Now that Yuga had entered the game, he could confirm that his suspicions were correct. At this moment, the game screen had changed, transforming into an urban ruins backdrop. Ryu appeared, clearly a martial arts master and a muscular man, but at this moment, he exuded a chilling aura. Yuga appeared as well. He still had his original face, but was wearing Chun-Li's outfit complete with stockings. This made him quite uncomfortable both physically and psychologically. He had fantasized about being Chun-Li, but not in a possessed manner. In contrast to Yuga's confusion, Ryu had already taken action, launching a projectile punch right at him. Hadouken! Chun-Li was Yuga's avatar, but he hadn't adjusted to this identity yet. Moreover, seeing Ryu's big figure shoot an energy blast towards his face, he could only feel a white flash before him, unable to react to anything. Bang! Chun-Li was directly blasted away, lying on the ground with her health bar significantly reduced. Fortunately, Yuga reacted quickly, realizing he had likely entered the game and guessed he was supposed to engage in physical combat. He recalled the moves and discovered he actually knew how to unleash a projectile. That's fantastic. Although Yuga felt some pain, he couldn't help but show excitement. Anyone who had played Street Fighter would dream of being able to perform the skills in the game. Who hasn't imagined using their skills against their friends? Now he could actually unleash a move, and Yuga didn't hesitate to throw a punch. Hadouken! A wave of energy shot out, but Ryu performed a tornado kick to jump into the air, dodging the projectile, and quickly closed in on Chun-Li. Seeing this guy approaching, Yuga was alarmed and immediately prepared to punch back. However, Ryu was faster, launching a powerful Rising Dragon Fist towards him. This Rising Dragon Fist sent Chun-Li flying, followed by a vacuum tornado kick that drastically reduced her health bar. In the end, Ryu landed and Chun-Li was defeated. Equally dead was Yuga. Since he entered the game as Chun-Li, her death meant his demise. Blood slowly flowed out of the television, representing Yuga's blood, filled with his arrogance and foolishness. The JK girl was terrified, looking at Lin Ming with trepidation. Brother, I can't play games, I'm not that Lin Ming had no intention of sending the JK girl into battle. He was there to find the eerie entity, not to watch a game stream. At that moment, Ryu on the television provocatively beckoned him, as if to say, "Come over." Lin Ming indeed walked over. As for selecting a character, he had no interest in that. As the Tian Xie Gong activated, a layer of spiritual energy enveloped his arm, which he thrust into the television. The television was merely the medium of this gaming otaku, or rather the game screen, served as the medium. This otaku's ability was simply pathetic. He could only trigger his skills when someone touched the controller or the television, making it utterly useless for Lin Ming. As his hand reached into the game screen, it felt as if a deity had descended, grabbing Ryu. Ryu was startled and immediately unleashed a Hadouken intending to obliterate Lin Ming, but it couldn't even break through Lin Ming's protective spiritual energy. When Lin Ming pulled Ryu out, he instantly transformed into a scruffy young eerie figure. Lin Ming dipped his hand in the blood flowing from the television and wrote the ghostly contract on the face of the struggling young eerie. With the contract established, the young eerie submitted, looking up at Lin Ming with a humble expression. "Brother, want to play a game? I have plenty of games like Beautiful Housekeeper's Palace Eunuchs or Time Pause. I guarantee you'll have a blast." "No need. Tell me, is there truly no one who can defeat you in the game?" Lin Ming was only concerned with whether coming here to stop it from gaming was a fatal task. The young eerie nodded. "Yes, I can absorb anyone who touches the television or anything connected to it into the game, then use my extensive gaming experience to defeat them." Lin Ming understood this was akin to an old saying. Never argue with an idiot, for they will drag your intelligence down to their level and then defeat you with their vast experience of being an idiot. But there was still one problem. Lin Ming was skeptical. How can you guarantee you won't encounter a gaming master you can't defeat? "No worries. If I can't win, I'll just leave the television. Anyway, the opponent absorbed into the game can never escape. After I come out, I turn off the television and the opponent will die, allowing me to maintain an undefeated record forever." The young eerie replied honestly. Damn, so this eerie not only had magical means, but also possessed a physical attack, like turning off the television. Regardless of the circumstances, one can tell from the boy's strange stubbornness that he is determined not to yield. This is yet another deadly mission. If he loses, he will be killed. If he wins, he will be finished off. Lin Ming can basically confirm that these tasks are no longer issued by the bizarre game. He waves to the strange boy. The strange boy seems to sense something walking over uncontrollably while fearfully saying, "Master. Master, I am very powerful. Please give me a chance. I will assist you in becoming the king of ghosts in the future." "Don't worry, I'm here to give you that chance," Lin Ming smiled. The strange boy sighed in relief. Then Lin Ming placed his hand on him, absorbing his death energy. "No, Master. You said you would give me a chance." The strange boy exclaimed in terror. "Yes, just give me your death energy, and I will become the king of ghosts sooner. This is your best method and opportunity." Lin Ming completely absorbed the strange boy's essence. Death energy 15,000. Chi refining level 820. Just 2 more levels, and he could establish his foundation. Lin Ming revealed a satisfied expression while glancing at the panel assigned by the bizarre game. How is it still at the ghost level? Isn't the level of this bizarre game judged by the amount of death energy? Or do players have a separate grade? Lin Ming contemplated as he exited the door and walked upstairs. The JK girl cautiously followed behind him step by step. Continuing up to the 3rd floor, it had been cleared and was of no use. Lin Ming went straight to the 4th floor, arriving in front of room 401. This was the task location of that old man in a tattered shirt, where a couple was said to be constantly fighting and he needed to find a way to stop their quarrels. Isn't this easy to handle? Lin Ming stood outside the door, hearing the sounds of arguing inside, even the crashing of items. He kicked the door open and saw 2 injured spirits in the living room, glaring at each other like roosters ready to fight, their faces filled with murderous intent, wishing they could make each other perish once again. Seeing an outsider enter, the male ghost immediately cursed, "Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Came to watch the fun. Are you looking for death?" The female ghost was equally furious. Then the couple surprisingly stopped arguing and walked over together, wanting to vent their anger on Lin Ming. Lin Ming calmly looked at them. "I am here to mediate. After all, arguing is very bad. It teaches children the wrong lessons, affects the neighbors, and harms the couple's relationship." The male ghost sneered. "Arguing is bad. Did you ask this wench what she did to wrong me?" Lin Ming even had the leisure to glance at the approaching female ghost. "What did you do?" The female ghost snarled. "I didn't put salt in the stir-fry. Is that such a big deal?" "Actually, it's not that big." Lin Ming looked at the male ghost. "Is it really worth getting this angry? Do you know how serious a problem it is not? My mother's meat is both fatty and tender. If she makes it into salted meat, without salt it won't last long. Don't you think that's a major crime?" The male ghost scolded. Lin Ming nodded in agreement and said to the female ghost, "You really shouldn't do that. When you made his father's dish, did you put salt?" "His father cooked it himself." "Oh, what does that have to do with me?" The female ghost replied, already standing in front of Lin Ming, circling around him, picking and choosing. "You're a bit thin. Isn't your meat rather tough?" The male ghost approached, as well sneering. "I've said you're a wasteful woman who knows nothing. People like you should be made into soup. It's definitely nourishing." Lin Ming thought for a moment and felt that these two ghosts were indeed right. With his current spiritual power and having been cleansed by it, making soup would be an unparalleled enjoyment. The JK girl beside them was utterly bewildered, wondering what kind of people, or rather what kind of ghosts these were. After all this commotion, it turned out the argument was because they didn't cook well for their parents. Ironically, this guy was acting like a golden mediator, trying to reconcile things. Kid, do you think I'm right? Should we make soup? The male ghost questioned. The female ghost coldly replied, I think we should make braised human meatballs. What do you say, kid? Lin Ming replied seriously, I think the big brother is right, making soup is better. Do you dare refuse me? The female ghost was furious, her death energy surging, and her power was activated. Lin Ming felt a force trying to control his body, attempting to make him slam against the wall. Perhaps planning to smash himself into a meat paste to make balls. Brother, thank you for your support. Oh, I will definitely make you incredibly delicious. The male ghost was very excited, his power activated, directing Lin Ming towards the high-pressure cooker in the kitchen to make soup. Unfortunately, their powers were still too weak. Lin Ming effortlessly resisted with his Tian Xia Gong. To be safe, he took out the Wan Hun banner to first restrain the two ghosts. After all, one ghost wouldn't require Wei Yuan's intervention, but two ghosts could escape. Although these two ghosts were already at the level of vengeful spirits and possessed great strength, Wei Yuan was of the same level and could leverage the power of the Wan Hun banner, thus he could easily control them. This time Lin Ming was too lazy to plant the ghost spirit contract directly, slitting the female ghost's throat, absorbing her death energy, while gently persuading, as a woman, you should be more gentle and virtuous. You need to understand and be considerate of your husband. You must know that he works hard outside and shouldn't throw tantrums at the drop of a hat. The female ghost looked at Lin Ming in disbelief, thinking, what the hell do you mean by gentle? You're mediating us this way. While persuading me, you're also stabbing me. In overwhelming reluctance, the female ghost gradually passed away. Death energy 20,000. Qi refining level 8, 98. Lin Ming looked at the male ghost next to him, who was desperately trying to use his death energy to resist Wei Yuan. Don't waste your death energy. Ooh, I still need it. Besides, look, I've already persuaded your wife. Ooh, she understands her mistake and is paying the price with her life. Next, I need to talk about you. As a big man, how can you get angry just because you didn't put salt in your wife's meat? I punish you by making you apologize to your wife after death. With a thrust, Lin Ming pierced the male ghost's throat, draining him completely. Death energy 18,000. Qi refining level 9, 15. Lin Ming frowned, noting that this guy consumed so much death energy just from resisting Wei Yuan for a while. It seems he should plant the ghost spirit contract first in the future to prevent them from wasting their power before dying. With the passing of the two strange spirits, Lin Ming completed the mediation task. They would never argue again. Lin Ming turned around and walked towards the opposite door. He saw that the couple from room 402 had come out at some point. They were excitedly looking at the terrified JK girl huddled in the corner. What a cute girl. Honey, I want to adopt her. Yes, we've adopted so many boys, it's time for a daughter. I'll go chop off her legs so we can have a beautiful and lovely daughter. The couple ghosts were joyfully discussing, then rushed over to strip the JK girl of her shoes. Lin Ming didn't even have time to stop them, watching helplessly as the tragedy unfolded. Biochemical weapon activated. Damn. Because the building manager was overly cleanliness obsessed, even in this bizarre apocalypse, the corridor carried no trace of foul odor. These strange beings had long grown accustomed to a clean lifestyle and were weak against impurities. At this moment, the JK girl removed her shoes and knocked the ghost couple down. Lin Ming watched as the couple retreated, repeatedly thinking to himself that this girl was quite remarkable. To be honest, even without Lin Ming today, she could rely on her unique qualities to survive until, of course, the building manager would most likely not let her off. Lin Ming stepped forward, helping the girl put her shoes on while casting a ghost contract on the couple. Once the ghost contract was finalized, Lin Ming couldn't even be bothered to ask questions and directly absorbed the couple. Foundation establishment at the 10th level, 72. Excellent, just one more step to go. Now if I can absorb the strongest building manager, I should be able to achieve foundation establishment. At that point, I will be the only foundation establishment cultivator in the real world. Meanwhile, the JK girl was still sobbing as she put her shoes on. When she noticed Lin Ming's impatient gaze, she quickly stopped crying, but didn't forget to explain with a grievance, it's really just the shoes on my feet aren't usually this smelly. Then I suggest you continue wearing these shoes in the future, at least they'll keep you alive. Of course, that's assuming you can get out, Lin Ming added. Lin Ming casually threw out that remark. The JK girl was taken aback, not expecting her feat to receive such a high evaluation from Lin Ming. Could it be that she could truly become a high and mighty existence simply because of her feat? Seeing Lin Ming starting to ascend the stairs, she hurriedly shook off her fantasies and followed him. 5th floor. The butcher had mentioned that this building only had 5 stories. and the fifth floor was uninhabited. Yet it was extraordinarily clean, devoid of dust or the peculiar smell of a long uninhabited space. It seemed the building manager had been cleaning up here. Lin Ming had not seen the manager on the lower 4 floors. That fellow must be here. In fact, Lin Ming had already begun to speculate about who had given them their tasks. It must be the building manager. The reason being a small issue of the manager's obsession with cleanliness. Being cleanliness obsessed, he disliked the corridor being soiled. From the moment Lin Ming left the first room, he found the corridor to be exceptionally clean, with every household spotless. The floors gleamed, and there wasn't a speck of dust or a footprint in the corridor. After all, these strange beings were ghostly forms incapable of collecting dust or dirtying their homes or the corridors. However, outsiders could make this place unclean, especially shoes worn by the living. Previously on the stairs, Lin Ming had seen the shoe prints left by his group moving back and forth. Before they arrived, the corridor was so clean that not even a grain of dust existed, let alone shoe prints. Thus, when they arrived, it must have triggered the building manager's displeasure. As the strongest being, he should also be able to issue commands to incoming players. This was Lin Ming's deduction, and now it was time to verify whether it was correct. Both doors on the 5th floor were locked, so Lin Ming walked over and opened the door to room 501. The room was completely empty, spotless, as if washed clean. After wandering around, he found no one there. So it seemed the building manager was in 502. Lin Ming immediately walked to 502, but after searching the room, he found it empty as well. Was the building manager hiding? Or did he sense Lin Ming's power and flee? Lin Ming stood by the window looking outside, where there was nothing but endless fog obscuring even the environment just 1 meter outside the residential building. The building manager shouldn't have gone outside, right? Otherwise, this task would become impossible to complete. Even if that was the manager's intention, the rules of the bizarre game wouldn't allow that. Perhaps it was the trigger rule for not finding the building manager. Lin Ming pondered, grabbed a pen from the room, and began to doodle in the corridor. The building manager was obsessed with cleanliness, right? He definitely wouldn't tolerate the walls being dirted. Lin Ming first drew a huge X on the wall. No response. He wrote the word fool in front of the X. Still no reaction. Lin Ming then drew a pile of feces on the wall, even carefully sketching a few flies. I don't believe you can stand this. Sure enough, as this filth appeared, the stagnant energy in the corridor began to stir. However, the stirring was only for an instant, like a gentle breeze passing by, difficult to detect. The JK girl hadn't noticed, still admiring Lin Ming's drawing. Lin Ming, keenly aware, knew this wasn't enough. He turned to the JK girl and asked, "Do you need to go to the bathroom?" "Huh. Did you smell me quietly farting?" she replied in surprise. Lin Ming took 2 steps back and said to her, "If you need to go, just do it." "Oh, okay." The girl blushed, wanting to find a room to use the bathroom. "Don't go, just do it here, Lin Ming." The JK girl stared wide-eyed in shock, full of embarrassment. "Big brother, you have this hobby liking to watch." Lin Ming's face darkened. "You don't pay attention to the task at all, do you? You don't read any information. I'm going to use your help. Your backside to lure out the building manager." Oh. The JK girl understood, secretly relieved. She thought she wasn't perverted enough to keep up with the boss pace. However, the thought of pooping in front of a handsome guy felt utterly shameful. Lin Ming noticed the girl's embarrassment and quickly assured her, "Don't worry, I won't be watching you. Even if you beg me, I won't." "Oh, then I'm in danger." The JK girl panicked. Pooping was no problem. She could even skip wiping. But if the building manager appeared, she wouldn't stand a chance. Lin Ming smiled slightly. "Don't worry, you can spin around while doing it. When the time comes, just hide in the circle. I guarantee the building manager won't dare to enter." "The image is too embarrassing," the JK girl thought, feeling rather aggrieved as she asked, "Can't you do it instead?" "I find it embarrassing." Lin Ming firmly rejected her. "I feel the same way." The girl almost cried. "It's like this: if you do it, the building manager might spare you for being dirty. But I want he'll only eliminate you for refusing me. Now make a choice." "I'm going downstairs," Lin Ming said, heading downstairs, unable to face the upcoming scene. Once he went downstairs, he began to wait with peace of mind. Now it was up to that girl to decide whether she wanted to die by his hands or challenge the limits of the bizarre. About 5 minutes later, sounds of struggle came from upstairs. Lin Ming smiled. The little girl was somewhat abased. As the sounds of struggle from upstairs grew louder, the wind began to whip through the corridor, intensifying as the stagnant energy surged. The building manager, who had been hiding so deeply, could finally no longer conceal himself. "Beast! Beast! Beast!" The faint sound of curses echoed in the hallway. It was the voice of a weary woman, presumably the fastidious building manager. She finally couldn't hold it anymore. Whoosh! A wild wind swept through, colliding with Lin Ming, accompanied by an exasperated voice. "Why aren't you stopping her? She's about to let it out. Can you not livestream this?" "It's disgusting," Lin Ming retorted. "You know what's disgusting? Then I'll broadcast it live. Look at her squatting there. Ugh." You beast, how could you come up with such a method to force me out? The building manager had encountered many annoying intruders, some of whom could see through the trap she set, and tried various methods to force her out. But no one had ever thought of such a method. Never. Lin Ming, however, smirked and stepped forward, reaching out. Did he really think he was just chatting with the building manager? He was using his clairvoyance to locate her position, and upon sensing where she was, he punched forward. Sure enough, a scream echoed through the air before a phantom fell to the ground, but before Lin Ming could approach, it swiftly vanished. Quite the runner. Lin Ming activated his clairvoyance, scanning the surroundings for her trace. The JK girl's trembling voice came from upstairs. Big brother, is she still going? Continue. Lin Ming was confident that the building manager couldn't resist. Indeed, upon hearing their conversation, the manager's voice returned, filled with irritation. Stop it. If you dare to continue, I will eat you. The girl was terrified. Big brother, what should we do? Don't worry, go get a mop, Lin Ming instructed the girl. With a mop dipped in filth, even if the building manager was present, she wouldn't be able to handle it. The girl understood and rushed to the bathroom to grab a mop, but just as she stepped out of her safe zone, a piercing wail echoed in her ears. It was the building manager. Not good. Despair flashed in the girl's eyes. It seemed she had been set up by Lin Ming. He wanted to enrage the manager and trick her into coming out to deal with him. In the next moment, a fog enveloped the JK girl, surrounding her with mist. This was the fog ability from Lin Ming's soul banner, capable of summoning corrosive mist. Even a vengeful spirit entering this would be in big trouble. Lin Ming wrapped the girl in mist, leaving her a safe space, and then charged in under the protection of the soul banner. This time his clairvoyance proved effective as he spotted a dim figure. Building manager, I've caught you. Lin Ming's face bore a sinister smile as he slowly approached the illusory shadow in his sight. The JK girl watched Lin Ming, ignoring her, feeling unsettled. Although he had used her, did he not want to put her in danger? He seemed quite nice. The building manager also did not expect Lin Ming to be so treacherous and cunning. Throughout, he had been leading the girl, and she thought he liked her, possessing a sense of ownership over her. Little did she know Lin Ming had been deliberately allowing the woman to follow him, creating an image of someone who was cold on the surface, but warm-hearted. In reality, he was cold both inside and out. From the very beginning, he had never cared for this woman's well-being. It was merely a bait to lure her out. You knew all along that I was watching you, didn't you? The illusory shadow questioned fiercely. When I learned about your fastidiousness, I guessed you wouldn't welcome us. Once I realized our mission was a death sentence, I suspected you were always watching us, but without evidence, I couldn't jump to conclusions. Lin Ming shrugged. Good, you are truly the most cunning player I have ever encountered. The shadow cursed. Lin Ming remained unfazed. Cunning. Crafty. For an evil overlord, isn't that just the basics? Don't get too smug. Do you really think you can trap me? Do you even know who I am? I am the building manager, and the authority I possess is beyond your imagination. The shadow sneered and instantly vanished from the spot. Lin Ming, seeing her disappear, speculated about the manager's powers, and understanding dawned upon him. Could it be that inside the building she could instantly reach any place? Only in this way could she promptly detect where was dirty and needed cleaning. If Lin Ming really chased her down, it would be troublesome, and he might not be able to catch her even after the mission time ended. Hence, this girl was indeed useful. Lin Ming looked at the JK girl. He didn't know if she had suddenly become enlightened or what. At that moment, she understood. Brother, I really have nothing in my stomach. If you want to force that weird thing out, I can walk barefoot in the hallway. That should do it. Lin Ming was somewhat surprised. You've improved. The JK girl said no more, silently taking off her shoes and walking out. Lin Ming sensed she seemed a bit disappointed in him. But what did that matter? This girl walked out freely, unleashing her power. The building manager indeed possessed authority over the entire building. She could instantly sense any changes within it, even the emergence of a speck of dust, which is why she developed her fastidiousness over time and mandated that even the tenants' homes must remain clean and tidy. However, now an even more torturous thing was happening to her. The waste the JK girl had produced had already caused her immense psychological stress. Now this woman was even emitting toxic gas. The building manager could feel her building growing foul. It was deteriorating. It even felt like her body was emanating that stench, driving her nearly insane. But she knew she couldn't show herself, otherwise Lin Ming would eliminate her. Although she was the building manager, she was no match for Lin Ming. Damn it, why are these players so difficult to deal with? Previously, there had been masters who came to this building, even those stronger than Lin Ming, yet they still managed to escape under the building manager's targeting. But unexpectedly, Lin Ming, who wasn't the strongest, had forced her into a desperate situation with his treacherous methods. The JK girl led Lin Ming down, and they had to enter almost every room, leaving behind her traces and odor. The building manager was also forced to retreat layer by layer, never daring to step over the forbidden line. Finally, she was cornered and couldn't even return to her home. Because earlier this JK girl had also walked around her house. Moreover, even hiding in her own home was useless. Every door had been destroyed by Lin Ming in advance, so she couldn't block the entrance. Unless she was willing to use the building manager's authority to teleport upstairs. But that smell upstairs. Ugh. The building manager was trapped in a corner on the first floor. Lin Ming activated his clairvoyance and saw her curled up in a corner, smiling slightly. Building manager, why aren't you running anymore? You truly are a beast. A living beast. The head of the building spat in anger. Lin Ming, however, remained unfazed, grinning wickedly as he lunged at her. Come on, my old baby. Enter my body. To be safe, Lin Ming didn't directly grab the head of the building this time, but instead stored her in the soul banner before starting to fight. Once Lin Ming's consciousness entered the soul banner, he began to confront the head of the building along with 5 ghosts inside. Besides wielding authority over the entire building, the head of the building possessed a rather unique ability. Phasing. This ability allowed her body to temporarily transform into an illusion or even into wind, rendering her immune to certain attacks. Of course, it wasn't complete immunity, though otherwise she wouldn't fear the JK girl so much. However, phasing cannot escape the soul banner. This would surely become her grave. Wei Yuan tried to look directly at the head of the building, but her strength surpassed his, making it difficult for him to pin her down. Even if he managed to do so, it would only last a second or two at most. To create disturbances against the head of the building, Wei Yuan intentionally interfered when she attempted to phase out of the attacks, causing her significant trouble. The greedy ghost continuously scattered paper money, which floated down. Once it touched someone, it could seize their life and power. The head of the building was most wary of this, constantly dodging and unwilling to confront it. The mist ghost and the hanged ghost unleashed death energy, thick fog swirling around her with ropes dropping down, attempting to bind her. Yet these attacks were consistently evaded by the head of the building, using her phasing ability. Occasionally, she would be disturbed by Wei Yuan and unable to escape, but after breaking free from his control, she would immediately flee. Lin Ming observed the head of the building and decided to stop entangling with her. He had initially been curious about her abilities, wanting to see how strong they were. If her abilities were indeed incredibly powerful, he would take her, and even if he couldn't establish his foundation in this instance, he could always return for another try. He couldn't waste a strong ally. However, it seemed that her phasing ability was quite ordinary, possessing strong defensive capabilities, but extremely weak offensive power. Since there was no need to keep her alive, let her die. Lin Ming activated the soul banner, the formation starting up immediately to ensnare the old lady in place. In my soul banner, can you still be arrogant? The head of the building felt herself unable to move, and this time, unlike the last when she was merely gazed upon, she was controlled by a different kind of powerful force, instantly filled with terror. As Lin Ming approached, she felt death drawing near and struggled frantically. The soul banner firmly restrained her as Lin Ming walked over, biting his finger to inscribe a ghostly contract on her forehead. Once the ghostly contract was successfully planted, the head of the building surprisingly still struggled. Lin Ming was astonished. Could a vengeful spirit be this powerful? Indeed, the bizarre levels were not solely based on the density of death energy. Just as Lin Ming was about to drain the head of the building, a thought suddenly struck him, and he asked in a deep voice, "Where is the missing little girl?" The head of the building's expression slightly changed as she resisted answering, but was forced to open her mouth in the attic. Hearing this, Lin Ming cursed inwardly. Damn, thankfully I was clever and asked one more question. Lin Ming had previously thought that although several people were on a doomed mission, they would all ultimately die at the hands of this building's bizarre forces. It didn't make sense for him to be the only one to perish in a mission that was destined to be non-existent. So this little girl might actually exist. What else do you know about her? How should she be dealt with? What abilities does she have? Lin Ming immediately pressed for more information. She has no abilities, just an exceptional talent for hiding. She was brought here by a powerful individual who I drove away, but didn't manage to take this girl with him. Thus, she's been hiding and hasn't dared to meet me, and I can't find her location. How does the master know? The head of the building explained, looking confused. Brought by a powerful individual. You bizarre entities can visit freely. Lin Ming replied casually. Bizarre entities can indeed move freely, but that powerful individual who came here was not a bizarre entity, but a player. The head of the building explained. Lin Ming displayed a look of surprise. A player? A player can bring someone in at will and still escape. Could it be that a player had already gotten ahead of him? It shouldn't be possible. There were no other cultivators on Blue Star, something his master confirmed after 300 years. Ordinary people weren't strong enough. How could anyone have gotten ahead? Or could it be that someone else actually entered before the bizarre game launched? That shouldn't be possible either. With such extraordinary abilities, how could they resist not using them in reality? They should have already made a name for themselves. A sense of crisis rose within Lin Ming. Who is that player you mentioned? What is their name? Draw me a picture. I forgot. That powerful individual had a special ability that allowed me to forget certain things. The old lady shook her head, the intensity of her movements clearly increasing. She was breaking free from the control of the ghostly contract. Do you remember how strong the opponent was? Do they have the ability to traverse through the mist? Lin Ming confirmed. This mist was not something that could be easily traversed, especially for players. Thus, being able to traverse the mist must mean they were a super strong player. However, the head of the building replied with a chilling tone, I don't know, but he should have a way to avoid the effects of the mist. After all, those survivors often possess some strange abilities, and some can even traverse into the instance to sell various things to players. Can instances be entered to sell things? Why does that sound like a military vehicle? I wonder if there are powerful military artillery pieces or prairie sisters. No, what mattered was the word survivor. Lin Ming keenly grasped the key point in the head of the building's words. Survivor. This didn't sound like a term used for external players, especially since Blue Star was not on the verge of destruction. Is it possible that the survivor is a living person from this world who became a player after the game descended and has been struggling to survive ever since? If that's the case, it would be quite remarkable. Lin Ming noted this key point looking at the head of the building who was about to break free from the ghostly contract and asked one last question. How many points do you have? Give them all to me. The other residents, under her obsessive-compulsive pressure, had taken loans to buy houses elsewhere and spent all their points. But surely the head of the building must have points, right? They are all in the bank. The head of the building struggled madly on the brink of. Lin Ming knew that even if he asked for the bank account and password, he might not be able to find the bank and withdraw the money in a short time. He could only immediately absorb the death energy within her. Death energy 100,000. A surge of powerful death energy instantly poured into Lin Ming's body, making him feel an unprecedented expansion. His realm instantly reached its peak, achieving the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. But it didn't stop there. His realm kept climbing rapidly. Not because there was an 11th layer of Qi refinement, but rather, foundation establishment. Lin Ming immediately withdrew from the soul banner, sitting cross-legged, to absorb the death energy from the surrounding environment, continually enhancing his spiritual power. Finally, he compressed that spiritual power into his dantian, forging the sturdiest foundation for himself. At this moment, Lin Ming resembled the most qualified foreman, using the best materials and craftsmanship for his foundation, then solidifying it time and again until he broke through. Foundation establishment. P.S. Let us welcome Lin, the old monster, to successfully establish his foundation, taking the first step on the path of the sinister great demon. At this moment, Lin Ming felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Forget about the 100 days of foundation establishment. He achieved it in just 10 days. After 10 days, he finally became a foundation establishment expert, and with that he also transformed into a true practitioner of the dark path. Before his death, his master sealed the Tian Xie Gong within Lin Ming's divine sense. To prevent it from being stolen or extracted through interrogation, he could only gain knowledge of a corresponding realm with each level he ascended. Thus, after achieving foundation establishment, his first action was to examine the dark spells listed in the Tian Xie Gong directory. The soul capture technique. This was one of the best and essential dark arts to cultivate at the foundation establishment stage. It was an advanced version of the clairvoyance technique, capable of seeing through all concealments and disguises, while also possessing the ability to track and control. The soul capture technique had the means of divination. As long as he had laid eyes on someone, even just a fleeting glance, he could use the technique to track them. Additionally, it allowed for mental control, enabling Lin Ming to plant a command within the souls of other beings, allowing him to directly control them or subtly influence their thoughts. The Paperman spell. It could be crafted from paper to take the form of a living being, helping him accomplish tasks he could not do himself. For example, killing in broad daylight or causing explosions in crowded areas. This had once been one of Lin Ming's most coveted abilities. With it, he could create a realm of death. However, with the emergence of the eerie game, his desire for this ability had diminished. Because outside, even if he killed many, the corpses had to be buried in the ground, taking years to cultivate death energy. Unlike the eerie game, which naturally exuded such dense and pure death energy. Next was the blood kill spell. This spell could be activated by obtaining the target's blood, allowing him to cast a curse upon them. The target would perish within 7 days at the slowest, and on the same day at the quickest. The grievous corpse substitute technique could be used to refine one or multiple corpses, burying them in places with the strongest resentment. In the event of danger, he and the target would swap places, making it a powerful escape spell. This demonstrates why the foundation establishment stage is considered the true mark of a genuine cultivator, a true dark path demon. The spells of the Qi refinement stage are merely for dealing with spirits or for self-defense. Foundation establishment spells are meant for killing. Lin Ming successfully established his foundation, slowly opened his eyes, and a glimmer of green light flashed in his pupils, signifying a shift in his aura. Previously, he was a bright and cheerful young man. Now he had transformed into a sinister and malevolent. At this moment, he stood under the sunlight, his smile carrying a hint of wickedness combined with his handsome face, creating a charming rogue aura that truly left the JK girl entranced and unable to close her legs. My goodness, how did he become even more handsome? The JK girl suddenly forgave Lin Ming for the earlier incident where he had forced her to defecate and used her as bait to lure the dorm supervisor. Why didn't he use someone else to lure me? This indicates that in his heart, I am different from others. What? You say there's no one else here, everyone else is dead. Then why is it that everyone else is dead, yet I can still be with him? Doesn't that imply that he loves me? Lin Ming looked at the JK girl who was hugging her chest with a face full of happy fantasies. What is this fool staring at? Never mind, let's try my hand at it first. Lin Ming gazed at the JK girl, and a flash of green light flickered in his eyes. Soul capture technique activate. The JK girl's body trembled violently, her expression becoming even more blissful, and she gazed at Lin Ming with growing infatuation. Lin Ming subtly manipulated her soul memories, causing her to forget her existence in this instance, while designing a memory where she would pass through this challenge on her own, yet remain utterly devoted to him, with this love being something she could never disclose to outsiders. After completing these tasks, Lin Ming felt it was not enough. He instructed the JK girl to remain in a daze until she heard the word settlement before she could exit the state. He believed that once this woman left here, she would definitely draw the attention and recruitment of the authorities. At that time, she would become a hidden piece on his side within the official ranks. After all, having only Song Shui seemed insufficient. Lin Ming tidied up the JK girl and immediately headed toward the attic. The dorm supervisor had mentioned that the missing little girl was in the attic. Upon arriving at the attic, he found it remarkably clean, evidently a place the dorm supervisor often cleaned. However, Lin Ming searched every corner and did not see the so-called little girl. How strange. Although this attic was essentially a floor, it could be considered communal, thus lacking any partitions aside from load-bearing walls, making it completely visible. How could he not find anyone? Even when Lin Ming used the soul capture technique to check, he could not see where that little girl was. Could she have run away? That shouldn't be the case. When the dorm supervisor said this, she was under a controlled state and could not possibly conceal or lie. If the little girl had any intention to escape, she would surely have mentioned it. Wait. Lin Ming suddenly recalled something. It was a statement made by the butcher from room 301. He had said that there were only 5 floors here. The attic indeed had no one living in it, but it definitely counted as one of the floors. The butcher should not have obscured that fact when reporting to him. Moreover, the dorm supervisor knew of the little girl's existence, so why did everyone else claim they had never heard of her? Was the dorm supervisor deliberately concealing other eerie aspects, or? Lin Ming recalled that the dorm supervisor had mentioned the little girl was brought in by a powerful being, and that powerful being possessed the ability to make people forget. Thus it should be that being who used their ability to erase everyone's memory of the little girl's existence, thereby protecting her. But the dorm supervisor was too strong, having broken free from this memory-erasing effect. Could it be that she hadn't completely escaped it? Because the dorm supervisor had previously mentioned that the little girl was exceptionally skilled at hiding so much so that even she couldn't find her. The dorm supervisor held authority over the entire building. She could resist her own ghostly contract, not to mention finding someone. Could it be that the powerful being used their memory-erasing ability to make her forget the little girl's location? No, the dorm supervisor remembered that the little girl was in the attic. So it was that little girl. The little girl also possessed the same ability to make people forget, so whenever people saw her, she would intentionally cause them to forget her, achieving the perfect hiding effect. If that is indeed the case, then this ability is truly insurmountable. So the only option left is to deceive her. Lin Ming took a deep breath. As a capable inheritor of the dark path, he was quite adept at verbal persuasion. Little sister, don't be afraid. I am also one of the survivors, and your father entrusted me to find you. Lin Ming forced a warm smile using the gentlest tone. You're lying. A voice that was ethereal, yet carried a hint of innocence, suddenly echoed in the attic. Just as expected, she was here. Lin Ming immediately attempted to track her voice, but when he looked over, it was empty. Has she moved? To confirm, Lin Ming spoke towards that empty corner. I'm not lying, but it's really your father who sent me. If you don't believe me, see if I'm alive, or if I have defeated that terrifying guy who kept coming after you. It seems that's indeed the case, then you really are a good person. The ethereal voice of the girl continued to emerge from the empty corner. She hadn't moved. She was right there. Yet Lin Ming widened his eyes, staring at the corner, even deploying the soul capture technique, but he still could not see the little girl. Is this truly the ability to make one forget? Or is it some other means? Fortunately, I also have my— Lin Ming raised his hand, his two fingers together, channeling the spiritual energy within him to write the ghost spirit contract in midair. The spiritual energy transformed into rays of light resembling several black dragons intertwining in the sky, shooting towards the desolate land where the sound originated, and then converging into a talisman exuding an intimidating aura. Under the radiance of this black spiritual talisman, a small body flickered in and out of visibility. The talisman swiftly descended and drilled into the tiny body, vanishing from sight. On the contrary, that small body began to become clearer in Lin Ming's eyes. Once he reached the foundation establishment stage, Lin Ming would be able to draw talismans in the void, and the range of this ghost spirit contract would also expand, allowing him to lock onto all anomalies within a certain area. As long as there were anomalies present, they could not escape the ghost spirit contract. Moreover, the effectiveness of this contract proved that this girl was indeed an anomaly. Although the building supervisor said that the person who brought the little girl was a survivor, a living person, and might even be a player, Lin Ming guessed at that moment that this little girl was definitely an anomaly. From a normal perspective, who would run around with a living little girl? Lin Ming surveyed the new ghost servant he had just acquired. She was a little girl about 7 or 8 years old, crouching in the corner, her delicate arms hugging her legs. Beneath her brown shoulder-length hair was a chubby little round face, and she was looking at Lin Ming with large, innocent, and panicked eyes, her pupils still red. A standard little loli. The loli saw the spiritual talisman from earlier, and noticing Lin Ming staring at her, felt that she shouldn't have spoken earlier, and that she had been discovered. Frightened by Lin Ming's gaze, she cautiously scooted to the side. Lin Ming's gaze followed suit. This made the loli even more flustered, prompting her to move further away. Seeing her trying to avoid him, Lin Ming waved his hand and said, "Come here." The loli felt her body move uncontrollably as she walked towards Lin Ming against her will. She was instantly terrified, panic flooding her red pupils, and tears began to flow uncontrollably as she said, Don't kill me, I can be good." By the time she finished speaking, she was already in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming reached out and pinched her little face, asking, "Little girl, who brought you here?" The loli uncontrollably replied, "It's my master." Lin Ming was somewhat surprised. He had initially thought it was the girl's father or something, but it turned out to be a master-servant relationship. However, what truly surprised him was that survivors in this world could also contract ghost servants. "What method did he use to control you?" Lin Ming inquired. "He didn't control me, I wanted to listen to him." The loli, realizing she couldn't refuse, began to act obedient. No contract. No wonder she was left here and couldn't be taken away. Like Lin Ming, even if he were to abandon this little loli now, he could still call for her from a distance, making her find her way back. "So you willingly became his ghost servant?" "Never mind, I want to ask you one by one. Just tell me your background in one go." Lin Ming estimated that the task should be nearing completion and urged her immediately. "I was an orphan when I was alive, so I don't know where I came from. I lived in a charity orphanage. But the teachers there didn't like me. They said my eyes had problems, that I might be sick. The other children in the orphanage also didn't want to play with me. I wanted to play with them, wanted to tell them I wasn't sick, but every time I got close they would throw stones at me. Those stones hurt so much when they hit me." Later, our matron suddenly disappeared. Everyone said she had died and would definitely come back to eat us. The teachers all ran away. All the other children ran away too. I don't know where they went, and I was left all alone. Then the matron really came back." The little loli recounted, sadly reminiscing about the past, which made her feel very uncomfortable, seemingly recalling that time of being rejected. When she spoke of the matron's return, there was no fear on her face. Instead, she wore a smile. Lin Ming guessed that the matron had indeed been killed by something strange back then, and her return was indeed to devour the living to strengthen herself. This made him curious to ask the little loli, "Why didn't you run away like the other children?" "I was locked in the storage room because the teacher didn't like me and always gave me very little food. When I was still hungry, I stole a bun to eat, but the teacher found out, beat me up, and locked me in the dark storage room. I really knew I was in the wrong at that time. I sincerely apologized and even knelt down to plead with the teachers, but they said I was a monster, that I didn't know what kind of germs I carried, and even dared to steal things, so they had to teach me a lesson. Because I was locked in the storage room, when the teachers and children ran away, they didn't call for me, they forgot about me. But after the matron came back, she rescued me from the storage room. Although she ultimately devoured me, at least it proved that I didn't have any germs, and she wouldn't avoid me anymore. After the matron ate me, I thought she would take me away. But unexpectedly, it seemed as if the matron couldn't see me. When I spoke to her, I scared her, and she started to run desperately. I couldn't catch up to her at all. Later, I stayed alone on the street where no one could see me and no one was willing to play with me. Until one day I took a nap and found myself in a small jar bought by my master, who opened the jar, and my master treats me very well. Although he occasionally takes me to hit people, he also gives me food and plays with me, never rejecting me. Later my master brought me here. He said he wanted to steal some kind of authority, but it seemed he failed and was chased away by that terrifying old lady. I wanted to find my master, but that scary old lady kept watching this place, making me too afraid to move. As the little loli spoke, her expressions fluctuated between happiness and fear, but every word revealed that whether alive or dead, she had lived an extraordinarily tragic life. Bullied and ignored when alive. After becoming an anomaly, she awakened the ability to be forgotten, yet still no one noticed her. After being taken home by that master, it was probably not genuine affection, but rather fear of this lowly anomaly, so he did his best to satisfy her requests to keep her. As for that man leaving without taking this little lowly, it was likely just a beautiful assumption. Most likely the man left the little lowly here to attract the attention of the building's supervisor, allowing him to escape. This little lowly is a sacrifice. After reflecting on the life of this little lowly, Lin Ming became interested in one key point. You were sold in a jar. What kind of jar was it? Who put you in it? Lin Ming pressed on. The little lowly tilted her head, lost in memories. I don't know who put me in it, but I woke up in that jar. As for the name of that jar, I think I heard my master mention it once by accident, saying he needed to save money to find a ghost vending machine to buy something. A ghostly vending machine. What kind of thing is that? It sounds like it can purchase bizarre items, and the sold items won't harm the buyer. Or does this vending machine take the initiative to catch some gentle oddities to sell? Lin Ming was pondering this when his body began to become ethereal. He had completed his mission and was about to leave the dungeon. The little lowly seemed to sense that Lin Ming was leaving and boldly grabbed his hand, filled with fear and pleading, please take me with you, I don't want to stay here alone. Seeing the pain in this little one's eyes, Lin Ming smiled and patted her head. Don't be afraid, you'll follow me from now on, and no one will abandon you again. Now evaluating player Lin Ming's performance in the desperate residential building. You successfully and completely survived 10 points. You perfectly completed your task and helped other players finish the building manager's task, 50 points. You successfully tamed Ming Ming, making her feel warmth and satisfying the ghostly vending machine's expectations, 100 points. You explored the oddity game and obtained significant clues, 50 points. You escaped the pursuit of the Death Hotel boss, 40 points. You caught the attention and interest of the Blood Moon Count, 50 points. Player Lin Ming's final score for this round is 315 points, rated SSS. Detected that player Lin Ming has a score crit card. Do you wish to use it? Lin Ming, yes. Use successful. Player Lin Ming's final score for this round is 630 points. Now distributing rewards to player Lin Ming. Congratulations, you have obtained skill card X1. Congratulations, you have obtained a desperate residential building fragment. Congratulations, you have obtained the title of Explorer, which allows players to increase score rewards after completing a dungeon. Congratulations, reputation points 200. Congratulations, you have obtained red blood candles X5. Player Lin Ming's score has reached 1000, allowing you to extract skills, items, etc. To react, the rewards are quite ample. Lin Ming felt quite gratified, especially since he leveled up. Lin Ming was just about to check what new functions the game had after leveling up when everything before him distorted and he was logged out of the game, returning to his dormitory. Damn, is it really so hard to see something? Lin Ming cursed, only to find a panel appearing before him that only existed in the game. Aren't panels not visible outside the game? Could this be a new function after leveling up? Lin Ming looked astonished at the floating virtual panel before him. Level Vengeful Spirit. Points 1335. Skills Evil Ghost Substitute. Titles Perfect Clearer, Outstanding Worker, Explorer. Email Doom Coin, Safe House Room Card, Skill Card, Decayed Convenience Store Fragment, Desperate Residential Building Fragment, Red Blood Candles, X5. So this is the new function given by the bizarre game after reaching the Vengeful Spirit level, allowing one to view the panel outside. Of course, the items on the panel can't be taken out. That is enough. Previously, after clearing a dungeon, the rewards were seen too late before being kicked out. Now he can finally see them thoroughly. Also, there's the 1000 points, which seem to allow him to extract something from the game to reality. To confirm what to extract, Lin Ming began to check the items he possessed. First is that skill card. He tried to see if he could use it. Very well, he could choose to use the skill card, but it couldn't be traded, and the skill also couldn't be cast in reality, but the new skill had appeared on the panel. Etherealization. Skill description: you can turn your body into an ethereal state, immunizing partial. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Isn't this the skill of the building manager? Now it has surprisingly been extracted by himself. I wonder if the game allows skills to be repeated or if the previous skill holder's death allows others to extract this skill again. But speaking of which, that old lady had this skill, but since it was only useful for self-preservation, Lin Ming disliked it and didn't recruit her as a capable assistant. But now that he has this skill, he feels like this is clearly a godly skill. Who would have thought that the bizarre game could have something reliable? Lin Ming began to continue checking other items. There was no need to look at the residential building fragments. It was merely the authority he obtained from that dungeon. He curiously opened the details of the red blood candle, wanting to know what it was. Red blood candle, after being lit, can restore status within the range of its glow regardless of faction or race. A healing item, huh? No need to think about it. Lin Ming chose to extract the etherealization skill. As he successfully made his choice, 1,000 points disappeared from the panel. In its place, Lin Ming inexplicably grasped an ability. This ability appeared abruptly, like when he raised his realm, the Tian Xie Gong in his mind would automatically unlock. With a thought from Lin Ming, his body swiftly transformed into an ethereal state. He reached out to touch the table before him, and his hand passed through it without any obstruction. When a few people arrived outside the door, the old man, clearly the leader, whispered to the three young men once inside, "First cover their heads with burlap sacks, then beat them up. Remember, don't kill them. Our goal is just to drive him away so that I can take over his job. Do you understand?" Lin Ming suddenly realized. So they were after his job. He never expected this lousy job was worth someone taking such risks. Lin Ming saw the few people approaching and took the initiative to open the door, saying, "Hi, good evening." The young man was about to kick the door, but upon seeing it open and Lin Ming greeting them, he was momentarily stunned. A glint of green light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. The young man was instantly controlled, turning around to strike his own brother with a club. The brother didn't even have time to react before being knocked to the ground. The others were dumbfounded, and the old man shouted, "Old Third, what are you doing?" Clearly he has turned to the lights. Lin Ming smiled slightly. Old Third struck again, killing the stunned Old Deng. Seeing Old Deng bleeding profusely on the ground, the only surviving young man finally reacted fearfully, dropping his weapon and fleeing into the distance. Old Third immediately chased after him, tackling his own brother and frantically beating him with the club. The young man was relatively strong, desperately covering his head and struggling, managing to flip Old Third over. Seeing this, Lin Ming slightly smirked, flicking his fingers to unleash a strand of spiritual energy that instantly pierced through the fleeing young man's chest, causing him to fall to the ground in despair. Then he looked at Old Third and said, "All right, your mission is complete." "Yes, master." Old Third picked up the club and began to strike his own head until it bled profusely, ceasing his breath. Looking at the corpses, Lin Ming felt very pleased. He thought he was quite lucky. When he was sleepy, someone sent him a pillow. Once he dragged the corpses inside and stripped them of their clothes, he took the opportunity to. This process of creating vengeful corpses had strict requirements. They had to die with resentment, and the resentment must not have dissipated. This resentment was essentially what is called calamity, chi, the last breath of a person before death. Before this breath dissipated, he needed to draw a magic array on the corpse and infuse it with his own blood essence, allowing the corpse to carry Lin Ming's aura and replace him. Substitute death. After 2 full hours, Lin Ming finally completed the processing of the 4 corpses, transforming them all into his vengeful corpse substitutes. To test it, Lin Ming waved at one of the vengeful corpses, saying, "Stand up." The vengeful corpse, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood up straight at a 90-degree angle, eyes tightly closed, facing Lin Ming. Lin Ming circled around the vengeful corpse twice, feeling slightly dissatisfied. This was only a basic vengeful corpse that could merely serve as a substitute, lacking any combat power. If he could refine it into a high-level vengeful corpse, it would not only have tough skin and bones like a zombie, but also possess powerful combat capabilities, even the ability to fly and burrow. Lin Ming imagined himself going out with a large group of invulnerable corpse servants. Of bullets would not harm them. Cannonballs could be kicked away, and they could take him to the skies and seas. How impressive that would be. Even if he entered a bizarre game and was chased by the strange beings, he wouldn't even have to pursue the strangeness himself. That would be an act of great kindness. Lin Ming became more and more excited as he thought about it. Unfortunately, that was just a thought for now. Cultivating the vengeful corpses into high-level ones was something only a golden core cultivator could achieve. The golden core realms. Lin Ming was full of longing, looking forward to reaching that level, and then with a wave of his hand, unleashing thousands of troops capable of easily destroying a city. Damn it, I have to focus on cultivation. Lin Ming forced himself to stop thinking further and decided to deal with the present. He commanded the vengeful corpse to go out and run far away. The vengeful corpse obediently turned around and ran quickly into the distance. Because it was a corpse, it didn't know fatigue, didn't know rest, and even didn't need to breathe, so it continued to run at a speed that surpassed its own limits without slowing down at all. Of course, corpses do wear down, their bones, joints, muscles, and skin do. But corpses do not feel pain, and besides, such corpses can be made at any time, so it's fine if they break. As the vengeful corpse ran into the wilderness for a full 30 miles, it didn't even take a single breath. Lin Ming could sense the existence of the vengeful corpse, so he roughly gauged the distance and immediately formed a hand seal, chanting a spell to activate the corpse substitution technique. In the next moment, a magic array appeared beneath his feet, and after a flash of light, he found himself 30 miles away. Meanwhile, the vengeful corpse appeared in Lin Ming's dormitory. The positions swapped. Very good, this escape method will be very useful. Lin Ming mobilized his spiritual energy and cast a minor technique called wind riding technique. Besides recording a few powerful spells commonly used in this realm, the Tianxia Gong also included some minor techniques. The wind riding technique was one of them, allowing him to fly with the wind, though its speed was rather average. It was only slightly faster than a Ferrari at top speed. It didn't even reach the speed of sound. One could only say that it was truly a minor technique of the side path. Poor rating. Lin Ming quickly returned to his dormitory, looking at the corpses with satisfaction. Next, he had another important task, which was to once again refine the Wanhun banner. His Wanhun banner was still a Qi refinement level artifact with limited strength and needed to be refined again to become a foundation establishment level artifact. After refining it again, he would be able to directly store the artifact in his dantian, allowing it to nourish continuously, ultimately transforming this artifact into his life treasure. Furthermore, it would also grant a very powerful special ability. Lin Ming first took out the peculiarities from the Wanhun banner, then inserted it in front of him, crossed his legs, and began to infuse spiritual energy. The Wanhun banner was originally a growth-type artifact preserving the magic array within. As long as spiritual energy was infused, the magic array would refine itself automatically. As spiritual energy flowed in, the death aura on the Wanhun banner gradually thickened, becoming darker and more sinister. The ghost faces on the banner also became more ferocious, even emitting a faint death light, showcasing their extraordinary nature. After a long time, the Wanhun banner finally leveled up successfully, gently swaying and emanating a rich death aura. Just as Lin Ming withdrew his spiritual energy, the flag on the banner suddenly waved on its own without the wind. As the banner waved, an invisible domain opened up. Domain. That's right, the Foundation Establishment Level Wanhun banner had acquired domain power. Once this domain was activated, it would suppress enemies within its range and continuously strip away their vitality. This was the true Wanhun banner. This was the powerful aspect of the infamous evil artifact, the Wanhun banner. Of course, the current domain range was very small, and it needed to be nourished to gradually expand. As for the method of nourishment, one was to place it in the dantian to endure the cleansing of spiritual energy from the Tianxia Gong. The other was related to its name. After all, the Wanhun banner needed souls to fill it in order to unleash its maximum power. He still needed to quickly enter the dungeon and gather more peculiarities to satisfy his precious treasure. Lin Ming took a deep breath, and the Wanhun banner immediately transformed into a stream of light and flew into his mouth, entering his dantian. Looking at the black little banner swirling in his dantian, Lin Ming smiled broadly. However, when he saw the nearly depleted spiritual energy in his dantian, his smile slowly faded. He took out his phone and contacted Song Shui, saying, "Old Deng, it's time to explode some gold coins." After Lin Ming sent the message, there was no response from the other side. He made a phone call only to be informed by an automated voice that the owner of the phone was currently at work and would return the call as soon as possible. Lin Ming suddenly realized that Song Shui must have entered the bizarre game. Was this the reply message left behind? The authorities were indeed quick, managing to grasp the method of entering the game so swiftly. He turned to see if he could use this method himself. If he could, it would be a great gain. For now, he decided to check on that backup person. Lin Ming got in touch with the JK girl. The JK girl answered the phone promptly, obediently responding, "I'm at the police station waiting for the people from the Bureau of Bizarre Affairs to pick me up." "Very well, find a way to gain their trust. You will be of great use to me in the future," Lin Ming said in a deep voice. "Yes, I will do my best." The JK girl was very excited and sincerely obedient to Lin Ming. The two ended the communication. Now all that was left was to wait. Of course, Lin Ming was also trying to search online for players, hoping to get an invitation letter himself. However, he discovered that there were others searching for players just like him. They were a group of scammers. These scammers would target individuals who posted short videos crying about being chosen, then deceive them for money and sex. For money, they would claim to be seasoned players who could provide cheat codes for clearing the game, selling them for 50,000 each, and surprisingly, many people bought them. It was reported that a recently busted scam organization had a top seller moving 500 copies daily. There were also those pretending to have connections within the authorities, claiming that for a fee, they could help establish contact with the special forces, and many fell for it. As for deceiving people for sex, that was even simpler. They would seek out those little fairies who complained about their fate, telling them that if they entered, they would die. Did they not want to enjoy the company of handsome men before perishing? They would then send a photo of a handsome man found online, or even an AI-generated handsome face. Indeed, many little fairies would swoon at the sight of 8-pack abs and the faces of fresh young men, even some who were already married. Then when they arrived for a rendezvous, several would be captured and forced into prostitution, drained of their last bit of value before entering the game to meet their end. Some were even more unfortunate. After declaring themselves as players, their homes were robbed and burglarized. Since players would inevitably enter the game and could not return as long as they were tied up and their belongings extorted, these individuals were destined to never report to the police. Such incidents could occur over 1,000 times a day. This led the authorities to issue a stern warning to everyone: once you become a player, do not hastily announce it publicly, or just call the police for help or serious problems will arise. The authorities even took measures to ban accounts and delete videos on social media of those foolishly claiming to be players. As for those wishing to exchange game information, they could log onto the official website established by Huaxia. The website was called Bizarre Game. Upon logging in, one must register with real name identification. This was beneficial for the state to select high-level players. If anyone posted credible information and demonstrated obvious skills, the state would come knocking to recruit them. Lin Ming registered and logged in. He merely wanted to browse and would not recklessly divulge any information on this platform to avoid drawing attention. The important information and clues within the game were meant for trading with Song Shui. He would tell Song Shui the information, let her deceive, exchange resources, and then provide it to Lin Ming. After browsing this website, Lin Ming had to admit that it was indeed somewhat useful. There were indeed talented individuals among the populace. Many netizens posted information that, although based on existing data, was extremely useful. One piece of information that surprised Lin Ming was posted by a user with the nickname Shy Widow, letting 18 handsome men take turns offering seats on the bus. Could there be indigenous people within the bizarre game? I mean, living humans who have been trying to save themselves, but cannot withstand the massive bizarre group. If we find them, can we seek cooperation? Below was a flurry of comments. Some agreed while others disagreed. It resembled the once popular discussion on Blue Star: should we respond to alien signals? Some believed that collaborating with survivors would allow for a quicker understanding of the bizarre game, benefiting survival rates. Others worried that the survivors might have twisted motivations, wanting to escape the bizarre game and take over the real world. Moreover, the people in the real world were still too weak. No one had the ability to extract themselves into reality, making it difficult to combat them. Lin Ming knew that those survivors genuinely existed, and he was contemplating whether to find those individuals. From the current information, they undoubtedly understood the bizarre game far better. But whether they were good or evil, no one knew. After all, having stayed in the bizarre world for so many years, it was possible that they might have to hide in some cramped place for years or even decades. It would be strange if their minds weren't twisted. Lin Ming was checking the posts, wanting to see the analyses from the netizens, and the more he looked, the more he found. Suddenly, he realized something. The number of players surviving had increased. On this website, many individuals were posting messages in the tone of someone who had been through it. Among them were even those who had gained strong abilities and terrifying ghostly items in the game. However, these individuals had not yet leveled up, nor had anyone mentioned the matters of map fragments and powers. It was highly likely that no one had achieved a perfect clearance. Compared to Lin Ming, who already possessed 2 map fragments akin to owning 2 properties, those individuals were far behind. Watching those enthusiastic individuals post their experiences and strategies online, Lin Ming knew that these people only shared part of their strategies to attract attention and achieve certain goals. But Lin Ming couldn't help but admit that there were still smart people among them. Indeed, having a vast land and abundant resources was beneficial, as there were many capable individuals. While he was enjoying the reading, he found someone had posted a message. Liang Shanbois and Zhu Yingxiang, a player, is privately recruiting people to establish a guild administrator. Are you going to manage this? If not, I will also create a guild. Now someone dares to create a guild and post it on the official site. That's quite bold. Lin Ming curiously looked at this post, wanting to know how the government would respond. The state does not encourage players to privately create guilds, as we currently understand too little about the bizarre game. However, we respect personal freedom. If players insist on establishing a guild, please register with the official department, otherwise it will be deemed an illegal assembly. This reply instantly caused an uproar. The government actually allowed private guilds. Did that not imply that the era of warlords was about to begin? No joke, when these individuals could showcase their skills from the game, they would inevitably rely on their immense power to create situations akin to ancient warlords, and with various superpowers, the fragmentation could be even more severe. Lin Ming did not expect the government to allow it, but upon further reflection it made sense. The times had changed. If they enforced strict regulations now, it would only provoke dissatisfaction among powerful players. At that point, these individuals would sneakily establish guilds like ancient bandits, leading to even more severe issues. As the saying goes, it is better to let things flow than to block them. The state allows you to create guilds, but you must register and file for approval. This at least helps prevent guilds and players from running amok. Although it might temporarily affect public order, the state can always leverage countless resources to move a step ahead, ultimately managing these guilds with immense power, much like overseeing large companies and gray forces. No matter how strong the gray forces are, they would not dare to oppose the state. Just like back in the day when the Qing official was burned, it directly led to the decline of a district that was on the verge of thriving. When the state is angry, it's not something to be trifled with. Lin Ming had no intention of creating a guild, mainly because it would be too troublesome, and besides, he wasn't without helpers. As long as he crazily refined vengeful corpses, he could single-handedly command an army. Just as Lin Ming was browsing a peculiar gaming website, Song Shui called him. "Hello, you came out of the Lin Ming greeted her. "I almost didn't make it out." Song Shui's voice was laced with fatigue and anger. "Can you understand what it feels like to play games with a bunch of idiots?" "I understand. I've smashed 3 phones playing Wang Zhenong Yao." Lin Ming couldn't help but laugh. Why was he reluctant to play games with others? Why was he unwilling to create a guild? This was the reason. This world was not short of all kinds of fools. Song Shui seemed a bit annoyed. "Did you just laugh?" "No, I was just feeling good." Lin Ming unabashedly expressed his happiness. "Ha, living in a shabby dormitory at the graveyard, while I'm in a villa? Do you understand what that feels like?" Song Shui shot back defiantly. "A villa?" With Lin Ming's current strength, if he wanted to live in a villa, he wouldn't know how many people would be begging to give it to him. Ding dong. There was a bank notification. Lin Ming glanced at it, discovering that an unfamiliar account had transferred him 3 million. He was instantly astonished. Had it been sent by mistake? Or was it a new type of scam? "The money has been received, right? I can't just give money casually from my account that was sent to you by Yin Yun. Go find a nice place to live, and you don't need to work anymore. Just call me sweetly, and he'll take care of you." Song Shui said, her tone tinged with pride. Lin Ming clicked his tongue. "As expected of a special forces captain, you're really generous, but it would be even better if you could give me some invitation letters." Upon hearing this, Song Shui became even prouder. "Got it, little ghost. They'll look after you from now on. Do you have paper nearby? What did you forget to bring paper to the bathroom?" Lin Ming retorted. "I could smell your bad breath through the phone. Just wipe your mouth, and don't gross me out." Song Shui said angrily. Lin Ming chuckled. "I have paper here, just say it. They'll tell you some strategies about the peculiar game. You need to remember them." Song Shui became serious. "This time I entered a dungeon called the Crazy Nursery. That dungeon should be a branch of a larger dungeon, but we don't have access to other sections. Inside, all the team members and I were acting as caregivers, taking care of newborn babies, and the nurse told us the rules were: 1. No baby should cry for more than 10 seconds. 2. No baby should die. 3. No baby's parents should worry. 4. Babies will have regular checkups, and if they fail, the caregiver responsible for that baby will be punished." Those babies were all grotesque. Although they couldn't speak to express their needs, that was the most troublesome part. Because you never know when they will be hungry, when they need to go to the bathroom, and some even had special needs, like certain babies needing to be hit at regular intervals. As for the Special Forces personnel, although they received training, they were just a bunch of pure wastes, making all sorts of mistakes, each triggering rules and dying one after another, and some even refused to listen to my commands. I was somewhat lucky. By observing the subtle behaviors of these babies, I managed to guess what they needed and barely passed the level, lasting for 3 hours before being released. Let me tell you, once you enter this level, there are 3 things to observe. The first is to observe the environment. The nurses will place items needed for the babies in the nursery, and those tools could be anything bizarre. The second is to observe the babies. They will have various characteristics that indicate what they need, like some food-loving babies being covered in blood, while some playful babies will gaze around with frightening eyes, looking lively. The third is to keep an eye on any movements outside the nursery door. Once anyone not dressed in a nurse's uniform approaches, immediately close the door. Because the third rule that the nurse mentioned is just to mislead. No baby's parents would actually worry about them, so they wouldn't come to visit. Previously, there was a fool who mistook an entity coming to eat the babies as the baby's parent and nearly got everyone killed. Listening to Song Shui's incessant introduction, Lin Ming quickly took notes while thinking of a way to break through. After she finished, Song Shui curiously asked, "Lin Ming, if it were you, how would you break this level? Although you have powerful combat skills, you can't kill the babies. Is it not the case that you can only observe carefully, like me, to break through?" By asking this question, Song Shui actually wanted to know if her abilities had caught up to Lin Ming's. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. "Break through? Why would I want to break through? According to your statement, as long as the baby cries, it will attract the nurse's punishment, and babies will also attract the entities that want to eat them. Then I would definitely hang all the babies outside the door, letting their cries attract the nurse and other entities, and then take them all out. Currently, Lin Ming couldn't fight against the rules, but that didn't mean he couldn't defeat those grotesque beings. To others, those rules were restrictions on the players. But in his eyes, they were merely bait to lure the grotesques. With so many babies gathered together, was this a mission? This was clearly the peculiar game, helping him set a trap. Song Shui fell silent upon hearing this. To be honest, she had accumulated quite a bit of experience from her 2 gaming sessions and was lucky enough to obtain a powerful skill. She thought that even if there was some distance between her and Lin Ming, it couldn't be too much. Who would have thought that the two of them were fundamentally different? She was risking her life to break through. Lin Ming was also risking his life, but using the lives of the grotesques. Little brother, you really are purely perverted. Song Shui sighed. Stop the nonsense. Do you have paper and pen nearby? Lin Ming asked. What did you just finish eating shit and have no paper to wipe your mouth? Want me to send some over? Song Shui retorted. Lin Ming clicked his tongue. Women are just so petty. I was just joking with you. Song Shui replied impatiently. Stop the nonsense. I'm giving you 3 million. Is that not enough to let you talk freely? Just say what you need to say. I'll remember it. Lin Ming organized his thoughts and said, first, there are survivors in the game. Whether they are enemies or friends is uncertain, but they will also try to seize control of the dungeon, and some survivors seem to be able to freely traverse dungeons. Second, there seem to be certain places in the game where you can purchase grotesques, and those purchased grotesques are likely to listen to the purchaser. Third, cashing out is real. I've already cashed out my skills and obtained the rights to operate the dungeon. Fourth, leveling up not only requires points, but also seems to require a certain number of clearances. That's all. Tell me how you entered the game. I'm eager to get in. Song Shui absorbed the information Lin Ming had given her. Her heart stirred. The authorities were only beginning to familiarize themselves with the game instances, yet Lin Ming already knew so many of the GE game's hidden truths. However, she could not comply with Lin Ming's request for the time being. We force ourselves with various electric shock devices, inflicting intense pain and hatred so we can enter. If those who suffer are close to one another, there is a high chance they will enter the same instance. You surely would not want to use such a method, nor could you, right? But with my standing rising after this, and combined with the information you provided, I will be able to supply you with invitation letters continuously in the future. I also heard the authorities have recently gathered many secret reports. I'll organize all that information for you later. By the way, there's a female player named Chen Lily, codename Nwangwa. Do you know her? That woman went into the instance with me. When she died, she kept shouting your name and insisted she hadn't betrayed you. Song Shui asked with some curiosity. Chen Lily? Nwangwa? Lin Ming thought for a moment. Oh, perhaps she's the woman who cleared Death Hotel with me before. If she's dead, then she's dead. Song Shui replied offhandedly, fine as long as it's settled. When she came to grief, there were still teammates alive. I heard him call your name and feared she might expose your secret, so I gave her a knife to make it quick. Lin Ming paid little mind to that. He cared more about the intelligence hidden within the game. What the GE game website published were details gathered by the public and some fragments of official information. Truly vital intelligence had been classified as top secret to prevent foreign knowledge. Aside from the senior ranks of the GE Bureau, no one could obtain it. But this time Song Shui had cleared the game and acquired a great many secrets, enough to make her one of the GE Bureau's most trusted people. It was natural she knew certain intimacies. After a while of idle chatter, they hung up. Lin Ming stared at the cold 3 million balance on his card and fell into thought. Should he move? The place was actually quite agreeable. Apart from inconvenient transport, it suited a heretical cultivator like him. An inconvenient transport mattered little. He could fly. A notification pinged. Lin Ming's phone buzzed again. It was a message from Song Shui. By the way, don't assume living there is safe. Because of the GE game, the state is now hyper-vigilant about death cemeteries and morgues. They have decided to cremate all corpses nationwide and to station guards at cemeteries. You will soon lose your job. Move early for your own security. Lin Ming had not expected that. All right, then he would move. Find a private villa, living somewhere discreet, should avoid attracting attention. Quancher was, after all, only a fifth-tier small city. Houses were not expensive, and there were plenty of remote single-family villas. Lin Ming packed a few things, sent a resignation message to his superior. Without waiting for a reply, and under cover of night flew away. When he reached Quanchi's urban area, he used his phone to locate a detached villa community near the city's edge. It was quiet, full of standalone houses, and not easily disturbed. The community's property management proved surprisingly professional. A duty attendant was on hand when Lin Ming arrived. There was a resale on offer, and because the management worked with the villa developer, the records were in order. Their brochure described a resale with 5 bedrooms and 3 reception rooms plus a 100 square meter courtyard, finely decorated, ready to move into with luggage in hand. Lin Ming immediately had the attendant call the owner and ask him to bring the sales contract. The owner had been annoyed at first. Who goes out at night to sell a house? But when he learned Lin Ming would not haggle and would sign the contract and pay on the spot, he rushed over at once. Houses hardly sold in these times, and with the Gi game uproar, the owner had prepared to cut the price by 200,000 to find a buyer. Now there was a gullible buyer ready to pay immediately, and the owner hurried over. Holding the contract, he smiled upon seeing Lin Ming, truly promising young man. When I was your age, I was still mooching off my parents. More or less. I too rely on an older woman for money, Lin Ming said, subtly hinting at Song Shui. The owner's face froze. What does it mean to rely on an older woman? Is this kid a kept man? He earns his money serving rich women. No wonder he's so generous. Still, he was young and truly did not know how to manage life. Even if he made money quickly, it had been earned through repeated risks. Yet he tossed it about without a second thought. The owner thought this, but said nothing, instead having Lin Ming sign the contract. After signing, Lin Ming asked Song Shui to raise his transfer limit, and using her privileges, had the property transferred immediately. Seeing the funds arrive, the owner dropped his affectation and stood up triumphantly. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Transfer completed straight away. I thought I'd have to endure a while longer. Now I can go abroad with peace of mind. The female property manager glanced puzzled. Mr. Zhou, you're leaving the country. I've heard things are chaotic overseas lately. You must be watching Xinwen Lianbo, the owner scoffed. He continued with disdain. Waxia's only talent is concocting rumors about other nations. Whenever something happens, they claim some country is at war or another is impoverished, or they paint Lianbo as overrun with dealers. Go abroad, and you'll surely fall victim to phone scams. The manager's expression stiffened. They don't say that all the time, and I've heard the Gi game uproar is worse overseas. Those people have gone mad. Enough. I don't care about your patriotic poverty. I'm going to enjoy a capitalist life. They'll sell the house, the business, and the car. 50 million will let me live very comfortably abroad. I'm immigrating tonight. Goodbye, everyone. The owner walked out smugly, clutching the contract. Lin Ming took the keys and went to his new villa unconcerned. The villa was not small, tastefully finished, and bore no signs of prior habitation. Likely bought by the owner as an investment or for retirement, and not yet occupied. Lin Ming summoned Wei Yuan and the others to clean. Elsewhere, the female manager watched the direction of his villa with a look of envy. To be honest, when Lin Ming earlier asked about available houses, she had assumed he was just harassing her, trying to show off and take her contact information. But unexpectedly, he displayed his bank balance right away, had her call the owner, and in short order paid over 2 million and moved into his new home. The manager judged him to be a wealthy scion with powerful connections who preferred to remain low-key. After all, transferring property without showing his face suggested a degree of influence she could hardly imagine. If she could latch onto a man like that, wouldn't her fortunes soar? Still, with Lin Ming newly moved in, she dared not presumptuously intrude. She feared leaving a bad impression. She resolved to find a way to meet him tomorrow and display her beauty, at least leaving a favorable impression. Driving home, she rummaged through her wardrobe for her prettiest dress and most expensive jewelry and bags. If she wanted to cling to a rich man's arm, she could not appear too impoverished. After half a night of fussing, the manager finally settled on how she would approach Lin Ming to make a striking impression. She had just climbed into bed to rest and recover her spirits when a call came in. "Hello, who is this?" the manager asked, her voice edged with irritation. "It's me, and Mr. Zhou, the one who sold the house tonight." On the other end came a tearful voice. "I just got off the plane in Lianbo and am being held by a group of black men demanding 100 million for my release. I can't borrow the money right now. Could you get that young man who bought my house to help me?" The manager merely snorted. "Mr. Zhou, go away. I'm not falling for that." The next morning, Lin Ming was awakened by the ringing of his phone. It was Song Shui calling, her tone filled with exhaustion. "I just finished a meeting. I'm utterly drained." "How was the meeting?" Lin Ming asked. "What do you expect?" "As anticipated, the Bureau of Anomalies has no doubt about my capabilities. I hold significant power now, and they have granted me extensive authority, allowing me to obtain invitation letters continuously. I knew I didn't misjudge you." Lin Ming immediately lavished her with praise. "Enough chit-chat. Have you bought a house? I see your location has changed." "Don't be ridiculous," Song Shui replied. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. "Can you see my location?" Song Shui calmly responded. "Of course, as the team leader I have that privilege. The special operations team established by the Bureau of Anomalies has invested so many resources. In the end, only Song Shui remains, having brought out so much critical information from the game. How could the Bureau of Anomalies not pamper this big shot? Of course, they must have investigated Song Shui, and her history is exceptionally clean. There's no criminal record for 5 generations. Both her biological parents and her stepmother are deceased. Only one non-blood-related brother remains, and their relationship is extremely poor. That brother dropped out of school halfway and has no criminal record. He has never found a stable job and ended up visiting the cemetery appearing quite unambitious. One could say that someone with such a background as Song Shui is incredibly suited to be the team leader. Thus, the Bureau of Anomalies confidently granted Song Shui immense authority, allowing her to browse all confidential information regarding the anomalous game and to take full control at specific times, mobilizing any personnel as needed. After exploring the database, Song Shui recorded all the information and shared it with Lin Ming. Uploading it online could attract attention or leave traces. Thus, she conveyed everything verbally. Fortunately, Lin Ming has a good memory and recorded all the useful information. However, the information currently held by the government is indeed less than his. Apart from some clearance information, the rest are useless speculations. Of course, the most pleasing thing for Lin Ming about Song Shui becoming the team leader is that she can obtain many invitation letters. At that moment, Song Shui provided Lin Ming with the addresses of 20 players who had invitation letters. This was the only way she could do it, as she couldn't just send the invitation letters to Lin Ming directly, as that would eventually be discovered. Lin Ming was already very pleased to receive the addresses, and those address details included the specific dungeons those players were in, giving him plenty of options. Lin Ming looked at the information and began selecting one by one. Bloody Wedding Night, Black Doll, The Piercing Music Box, Gravekeeper. These dungeons appeared to mostly contain only one or two anomalous elements. Some of them were clearly meant for fighting over ghostly artifacts. Lin Ming had no interest in those, he simply wanted to level up. When he finally reached the end, his eyes lit up upon seeing one that appealed to him. The Silent Land. Dear friend, can you come to the Silent Land to spend an unforgettable 7 days with us? We believe this magical journey will make you fall in love with this place and stay here forever. What caught Lin Ming's attention about this dungeon was the words 7 days us and journey. With those 3 words, it was likely that this dungeon would have a significant number of participants. Lin Ming chuckled and immediately chose this invitation letter. He glanced at the little girl Meng Meng who was playing nearby. This little girl was often forgotten in the anomalous game, so no one played with her. Later, although she got a master most of the time, she was being used and rarely got to play with him. At this moment, after being brought out, Lin Ming specifically went to a small supermarket in the villa area and bought a pile of toys for her. She was currently having a great time playing. It's not that Lin Ming was particularly kind. The issue was that anyone who saw a young girl curled up in a corner looking pitifully at you with a dazed expression would find it hard not to feel the urge to help her. Lin Ming looked at the little girl playing with toys and asked, "How can you make people forget about me?" The little girl walked over, took Lin Ming's hand, and gazed at him with her innocent big eyes, just like this. "Is that all it takes?" Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. "All right then, come with me outside for a bit." The little girl nodded eagerly, as she had no ability to refuse and didn't want to. However, as they were heading out, she couldn't help but glance back at the toys as she hadn't finished playing. Seeing this, Lin Ming let go of her hand and said, "Go choose your favorite one to bring along." "Really? Thank you, master." The little girl happily ran over, picked up one of the plush bears, and ran back joyfully. The other kids at the orphanage all had this. I wanted it too, but the teacher said I would infect the toys with disease and refused to give it to me. Lin Ming chuckled and took the little girl's hand as they walked outside. As he stepped out, someone happened to be getting in their car to go to work. Seeing the person backing up, Lin Ming deliberately stood behind the car and refused to move, even giving them a middle finger in provocation. The driver truly couldn't see him, almost hitting him, yet continued pressing the gas pedal, and even the reversing radar didn't go off. But that wasn't enough. Lin Ming arrived at the small square in the villa area. There were plenty of fitness equipment, and many elders were wandering about or taking care of children. Lin Ming looked at the crowd and shouted loudly, "Everyone look at me. I have an announcement to make." The people in the leisure square didn't even lift their heads, continuing to play as if they hadn't heard at all. Lin Ming thought for a moment, what if these people were deaf? He spotted a little brat passing by, and without saying a word, flicked his forehead. The child cried out, and his grandmother hurried over. "What happened, my dear grandson?" "Someone flicked my forehead," the grandson cried. "Someone? Where?" The grandmother looked around. Even several meters away, other elders noticed, but they couldn't see Lin Ming right in front of them. But in reality, they had not seen Lin Ming, who rather the moment they saw him, they forgot they had seen him. This was the power of forgetfulness. Lin Ming was now certain it was working. He immediately took the little girl and soared into the sky, heading into the distance. He flew over the busy streets and towering buildings, quickly arriving inside an office building. The male employee, in the midst of his fury, suddenly looked at his superior with tears streaming down his face, his features contorted with rage, and instantly found the perfect outlet for his pent-up frustration. He lunged forward, fiercely tackling the leader to the ground, raining blows upon him mercilessly. "You call me at midnight to change the PowerPoint, huh? You make me work overtime every day, don't you? You deduct my attendance for being 10 seconds late, don't you? Did you not say there are plenty of college students who work for free? Let's see if those college students can cure you, if they can bring you back to life. The leader cried out in agony. Let me go. Are you mad? It hurts. Stop. I'm sorry. Help. His angry curses transformed into pleas for mercy. Then he turned to the people around him for assistance. Yet none of the employees intervened to persuade the male employee or assist the leader. They merely watched with glee as the leader was pummeled. Beat him. It's better if he dies. Lin Ming, witnessing the commotion between the two, did not meddle. He approached the table, glanced at the invitation letter lying on it, and wrote his name on it. After completing these tasks, Lin Ming turned to leave. By the time he stepped out, the leader's face was already battered beyond recognition, and he had ceased to breathe. The male employee sat on the side, wailing in anguish. He had children to raise, a family. He didn't want to die. Unfortunately, the bizarre game would not spare you for your poverty and helplessness. Instead, it would choose you with even more urgency. Just like those company leaders, they won't be lenient. Because you bear heavy burdens, they will exploit you mercilessly, knowing you can't just quit. Of course, as more and more people were absorbed by the bizarre game, the resulting panic grew larger. Even the wealthy could not escape, for their greater wealth made them even more unwilling to die, leading to heightened panic and resentment. By that time, it would likely turn into a nationwide countdown over. The world before Lin Ming twisted and transformed into different scenes. He had thought he would arrive at a scenic spot, but instead he found himself inside a cinema. It was an old screening room, the air thick with the scent of decay. As the movie had not yet begun, the dim lights remained on, allowing visibility of the theater's environment. The seats resembled those of a tiered classroom with over 100 available. The walls were uneven, plastered with promotional materials stained and worn. Above, 10 small lights flickered, likely to protect the audience's eyes, though their brightness was dim. Directly in front was a large screen which had yet to illuminate. Lin Ming looked down at his seat number, row 2, seat 08. This seat number seemed unremarkable. He then surveyed the surrounding red seats, noticing that most were unoccupied. The few occupied seats numbered in the dozens, and those seated were clearly players. This time, there were many players, unlike before when it was always a handful at a time. Was it because they were to stay here for 7 days, with each day counting as a separate instance, and each instance accommodating 5 people? Lin Ming counted the number of players. Indeed, there were precisely 35. Adding himself, that made 36. He had likely guessed correctly. While Lin Ming was observing, the others were also taking stock. Although they clearly exhibited signs of tension and panic, they did not dare to move recklessly or speak out. This was advice taught on the bizarre game site established by Huaxia, even accompanied by instructional videos. It was to remind players entering the game to remain calm, not to move or speak indiscriminately. Stay composed. Observe. These 2 actions were the most crucial conditions for surviving. It seemed the national guidance was effective, as these individuals did not crumble upon entry like those in previous instances. Whoa! A deeply suppressed sound of crying resonated in the spacious, quiet screening room, standing out starkly. Everyone's gaze snapped towards the source of the sound. It was the male employee. Indeed, Lin Ming had anticipated it would be him. This fellow had already broken down emotionally before entering. He had nearly beaten his own hands to a pulp. At that moment, adrenaline masked the pain. However, adrenaline would not sustain its surge indefinitely. Now he was likely experiencing pain compounded by despair, and momentarily lost control, crying out. Fortunately, he managed to regain control quickly, having only cried out once. No, wait. Lin Ming looked closely and realized it wasn't that he had regained control. He was clearly already dead. The male employee lay on the ground, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, lifeless. He had only cried out once, and just like that he died. The other players were startled, their faces filled with terror. Lin Ming immediately activated his soul capture technique to check for any anomalies in the surroundings. There were none. Apart from the thick, suffocating aura of death, no other anomalies existed. And to kill someone so swiftly, it was likely only the rules could do such a thing. At this moment, Lin Ming recalled the name of this instance, the Silent Land. Moreover, it was still a cinema, so making noise would lead to death. But the invitation letter stated they were to remain here for 7 days. Surely they wouldn't be watching movies for 7 days. The others evidently shared this concern, their expressions turning grim. They were human. They could endure a day or 2 without food or water. But to sit here for 7 days, wouldn't that be a death sentence? Moreover, releasing gas is a natural human function. Who could guarantee that what they released would be a silent fart? Lin Ming once again scanned the area in search of any indicators of the rules. Yet there was nothing, but seemed there was only a single rule forbidding sound. Lin Ming did not believe this and immediately stood up, approaching the entrance of the screening room. He wanted to see if he could open the door. The others watched his actions, revealing various expressions. Some were curious to check the door, but hesitated to move. Seeing Lin Ming venture forth to scout, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Others frowned at Lin Ming, believing he shouldn't act recklessly. If he angered the anomaly, it could endanger all the players. Nonetheless, whether they wished for him to proceed or not, no one dared to speak. Lin Ming stepped onto the thick carpet and arrived at the entrance of the screening room. The large door had no handle. It was the kind that could be pushed open with force. Yet when Lin Ming placed his hand on it, he found he could not push it open no matter how hard he tried. It seemed they were not permitted to leave. Then he would search within the screening room. Lin Ming began to wander around looking for clues. The others watched him with bated breath, and a few players, seeing Lin Ming approach, quickly waved him off, signaling him to keep his distance. They did not wish to perish alongside this reckless individual. Lin Ming paid no mind to them, continuing his search until he discovered a well-worn, white piece of paper beneath one of the seats. He picked up the paper to examine it. Indeed, it was the cinema's rules, the very regulations. Screening room, Rules 1. Please do not make noise. 2. Do not leave your seat during the film. Do not obstruct the view of other viewers. 3. If you have questions, seek assistance from the cinema staff. 4. The popcorn staff on the left side of the cinema is quite fond of popcorn, so they will take some home after the screening. 5. Please watch the entire movie and give it a good review. 6. Please do not harm them. They appeared to be entirely normal rules akin to well-meaning reminders. But if there were no hidden traps within, that would be a different matter. While Lin Ming was studying the rules, some players could not help but gather closer, curious about what was written on the paper. Upon seeing it was the rules, they all earnestly memorized the contents, passing the information around to one another. They were quietly contemplating how best to adhere to the rules. Lin Ming was also secretly pondering how to effectively violate the rules. Suddenly the lights in the cinema dimmed completely. In the darkened theater, those once empty seats were now filled with people. No, they might not be people. A young player with long hair sat in the chair, his body tense with anxiety, his right hand tightly gripping the silver cross necklace hanging around his neck, while his left hand pulled out a head of garlic from his pocket. In fact, after realizing the emergence of this eerie game, he had even gone to get tattoos, hoping to intimidate the supernatural beings. On his back, he had a tattoo of a 9-dragon coffin made with black dog blood, with Neza sitting atop the dragon's head. Lying in the coffin was a wide-eyed Guan Yu, and sitting cross-legged atop the coffin was a muscular Tang Sung, while the black and white impermanents assisted in carrying the coffin, with shadows of the 10 Yama Kings surrounding the edges. But that was not all. On his chest he had tattooed the war god Xing Tian, and on his limbs the 4 great sacred beasts. Even on his buttocks he had not spared any space, tattooing the golden crow. The 2 wings of the golden crow occupied both of his buttocks, and its beak was positioned right at the location of his rear, supposedly to prevent the supernatural from invading through there. The long-haired player silently reassured himself that he would definitely make it out alive. With this fierce adornment, he could scare those supernatural beings to death. When the overhead lights suddenly went out, the long-haired player was startled as he fearfully discovered that several figures had appeared in the seats that were previously empty beside him. He desperately lowered his head, afraid to look at anything around him. Suddenly, something dark dropped to the ground from the seat next to him. Due to the thick plush carpet on the floor, the object made no sound. However, the long-haired player with his head down couldn't help but have his gaze drawn to it. When he instinctively glanced at it, he found that what had fallen to the ground was a bloody human head grinning at him. To be honest, anyone who saw this scene would have to hold back a shout of disbelief. If you could resist, I can only say, you are impressive. The long-haired player instinctively shouted, "What the hell?" And then he collapsed to the ground dead. This sudden noise and death startled the other players as well. They had also noticed the eerie presence around them and immediately chose to close their eyes. This was the second method taught by the officials for facing the supernatural. Psychological suggestion. Close your eyes and continuously imagine the eerie presence beside you as something you desire most. No one would fear their most wanted item. Using this method was meant to alleviate their fear. Thus all the players began to suggest to themselves, "What's beside me isn't a ghost, it's a chicken claw, a big chicken claw. What's beside me is a supercar. What's beside me is money, RMB, USD, GBP, Euro. What's beside me is a beautiful big sister, 1 meter 60 tall, wearing a white shirt, body-hugging skirt, black stockings, paired with red high heels, curvy and lovely. She is gentle and kind, does laundry and cooking, earns money to support the family, respects her parents, never gets angry, never is pretentious, everything revolves around me, does not interact with other men, and is willing to accept any position, and will introduce all her beautiful friends to me." Lin Ming, who didn't hear those people's inner thoughts, would definitely ask, "Dude, are you making wishes here?" To be fair, after such a round of psychological suggestions, the players felt their throats gradually loosen, but a few players found their other parts rising. In contrast, Lin Ming remained much calmer. According to his speculation, the rules of the cinema were similar to those of the previous residential building. Some of them should not be set by the instance, but by the supernatural beings. The first rule that one cannot make a sound fits the requirements of a silent area, clearly a rule of the instance. Some people had already proven with death that indeed the rules were killing. Lin Ming wanted to test the other rules to see if he could use them for himself. The second rule was about not allowing one to get up casually and block others' views. This seemed a bit like a cinema rule, but also resembled a request that only an audience member would make. Let's conduct an experiment. Lin Ming first glanced at the screen still dim, but he could vaguely see some shadows not clear what was being played, probably still in the pre-show displaying some introductory scenes. Lin Ming ignored the big screen and turned to look around, discovering that the two eerie beings beside him were also staring intently at the screen. One of these neighboring eerie beings was dripping wet as if drowned. The other was made of paper, completely a paper person, with its facial features poorly drawn, resembling a child's doodle. Moreover, perhaps due to the heat, the blood-red paint used for its features began to melt slowly, distorting the paper person's face and making it even more bizarre and terrifying. Perhaps noticing Lin Ming's gaze, the paper person suddenly turned its head towards him, and its already distorted mouth slowly curled up, revealing a terrifying smile. Lin Ming felt no fear, just nodded politely. Then the fingertips of his hand, dangling on the left side of the chair, quietly ignited a small flame. Fire control technique, a minor skill recorded in the Tianxia Gong. It was just a very ordinary ability capable of summoning the true flame. Lin Ming poked the paper persons, but with his burning fingertip. Although the last rule was to not harm them, Lin Ming felt that them certainly did not refer to the eerie beings, at least not the ones beside him. Because it had been discovered from previous instances that the rules set by the eerie games never protect the eerie beings or the players, it was a highly free world of slaughter. How could killing be disallowed? Thus this rule, which clearly contradicted the underlying logic of the game world, was even less likely to be set by the instance. Sure enough, the paper persons but ignited instantly, and Lin Ming faced no punishment. The paper person, not noticing Lin Ming's small action, only felt its, but was so hot that when it looked down it instantly jumped up. The paper person, panicking, jumped up and down, trying to use its hands to pat it out, but afraid of making noise. It attempted to extinguish it with its death energy, only to find that the chilling dead energy that could freeze everything could not extinguish this flame. Lin Ming first glanced at the eerie audience members blocked by the paper person. They clearly showed some impatience and anger, but did not attack, just constantly shifting positions to look at the screen, seemingly enjoying the movie. The rules did not kill the paper person. So this second rule was clearly set specifically for the players by the cinema. Lin Ming immediately waved to the paper person on fire, indicating for it to let him help extinguish the flames. The panicking paper person instantly displayed a grateful expression. It thought to itself, this player is really kind, willing to help me put out the fire. During this movie, I will protect his life. Lin Ming then grabbed the paper person's butt and activated Tianxia Gong forcefully, starting to absorb the dead energy within the paper person's body. The paper person, who had secretly vowed to protect Lin Ming, was stunned. Why was its dead energy flowing out so quickly? Upon feeling its power flowing into Lin Ming's body, it instantly displayed a shocked expression, and its already distorted facial features became even more twisted. Is this extinguishing the fire? Clearly it's killing me. Before the paper person could resist, it shattered into pieces, scattering to the ground, its dead energy completely drained. Dead energy 100. Lin Ming was puzzled. Previously, ordinary ghosts could provide 2,000 or 3,000, even 3,000 to 4,000 dead energy. Why did this paper person only have 100? Lin Ming looked astonished at the water ghost on his right. Seeing the paper person dead, but unaware it was Lin Ming's doing, the water ghost grinned at him, thinking he was afraid, with its mouth full of rotten fish and shrimp emitting a strong stench. Lin Ming, with 0 frames, slapped him across the face. What are you laughing at, you idiot? Lin Ming's slap struck the face of the water ghost, his palm covered with spiritual power. Although he hit it with great force, the spiritual energy provided a cushioning effect, preventing any sound of flesh colliding. The water ghost was knocked to the ground, dazed and confused. Who am I? Where am I? Can I curse? Bang! The sound echoed in the water ghost's mind. Lin Ming then stepped on the water ghost's eyes, visibly displeased. As the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul. He could see from this fellow's eyes that the water ghost was cursing him in its heart, and it was quite vulgar. After stepping on the water ghost, Lin Ming drained its death energy. Death energy 120. This amount still seemed off. What on earth are these strange beings? Are all these strange beings underage? With such a lack of manpower in the bizarre game, they send out minors to kill. Although Lin Ming was not particularly curious, he was very displeased about not being full. As Lin Ming surveyed the strange beings, one approached him with a fierce expression, clearly displeased. These two strange beings walked over, glaring at Lin Ming, their sinister death energy radiating from their eyes, making the surrounding air feel icy cold. They sat down in the empty seats beside Lin Ming, pointing at his seat, gesturing for him to sit down. Lin Ming did not expect that after devouring two more strange beings would immediately fill their spots. Is this a buffet? No wonder the strange beings are so weak. It turns out they rely on numbers. Lin Ming felt that something was not quite right and began to recall the remaining 3 rules. The third rule states that if there are any problems, one can seek help from the staff. However, Lin Ming looked around the entire screening room and saw no sign of any staff. Besides, what issues could arise here? Can one call for staff when being killed by a strange being? That would violate the iron rule of the silent zone. The fourth rule states that the popcorn on the left side of the screening room is very popular among the staff. The problem is that there is only an entrance on the left side of the screening room with no popcorn in sight. Moreover, who would sell popcorn in a screening room? Could it be outside the door? If so, there would be no need to set this rule, as it clearly prevents players from casually taking popcorn. How could one access it from outside? The fifth rule is to watch the movie completely and give a good review. It seems that the puzzles here are related to the movie currently being screened. As Lin Ming pondered, he noticed the large screen slowly lighting up. What was playing on the screen was the screening room. Lin Ming noticed that players in the front row were becoming restless. Although they did not make a sound, it was clear that they were somewhat surprised. This movie appeared to be like surveillance footage displaying everything happening in the screening room. It turned out that the screen being dark earlier was not because it was showing the prologue, but because the screening room lights had not been turned on yet, resulting in a dim display. Now that the lights were on, the decorations and layout of the screening room were clearly visible on the large screen, identical to the very room they were sitting in. Then several staff members appeared on the screen, beginning to clean the venue. Those staff were wearing uniforms with the words Memory Cinema printed on the back, methodically cleaning the seats. However, while cleaning the seats, one staff member accidentally knocked down the screening room rules that were posted on the wall. It turned out this item was originally attached to the wall. After that staff member knocked the rules down, they seemed to not notice and instead kicked it a few times, causing the rules to fly under a seat. That seat was precisely where Lin Ming had found the rules before. Lin Ming and some astute players instantly understood that this should be a replay of events that occurred before in this screening room. It was just unclear how far back the replay would go. Soon the staff finished cleaning and stood together at the left side of the screening room. On the left side of the screening room, there was also a table with popcorn placed on it. That position was right at the entrance. But that was not all. As the staff returned to their position by the door, the players' figures appeared on the large screen, and their actions mirrored exactly how they had behaved upon entering. First, everyone looked around, surveying their environment. Then the male staff member from the beginning could no longer hold back his tears and collapsed on the spot. Next, Lin Ming stood up, began to inspect the screening room, and even the scene of him pushing the door was faithfully played out. Throughout the entire process, the staff members remained in the frame, just standing by the entrance. This scene caused all players to gasp in shock, suddenly glancing towards the entrance. It turned out that when they had arrived, the staff had always been there, just invisible. Now the entrance remained empty, with absolutely no sign of any staff. Some players could not help but look towards Lin Ming. Since Lin Ming had previously gone to push the door, he should have sensed something was amiss. The screening room was dark, and the players could not see Lin Ming's expression. They could not even see that he had just killed a strange being. They only knew that he had set something on fire and had taken the opportunity to touch the paper figure's rear. Once the fire was extinguished, they could see nothing more. Nevertheless, they continued to watch, hoping to glean some hope of escape. Lin Ming was also watching the entrance of the screening room. Earlier, he had used the soul capture technique, but had not seen those staff members. He immediately stood up, walked to the entrance, activated the Tianxia technique, and exerted the soul capture technique to its fullest extent. Still, he found no anomalies. The soul capture technique can be recorded as an official spell by the Tianxia technique, which is certainly more powerful than those side-door methods. Therefore, if the soul capture technique could not detect anything, there are only two possibilities. First, the opponent is exceptionally strong, far exceeding at least 2 or 3 major realms compared to Lin Ming. Second, the opponent is simply not here. They exist only within the large screen. Lin Ming felt that the second hypothesis was quite plausible. Returning to his seat, those players watched his actions closely. Although they could not see clearly what Lin Ming was doing, they could see him stand up and wander around the entrance, leaving everyone in shock. This guy is truly fearless. That's a strange being. It was one thing to touch the strange being's rear before, but now he dares to check the entrance. Is he naturally reckless or just incredibly bold? Regardless, the players had already started to shake their heads, sentencing Lin Ming to death. They secretly decided to stay away from this fool, lest they be dragged down by him sooner or later. As for Lin Ming, finding the rules before they were announced in the screening room and letting everyone know, In the eyes of these players, it was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. This guy must have used up all his luck just to find this rule. Lin Ming did not care about these people's opinions. He returned to his seat and found that the large screen had begun to change again. It turned black. This should correspond to the time when the movie started and the screening room lights were turned off. So this movie will continuously show everything in the screening room and gradually catch up to the time in the real world until it surpasses the time in reality. It wouldn't be able to foresee what comes next, would it? That would certainly be interesting. Lin Ming returned to his position, staring intently at the screen. The screen was as dark as the outside due to the lights being turned off, only faintly revealing many distorted shapes, which seemed ready to pounce and tear apart at any moment. The players who had previously calmed themselves through psychological suggestion suddenly felt tense again. To be honest, if it were just darkness and they knew that strange things surrounded them, they wouldn't be worried about their thoughts drifting to indulgent fantasies. Some even watched several Japanese adult films before the countdown ended to enhance the effectiveness of their psychological suggestion, now reminiscing to soothe their inner barriers. However, now looking at the images on the screen, although they had to strain to see clearly, the sight of their lonely self amidst the twisted oddities invariably led them to speculate that something might attack at any moment, amplifying their fear. As for not watching, there was also a rule stating that they had to fully watch the movie and give it a good review. Compared to that, Lin Ming felt somewhat relaxed. With his foundation establishment stage strength, he could easily see the screen and was not afraid at all. He was eager to see the mysteries of this film. At this moment, the screen displayed a bizarre scene where one of the oddities quietly removed its own head and tossed it to the ground. A long-haired player exclaimed in shock and then collapsed. This was something that had just happened. Immediately after, the players in the scene fell into a peculiar state, not knowing what they were thinking, but someone had a slight smile at the corner of their mouth. This was the scene when the players used the official psychological suggestion method earlier. The screen stabilized and suddenly a flicker of fire appeared in the dark screen. It was Lin Ming's hand in the screen, which quietly ignited a spark, poking the paper figure's backside. The paper figure began to burn and quickly turned to ashes that scattered on the ground. Seeing this, the audience in the theater stirred slightly. Although the scene on the screen was dark, they could clearly see Lin Ming's finger ignite, and they witnessed him setting the paper figure ablaze. This guy's hand can spit fire, how cool. Compared to the golden finger of Teacher Kato, who is known for summoning holy water, summoning fire was definitely more appealing to men. But how did he acquire such a skill? Wasn't he a player? Was he also an oddity? Some players revealed expressions of horror. However, many players figured it out. Lin Ming must be an experienced player who gained skills within the bizarre game, all staring at him in shock and embarrassment. It turned out that his boldness was not due to foolishness, but rather skill. The foolish ones were them. The players who had just looked down on Lin Ming immediately changed their mindset, thinking about how to cling to this wild father. Oh no, this biological father. Because the players saw Lin Ming, after killing the paper figure oddity, seemingly slapped away the oddity next to him with ease. In this era where having support is everything, such a powerful figure was akin to a biological father. As for their biological fathers in the real world, they could take a step back. How could someone so weak occupy such a position? Compared to those players, the two oddities that had just entered, looking at Lin Ming with ill intentions, felt somewhat awkward at this moment. Wait, are you really that impressive? You should have said so earlier. Now it feels like we came looking for trouble, like a self-service buffet. Can you cancel our order? The two oddities intended to return to their positions, but just as their butts left the chairs, Lin Ming patted their shoulders and smiled apologetically. Sorry, I was lost in thought just now, making you wait anxiously. Then Lin Ming squeezed hard, instantly crushing the bodies of the two oddities and absorbing their death energy. Death energy 100. Death energy 113. Lin Ming looked up at the large screen just in time to see the scene where he had taken down the two oddities. According to this progress, the next part would likely be the Yeto Happen plot. In other words, a prophecy. It seemed that the large screen had become a bit brighter, although he wasn't sure if it was just an illusion. No, the large screen really did brighten a bit, allowing people to see more clearly what was being portrayed. In the gigantic screen, everyone and the oddities remained in their original positions, not moving at all. After a full minute, the large screen suddenly shook. It was as if the camera lens had begun to focus, and the focus landed on one of the oddities. In front of that oddity stood a female player dressed in a sports bra and yoga pants. At this moment, the other characters on the screen were slightly blurred, while only the female player and the oddity behind her appeared relatively clear, clearly a deliberate focus by the large screen for everyone to see. Lin Ming had a deep impression of this female player, not because her sports bra wrapped her chest in a bouncing manner, nor because her yoga pants accentuated her round and perky backside like a peach, and not because of her delicate white feet adorned with bright red nail polish, making her look so alluring. The reason for his vivid memory was simply because he used his insight ability to see the silicone filling in her chest and the thick padding in her yoga pants. The oddity behind the female player seemed to be an old man with a skin texture like dry tree roots, wrinkled and mottled, covered in numerous scars. The most terrifying part was that it had no head. The neck was bleeding, and above it was completely empty. The old oddity stood up mechanically and stiffly extending its dry arms toward the head of the yoga pants female player, seemingly intending to take her head. Everyone and the oddities saw this scene, and the players saw even more. They noticed that the oddities in the blurred background were excited and expectant. In that instant, everyone understood why those oddities had been fixated on the screen from the very beginning. It turned out this was the real movie. In the movie, it would predict their manner of death. The players couldn't help but turn around to look at the female player in yoga pants in reality. Sure enough, an oddity slowly stood up behind the female player, indeed a headless oddity with both hands already extended, gently cradling the female player's face. At this moment, the female player was utterly terrified. Her face was pale, trembling like a leaf, her mind conjuring images of three muscular young men controlling her with overwhelming fear. She wanted to run, she wanted to hide. But the oddity seated beside her looked at her with even more sinister eyes, giving her the feeling that if she dared to move, she would be devoured immediately. Thus the female player could only hope that the movie was all a lie. But when that dry, cold hand reached over from behind her neck, gently cradling her chin, she completely broke down. It was real. What was portrayed in the movie was all true. At that moment in the movie, the female player's head had already been turned 180 degrees by the headless old oddity, her neck stretched to its limit, and her body uncontrollably turning along with it. The two oddities beside the female player reached out and firmly held her down. The female player's eyes widened in terror, struggling desperately, but unable to break free. Her neck being twisted turned her face, turning purple, her eyes bulging out, and her tongue instinctively pushing out. The movie was silent without a sound, but from the deforming bones in the female player's neck it was as if the audience could hear the cracking noises. With a pop, inner voice of the player. In the movie, a bone spike pierced through the female player's throat. Her head was finally twisted off, unable to be supported by her neck, and her head was held by the old oddity, slightly tilted. People could see her ghastly face, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. Her eyes, reddened from blood, stared fixedly at the screen, focusing on the people outside the screen. Everyone watching the movie felt as if the female player was staring at them, including the real female player. She felt her head twisting, just like her counterpart in the film, while 2 eerie figures beside her extended their cold hands to hold her down. The female player was filled with panic and struggled desperately, but regardless of the eerie figures on either side, or the one twisting her head, they all possessed immense strength. Just like what was shown in the movie earlier, she was completely unable to resist, and could only be forced to turn her head slowly towards the back. With her head twisted 180 degrees, she saw the headless old specter behind her, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably from intense pain. Convulsions. Fortunately, her suffering did not last long. As the headless specter exerted its strength, once more her neck was brutally snapped. Strangely, even though the bones were deformed, there was not a single sound. The movie had no sound, and reality was equally silent, as if afraid of attracting something. As the female player died, her head was removed and placed on the body of the headless specter. At that moment, atop the headless specter's frail and withered body lay a woman's head that had clearly undergone cosmetic surgery, creating an unsettling dissonance that sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Ming glanced at the female player before turning his gaze back to the large screen. The scene continued, this time focusing on another player. It was a bespectacled player, refined and scholarly. Upon seeing the eerie figure behind himself on the screen, he immediately trembled like a leaf and hurriedly sought help from Lin Ming. As the most powerful player present, everyone hoped to receive Lin Ming's aid. The bespectacled man pleaded with his eyes and even knelt in his seat, bowing to him in an attempt to gain assistance. However, Lin Ming ignored the bespectacled man mainly because he didn't even notice him. He was deep in thought, contemplating the flaws in the movie. To be honest, the movie indeed resembled a prophecy appearing flawless, yet Lin Ming felt that something was off. The bespectacled man grew increasingly desperate and resentful as Lin Ming disregarded him. "You're so powerful, why not help me?" The bespectacled man, having received no assistance, noticed that the eerie figure behind him was also getting up. In a state of panic, he quickly got up, his mind racing under the threat. Suddenly, he realized there was a way out. The rule stated they couldn't move positions freely, and there should be 2 reasons for this. The first was to prevent them from occupying the eerie figures' positions. The second was to ensure they sat still and waited for the eerie figures to kill them. Thus, as long as they moved away, they could survive. Other players were startled to see the bespectacled man leave his seat. When they saw he was still alive, and even the eerie figure behind him did not pursue him, they began to ponder. I see. We understand. The players realized the bespectacled man's actions meant that as long as they left their seats, they could avoid being killed. Lin Ming, who was watching the movie, noticed many players quietly lifting their butts ready to escape their seats, but he felt it wasn't that simple. Sure enough, when the bespectacled man left his seat and ran towards the stairs. On the screen, a staff member approached the bespectacled man, gesturing towards his seat, seemingly politely inviting him back, so as not to disturb others viewing. However, the bespectacled man in the screening room was focused on the eerie figure behind his seat. When he saw it did not pursue him, he was relieved to have found a way out, unaware that the staff on the large screen was signaling him. Moreover, the bespectacled man even looked smugly at Lin Ming, as if to say, I found the way out faster than you. What old player are you? Still looking down on me? Hey, you're really full of yourself? At this moment, the staff member on the screen had already shown a furious expression, reaching out to grab the bespectacled man's neck. Upon witnessing this scene, some players immediately returned to their seats, afraid to move. There were also some kind-hearted players who couldn't bear to see their fellow countrymen suffer misfortune, so they chose to close their eyes and not look. As for saving someone, don't joke around. Didn't you see that powerful big shot ignoring it? They were even less daring to intervene. In this day and age, good people often receive no reward. The bespectacled man finally sensed something was wrong as he felt his breathing becoming more and more difficult and rapid. He immediately looked at the large screen, discovering he was being choked by the staff, his face turning pale. To be killed by the eerie figures while sitting. To be killed by the staff when leaving the seat. Wasn't this a guaranteed death? Didn't the officials say there would always be a way to survive in the eerie game rules? Where's the way out? The bespectacled man felt darkness envelop him completely, losing his vitality. Seeing him dead, the players quickly returned to their seats, filled with panic and despair. They saw no hope of survival, silently praying that the next target would not be themselves. The screen reacted once again. This time, two players were targeted simultaneously. One was a somewhat short male player named Lu Feng. The other was Lin Ming. Upon seeing Lin Ming targeted, all players displayed excitement. It wasn't that they wished for Lin Ming's death, but rather that they believed someone with special skills like Lin Ming would surely have a way to break the rules. Then they could just watch how he did it and imitate him. Even if you don't want to tell us now that you were selected by the movie, we can surely learn your techniques by stealth. Especially Lu Feng, who was also chosen. Amidst his fear, he felt a sense of relief. He decided to keep a close watch on Lin Ming, following his actions to survive. Following the expert should offer him a glimmer of survival, right? Lu Feng fixed his gaze on Lin Ming, noticing Lin Ming was scanning the surroundings. Seeing Lin Ming get up, Lu Feng immediately followed suit, the timing between them not exceeding a second. Very well, his reaction speed was still quite fast. Next, he just needed to continue imitating, and he would surely win. Lin Ming raised his hand. Lu Feng also raised his hand. Lin Ming raised a middle finger at the eerie figures around him, the meaning very clear: what the hell are you all doing? Come kill me. Lu Feng also raised a middle finger. Hey wait bro, what are you doing? After Lin Ming's provocation, all the eerie figures lowered their heads in unison, afraid to look at him. Their vision was unaffected, so they clearly remembered that just moments ago Lin Ming had burned the paper effigy, slapped away the water ghost, and crushed those two eerie figures who tried to change seats. With such strength, they would only dare to provoke him if they had lost their minds. However, the eerie figures surrounding Lu Feng all looked at him with dangerously fierce eyes. What do you think you are to dare to speak so boldly? Lu Feng. Lin Ming had already turned his gaze back to the large screen, waiting to see which eerie figure would target him. On the screen, all the eerie figures beside Lu Feng stood up, maliciously staring at him. Meanwhile, the eerie figures around Lin Ming on the screen silently lowered their heads, pretending to be dead. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng felt even more despair, looking at Lin Ming with a mix of sadness and anger. I was really foolish. Truly. Why did I follow his lead? This guy is too arrogant. Other players also showed helpless expressions, instantly drawing a line with Lin Ming in their hearts. It wasn't that they disdained Lin Ming, but they knew they couldn't compare to him. He is a high and mighty big shot. While we are so ordinary, we shouldn't so confidently chase after his footsteps. P.S. Please, all the big shots, give me a 5-star rating. It means a lot to me, very important, I beg you. The image on the big screen had transformed into a scene where Lu Feng was bizarrely attacked and dismembered. Lu Feng felt an overwhelming despair, knowing that he was likely doomed. Yet he could not help but gaze at the screen, wanting to see Lin Ming's fate. In the film, Lin Ming had also been grotesquely killed. The being that killed Lin Ming was a skin-peeling ghost. In her life, she had betrayed her husband and falsely accused him, forcing him to leave empty-handed. Even the child her husband had supported for years was born from her affair, ultimately driving her husband to skin her alive, leading to her painful death. Now in the movie, this skin-peeling ghost was slowly peeling off Lin Ming's skin, laughing as it did so. Its face devoid of skin, and only flesh, wore a terrifyingly grim smile. In the screening room, the dismembered Lu Feng displayed a look of satisfaction upon witnessing this. He could die, but if Lin Ming were to live, he would be deeply unsatisfied. However, Lu Feng turned his gaze towards the skin-peeling ghost in the screening room. He saw the ghost trembling in fear, unable to move. Forget peeling Lin Ming's skin, she wished to peel off her own skin again. Who would dare provoke this fierce spirit? Unable to approach, Lin Ming stepped forward, looking at the quaking skin-peeling ghost, and dipped his finger in its blood to write a line, "Are you the one who wants to kill me?" The skin-peeling ghost dropped to its knees, crying and shaking its head desperately. Lin Ming smiled slightly and pointed at the big screen, indicating it was what was said in the movie. The skin-peeling ghost continued to shake its head vigorously, blood tears flowing profusely, but instead of looking frightening, it gazed at Lin Ming with sheer terror and plea. Her expression at that moment was exactly the same as Lu Feng's, who lay dismembered among the grotesque beings. Lu Feng lay among the grotesque beings, helpless like a young girl surrounded by muscular men, allowing his body to be ravaged while his eyes were filled with desolation. Why is there such a disparity between people? Lin Ming did not look at Lu Feng, but crouched beside the trembling skin-peeling ghost, writing a line, "Even without you saying it, I know. We are the real movie, right?" The skin-peeling ghost's eyes widened in terror, while several grotesque beings nearby panicked and retreated. From their reactions, Lin Ming's guess was confirmed. From the beginning, Lin Ming sensed that something was off. These grotesque beings were too weak, unable to even instantaneously kill an ordinary person, often requiring cooperation from multiple beings. At that time, he suspected that these were not real grotesque beings. It was possible they were remnants of the grotesque's power. Furthermore, the rules stated that assistance could be sought from the staff. But they were all on the screen, and how could he seek help? Many might think of jumping into the screen to ask for help, which would lead to discovering the key issue of the screening room. Thus, this rule should be a lifeline left by the instance. However, the grotesque beings on the big screen deliberately added a rule of do not act recklessly to confuse players, making them wary and preventing them from discovering the secrets of the screening room. In fact, there were many such confusions and hints. For instance, why did the movie have to start with the staff cleaning? What was being shown at that moment was likely something akin to surveillance footage. The purpose was to suggest to all players that what was playing in the movie was their collective experience. Then the plot in the movie gradually caught up with what the players were experiencing, and then in fact, once the movie caught up to the real time of the screening room, the movie had already ended. Do you remember? Before the big screen first truly predicted anything, which was before the scene of the yoga pants woman's death, the screen was silent for a minute and suddenly shook. From that moment, what was shown on the big screen changed and became a murder notification. Yes, it was a notification, not a premonition. The big screen first selected who would die and how. The grotesques in the screening room would immediately execute in the same manner. Hence, the first rule on that paper was the ironclad law here. The remaining two rules actually informed Lin Ming that there was a problem with this screening room. Alright, all set. Lin Ming slowly stood up and spat out a small black flag. The Wanhun banner. This banner could be large or small. Even when small, it was quite adorable. It was also very powerful. As Lin Ming activated the Wanhun banner, a little girl named Meng Meng emerged from it. Although she emerged, her ability to make others forget was so strong that outsiders could not see her. Take the Wanhun banner and go for a stroll, Lin Ming instructed. Oh, Meng Meng took the Wanhun banner, went to the first row, and began to stroll as Lin Ming requested. Meanwhile, Lin Ming activated the ghostly powers of the Wanhun banner. Currently, the Wanhun banner could only cover a 1-meter radius, seizing the grotesque powers within that range. However, because these grotesques could not see Meng Meng, they were bewildered as their life forces quickly diminished without understanding what was happening or where to flee. Thus, Meng Meng strolled along the rows of seats, the grotesques watching in confusion as their bodies mysteriously disappeared bit by bit. The players quickly noticed the disappearing grotesques and were even more shocked. Could it be that the old player scared them away? Is this the aura of a strong person? Was it simply because he was being watched that all the grotesques did not want to offend him and thus fled? All players cast awe-filled glances at Lin Ming. Some female players were even more excited, clenching their legs together, their cheeks flushed with anticipation of shooting an inappropriate film with Lin Ming here. Lin Ming paid no attention to these grotesques or the players. He stared intently at the big screen, eager to see how those beings could remain calm. Sure enough, the grotesques in the big screen could no longer sit still. They could no longer pretend to be as quiet as the fake ghosts in the screening room. All the grotesques on the big screen rose and charged towards the screen. A player noticed the commotion on the big screen, saw a grotesque attempting to burst out from the movie, and was startled, instinctively shouting before collapsing dead. The rules were still there, still binding them. The players looked at the big screen in panic. At this moment, the screen had transformed from a 2D image into a 3D image, with those grotesques relentlessly crashing against the screen as if they could burst out at any moment. Lin Ming watched the big screen with a calm expression. He had long guessed that these beings could not come out, otherwise they would not need to use these fake beings to fool him. Moreover, if he guessed correctly, these beings could not come out, but he could enter. Lin Ming looked at Meng Meng, who had turned all the grotesques in the screening room into lifeless energy and stored them in the Wanhun banner, and led her toward the big screen. Upon reaching the big screen, Lin Ming slowly pressed his hand against it, observing the grotesques that were continuously crashing into the screen. At the moment Lin Ming made contact with the large screen, he felt the world shift. When everything before him stabilized, he realized he was still in a screening hall. However, this screening hall had no players, only strange entities. He could still see the staff at the entrance and the popcorn that was placed there. This should be the real screening hall. Lin Ming glanced back at the screen behind him, where only a group of players remained staring at him in fear. Looking at the frail players and then at the bizarre scene within the real screening hall, Lin Ming did not feel that this was a complete path to survival. Because these strange entities were all furious and eager to devour him. They were not afraid of Lin Ming and were even closing in. Ordinary players invading here would be unable to resist these strange entities. However, sensing the thick aura of death emanating from these entities, Lin Ming revealed a satisfied expression. Although they were all ghost-level beings, they were at least genuine strange entities. He instructed Meng Meng to continue carrying the Wanhun banner and to circle around these creatures. At the same time, Lin Ming began to deduce the remaining 3 rules. There should be another path to survival that would allow players to fight against these strange spectators, a path that surely led to escape. The staff liked to eat popcorn, watching the entire movie. Do not harm them. The last rule about watching the movie was clearly set by the strange entities to trick players into sitting there quietly to be killed. Even if it was stipulated by the dungeon, the movie had already ended since that female player in yoga pants was murdered, so they could move at that point. Lin Ming did not quite understand the principle behind the rule of do not harm them. Was it deliberately set by these strange entities to prevent players from being too strong and killing the strange beings in the false screening hall, thus discovering the issue? Lin Ming was uncertain, but it surely had nothing to do with the path to survival. That left only the last rule. Popcorn. The 7 or 8 strange spectators in the front row had already charged forward just a step away from capturing Lin Ming. Seeing those bloodied or mutilated ghostly hands reaching out, Lin Ming smiled slightly and moved with the wind. He quickly dodged all the strange entities and arrived next to the popcorn. The 4 staff members, upon seeing Lin Ming appear, glared fiercely at him and extended their hands to block him. Each one of them was stronger than the last, at least existing at the level of vengeful spirits, much more formidable than those spectators. Lin Ming could guess how to break through the blockade set by the staff. Seek help or plead. If he knelt down and bowed to the 4 staff members, indicating he was starving, they would likely help him and provide some popcorn. After all, strange entities enjoy seeing people in a submissive state. But having finally entered a dungeon as a player, he shouldn't have to analyze rules, probe each one, and watch their expressions. Oh, wouldn't that make him a beggar? Lin Ming looked at the hands blocking the popcorn and quickly drew symbols in the air with both hands. Countless black threads intertwined in the air around Lin Ming, ultimately forming 4 spiritual symbols that shot forth into the foreheads of the 4 staff members. The 4 staff members trembled violently, their expressions swiftly turning incredibly loyal. Nai Zhu Te, Lin Ming silently commanded within. The 4 staff members immediately lunged at the strange entities, engaging in a silent battle. Lin Ming looked at the 3 buckets of popcorn in front of him, casually grabbed a kernel, and first used his divine sense to probe it, discovering it contained the aura of death. As Lin Ming, puzzled, tossed the popcorn into his mouth and swallowed, he saw Aura of Death 100. Lin Ming was somewhat surprised. Could it be that the weak, strange entities in the false screening hall were all made of popcorn? The Aura of Death content was quite similar. Moreover, this should be the true path to survival. As long as one consumed the popcorn, ordinary players could swiftly gain power. Without hesitation, Lin Ming plunged his hand into the popcorn, operating the Tian Xie Gong to absorb the Aura of Death within. Aura of Death 100. Aura of Death 100. Aura of Death 100. After absorbing all the Aura of Death from the 3 buckets of popcorn, Lin Ming's Aura of Death surged by 10000. He jumped directly from Foundation Establishment Level 1 to the peak of Foundation Establishment Level 3, a half step into Level 4. Upon feeling his promotion, Lin Ming's face was filled with joy. Although the rules here were quite troublesome, the leveling up was remarkably fast. After all, besides this popcorn, there were those strange entities. Wait a moment. How was this popcorn produced? Was there a popcorn machine? Lin Ming felt that the popcorn machine should be a rather powerful ghostly artifact, and he wondered if he could obtain it. He immediately reached out to pull the large door of the passage in front of him, but it still wouldn't budge. Clearly the scene here was restricting his exit. Lin Ming, feeling somewhat helpless, could only shift his attention to the strange entities. Cute little one's big brother is coming. As Lin Ming charged over the strange entities, already panicked from being harassed by the invisible Meng Meng and being chased by the 4 staff members, grew even more frantic. Meanwhile, the players in the fall screening hall were watching the strange entities fleeing all over the screen. Earlier, it had been the strange entities sitting inside the screen, gleefully watching them being slaughtered, even performing death scenes in advance to toy with them. But now it was the players sitting in their seats watching those high and mighty strange entities being chased around by Lin. What was that old saying? You can go, so can the thief. Lin Ming was the greatest villain. One player, overwhelmed with joy, couldn't help but clap and cheer. And then he dropped dead. The other players quickly learned their lesson, not daring to be arrogant again, and hurriedly sat quietly in their places. It was just that no one knew what was happening on the other side. The owner of the Death Hotel was drinking in silence with Count Bloodmoon, complaining, "Count, you don't know that kid is too despicable. He killed so many of my capable subordinates and so many guests. Now my hotel's reputation is ruined. No strange entities want to come anymore. Should I kill him to prove I'm not incompetent?" Well, Count Bloodmoon smiled slightly. "From what you say, that player seems indeed quite strong. Just so happens I need manpower. Why don't you let me train him? I guarantee to turn him into a well-behaved dog who will kneel at your feet and lick your shoes. How about that?" The hotel owner frowned. "Count, I can lend you manpower, but why? Some things you don't understand and don't need to know. Just know that your little manpower is nothing compared to what I want. If you can't swallow this anger, I can let you take a little revenge on him. I just so happen to have found out he is in a dungeon. You can send your subordinates to teach him a lesson and then bring him back to me." Count Bloodmoon's expression darkened slightly, but he also made a concession. The owner of the Death Hotel understood that although he had money, he could not compare with this powerful figure. The hotel owner gulped down his cup of blood wine and said with a dark face, "I understand. I will definitely have the pursuers bring him to you. P.S. Please urge updates and give 5-star ratings. You urge, I urge. Let's help Lin Xiaoxie grow into Lin Xiezhu quickly. Love you all." Lin Ming was unaware that Count Bloodmoon and the owner of the Death Hotel were plotting to capture him. Apart from one troublesome little ghost, the others were all ghost-level entities easily dispatched. However, Lin Ming did not consume all the oddities for himself. In the screening hall, aside from those odd audience members forcibly erased by 4 staff members, there were also spectators eliminated by the rules for accidentally making noise. 62 had entered the One-Hun fan. With Lin Ming's speed combined with the little lowly Meng Meng's ability to make people forget, moving in and out among thousands of oddities was quite smooth. Satisfied, Lin Ming called Meng Meng back, sent her into the One-Hun fan, and then stowed it away. He noticed that the surrounding environment was changing. It was not a simple reset of this instance, but seemed to be a scene switch, and he was concerned about not being able to take Meng Meng with him. So staying in the Silent Land for 7 days really meant 1 instance a day. That invitation letter was a huge... The players also noticed the scene was switching, revealing expressions of surprise, thinking they might be able to... But soon they and Lin Ming found themselves in a sculpture gallery. The players immediately fell into despair, many finally realizing they would have to go through 7 instances. Lin Ming surveyed the sculpture gallery. The venue was not large, only a little over 1,000 square meters. As a residence, it was indeed quite spacious, but for exhibitions it felt rather small. Especially in a place filled with many sculptures, it felt a bit cramped. Looking at the bizarre sculptures, smelling the rotten odor in the air mixed with the pungent chemicals of inferior, Lin Ming immediately sensed something was off, channeling the spiritual energy of his Tian Xie Gong throughout his body, leaving no opportunity for outside forces. Meanwhile, a player discovered the rules posted on a distant wall, hurriedly took it down, and approached Lin Ming, presenting it with a flattering demeanor. They all understood now that Lin Ming was the top player among them, an exceptionally skilled one. Thus they decided that for any matters or benefits they would first invite Lin Ming to experience them, hoping to use this method to have him lead them through. After all, most players were playing the game for the first time and only wished to survive. Of course, some also yearned for power, wanting to become as strong as Lin Ming. A player in a floral shirt and another who looked like a director even quietly approached Lin Ming from behind. They did not intend to assassinate Lin Ming, now knowing they were incapable. But if a good opportunity arose, they would undoubtedly strike, without hesitation replacing Lin Ming and becoming the admired top player. Lin Ming looked at the rules of the sculpture gallery. "Welcome to the sculpture gallery, where I, the curator, am immensely honored to have you curse at the sculptures. However, while admiring the sculptures, please also protect them and adhere to certain rules. 1. Please do not make noise. 2. None of the sculptures in this gallery breathe. If you discover a breathing sculpture, please flee. 3. Each sculpture has a number. Please do not gaze at sculptures number 308 or 27 for more than 1 second, or there will be consequences. 4. Please do not randomly doodle or smear paint anywhere in the gallery, especially on the sculptures. 5. Do not refuse any requests from the sculptures. 6. Please do not harm them. Lin Ming looked at the last rule. The first rule was certainly a rule of the grand instance of Silent Land. Lin Ming understood that it must be a rule that spanned the entire context. But what was the meaning of this 6th rule? The previous instance also had this rule, but Lin Ming thought that the admonition against harming them referred to the oddities watching the movie, fearing they would be discovered if injured. But the fact that this sculpture gallery had it as well was rather suspicious. Lin Ming speculated there were 2 possibilities. First, the sculptures here might also fear being destroyed or have some issues. Second, if certain things here were destroyed, that might be the real condition for clearing the instance. Because in the previous stage Lin Ming had cleared it by eliminating all oddities, so he was unsure if there were specific conditions for clearing. In any case, as long as there were no oddities in this instance, it would eventually release the players. Lin Ming looked at the innocent expressions of those around him, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He turned to the little girl Meng Meng who had been standing beside him. Since entering this dungeon, Lin Ming had summoned Meng Meng to stay by his side just in case. However, due to her ability to remain unnoticed, no one could see her. Meng Meng beside Lin Ming recognized the person responsible and immediately pointed at the player in the floral shirt, declaring that he was the one who did it. The player in the floral shirt couldn't see Meng Meng and was still indignantly searching for the person who had betrayed Lin Ming, seemingly feeling aggrieved on Lin Ming's behalf. Lin Ming strode over, gripping the floral shirt player's throat with a cold gaze. You didn't expect this, did you? I have hacks. The floral shirt player, caught by Lin Ming, was instantly filled with terror. He didn't know how he had been discovered, but still pretended to be innocent, repeatedly waving his hands to indicate it wasn't him. Nearby, another player grabbed Lin Ming's arm, trying to dissuade him, implying that he shouldn't kill recklessly and should clarify the situation first. In the quiet exhibition hall, the crisp sound of bones breaking was quite apparent. The floral shirt player's throat was crushed, rupturing his airway. He desperately opened his mouth to breathe, but couldn't get any air. Fortunately, he didn't suffer for long, as the rules eliminated him from making a sound. As for Lin Ming, the bone crushing wasn't his fault, so why would the rules punish him? In fact, Meng Meng wasn't the only one who saw the floral shirt player's actions. A player who was a director in the real world had witnessed the attack and took a couple of fearful steps back. He had no idea how Lin Ming had instantly identified the culprit and feared he might be suspected of foul play himself. Many players stepped back in panic upon seeing Lin Ming kill. Those players looked at Lin Ming with terror or outrage. They had no clue that Lin Ming had found the true culprit through Meng Meng. They mistakenly thought Lin Ming was indiscriminately killing out of anger at those who dared to harm him. After all, if they were to ask themselves what would happen if they gained superpowers. On the first day, I would be Superman. On the second day, I would be a citizen of the motherland. On the third day, I don't eat beef. But now they had no superpowers, so they feared Lin Ming and internally condemned him. The director player saw many players afraid of Lin Ming, and a clever idea struck him. To avoid being eliminated by Lin Ming, he used his skills of seducing actresses to start charming the players who feared Lin Ming, unexpectedly managing to deceive over a dozen of them. In no time, the players split into 2 factions. On the left was the ordinary player faction led by the director. On the right was the faction led by Lin Ming, the citizens of the motherland. Although Lin Ming had no intention of being the boss, those players automatically chose to become his loyal subordinate. The director player, not knowing where to find a colored pin, wrote on his arm, "This guy relies on his abilities to kill at will. We must unite to not fear him." The players in his faction nodded in agreement, even holding hands, declaring their unity and determination to prevent Lin Ming from slaughtering them at will. In the Citizens of the Motherland faction, a player with a slicked-back hairstyle was already considering whether to write on his small member to mock the opposing side. Just a simple phrase. So what if I kill? My big brother acts as he pleases. Oh, why should I explain myself to you? Lin Ming couldn't be bothered with these people. After eliminating the main culprit, he headed towards the statues. There were dozens of statues here, each marked with a number. As Lin Ming entered through the door, he first encountered the statue numbered 01. The players in the Citizens of the Motherland faction also followed. Meanwhile, the director faction players avoided confrontation, starting their observations from statue number 10. In fact, the director had no idea what to observe, but the other players looked at him with eager anticipation. He could only force himself to observe while secretly glancing at Lin Ming. To the director, Lin Ming was indeed powerful. Although he couldn't match him, he could always learn something. At this moment, Lin Ming was looking at statue number 01, which depicted a woman covering her face. The statue was exquisitely crafted, perfectly capturing the woman's graceful figure. Even the creases of her tight sports shorts were portrayed with astonishing realism, making it quite lifelike. Even the group of inexperienced players present could tell that this was undoubtedly a masterpiece. How beautiful! Everyone silently admired it in their hearts. Surprisingly, even though it was just a statue and the statue's face was covered, they inexplicably felt some sexual attraction towards it. Some male players with weak self-control couldn't help but walk closer, gazing at the statue with infatuation, wanting to touch her. Others were not much better off. All the male players looked like perverts while the female players had transformed into lesbians. Lin Ming, however, didn't hesitate to kick the statue of the woman covering her face. The statue immediately toppled backward, crashing to the ground with a loud bang. The hand of the statue which was covering her face shattered upon impact, revealing her face, which was incredibly twisted and ugly, provoking an immediate urge to vomit just from a glance. No one expected that a woman with such a graceful figure could have such a terrifying appearance. In an instant, all the players snapped back to reality. The fallen statue, now making noise upon impact, also displayed a look of fear. Her stone eyes gazed at Lin Ming, filled with boundless resentment. However, the next moment, she died, suddenly erased by the rules. Lin Ming ran quickly, reaching the fallen statue's side just in time to seize a portion of the death chi. Death chi 1800. That's not too bad, it's not a total loss. Moreover, Lin Ming's method also validated his hypothesis. These statues were transformed from the eerie, possessing various abilities, and this ability could be seized. Lin Ming looked at a small stone orb that had fallen on the ground. He enveloped the stone orb in spiritual energy, picked it up, and tossed it into his mailbox. This peculiar game would automatically display its name and attributes. Cursed stone orb. Touching this orb with your hand grants you the unique skill Body of Temptation of the Ugly Goddess, which can produce immense allure to all beings within a 3-meter diameter, making them infatuated with you. However, the cost is that your appearance becomes extremely ugly, and when using Body of Temptation, you cannot let the target see your face, or the skill will fail. Furthermore, prolonged use of this skill will cause affection to escalate into possessiveness, making the target eager to possess you, potentially leading to violent conflict. Ultimately, the unfulfilled love may lead to your destruction. What a good item. Lin Ming truly didn't expect that the stone orb dropped from statue number 01 would have such an effect. This ability was clearly of the dark type, likely belonging to the Chaos faction. But many people would definitely want it, so he thought about whether he could trade it for some benefits. For instance, points or something. Unfortunately, the peculiar game didn't seem to know how to handle it, and most of the peculiar beings were quite poor. Recalling how the peculiar beings in the previous residential building had to take out loans to buy houses, and even the loans were spread over hundreds of years, it was likely that the capitalists here were even more ruthless. If in the real world 2 of the people held 98 of the wealth, then in this peculiar game those 2 of capitalists not only controlled 98 of the wealth, but had also issued loans at 1,000 interest. Lin Ming's act of toppling the statue was witnessed by the group of directors. They also saw him seemingly pick up something. Instantly, expressions of delight spread across their faces. They understood. They realized again. The rules can be manipulated. Here silence is enforced. As long as the statue is pushed over, it will naturally produce a sound upon collision, which will lead to annihilation by the rules. Once the trouble is dealt with, it seems there might be some items or similar rewards. As long as they obtain an item or skill, everyone present can ascend right where they stand. Transforming into an ancestral figure, this was the decisive moment. The director rolled up his sleeves and pushed against the number 10 statue. The statue depicted an old man leaning on a cane, lifelike in detail. As the director applied force to push the statue, he suddenly realized something was amiss. His hand was turning to stone. Watching his palm rapidly petrify, the director's face drained of color. Was this statue truly untouchable? Touching it would turn one into a statue. Why wasn't this stated in the rules? Moreover, Lin Ming had touched it. Why was he unharmed? Alright, he kicked it, and his shoe acted as a barrier. So direct contact was prohibited. In a moment of panic, the director suddenly gained insight. He had discerned Lin Ming's method and found a glimmer of hope. Life and death hinged on this one attempt. The director unleashed a fierce kick towards the statue. The statue stood unmoved, and the shoe that contacted it swiftly turned to stone. Initially, only his shoe was meant to petrify, but as he failed to remove it in time, his foot was also turned to stone. Insight failed. The path to survival was wrong. The director crumbled. Wait, what is this? Is this some kind of joke? Why was he unaffected by a kick while he himself was petrified? Filled with anger and despair, the director quickly turned to Lin Ming, his eyes pleading. But it was useless. Lin Ming did not even glance at him. This statue weighed at least 300 to 500 pounds. As a cultivator, he could easily kick it over. You, an ordinary person, think you can topple a statue weighing hundreds of pounds. Moreover, Lin Ming wasn't turned to stone because he used spiritual power to protect himself from the bizarre forces here. The spiritual energy cultivated through the Tian Xie Gong naturally counters these bizarre forces. Watching Lin Ming ignore him, the director's heart brimmed with resentment. Yet at this moment he finally realized that the paths of individuals are not replicable. He was on his own life path. No matter how tumultuous the journey, even if it was fraught with challenges and thorns that left him scarred, he was not worthy of emulating Lin Ming. The director's body rapidly turned to stone from head to toe, even his hands and face were encased. Only a pair of arms covered in writing from colorful markers retained their flesh. All players in the director's camp, as well as Lin Ming's ancestral figure camp, were busy in shock and fear. Perhaps they noticed this small issue but did not ponder it further. Only Lin Ming noticed this detail, fixating on the director player's arms, recalling a rule from the statue hall's regulations. Do not graffiti or scribble anywhere in the venue, especially on the statues. Logically, with such a rule in place, there should be no presence of paint or similar materials in the venue. However, the player with the slick-back hair could easily find markers indicating that this rule was either a forced means of survival left for the players, or the bizarre statue intentionally fabricated it to deceive. Just now the director player wrote words on his arm to unite the players. Now that pair of arms remained unpetrified, and the consequences were self-evident. This marker could protect players from touching the statue without being petrified. Although he understood this, Lin Ming was not interested in the paint, and nothing would work without his spiritual power. At this moment he approached the number 02 statue. Other players followed closely, fearful of being left behind or petrified. They had realized that only Lin Ming could lead them out. Even the players who had just joined the director's camp hurried back, thick-skinnedly returning to Lin Ming's fact. The number 02 statue resembled a fierce dog, glaring with a pair of menacing eyes, as if surveying everyone. Before Lin Ming could exert his strength, a sudden cry of pain echoed from behind. Everyone turned in shock. They saw a player who had just run over from the director's camp collapse lifeless on the ground. His lower leg was bloodied and severely injured. The crowd was bewildered, no one had attacked him. A brave player dared to lift the fallen player's pants, revealing a bite mark on his leg. Seeing that wound, an experienced player in the crowd quickly grabbed the slick-back player to write, but was pushed aside. That player could only write on himself, bitten by a dog. Lin Ming glanced at that player and could instantly recognize it was a dog bite. Was your name Pan Hong? However, a dog bite. Did this statue dog possess such an ability? As Lin Ming pondered, another player emitted a muffled groan of pain. Although he managed to control himself and did not scream, that small sound violated the iron rule of silence and led to his demise. The crowd looked over and found that this player had also been bitten on the calf. Soon after, 3 or 4 more were bitten. Fortunately, the others were prepared. Even when injured, they quickly covered their mouths and made no sound. However, these successive incidents left the players anxious, all bewildered by what was happening. Without hesitation, Lin Ming delivered a punch that toppled the dog statue. By enveloping his fist with spiritual power, he ensured that the collision produced no sound. The dog statue fell with a thud. Lin Ming rushed forward to compete against the rules of the silent zone, absorbing the statue's death energy. Death energy 1300. Another stone sphere fell. Cursed stone sphere. Touching this stone sphere with your hand grants the unique ability bite of the evil loyal dog, allowing direct attacks on all disloyal beings within a diameter of 3 meters. Note, with each use one becomes more loyal to evil and sacrifices a part of themselves to evil until they completely transform into an evil loyal dog. Lin Ming realized these abilities were increasingly formidable, yet each came with a greater price. He decided to continue exploring. The next was the number 03 statue mentioned in the statue hall's regulations. Staring at it cannot exceed 1 second, otherwise there will be a cost. As for what the cost is, the rules did not specify. Yet Lin Ming discovered that this number 03 statue was the only one with a name. Cocoon of Atonement. The statue's shape resembled a silkworm cocoon, as if it were hatching something. Other players noticed it was number 03 and hurriedly turned their heads, frightened to look directly. Lin Ming, however, kept staring. After surpassing 1 second, he was unsure if it was an illusion, but the statue suddenly moved. PS 5-star reviews and urging updates are crucial for the little brother. I sincerely ask everyone to raise your prosperous little hands and click a bit. Just as he dodged, the cocoon sprayed a mist of water. The liquid was evidently aimed at Lin Ming, but due to his retreat it fell to the ground. The liquid on the ground appeared so pure and flawless, even emanating a faint fragrance. That scent clearly signaled to everyone that it posed no threat. However, in this bizarre game, one truly could not afford to trust easily. After some contemplation, Lin Ming felt that if this was some sort of harm from the statue number 3, its power was indeed worthy of being mentioned in the rules here. Conversely, if the statue number 3 was truly some form of redemption, then this feeble spray of water could be considered normal. After all, the corrupted version is tenfold stronger, while the purified version is sevenfold weaker. Being so weak, it was highly likely to be good. He enveloped a bit of the liquid with his spiritual energy and sent it to the mailbox, letting the system determine what it was. Water of redemption. This is its life water, capable of healing some injuries, but using it will turn you into its slave. If you leave her, it will cause her sorrow. If she is saddened, this life water will turn into deadly venom. Note, please, for the love of all that is good, don't make her sad. Lin Ming looked at the description of this liquid, feeling that something was off. Moreover, the note at the end resembled the words of a sycophant. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Ming ultimately punched through the cocoon of atonement and absorbed the deathly energy within. This foolish thing was clearly fixated on him, which meant he could no longer sell it in the future. Otherwise, whatever he sold would turn into deadly venom, significantly diminishing its value. It was better to destroy it. Deathly energy 5,000. Another stone sphere dropped out. Cursed stone sphere. Touching this stone sphere will grant you the unique ability of the cocoon of atonement life water, which can heal some injuries. Lin Ming shook his head and focused on statue number 4. Meanwhile, outside this instance, a shadow had already stealthily approached. That shadow was a pursuer hired at a high price by the Death Hotel, specifically sent to capture Lin Ming. Upon seeing this instance, the pursuer frowned and immediately contacted the owner of the Death Hotel. Hey boss, do you know that the guy entered the Silent Land instance? Is that so? The hotel owner was quite surprised. The Earl only gave me the coordinates, didn't specify what instance it was. What's the matter? Do you pursuers get to choose instances? We don't choose. With our strength, we can seriously injure, kill, or capture the target in any instance. The pursuer said arrogantly. Then why are you calling me? The hotel owner retorted. What I mean is that I can enter any instance and capture any target, but it requires extra payment. You know how dangerous the Silent Land is. One slip could mean death. Besides, that kid might already be dead inside. If you send me to investigate, I need extra payment. The pursuer spoke without hesitation. The hotel owner was displeased about the extra payment, but found the last statement quite reasonable. The Silent Land was so dangerous that even malevolent spirits were unwilling to enter. Lin Ming was merely a minor character. He might have already perished. Sending the pursuer in would just be a waste of money. Then I won't need you to pursue him. You can go back. The hotel owner declared decisively. All right then, let's discuss the breach of contract fee. I took on your task and began devising a pursuit plan. Specifically went to the Silent Land to investigate, incurring quite a bit of travel expense, and even turned down several other tasks. The compensation should be at least 30,000 points. The pursuer patiently calculated the costs. However, the hotel owner exclaimed angrily, what are you talking about? I only offered you 10,000 points for your help, and you want triple for the breach of contract fee. No, you misunderstood. I didn't say the breach of contract fee is triple. The pursuer quickly interrupted the hotel owner. The hotel owner snorted coldly, you're lucky to be sensible. Oh, don't think you can trick me. The pursuer explained 30,000 points is the compensation for the losses incurred during this mission. If you don't let me kill the target and withdraw the task, the breach of contract fee is tenfold compensation. Am I not allowed to stop you from killing the target? I didn't withdraw the task. I'll still pay the original bounty points. The hotel owner fumed. Boss, you don't understand. If clients can back out at will, how can we conduct our business? Furthermore, do you want to know why I'm called a pursuer? It's because I take pleasure in the hunt. If you don't let me kill, I'm obviously not happy. By the way, you should also add a sum for my emotional distress at being unhappy, about 70,000. All right, fine, then you can go in and kill for me. The hotel owner was exasperated. The pursuer expressed some regret. All right, then you only need to add 50,000 points now. The hotel owner exploded with rage. Why should I add more? Did you forget? We agreed from the beginning that it would require extra payment. You were the one who said I could leave, which is when we started discussing compensation. The pursuer was quite speechless. How do you manage to be so inconsistent in your speech? The hotel owner wanted to cry. He merely wanted to kill Lin Ming, just wanted to eliminate a living player. Why was it so complicated? However, considering the refusal to allow the pursuer to capture Lin Ming, he would at least need to pay over 100,000 points. Letting him continue operating would only require an additional 50,000 points. It was better to allow the pursuit to continue. Fortunately, the pursuer organization was quite trustworthy, and as long as a task was accepted, it would surely be completed. Even if the first pursuer fell, others would continuously take their place. After the hotel owner reluctantly added 50,000 points, the pursuer dove headfirst into the Silent Land. It was too dangerous for him, so he needed to act quickly. Find Lin Ming, severely injure him, and capture him. The pursuer paid 10,000 points to forcefully join the Silent Land instance. This was the rule of the bizarre game. As long as you had points, you could freely insert yourself into any instance and among any people. However, 10,000 points only allowed entry into this instance. He could not choose the levels, so the pursuer needed to start from scratch, gradually overcoming levels to hunt Lin Ming. But the pursuer was absolutely confident he could catch up with Lin Ming, because he understood all too well how terrifying this place was for players. Lin Ming would definitely not clear the levels so quickly. In fact, there was a special mechanism. If Lin Ming failed to notice a particular problem, he would run into big trouble and would be found by himself even faster. As the pursuer thought this, he comfortably settled down in the screening room, waiting for the movie to start. However, he waited and waited, but the movie just wouldn't start. No dude. Where's all the strangeness here? Why isn't the instance's story progressing? Meanwhile, Lin Ming, with punch after punch, smashed all the statues. He collected nearly 50 cursed stone spheres, all containing special abilities. Yet after toppling all the statues, Lin Ming was astonished to find that he had not left this instance. Lin Ming surveyed the empty exhibition hall, finding no visible way out. Nor did he see any sculpture. The player with the slicked-back hair cautiously pointed at the distant load-bearing wall and columns, suggesting to Lin Ming whether those things might also need to be destroyed. Those load-bearing walls and columns were also made of stone, likely sculptures. Lin Ming glanced at the slicked-back player, secretly admiring that this kid was not merely relying on luck, but was also willing to think. No wonder he had survived until now. The players who had entered the exhibition hall together had already perished due to their own recklessness or were killed by the sculptures, leaving only 8 people. The slick-back player, covered in paint and tightly hiding behind Lin Ming, had avoided most of the attacks thanks to his protective chi. This kid is worth cultivating. A glint of green light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes as he planted a deep mark in the slicked-back player's heart. You would rather give up your life than expose or betray me. The slick-back player felt a jolt, and when he looked back at Lin Ming, his eyes were filled with gratitude and trust. Although he didn't know exactly what he was grateful for, he felt deeply appreciative. Lin Ming thought about sending this guy to the authorities later, planting another hidden piece. Of course, he accepted the slick-back player not only because he was thoughtful, but also fortunate, yet he did not fully agree with his suggestions. Although the load-bearing walls and columns were carved from stone, he had checked with his soul-seizing technique and found no signs of death within. Lin Ming began to recall the rules he had read before. The first rule was to keep silent, which could be ignored. The second rule stated that all sculptures in the exhibition hall do not breathe. If discovered, please flee. This was a significant point of suspicion. Do sculptures breathe? However, Lin Ming had walked through. Oh no, he should say he had destroyed his way through. Even the third rule, which forbade direct eye contact with sculptures numbered 3, 8, and 27, he had encountered and destroyed without noticing any sculptures that breathed. Initially, Lin Ming thought those 3 special sculptures were problematic, only to find they were meant to counter the other sculptures in the exhibition with abilities that could help players survive temporarily. Indeed, it was only temporary, for those 3 sculptures had side effects. This rule seemed to be the survival route provided to players, but due to its side effects, it included the stipulation not to maintain eye contact for more than a second. The fourth rule prohibited staining oneself with paint, which was also a survival rule. The fifth rule was not to refuse requests from sculptures, yet Lin Ming had not received any requests from sculptures. The sixth rule was not to harm them. It seemed that the way to leave the dungeon lay within rules 2 and 5. Breathing sculptures Lin Ming had not seen before. For only humans could breathe. Lin Ming suddenly turned around to look at the surviving players behind him. Had they been invaded by the hall's power? He used his soul-seizing technique to coldly scan each person, watching them tremble in fear, not understanding what was happening. These players had no signs of death within their bodies, nor had they turned into sculptures. That meant the fifth rule was not to refuse requests from sculptures. Throughout this time, no sculptures had made any requests to Lin Ming. No, wait. The strangeness here was that all were sculptures, suggesting the curator was also strange. Could he be a sculpture too? If the curator was a sculpture, then his words must also be adhered to. Among those rules, which ones were set by the curator? Rule 1 definitely was not. The silence rule was a dead regulation of the silent realm. Rule 2, claiming that sculptures do not breathe, sounded problematic, likely a trick set by the curator to confuse players. Rule 3's prohibition against direct eye contact was also a survival route provided by the dungeon. Rule 4 regarding paint was actually a survival route, yet it stated not to stain oneself, probably written by the curator to mislead people deliberately. Rule 5, which stated not to refuse requests from sculptures, was likely also set by the curator, aimed at preventing people from escaping. As for Rule 6, to be honest, Lin Ming was still uncertain about its meaning. It seemed to be a dead rule of the dungeon, but no matter how Lin Ming caused destruction, he did not trigger the lethal effects of this rule. Lin Ming currently suspected it might actually be a survival route. Alright, now it was rules 2, 4, 0, and 5 that seemed to be related to the curator. Lin Ming patiently pondered over these 3 rules. Suddenly his eyes brightened as he looked at the surviving players and waved for them to come over. The players were confused but dared not oppose Lin Ming obediently walking over. Lin Ming formed a hand gesture and cast a water sphere technique, cleansing these players. These players had previously communicated with Lin Ming or among themselves using paint to write on their bodies, so they all had some paint on them, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to survive here. For paint could counter sculptures. At this moment Lin Ming washed away the paint from these players' bodies, because the curator had said to heed the words of the sculptures. If the curator was a sculpture, then the 4th rule, he wrote, prohibiting people from staining themselves with paint anywhere in the exhibition hall, must be obeyed. These players were also within the exhibition hall, and they might even be meant to fill the sculptures, thus they naturally could not stain themselves with paint. Sure enough, as the players' bodies were cleansed, they began to undergo changes. These players felt their bodies becoming stiff, making it impossible for them to walk. Even moving was incredibly difficult. The players were all terrified, not understanding what Lin Ming had done to them. The only one who did not question Lin Ming was the slickback player. My big brother must have his reasons for doing this. What qualifications do we trash have to question him? All we can do is obey. Lin Ming withdrew his protective chi, compressing all his chi into his dantian. In the next moment, he felt his body rapidly becoming stiff, as if someone were slathering him with a pool of cement. Lin Ming knew he was transforming into a sculpture. He was eager to see if his guess was correct. Was it only by becoming a sculpture that one could find a way out? However, his physical body had been nourished and enhanced by the power of the Tian Xie Gong. Other players had turned entirely into sculptures in less than 5 minutes. He took over an hour. After Lin Ming also transformed into a sculpture, he found he could still breathe, and it was normal breathing. Indeed, the sculptures that breathe referred to them. As for the earlier warning, to flee upon sighting a breathing sculpture, it suggested that among the destroyed sculptures there were also players who had transformed, and the curator feared that players would approach and deduce the method of escape, hence the request to flee. Yet he had not anticipated that Lin Ming would kill the sculptures so quickly, not noticing the abnormalities of those sculptures. After all, no one had been as fierce as Lin Ming before daring to smash sculptures. As all players turned into sculptures, one of the players' sculptures suddenly moved. Then that sculpture unexpectedly came to life, slowly walking in front of Lin Ming, looking at him with excitement, internally screaming, "A truly perfect creation. So perfect." The sculpture Lin Ming transformed into slightly raised the corner of its lips. Lin Ming's dantian erupted with spiritual power, swiftly washing over his entire body. It took over an hour to petrify Lin Ming, yet he broke free from the petrification in less than a minute. Seeing Lin Ming quickly regain his corporeal form, the player statue before him changed countenance and fled rapidly. However, this fellow reacted surprisingly fast, heading straight for the other player statues. Could he switch between the statues? Lin Ming understood the statue's intention to escape towards the group of statues. Unfortunately, he had a cheat. Soul capture technique activate. A faint green light emanated from Lin Ming's eyes, and he instantly saw a dim shadow within the fleeing statue's body. It was condensed from death energy. As the statue dashed into the group of player statues, it immediately leaped and switched bodies. Lin Ming rushed over, punching the player statue housing the shadow, shattering it, and capturing the shadow. The shadow was furious, angrily riding in the air with death energy. "Are you even human? That's your companion. How could you kill them?" Lin Ming silently sneered, thinking, "Are you trying to morally bind me? What a joke." He immediately began to absorb the death energy within the shadow. Feeling the death energy depleting, the shadow panicked and quickly rode in the air again. "Don't kill me. I will tell you how to get out. I can help you escape this place." Lin Ming's eyes flickered, and he rode in the air. "I already know how to get out. It's simply about killing them. I destroyed them just now. You must have seen that, right? How do you know about their family? What did those guys in the cinema tell you?" The shadow wrote in terror. Lin Ming continued to write, "They told me everything, including where this place is and who they are. Otherwise, how would I know that destroying them is the way to leave this instance? Damn it. Those stupid fools." The shadow silently cursed while writing, "You can't continue like this, otherwise we will all die. What's wrong with staying here forever? If you keep killing, they will only grow stronger, and in the end." Suddenly, the shadow's body froze, and a deep terror appeared on its face. Seeing this, Lin Ming thought something was wrong. This fellow must have leaked the secret of the rules. He was about to die. Sure enough, the shadow collapsed on the spot. Fortunately, Lin Ming managed to snatch some of the remaining death energy in time. Death energy 3,333. After the shadow died, the players who had turned into statues began to return to their normal state. Clearly, this instance had been thoroughly conquered. Lin Ming stood in place, pondering the shadow's words. Their family, growing stronger with each kill. However, if he didn't kill them, it seemed he would be stuck here forever. What kind of strange instance was this silent land? Lin Ming reflected as the world around him changed. He arrived at the third instance of the silent land. Meanwhile, the pursuer was frustratedly taking out points to purchase access to the next instance. He sadly discovered that all the strange phenomena had vanished as if they had all clocked out. Without anyone performing, the pursuer naturally had no way to clear the instance. He had no choice but to spend 5,000 points to buy his way through to the next instance. The cursed stat. The pursuer estimated that with Lin Ming's weak player speed, he should still be within this venue. He had to catch him and drain his points, otherwise he would truly suffer a great loss. As the surroundings stabilized, the pursuer immediately looked around fiercely. Then he was stunned. He stared blankly at the empty exhibition hall. Wait, where are the statues? Where's the curse? What the heck? In this third instance, there was a bus. According to the customs of the strange gaming circle, this place was bound to be dilapidated with a nauseating stench of blood, and the passengers on the bus would be bizarre. Some were missing half their heads, their brains twitching when they smiled. Others had faces covered in sores, and every time the bus jolted, pus from their faces would splash out, causing corrosive effects wherever it landed. Some had huge bellies or two heads, and there was even one with an extremely long tongue. Looking at that long-tongued female ghost, Lin Ming felt a bit envious of her boyfriend, and if she had a girlfriend, he'd be even more envious. The players who had just recovered from the statue state saw that they had changed instances and looked utterly despondent. The slick-back player searched for a pen everywhere, wanting to write. Lin Ming waved at him, then looked at the bus rules displayed inside. This time the rules were not hidden at all and were quite simple. 1. Do not make a sound. 2. Survive until the next stop. 3. Please do not harm them. After reading the rules, the other players, except for Lin Ming, became even more panicked and despondent. To be honest, having survived to the third instance, they had gained some experience and wit. These players were well aware that the rules in the instance not only bound them, but also restricted the strange entities. The strange entities could manipulate players using the rules. However, players could also use the rules to eliminate the strange entities. Thus, the more rules, while more troublesome, also created more paths for survival. Instances with only 2 or 3 rules were actually the most dangerous, because they completely relied on their own strength to clear the instance. All the players looked nervously at Lin Ming, wanting to know what he planned to do. Lin Ming, however, fell into deep thought. He felt something was amiss. The rules of this bus instance suggested that a close-quarters battle was likely imminent. Yet what Lin Ming was concerned about was that he sensed a connection among the 3 instances of the Silent Land. These 3 instances, while seemingly unrelated, all had some connections. If the screening room instance was cleared, they would receive popcorn, which would enhance them with death energy. If they cleared the statue hall, they would gain skills, and skills relied on death energy to be used. With death energy and skills, they would possess combat power. So would they engage in battle in this third bus instance? The Silent Land was a coherent instance over these 7 days. While strange, it was still somewhat reasonable. But Lin Ming suspected that while they utilized these instances to gain something, other existences might also gain certain benefits from it. From the unfinished words of the statue hall curator, it could be inferred. If Lin Ming cleared this place, that they mentioned in the instance rules seemed to also grow stronger. This led to speculation that the Silent Land was actually a seal, and every time they cleared a level, a seal. Of course, this was merely a hypothesis. Whether it was true remained unknown. Lin Ming emerged from his contemplative state and found the slickback player was already wiping the seats. He meticulously used his sleeve to clean off all the dirt from the seats, and if he encountered a stubborn stain, he would lean in and breathe on it, ensuring it was spotless. Once he finished cleaning, the slickback player looked at Lin Ming with a flattering gaze, gesturing with both hands towards the seat, inviting him to sit down. Lin Ming slightly shook his head, refusing to take a seat. These empty seats were all traps. He drew this conclusion because he had already noticed some subtle movements from those passengers. When Lin Ming and the others had just appeared in the vehicle, the strange beings who had originally been holding tickets quickly tucked them away upon seeing them. Those tickets must be of great use, otherwise these strange beings wouldn't have hidden them. Lin Ming suspected that if they sat down without tickets, it would likely trigger some kind of rule. Of course, it was also possible that they would be treated as fare dodgers. Luckily, these players were clever and understood they couldn't act recklessly. After boarding, they stood very cautiously. Lin Ming did not sit down, and neither did they dare to. At that moment, many players suddenly felt a chilling power approaching. They turned to see a ticket inspector in uniform staring intensely at them. The ticket inspector had sharp fangs, a bluish-purple face, and long black nails, clearly a zombie. As they gazed into the inspector's pure white eyes, which seemed to be covered in layers of spider webs, the players felt an overwhelming sense of dread. They did not understand why they had been targeted. Lin Ming realized that this was likely about waiting for time. It wasn't just that they couldn't sit down without tickets. It was even possible that simply being on the bus for a certain amount of time without buying a ticket would lead to being treated as fare dodgers, allowing for any means of disposal. Sure enough, just as Lin Ming guessed the intentions of the ticket inspector, the bus suddenly arrived at a stop. At that stop, several strange beings were waiting to board, all of them clearly overworked individuals, each carrying briefcases and looking utterly exhausted. It seemed that whether living or dead, none had it easy. However, upon seeing Lin Ming and the other players on the bus, those overworked beings' eyes lit up and their spirits lifted, all of them eagerly licking their lips, ready to board and devour Lin Ming and the others. Though working overtime all night was painful, they didn't expect to get an extra meal, especially such delicious living beings. The boss certainly wasn't lying. The 996 overtime system was truly a blessing. After the bus arrived at the stop, before the doors opened, all the strange beings on the bus turned to look at Lin Ming and the others. The looks in their eyes were all malicious. The zombie ticket inspector's mouth twitched, as if grinning, revealing its fangs from time to time. It shook the tickets in its hand, implying that those without tickets would die. Lin Ming shook his knife, implying robbery. Since this scenario had few rules, what was there to be afraid of? Just do it. Lin Ming's actions left all the strange beings on the bus stunned. They couldn't believe they were being robbed. Robbed by a living player. What a joke. The passenger with half a head stood up with a grin, beckoning Lin Ming. It seemed to suggest, come on, start with me. Lin Ming, all right. He reached out, grabbed the little girl Meng Meng's hand, and instantly vanished from the sight of all the strange beings and players. In the next moment, the passenger with half a head vanished completely. The death energy surrounding him was also seized by Lin Ming, becoming part of him. The strange beings on the bus were stunned. What the hell? Oh no, what person? Lin Ming didn't care about their shock. He truly didn't know that a bus full of ghost-level beings was just there to play around with them. Lin Ming wielded the knife condensed from spiritual energy, cutting down one after another, each strike resulting in a fatality. He drained the death energy from all the passengers, including the ticket inspector. Only the driver remained alive, mainly because Lin Ming didn't know how to drive a bus. None of the players behind him could either. After eliminating many strange beings on the bus, Lin Ming gained quite a bit. Death energy 66,666. His realm finally rose from Foundation Establishment level 3 to level 4. Delightful. But that was still not enough. Lin Ming opened the bus door, revealing a smile, even more excited than those strange passengers waiting at the platform, inviting them to board. Those overworked beings were already terrified after seeing the passengers on the bus suddenly drop dead. Who would dare board? Since the platform was outside the realm of the Silent Land scenario, they were able to speak. At this moment, those strange passengers were all humbly shaking their hands, refusing to board. You all carry on with your business, I won't disturb you. I'll just walk home. I'm exhausted from working overtime all night and could use a walk. Oh, please spare me, living brother. I have an 80-year-old mother and a toddler son learning to walk. If you kill me, who will pay off my family's 562-year mortgage? They'll be dragged into the scenario to repay the debt, which would be worse than death. I have it even worse. My wife needs to pay to work because of fierce competition among company employees. Every day, I must earn money to pay her working fees, or she will be dragged into the scenario to seduce players like you and become fodder to lure you into the scenario. Killing me would ruin our family. All the strange beings on the platform were lamenting, and Lin Ming felt that this world was truly absurd. 500 years of mortgage. And paying to work. Is this any way for a person to live? Oh, but these are strange beings, so it doesn't matter. Lin Ming didn't care how miserable these strange beings lived. He wanted to get off the bus to deal with them, but found that as soon as he tried to step out of the cabin, he felt a strong sense of danger. Not having cleared the scenario, yet he couldn't get off the bus. Because the Silent Land scenario was currently confined to this bus compartment. If he got off, it would be considered forcibly exiting the scenario. He either had to pay a sufficient amount of points as an escape fee, or be powerful enough to defy the rules. Lin Ming thought for a moment, and let the body manager in the Wanhun banner control a few corpses to get off the bus. That way, if Lin Ming himself didn't get off the bus, the corpses getting off should be fine, right? Sure enough, letting the corpses get off was no issue. However, those strange beings at the platform had already realized Lin Ming couldn't come down. Before the corpses could disembark, they fled. Lin Ming could only summon the corpses back up, gesturing for the bus driver to continue driving. To attract the next group of passengers to board, Lin Ming intentionally donned the ticket inspector's uniform, first giving each of the players a ticket. To his surprise, after receiving the tickets, the players emitted a faint aura of death. They had temporarily transformed into strange beings. If one did not use soul capture techniques, they would not have discovered the flaws of these players. So this was the way to survive in the bus scenario. Thus, Lin Ming retracted the tickets from these players. Of course, he still needed to use them to attract strange beings to board. Soon the bus reached the next stop. At this platform, a group of strange beings was waiting, looking utterly worn out. Upon seeing the bus arrive, they noticed the players aboard and were instantly filled with excitement. A group of strange beings didn't even have time to notice that Lin Ming, as the ticket inspector, was off, nor did they see the bus driver's sympathetic gaze, and thus they rushed onto the bus. They boarded the bus, and as the doors closed, Lin Ming pulled out his knife. Everything flowed so smoothly, all in one go. The eerie passengers grinned as they boarded the vehicle, their eyes fixed hungrily on the terrified players, eager to feast upon them. Upon seeing Lin Ming draw his knife, they felt the overwhelming aura emanating from him. The sky is falling. No, we just finished a night shift. We work 996 every day. Now we just want to clock out and go home, yet you threaten us with a knife. Are you even human? Lin Ming didn't care. This time, he didn't begin with slaughter, but instead started a genuine robbery. Hand over all your points, you eerie beings. Upon hearing the demand for money, the eerie beings broke into tears, seeking to plead their case. But as they opened their mouths, they remembered where they were and fell silent, gazing at Lin Ming with despair and sorrow. Lin Ming paid them no mind and began to search the pockets of the passengers one by one. Although they were a bunch of broke souls, there were still some gains to be had. In just a few minutes, he had robbed over 500 points. However, when Lin Ming approached an elderly eerie being, it actually covered its pockets, gesturing that it couldn't give up its money. Lin Ming felt insulted. Am I not allowed to rob the sky, the earth, the air, and not even take your money? He pushed aside the old eerie being's hand and reached for the loot. The old eerie being pleaded, its dying aura forming words in the air. This is my life-saving money. I am ill and need medical attention. Please show me some compassion. Seeing its pitiful state, to be honest, even the players felt a twinge of sympathy. Other eerie beings attempted to stop Lin Ming, and some even offered to contribute their money to help the old eerie being. But Lin Ming refused. How could you use my money to help others? After rejecting the eerie being's attempts to obstruct him, Lin Ming frowned tightly as he regarded the old eerie being. Life-saving money for treating a serious illness. That truly cannot be robbed. If I were to rob such money, I would despise myself. Therefore, he stabbed the old eerie being to death. Once it was dead, there was no need for treatment, and thus it was no longer life-saving money. It could be taken. Lin Ming took the 2,000 points protected by the old eerie being, absorbing all its dying aura. Upon witnessing this scene, the eerie beings revealed expressions of anger. Even the players, aside from the big-head one, were furious. However, 2 seconds after the old eerie being was obliterated, the eerie beings and players slowly calmed down. Oddly, that old fellow had no close ties to them. Why were they so angry for him? Even the players felt something was off. Why did their emotions fluctuate so violently just now? It was as if Lin Ming had killed their family members. Lin Ming observed their reactions, but paid them no mind. This was the ability of that old eerie being. It must have possessed a skill to control emotions or invoke pity and sympathy in others. So as long as it pleaded, it would unconsciously evoke sympathy from others, allowing it to be spared. Unfortunately, it had encountered the formidable Lin Ming. Lin Ming continued to rob, moving from the front of the vehicle to the back, ultimately accumulating 5,600 points. By the time he finished, the eerie beings all wore sorrowful expressions, regretting their decision to board this bus. After all, that money was the remainder of their salaries after paying off this month's loans. Now it had all been taken, and they faced problems just to eat. They had even worked consecutive 996 shifts, exhausting themselves to the point of illness, and now they didn't dare to go to the hospital. Next, they would likely find themselves too weak to work because they had no money for meals, leading to a lack of motivation and being looked down upon by their bosses, resulting in demotion or termination. You must understand, in the eerie world, being fired is not illegal and no compensation is required. The law only protects the wealthy eerie beings. It might even be worse. They could become so disoriented from not being able to afford food that they frequently made mistakes at work, leading to workplace injuries or even death. Some might ask, is it such a big problem to have a month's salary robbed? This is due to the rules of the eerie game. As previously mentioned, this world operates under an absolute capitalist system. 2% of the eerie beings control 98% of the wealth and have issued 1,000% in loans. All the lower-class eerie beings practically survive on loans, even if they have jobs they need to borrow just to eat, drink, and seek medical care. Leisure. That is something only wealthy eerie beings consider. These lower-class eerie beings must constantly work, earn money, repay loans, eat, then borrow again, and work, forming a vicious cycle. This is akin to some people juggling multiple credit cards. As long as one link in the chain breaks, everything collapses. Now these eerie beings are facing a collapse, and they can imagine how difficult their upcoming days will be. Fortunately, Lin Ming is kind, so he is willing to help alleviate their worries. After robbing from the front to the back of the bus, he began to rob from the back to the front again. This time he was robbing dying aura. Life. Lin Ming plunged his knife in one after another, absorbing the dying aura. Dying aura 4,400. Dying aura 3,800. Dying aura 2,900. Dying aura 3,333. Lin Ming discovered that these broke souls really couldn't squeeze out any more gains. The money earned was little enough. Their bodies were also worn down from long overtime, with dying aura less than that of a normal ghost-level being. The eerie beings hadn't expected Lin Ming to demand both money and life, instantly filling them with rage. They decided to resist. To counterattack, the eerie beings at the front immediately teamed up and charged forward. Lin Ming was taken aback at first, then nodded in gratitude at the charging eerie beings. Just as well he was too lazy to move, and unexpectedly these guys delivered themselves to his doorstep. So he slashed one by one, taking care of all these charging eerie beings. After eliminating all the eerie passengers, it was just in time for the next stop. Unfortunately this time, there were only 2 passengers at the platform. Oh well, even a mosquito's leg is meat. Lin Ming forced a smile to welcome the passengers, only to find that although they were tempted, they did not board the bus. It was clear that they were not waiting for this bus. No way, having come this far can I let you run away. Lin Ming immediately looked at the players huddled in the corner in the distance. The big-head one, being clever, paused for a moment before quickly reacting. He stepped forward, striking poses at the 2 hungry passengers on the platform, constantly enticing them, even going so far as to lift his shirt to reveal his white belly, patting it repeatedly. You must know that living beings have a tremendous allure to eerie beings. Now the big-head one's posture was akin to a pig showing off its marbled flesh to a butcher. Who could resist not getting on this bus? The 2 eerie passengers, originally not intending to take this bus, could not help but walk over, their eyes glued to the big-head one. The bus doors closed. Lin Ming approached, raising his knife against the lower backs of the 2 eerie beings. The 2 eerie passengers were taken aback. Wait, are you lacking in morals, or what? On the bus in the eerie world, are we playing a trick on us eerie beings? The plan of the immortal's deception was quite successful. Not only did these 2 strange passengers pay the price, but along the way Lin Ming tricked several passengers into getting on the bus. In this instance he gained a lot. Not only did he elevate his realm to the 5th layer of foundation establishment, but he also earned 8,000 points. If he had to describe this instance in 2 words, it would be thrilling. As the bus arrived in front of an old house in the countryside, this instance came to an end. Lin Ming stepped forward and looked at the bus driver. The driver looked at Lin Ming with a pleading expression before having his throat cut. Lin Ming then took the driver's dying energy and points. Lin Ming got off the bus. The players followed closely behind. Now they had only one path leading straight to that old house. Thick fog surrounded them, obscuring their vision, yet they could feel the overwhelming danger. The players trembled with fear. Lin Ming, however, strode confidently towards the old house. The bus, abandoned by its driver, was left behind, unable to leave. The old house had 2 stories and resembled an ancient building primarily composed of black wooden mortise and tenon structures, standing ominously in the mist, making one suspicious of the terrifying things that might lie within. Lin Ming wandered around the entrance, but found no signs of rules. It seemed they must be inside the house. Gazing at the wooden door, Lin Ming did not push it open, but instead summoned a corpse. The wooden door was most likely to make noise. If it creaked when he pushed it, it would be disastrous. Indeed, as the corpse was controlled to push the door, the wooden door creaked ominously. The rules were instantly triggered, annihilating the corpse. Lin Ming enveloped himself in spiritual energy and strode into the house, striving to make no sound while walking. Seeing Lin Ming being so cautious, the players were all filled with dread and did not dare to enter. However, as Lin Ming stepped inside, the surrounding fog slowly crept closer, evidently forcing all players to go in together. With no choice, the players could only follow. Meanwhile, the pursuer desperately awarded themselves 5,000 points, completing the statue gallery. There was no way out. All the peculiarities in the statue gallery were dead, and they could find neither tasks nor exits. They could either wait for the instance to refresh or hope someone would take over and refill the peculiarities here. But the wait would be far too long, and they still had to pursue Lin Ming. If Lin Ming escaped this instance, and they failed to catch him, a hefty penalty would be incurred. Not only would they have to compensate the clients, but they would also have to repay damages to the company's reputation, which could lead to their ruin and burden them with enormous debts for thousands of years. Fortunately, after paying 5,000 points, the pursuer arrived at the next instance. The bus to the dead end. Upon finding themselves on the platform, the pursuer knew they were doomed. The bus had already departed, and they needed to wait for the next one. However, the Silent Realm wasn't a large instance, so there was only one bus to transport players. The pursuer needed to wait until Lin Ming and the others arrived at the next instance before they could catch the bus. But it was alright, after all, this was only the 3rd instance with 4 more to go. Next, they only needed to take the Silent Realm's dedicated bus to the entrance of the next instance. Before coming, the pursuer had investigated the Silent Realm's instances. They remembered that the next instance was the sleeping old house. Once inside, players would inevitably become drowsy and gradually fall asleep. Even if that guy named Lin Ming was strong enough to resist the drowsiness, it would still affect his thinking, causing slower reactions and a delay in exiting, giving the pursuer a chance to catch up. It was worth the 1000 points spent in pursuit. The pursuer thought to themselves, though they couldn't shake off a lingering feeling of unease. Don't panic, stay calm, and believe you are the best pursuer. Once the bus arrives, we can turn the tide. The pursuer reassured themselves as they stood quietly waiting. Lin Ming and the others entered the main hall of the old house, which was furnished with some tables and chairs, as well as a recliner, all emanating a decayed scent from long-term neglect and lack of occupancy. Upon investigation, this was just a very ordinary old house from the Republic of China period, which might have belonged to a wealthy family back then, but now its style seemed quite shabby. There were doors on both sides of the main hall, which likely led to living quarters. Next to the right door, there was also a wooden staircase leading to the second floor. While Lin Ming was observing, he suddenly heard a thud behind him. He turned around abruptly, only to see a player lying on the ground, already dead. How could this be? What rules had this guy violated? Lin Ming's expression grew serious as he looked at the other players. They seemed oblivious to him, all drowsily struggling to open their eyes. Thud. Another player fell down due to sleep and died from the noise. Lin Ming now understood why but he couldn't comprehend why these people had become so drowsy. Was it some special power in this place? Why was he unaffected? Was it because of the spiritual energy from the Tianxia Gong? Lin Ming pondered and decided to infuse some spiritual energy into the big head player, which immediately woke him up. However, Lin Ming couldn't continuously supply him with spiritual energy, so he let the big head player lie down and sleep. As long as he didn't snore, he wouldn't die. The big head player looked at Lin Ming with gratitude, secretly wishing he were a woman so he could repay his benefactor in a more intimate way. Lin Ming went to explore the other rooms, hoping to find some rules. After Lin Ming left, the big head player first knocked out the other players, letting them lie down and sleep. Then he lay down himself and soon fell into slumber. Lin Ming arrived at the eastern wing, which wasn't very large, about several dozen square meters, with complete furnishings, including tables, chairs, and a bed. There were even a few unclear photos on the wall. Lin Ming picked one up to take a look and found that time had eroded it beyond recognition. He could only vaguely see a family portrait of three. He flipped the photo over and over, but found no key information, so he set it down. Fortunately, there were many books on the desk. Lin Ming picked one up to browse, but they were all books from a time before this world had turned strange. They were quite useless. Lin Ming shook his head and went to the western wing. After exiting the eastern wing and passing through the main hall, Lin Ming noticed that the players were all lying on the ground asleep. Knowing this was the work of the big head player, he didn't pay it much mind and intended to leave. But after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly sensed something was off and quickly looked back at the players. The number was incorrect. When he entered just now, besides Lin Ming, there were 6 players left. 2 had fallen asleep and died on the ground, so there should still be 4 here. Why had the number changed to 3? Lin Ming frowned and approached first, checking to confirm that the remaining individuals were indeed alive. Then he looked at the main door, which was tightly shut with thick fog visible from the cracks. Where could that person have gone? The second floor? Or was there some kind of strange entity hiding here, waiting to take advantage of their sleep? Lin Ming rushed into the west wing, searching for the strange traces. However, he found nothing. He ran to the second floor. The second floor had 3 empty rooms, each carrying a more intense smell of decay. Strangely, there was no one in the entire building. Lin Ming, puzzled, came down, but his footsteps froze on the staircase. Because in the main hall downstairs, another person was missing. Only a slick-haired man in a suit resembling a company manager remained. Unwilling to give up, Lin Ming summoned Meng Meng, taking her delicate little hand, and vanished from the spot. At the same time, Lin Ming dispatched the peculiar creatures from the spirit banner to guard all the old houses and also to check outside. Perhaps there was a strange entity that had stolen someone and was having a picnic outside. Soon the peculiar creatures thoroughly inspected the old house inside and out, finding no issues. They didn't even discover any rules. Strange, why are the hints becoming fewer? Could it be that as they approach the core, the owner of the dungeon feels fear? That shouldn't be the case. Someone who can control 7 dungeons should be quite strong, right? While Lin Ming was pondering, his expression suddenly changed, and he immediately activated the soul capture technique. Because the player resembling the manager was gradually vanishing. He lay there, but his body was becoming dimmer and more ethereal until he completely disappeared. Despite Lin Ming using the soul capture technique and summoning the spirit banner for investigation, he found no trace of any peculiar entity. Were they sleeping? Lin Ming considered a possibility. Players might feel sleepy upon entering and gradually disappear after falling asleep. Thus, sleeping could actually be a medium. Only by sleeping could one have the opportunity to contact the peculiar entities or the next dungeon. With that thought, Lin Ming immediately lay on the lounge chair in the main hall, forcing himself to sleep. Soon he fell asleep. In the midst of his dreams, he felt a sudden sinking sensation in his body. A strong feeling of weightlessness hit him. This sensation had only occurred when Lin Ming had yet to cultivate. Back then, while dozing off, he would occasionally experience a feeling of plummeting from a high altitude, startling him awake. At that time, he thought it was a sign of his impending crossover. Later, he researched and found out it was due to excessive stress and mental tension, and also from being overly fatigued. But now he had truly crossed over. The intense feeling of weightlessness caused Lin Ming to awaken, finding himself in a vast forest. The forest was immense, so vast that he could not see the way out, shrouded in dense shadows devoid of sunlight. The scene before him was enveloped in a hazy mist, somewhat dreamy yet perilous. Because Lin Ming could sense that many eyes seemed to be lurking around him, watching him coldly, ready to spring out and kill him at any moment. A hallucination. The peculiar entities excel at using death energy to create a realistic illusion, making it impossible to distinguish and become immersed in it. Lin Ming activated the soul capture technique, wanting to unravel this forest, but found it ineffective. The soul capture technique might not be able to control a Ghost King, but it could certainly see through illusions of Ghost King level. But now it couldn't pierce through, indicating that this place was likely a genuine peculiar dungeon. What the hell, wasn't he in the old house? How did he end up here? An inner realm within a realm. Or perhaps, Lin Ming developed a bold hypothesis in his mind. That old house might actually be the end point. The cinema, the statue museum, the bus, they are all connected. Lin Ming felt like he had grasped some key information, but it was still incomplete. At least he could not determine the situation of that old house for now. First, he needed to get out of this forest. Lin Ming immediately released the spirit banner, which now contained 70 peculiar entities, each with various skills. There were also 6 corpses. Lin Ming looked at the troops in front of him and gently waved the spirit banner. Although silent, the peculiar entities and corpses received the command and immediately spread out in all directions to search for an exit. Since the spirit banner could establish a connection with these peculiar entities, Lin Ming could roughly determine their locations. In his perception, these peculiar entities scurried through the forest for dozens of kilometers without encountering any boundaries. What kind of place is this? A primeval forest. Lin Ming was quite displeased, thinking to himself, why am I wasting my efforts here? He coldly summoned all the peculiar entities back. Once the peculiar entities entered the spirit banner, Lin Ming spread his arms. Fire control tech. As the blazing samadhi true fire erupted from Lin Ming's palms, the surrounding temperature rapidly soared, causing the flowers, grass, and trees near him to wither quickly. In the next moment, 2 fireballs shot out, landing on the ground. In an instant, a massive fire surged into the sky, spreading outward. The samadhi true fire is not an ordinary flame. It can burn even stones to ashes upon contact, not to mention flowers and trees. Now, with so many flowers and trees, even though the death energy was pervasive here, it could not hinder this overwhelmingly powerful fire control technique. As the fire spread, distant wails echoed, clearly indicating that peculiar entities were hiding within. Lin Ming smirked silently. Still not going to set any rules. Do they really think the rules are meant to bind me? They are meant to protect you. As the fire serpents rampantly spread, the entire forest began to burn, and the temperature was no less than that of Fire Mountain. Suddenly, the space began to distort. As Lin Ming watched the scene before him change, he understood. He had cleared the level. Speaking of these peculiar entities, they are quite foolish. It would have been better if they had cooperated earlier. Why make me burn them? I dare to burn. Do you dare to play? The dungeon switched once again. But this time it was a city. In this city, people came and went, vehicles flowed incessantly, entirely resembling a modern metropolis. Lin Ming looked at the incredibly realistic environment around him, wondering if there were still no rules. Or is this a real world? Just then, a sexy beauty passed by, swaying her waist. Lin Ming stopped her. The attractive girl instinctively frowned, but upon seeing Lin Ming's face, which was merely 1 in 10,000 as handsome as a tomato reader's, she immediately revealed a warm, gentle smile. Lin Ming also smiled faintly, and suddenly lifted the attractive girl's top. The attractive girl had anticipated that Lin Ming would flirt with her, and she had thought about furthering their relationship, but this was moving too fast. She panicked and hugged her chest, letting out a scream. Pervert. Lin Ming's eyes flashed as she could talk. It seemed indeed to be an illusion. Meanwhile, the surrounding men rushed over in righteous indignation, peeking at the attractive girl while questioning Lin Ming about his lewd behavior. Just when Lin Ming was about to be surrounded and beaten, a small boy suddenly ran out from a nearby alley, grabbing Lin Ming's hand and pulling him out of the crowd. After they had run a considerable distance and reached a secluded corner, the small boy glared angrily at Lin. Lin Ming, however, retaliated with a few hard slaps to the boy's face. His strength was so great that he spun the boy around like a top, making him spin several times on the spot. This kid must be the NPC of this instance. Lin Ming's cold gaze was fixed on the little boy. He had just run a long distance with Lin Ming, yet he showed no signs of fatigue. Either he knows the rules here, or he is inherently strange. On the way here, Lin Ming had observed him using a soul-seizing technique. This little brat is indeed strange. Regardless of his intentions, they are surely not good, so it's best to deal with him first. The little boy was stunned for a moment before reacting. His eyes quickly filled with murderous intent, coldly staring at Lin Ming with a fierce glare. But Lin Ming was even fiercer, giving him another brutal hit. Dare to glare at me again. The little boy spun in circles like a donkey on a mill, eventually shattering into a wisp of black mist. The black mist did not disperse, but instead condensed into several rules in midair. 1. Do not make a sound. 2. Stop the bus number 207 before 3 p.m. 3. Do not let the boss fire him. 4. Please do not harm them. Looking at these 4 rules, Lin Ming was somewhat incredulous. This is called a rule. This is clearly making a wish. But at least there are some clues now saving me from running around aimlessly in this city. As for destroying the entire city, that would waste spiritual energy. Let's see if these rules can be solved easily. The first and fourth ones are out of the question. The second rule about stopping the bus combined with the third rule suggests that someone on the bus is supposed to be fired and needs to leave this city. Or are they going to do something extreme? Lin Ming thought this as he walked to the street and hailed a taxi. The driver immediately asked where to. Lin Ming knew this was a trap as well. In the previous instance, everyone was afraid to make a sound and didn't speak so they could control themselves. But in this city, everything seemed to return to normal. The sounds of horns, chatter, vendors, and even arguments filled the air. Moreover, now there were people who would actively talk to you, and one careless move could result in making a sound. These people are fake, they can talk freely without issues. However, if Lin Ming speaks or makes a sound, he would immediately perish. He used his spiritual energy as ink and wrote in the air. Go to the bus stop for Route 207. Oh, young man, are you performing magic? The driver's eyes lit up. I know some magic tricks too, want to see. Lin Ming's face darkened, and he wrote 2 more words, drive fast. Hey, what's the rush? Let me show you a trick. The driver didn't start driving, just stayed there performing magic. Lin Ming got out, changed taxis, but the result was still the same. Whether he wrote with spiritual energy or with real paper and pen, these drivers found all sorts of ways to avoid driving. One moment, they would say they could perform magic too. Another moment, they would throw some money at Lin Ming, asking him to show them a trick. Some even said they knew a doctor nicknamed Dumb Spirit who specialized in treating the mute and wanted to take Lin Ming to see him. Lin Ming realized that these guys didn't want him to complete his task. Taking a taxi was out of the question. Should he buy a city map? Lin Ming didn't even have to think. It would be impossible to buy a map. In fact, when he saw a passerby playing with a phone, he snatched it to find a navigation app, only to discover that the person's phone didn't have one. It seemed he could only take the bus stopping at each station. Lin Ming glanced at the time on the snatched phone, only 15 minutes left until 3 p.m. With this little time, would he be able to catch the bus in time? Absolutely impossible. To confirm his thoughts, Lin Ming first looked for a nearby bus stop sign. This bus stop clearly didn't have Route 207. He needed to take the next bus and see if another stop had Route 207. But who knows what troubles he might encounter in between. No, it shouldn't be like this. The strangeness in the instance would cause chaos, that's normal. But the instance would definitely provide opportunities to complete the task. It's just that the way out in this instance might not be so obvious. Are there rules that haven't been told to him? Or did he misunderstand the rules? Wait a minute. Lin Ming recalled the order of those rules. This time the rules felt more like tasks. Because of his sensitivity to numbers, Lin Ming habitually followed the order of the rules to perform tasks. But what if the order given by the other party was actually reversed? What if he first stops the third rule, do not let the boss fire him? Previously, Lin Ming hadn't thought of this because he didn't know who that person was, nor did he know who the boss was or where they were. But he had a simpler and quicker method. Lin Ming once again stopped a taxi and wrote several large characters with his spiritual energy. This time the taxi didn't hesitate, turned on the meter, drove, and stepped on the gas in one go. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Ming was delivered to his destination. The city government. Lin Ming strode into the city government, and the guard hurriedly stopped him. Stop, right there. Without wasting words, Lin Ming directly sent the guard flying and charged into the city government building. He quickly found the mayor's office, burst in, and saw the mayor working. Who are you? Where's the security? The mayor shouted angrily. Lin Ming stepped forward first, severing one of the mayor's legs, then dragged him to the window and threw a fireball into the distance. The flames instantly engulfed the building, causing the people inside to scream in terror. The mayor, seeing the inferno, turned pale with fright. He truly hadn't expected that this inexplicable man who barged in was so fierce and powerful. This is clearly a deity. No, a demon deity. Lin Ming then brought the mayor back to the table and picked up a pen to write a line: sound the air raid siren, notify the entire city, all buses must cease operations immediately, and issue a notice that we are now entering a difficult time. No one is allowed to fire employees. All employees fired today must be called back to work. The mayor was dumbfounded. No, that can't be. This will cause chaos in the entire city. Seeing that he wasn't listening, Lin Ming threw another fireball out the window. Once again, a building was quickly engulfed by the three-flame true fire as he watched the innocent citizens struggling and screaming inside. The mayor understood Lin Ming's intention. If he issued this order, it would indeed lead to chaos. If he didn't issue it, there would also be chaos. Moreover, since Lin Ming had already severed his leg, non-cooperation could truly lead to death. After a brief moment of weighing the options, the mayor reluctantly picked up the phone and issued the order according to Lin Ming's demands. Although the various leaders in the city didn't understand what was happening, they still chose to comply. After all, if something went wrong during the task, the mayor would take the blame. If they didn't execute the task and something went wrong, they would be the ones held accountable. Better a dead friend than a dead Taoist. Within just 3 minutes, the air raid siren sounded. All public transportation in the city was immediately halted by the transportation department. However, the most bewildered were those bosses. What the hell is this? You can't fire people. Who the hell gives you the right to issue this order? What? If you don't follow orders, the tax bureau will audit. The fire department will check fire safety. The social insurance center will come to inspect. The market supervision bureau will check the scope of operations. The health committee will also come. Oh, I truly find this amusing. Do you believe that I will treat my employees like my own father from now on? With the issuance of these inexplicable commands, the entire city fell into a standstill devoid of chaos. Employees would not be dismissed. Who the hell would still come to work? Traffic jam. Let it be. Elderly fighting for seats on the bus. Let them sit. Those old folks can use those seats as resting boards. All the employees happily returned home. Even those who walked back wore smiles. They were immensely grateful to the person who issued this command. What? The one who forced this command set fire to 2 buildings. Those in those buildings must have deserved it. Huh. The people in those buildings are innocent. Well, I think the arsonist has his reasons. Let him drink 3 cups as punishment. If that doesn't work, a stricter punishment of muting him on WeChat for 3 minutes will suffice. After issuing this command, Lin Ming quietly waited in the office. He thought to himself that this should count as completing his task. This instance should be coming to an end. Indeed, at the moment 3 o'clock arrived, the instance reluctantly twisted. It had never encountered someone capable of clearing it like this. What a damn mess. Once the instance's distortion concluded, Lin Ming's body reappeared on the rocking chair of the old house. Previously, he had entered another instance while asleep. Back in the old house, he noticed some subtle differences. It seemed a bit more vibrant. At the very least, the decayed odor had faded considerably, as if he had entered a different instance. Of course, it might just be a change of location since there were no more big head players on the ground. That big head guy had been lying on the ground before and had not followed into other instances. He must have remained in the previous old house. So if I count carefully, this seems to be the 7th instance. The screening room, the statue hall, the bus, the previous old house, the woods, the city, and the current old house. Lin Ming surveyed the old house, curious about its differences. Suddenly, he heard arguing and smashing sounds from upstairs. I told you that female ghost next door has nothing to do with me. She just wanted to borrow some points. Borrowed points, and still no relationship. Do you know how many loans we have? Housing loan, car loan, school loan, food loan, water loan. Combined, it would take 3,000 years to pay them off. Isn't it because you wasted the points? Let's not talk about anything else. I just want to ask, what was so good about those 2-person leather shoes that cost 1,200 points? You bought them without even blinking. You. I told you to pay for your work. You just needed to endure for 128 years to get a permanent position and salary, but you insisted on living off your parents. Now their corpses have been devoured, and even boiling their bones won't yield any oil. What will we eat tomorrow? Though Lin Ming had grown somewhat accustomed to this bizarre world, hearing these things now made him feel that this world was utterly insane. Is this what a world ruled by capitalists looks like? Just then a child slowly walked down the stairs. The child looked exactly like the one he had seen in the urban instance. Upon seeing Lin Ming, he instinctively touched his face and then spoke from a distance. You can speak now. You have left the silent realm. Lin Ming was cautious and did not fall for it. The child calmly said, the silent realm lasts 7 days, representing 7 instances. These instances are my memories, and they are my dreams. Those were my most cherished experiences. My parents took me to the movies, visited my favorite statue hall, and after a long day, we took the bus back to the old house in the countryside. But when I returned, they fell into a crazy argument and started fighting for divorce. Later, I found out they had long decided to divorce. They only wanted to take me out for one last time before parting ways. They never expected a bizarre game to descend upon us. They didn't succeed in divorcing because divorcing requires a tax, so they argued every day. It was so annoying that in desperate despair, I created this silent realm, allowing my parents to quietly relive the beautiful memories of that day. I even created the urban instance before I was born so my father wouldn't return to the countryside to live off his parents or get fired from his job, allowing my parents to live well in the city and alleviate their anger and resentment. Before you know, player could find the flaws in those instances, each of them would be trapped inside, endlessly looping like my family. But unexpectedly, you destroyed my instance, shattered my dream, and repeatedly slaughtered us in the instances, ultimately awakening my family. Now my parents have returned to that noisy state. I'm so annoyed, I'm really so annoyed. The boy said this while an aura of death surged around him, and his power continued to rise. In the instance, Lin Ming could beat him as he pleased. But outside, he was invincible. Lin Ming secretly thought as expected. He had earlier guessed the general idea, but not in such detail. After all, the names of the memory cinema and the statue hall were clearly places for children to play. Then, tired from playing, they took the bus home. Also, because he was too tired once home, he fell asleep immediately, so the old house had a soporific effect. After falling asleep being a child, he was too exhausted and had nightmares, leading him to fall into that jungle. In the jungle, the child likely witnessed something like his parents in a love-hate relationship, or even digging graves and living off their parents. But Lin Ming didn't wait to see that scene. He burned the forest, jumping straight to the urban scene. That was the child wanting to prevent his parents from meeting, avoiding a tragic life in the future. A very fluid instance. If immersed in it, it wasn't hard to guess this was someone's memory. In this instance, the family of three was actually immersed together. They would wake up a bit every time they were killed. Therefore, each instance had rules that prevented harm to them. But if they weren't killed, they would remain trapped in this little boy's beautiful dream, unable to escape. Because he had anticipated all this, Lin Ming did not hesitate to slap the little boy a few times at the final. Those slaps were not only for venting his anger. He used spiritual power, otherwise the little boy wouldn't have been shattered and transformed into rules. At this moment, the boy grew increasingly furious, coming closer to Lin Ming, ultimately transforming into a malevolent spirit-level entity. Ghost level, vengeful spirit level, malevolent spirit level. This was Lin Ming's first encounter with the formidable and bizarre malevolent spirit capable of threatening an entire city in reality. The little boy grinned savagely at Lin Ming. You awakened my beautiful dream, you must pay the price. Now do you regret offending me? Lin Ming took out the Wanhun banner and gently shook it. Dozens of bizarre entities surged out surrounding the little boy while the ghostly mist spread, enveloping the surroundings. So little brat, tell me, do you regret it now, eh? Lin Ming smiled more sinisterly than the little boy. The little boy was bewildered. Who is this big shot bullying a child like me? In the previous 5 instances, he was asleep, constrained by the rules. Thus, he had no idea what Lin Ming had done before. It was not until the 6th instance that he would wake up and guide the players on what to do. Firstly, it was inconvenient for him to appear before his parents. Secondly, it enhanced the gaming experience. Even in the 6th instance, he only appeared as an avatar, unable to exert his full power. That's why he was considering taking revenge on Lin Ming for the bullying, as well as dispelling his hatred for his own instances. But now, looking at the large group of strange beings, revenge seemed far-fetched. After a moment of confusion, the little boy forced a smile at Lin Ming, saying, "Brother, can we negotiate?" No, Lin Ming replied with a wave of his hand. All the strange beings surged forward, united with the 10,000 Souls banner, overwhelming the little boy. Meanwhile, Lin Ming walked upstairs. He thought the little boy's handling of these instances was unnecessary. Wasn't it just to stop his parents from arguing? Mediating disputes is our specialty. Go ask around about our reputation. When managers clash with employees, when customers argue with waiters, or when couples fight, we resolve them all satisfactorily. Lin Ming entered the master bedroom on the upper floor. Inside, 2 strange beings were arguing fiercely. Upon seeing someone enter, they immediately stopped and looked at Lin Ming with astonishment. The scent of a living person. You weren't killed by my son. After their initial surprise, the couple excitedly regarded Lin Ming, considering how many points they could earn by selling him. Lin Ming initially wanted to ask how much savings they had, but remembering they had just argued due to lack of money, he let out a sigh of regret. I arrived too late. The capitalists of the eerie game have collected all the taxes here for 1,000 years. The common people have become destitute with no profits left to squeeze. It seems I can only go talk to those capitalists. Lin Ming resolved himself and walked towards the 2 strange beings. The 2 also rushed over, eagerly wanting to capture Lin Ming to sell him. First, selling his body would attract the female ghost who liked living people. Then selling internal organs to restaurants would earn another profit. Bones could be sold to pet food processing factories. Finally, the skin could be sold to luxury goods companies. Bang! The two big fights ruthlessly interrupted the couple's fantasies. They stared blankly at Lin Ming while covering their faces. What just happened? To be honest, this couple was far inferior to that child. Thus, Lin Ming easily slaughtered them, absorbing the death energy. Death energy 5,000. Death energy 4,900. Despite being ghost level, they possessed such a vast amount of death energy. It seemed these two had lived relatively well in the instances. After consuming them completely, Lin Ming went downstairs again. The little boy was indeed formidable, having laid down 2/3 of his soldiers. Of course, he was already absorbed into the 10,000 souls banner being refined by the formation. The little boy was still struggling, attempting to break free from the control of the formation and the 10,000 souls banner. Lin Ming approached, grasping the banner, and poured in his spiritual energy. The power of the refining formation instantly grew exponentially. The little boy let out a wretched scream, hurriedly pleading, "Let me go. I am willing to submit to you. I am willing to hand over the instance to you." "Fool. Killing you means the instance belongs to me." Lin Ming unhesitatingly increased the power output. Because Ming Ming told him that this little boy had a strange ability. When he fell asleep, no one could make a sound. The large number of strange soldiers that had been killed earlier were due to the little boy suddenly falling asleep. Everyone was confused about what happened, made a little noise, and were instantly wiped out. This ability was very useful indeed. Lin Ming was determined to take this little boy under his wing as a little brother. The little boy sensed Lin Ming's intentions and immediately shouted angrily, "Do you really think this can deal with me? Can you control me? I will never submit." 5 minutes later, Master, the little boy stood respectfully in front of Lin Ming. "When you sleep, no one can make a sound around you. How large is the range?" Lin Ming curiously asked. "In my instance, the range is infinitely large, but outside it radiates outward from me, covering a radius of 10 meters. However, the killing ability only works on ghosts of the evil level and below. The damage to higher levels will be reduced." The little boy obediently explained. Lin Ming instinctively glanced around and noticed this was the coverage area of the old house, wasn't it? So this kid's skill awakened because his parents argued every day at home, causing him distress, leading to this ability, but resulting in such limited coverage. But it's still acceptable. It's an absolute rule-type skill. If you leave the instance, can you still use this skill? Lin Ming suddenly thought that this was the 7th instance. Perhaps the little boy had only gained that ability here. Yes, these instances exist because of me. I can withdraw all the instances' power back to myself, allowing me to unleash my strongest strength. But if I do that, my instance will become useless and turn into the most ordinary instance. Although it can still operate, it will no longer have rules or tasks and cannot harm players. The little boy was clearly somewhat reluctant as he had managed these several instances for a long time. However, Lin Ming thought about it and questioned the usefulness of keeping these instances. Well, at least the bus instance is somewhat useful. It can run in the city and pick up some eerie passengers. But as for the cinema instance, which eerie being would want to go there if there were no players? The statue museum is the same. And that jungle. And this old house. The urban instance is quite interesting, but this little kid doesn't know how to manage it. In the future, it could be transformed into an open-style simulation management instance where eerie beings can enter and choose to be a city mayor for a day, issuing orders at will and enjoying the thrill of power. Or they could enter as a boss and indulge in enslaving their employees, relishing the joys of capitalism. There are also those classic time-stop games. These would all be spectacular games. It's no wonder that kids are too young to develop such ideas. After confirming the management strategy, Lin Ming planned to seek opportunities for future handling. As for now, his body was becoming ethereal and about to leave. Even the slicked-back player appeared as the instance turned into an ordinary one. He was also lying down for a win, entering the settlement status with a bewildered expression. Just as the instance was about to settle, a figure appeared in the old house. It was a dark shadow, its face indistinguishable, but one could feel its deep anger. The shadow fixed its gaze on Lin Ming, gritting its teeth. "So you're the one called Lin Ming?" Lin Ming, confused, asked. "Who are you?" "Mind your own business. Just know that I've chased you through 7 instances, spending tens of thousands of points to clear them. Now I not only want to kill you, but also demand compensation for my losses." The shadow turned out to be the pursuer. It had spent 1500 points just to get through the bus, jungle, and urban instances to find Lin Ming, who should have been caught long ago. Lin Ming gazed at the furious pursuer, filled with murderous intent. Although he did not understand why he was being hunted, he felt a twinge of sympathy. He kindly reminded, "Actually, you don't need to spend money to clear the instance, because I have control over the instance's master, and it has withdrawn the power of the instance. Now those instances have become the most ordinary places, and you can enter and exit freely." The pursuer was taken aback. What does this guy mean? He ran all the way to join the instance and spent tens of thousands to clear it. And now all that money was wasted. The thought made the pursuer even angrier. You must die today. You must die. The pursuer was furious, nearly going mad, and even disregarding the task's requirement to leave a live witness, unleashed a black beam. That was his ultimate move. Under the evil spirit, no one could escape. Whoosh. The fatal black beam passed through Lin Ming's gradually phasing body. The pursuer looked at Lin Ming in confusion. I'm sorry you came a bit late, I'm leaving now, Lin Ming explained. Looking at Lin Ming's rapidly phasing body, the pursuer realized what was happening. He was not new to killing players, so he understood that Lin Ming was about to exit the instance. In this state, even the Ghost King couldn't harm Lin Ming. As a killer with a heart as cold as ice and methods as ruthless as a butcher, the pursuer had thought his resolve was as strong as iron, but now he crumbled, weeping and crying out, "No. What are you doing? I just got here. I spent tens of thousands of points. That was all my wealth." He pleaded, "Please let me stab you just once, just once. Don't go. Don't leave. How can I survive without you?" Lin Ming felt pain seeing the pursuer like this. Since it was his own doing, he decided to end it himself. "It's all right, brother. Even though you can't act, I can." Lin Ming reassured the pursuer and then let the little boy in the one Hun fan sleep. The little boy obediently slapped his forehead and knocked himself out. The effect was the same as falling asleep, and the skill was triggered immediately. The pursuer was so busy falling apart that he didn't hear Lin Ming's words clearly and cried out, "What did you just say?" "Oh." The evil spirit-level pursuer collapsed and died due to the rules. Lin Ming then officially began the evaluation. Now evaluating player Lin Ming's performance in the Silent Land. You successfully and completely survived, 70 points. You successfully resolved the boy Tian Tian's family discord, 50 points. You tamed the instance master Tian Tian, 100 points. You retaliated against the Death Hotel owner's pursuit, 100 points. You attracted the attention of the Killer Liability Company, 30 points. Player Lin Ming's final score for this round is 350-17. 5 evaluated as SSS. Now distributing rewards to player Lin Ming. Congratulations on obtaining the evil spirit level weapon Undead Bone Spear. Congratulations on obtaining the Silent Land Fragment. Congratulations on gaining 700 reputation points. Congratulations on obtaining a lottery ticket for the Ghost Merchant X1. Player points can now be used to extract various items and skills into reality. Whoosh. Lin Ming vanished from the spot and appeared in a villa in the real world. He first glanced around the villa, finding nothing unusual. He took out the one Hun fan and had Wei Yuan guard the area while he checked his panel to view the rewards. First was the Undead Bone Spear. Although it was not extracted, he could see its image. It was a spear entirely carved from bones, seemingly as beautiful as white jade at first glance, adorned with many strange symbols. Undead Bone Spear, evil spirit level, can emit a ghostly roar upon firing, causing widespread soul shock that renders enemies unable to resist, and then fires powerful bullets condensed from pure death energy that cannot be blocked by entities below the evil spirit level, and for every 50 shots it can condense one rule bullet, which has a guaranteed hit and critical effect. This effect only applies to evil spirits and below. Damage will gradually be mitigated against levels above evil spirit. This weapon is quite impressive. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. Things are looking up for him. After examining the weapon, he looked at the Ghost Merchant lottery ticket. Lottery ticket after use can summon the Ghost Merchant to descend, consuming a certain number of points to randomly draw anomalies, which will have a certain fondness for you. Lottery tickets can only be used within the anomaly game. Sounds pretty powerful. Can it summon a Ghost King? He'll try it out in the game later. Lin Ming looked at other items on the panel. Level Wraith. Points 48,702. 5. Reputation 1,000. Skills Evil Spirit Doppelganger, Phasing Extracted. Titles Perfect Cleared Player, Excellent Worker, Explorer. Mailbox Misfortune Coin, Safe House Card, Bloodstained Watermelon Knife, Storage Basket Goods, Decayed Convenience Store Fragment, Despair Apartment Fragment, Red Blood Candle X5, Cursed Stone Ball, X49, Silent Land Fragment, Undead Bone Spear. Wait a minute, what's with the 40000 points? Lin Ming remembered he only grabbed 8000 points on the bus. Oh right, the pursuer seemed to mention spending points to clear the Silent Land. Now that he holds the authority over the Silent Land, does that mean these points are counted as those the pursuer spent for him, sending money to chase me and then losing their life? This can only be summed up with a thank you. Because of you the seasons were warmed. Speaking of which, these fragments should be utilized. Next time he enters the game, he'll send an anomaly to handle these instances, recruiting some anomalies to work for him. Lin Ming pondered while checking the time on his phone. Has it been 3 days since he went in? It's a 7-day instance. Clearing it in 3 days is not bad. Ding ding ding. Song Shui called. Hello. Lin Ming answered casually. How did you know? I just came. On the other end, Song Shue's tired voice came. I just came out too. This anomaly game is really cursed. Lin Ming laughed. What happened? Did you get bullied? You little noob. How sometimes I really feel like you must have escaped from the anomaly game. Song Shui retorted angrily. What? Winning means you're out. Just because you're trash doesn't mean everyone has got it. Lin Ming shot back smoothly. No, I meant your treacherous appearance is just like those bastards in the anomaly game. I thought your shamelessness was unmatched, but it turns out those anomalies are even more fierce than you. Song Shue's voice brimmed with resentment. Lin Ming, curious, asked, what kind of loss did you suffer? Listen to me, suffering is a blessing. I was forced to take out a loan. Song Shue said irritably. Lin Ming was truly shocked this time. He knew too well what kind of loans existed in the anomaly game. Wait, how could you as a player be forced to take out a loan? How much did you borrow? Lin Ming hurriedly asked. I borrowed 500 points, and I have to repay 100 points plus 100 interest every month, and it must be paid in installments over 15 months, no early repayment allowed. Song Shue said angrily. Lin Ming gritted his teeth. Good heavens, that's not a loan, that's just a scam. Did you agree to it? Of course, if I didn't take the loan, I would die. I went into a real estate company instance, and they wanted me to pay to work 100 points a day. Where am I supposed to get that many points? I had to take out a loan to work. Those unscrupulous guys even told me that selling a house has a big commission I could pay off the debt. But other anomalies were snatching clients like crazy. I couldn't compete with them. I could only endure for 2 days before it was settled. Fortunately, those points allowed me to materialize skills into reality, so at least I have some means of self. I've already had the country reimburse those points and inflated it by 200 points, so I should be able to gather. The reason I called you is to remind you that according to investigations, many players have taken out loans and materialized their abilities and ghost tools. Those guys, after gaining superpowers, started crazily expanding using coercion and inducement to forcibly recruit people into guilds. And because the first batch of players were mostly pessimists or low-level workers, they have begun to retaliate against society. There's even an organization called Streetlight Guild that specializes in killing rich people. The situation is becoming a bit uncontrollable, so be careful. Song Shue scolded Lin Ming for a while, but her ultimate goal was to remind him that the current situation was off, cautioning him not to be targeted or ambushed. Also, if you need points, just let me know. I can support you by embezzling. Lin Ming and Song Shue discussed the situation and the powerful skills that Song Shue had before hanging up the phone. Lin Ming put down his phone, his expression serious. The speed and extent of the chaotic situation far exceeded his expectations. Although it didn't have much effect on him, Lin Ming felt that the idea of a lone manifestation skill sounded off. The strange beings in the game were not new to interacting with players. They must be aware of the transactions between the real world and the game world. In such circumstances, why would they be willing to help players grow stronger in reality? Charity. But the interest rates on loans certainly don't suggest that. Are they desperate to make money? Capitalists are willing to take risks for money, but they won't harm themselves for it. So there is only one possibility. This is a way to destroy the real world. With 1,000 points, one can manifest the powers of the strange game into reality. Manifestation skills are one thing. But what if someone manifests the strange? If the strange invades reality, does that mean the strange game has also invaded? In fact, the capitalists and rulers in the real world might not be oblivious to this. After all, they usually manipulate the lower class effortlessly. How could they not understand this trick? They know, but they cannot resist this blatant scheme. The ordinary people they previously thought they could easily deceive were simply enduring because they had no means to resist. Now that there is a second way out, does it matter if they can sense the trap? Getting scammed by you means you enjoy it. Getting scammed by the strange. At least I can take you down first and enjoy myself. It's clear what choice anyone would make. Of course, there are also some fools who can't see that this is a trap and think they've hit the jackpot. Unfortunately, only the main character is qualified to hit the jackpot. Ordinary people, let alone hitting the jackpot, even a bump from an electric bike, would only lead to a doctor's visit. It won't bring them wealth. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Lin Ming glanced down from the balcony and saw the female manager from the property management accompanied by a man with a bushy beard. The female manager was clinging to the man, her face filled with fear. Even as the man's hands groped her behind, she dared not make a sound, only looking at Lin Ming's door with tearful eyes. A glint flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. He sensed a strong aura of death emanating from the bearded man. This guy definitely manifested a skill or possesses a ghostly object. Watching the man impatiently press the doorbell, Lin Ming descended the stairs and opened the door. The female manager, upon seeing him, looked at him with tear-filled eyes full of pleading. She knew Lin Ming was wealthy and well-connected, so after being threatened by these people, she brought them to Lin Ming, hoping his connections would protect her. The bearded man looked Lin Ming up and down and sneered, so it's just a pretty boy with a decent appearance. For some reason, Lin Ming's irritation suddenly vanished. Actually, this guy has some discernment. Brother, you need something from me? Lin Ming asked amicably. The bearded man scoffed. We have our eyes on this villa. It's going to be our guild's base. All you irrelevant people can get lost. Of course, if you want to join our guild, that's not impossible, but you will need to pass an assessment. We don't accept just Which guild are you from? Lin Ming asked curiously. The Streetlight Guild. Heard of it? We exclusively hunt down wealthy scoundrels like you. The bearded man boasted. Lin Ming chuckled. Buying a villa makes you a wealthy scoundrel. Fair enough, I suppose you have a point. So you living here makes you one too. What are you going to do next? Kill yourself. The bearded man was momentarily stunned by the question. That seems to have some logic to it. But quickly seeing Lin Ming's mocking smile, he reacted angrily. Are you messing with me? Lin Ming calmly replied, you're not noteworthy enough for me to deliberately mess with you. I'm just genuinely curious. You piece of trash. The bearded man fumed, his aura of death swirling around him. Do you know that I've extracted a knife from the strange game into reality? As he spoke, the bearded man pulled out a butcher's knife from his waistband. The knife was entirely black with fresh blood still visible on it, and the thick aura of death emanated from it. This butcher's knife was clearly only a ghost-level weapon, but it was already powerful enough for ordinary people. At least ordinary people would feel the influence of the aura of death upon seeing the knife and instinctively feel fear. You're lucky to have obtained a ghost-level knife, Lin Ming lamented. The bearded man instantly boasted, that's right, but I took out a loan of 3,000 points and rented it for 1,500. Rented it. As expected, I thought these guys couldn't possibly be this lucky. The strange game had been around for less than half a month, and I've only obtained 3 ghostly objects myself. But spending 1,500 to rent such a piece of junk. Is it a limitation of the poor's perspective, or does this guy just have too much vanity? Lin Ming shook his head and snatched the butcher's knife. No matter if you rented or bought it, it's mine now. Just as the bearded man was bragging, he suddenly found his hands empty. When he looked up and saw the knife had been snatched away, he panicked. You better give it back to me. Oh sure. Lin Ming swung the knife down. Damn, that's not how you return it. The bearded man cried out in horror, then was cleaved to the ground. Looking at the bearded man lying on the ground, now shriveled up, Lin Ming sneered. You think you can act all high and mighty when I'm just trying to ask you something? Then Lin Ming turned to the stunned female manager beside him. Make sure to clean this up. After saying that, he closed the door and went back inside. Song Shui had just sent him a lot of invitation letters, and he still had to pick through them. The female manager stared at the corpse on the ground. After just one cut, all the bearded man's blood had been drained by the butcher's knife, leaving only a piece of human skin, which was quite easy to clean up. However, this scene was too horrifying. The female manager couldn't stop trembling. She had indeed wanted to rely on Lin Ming to solve her problems. But she never expected Lin Ming would solve it this way. The female manager wanted to flee, but thinking of Lin Ming's ruthlessness, she felt it was best to follow his instructions and clean up the place. Otherwise, Lin Ming might very likely give her a knife too. The female manager suppressed her fear and nausea as she folded up the piece of human skin. The human skin felt slippery and still warm, sending shivers down her spine, even with her eyes closed. After she had collected the skin and was nervously heading outside, she soon encountered the bearded man's companions. The 2 companions darkened their faces upon seeing only the female manager come out. One of them scolded, is Old Black having fun inside? You that female manager go in and bring Old Black. The female manager spoke with a trembling voice. I can't bring him out. I brought you something instead. As she spoke, she cautiously held out a piece of human skin. PSI, there are some things I don't want to share with everyone, but I really can't hold it in. I hope after reading this it won't take up space in the main text. You may not know, but I was born into a very poor family and have never seen a 5-star review. Because of this, everyone around me laughed at me, saying I was useless except for being handsome. Because of this, I've always felt self-conscious. You are all good people. Could you give me some 5-star reviews to support me, so that those around me know that we good-looking guys and girls help each other out and support one another, hitting back at others hard? Seeing the human skin of Old Hay, both companions were taken aback. They never expected Old Hay to come back in such a folded state. The 2 companions were also frightened by the piece of human skin and dared not take it. They had never entered the bizarre game while Old Hay had, which is why he was appointed as vice president and possessed an incredibly powerful ghost artifact. Right, the ghost artifact. A glint of greed flashed in the eyes of both companions as they immediately focused on Old Hay's human skin, but they didn't notice the cleaver. One of them suddenly sensed something was off and stared intently at the female manager. Where's Old Hay's knife? Where did you hide it? The female manager didn't want to betray Lin Ming, but she was also very afraid of the 2 men. After hesitating for a moment, she finally said, it was taken by someone else. The 2 companions were instantly filled with shock and anger. What? The town's artifact had been taken away. Hurry. Quickly summon the boss. They exchanged glances knowing it was bad news and immediately went to call the leader of the Streetlight Guild. As the vice president, Old Hay had only one ghost artifact. The president could dominate him because he had skills. With skills, the president was like a superhero capable of taking on 10 opponents at once. Under the leadership of the boss, they had taken down so many wealthy individuals and plundered so much cash, yet no one dared to report it. Of course, even if someone reported it, no one would dare to intervene, as there were so many guilds and powerful individuals around. How could they be caught? The two minions quickly returned to their current base at the Streetlight Guild. It was located in a high-end residential building in Quan City. This building, priced at 13,000 per square meter, was once an unattainable dream for the members of the Streetlight Guild. But now they had driven out the original residents and moved in openly, even having one apartment each. Looking at the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the spacious bedrooms, the bright living rooms, and the various high-end furniture, not to mention the fridge stocked with fruits and seafood that they usually couldn't afford to eat. Thinking back to when they could only live in dark and damp basements, was this what it felt like to be financially free? The boss of the Streetlight Guild, holding a glass of red wine, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the scenery of Quan City. Although he found the red wine unpalatable, he forced himself to drink it for the sake of style. After drinking just a bit, he was already filled with ambition. This Quan City will surely be my domain. Suddenly, there was a hurried knock on the door. The boss' face darkened instantly, and he cursed, "Damn, what a nuisance." In his hometown, anyone who dared to knock so quickly would have been beaten. Such knocking is usually a sign of bad news. The nanny cautiously walked over to open the door. The two minions from the villa area rushed in. "Boss, it's bad. Old Hay is dead. President, our ghost artifact has been stolen." "What?" The boss' face turned furious. "Who dares to lay hands on my brother? Is it the Bazaar Bureau?" "No." The two minions quickly shook their heads. "Then what are we waiting for? Call people. Let's get him." The boss currently didn't dare to engage the Bazaar Bureau directly. But other guilds or players, they would be suppressed in an instant. All members of the Streetlight Guild living in the building received the news. When they heard that the vice president had died while trying to seize the villa area for their benefit, they all erupted in anger. Having long disregarded the police, they were furious that someone dared to provoke them. The guild leader stood on the steps of the community, looking down at nearly 100 brothers, feeling spirited and full of pride. He sternly shouted to everyone, Since the establishment of the Streetlight Guild, we have focused on development and aim to provide benefits for our brothers, yet now someone has killed our brother, stolen our things, and wants to suppress us. What do you think we should do?" Kill him. Damn him." The group of minions were filled with rage, raising their arms in uproar. Their murderous aura terrified the other residents of the upscale community, who drew their curtains and dared not show their faces. Seeing the rising morale of the crowd, the boss showed a satisfied expression. "Very good. Since everyone thinks like I do, then let's set off." A group of people immediately walked towards their cars. Naturally, they had no cars before, but after joining the guild, everyone had houses, cars, and savings. This was one of the reasons they supported the guild. Although the houses belonged to others, the cars belonged to others, and the money was someone else's. But in their hands, it was theirs. Not satisfied. "Come and fight." The boss drove a Maybach, while the other minions drove BMWs and Audis, heading straight for the villa area where Lin Ming was. The grand procession of cars caused a huge stir on the road. As soon as they left the community, they were targeted by the Bazaar Bureau. After all, they had been too arrogant these past 2 days, and the country had just stated that forming guilds should not be done recklessly. The Streetlight Guild had only been established for 2 days and was already plundering wealth, affecting social order. If it weren't for uncertainty about what power they possessed, they would have acted long ago. Seeing them take action again, the Bazaar Bureau immediately reported. Song Shui was studying the dungeon data collected by the authorities to give herself more chances of survival. Suddenly, her phone rang. Someone reported that the Streetlight Guild had suddenly mobilized, heading straight for Quan City's Chunjiang community. Chunjiang community. Song Shui remembered that Lin Ming lived there. She uncertainly took out her phone and checked the official top-secret database. This database recorded all known player identities and locations in Huaxia, collected at great expense by the Bazaar Bureau, both openly and covertly. Many people mistakenly believed that if they didn't inform the authorities would not know. In fact, they had already been investigated. Even ordinary hackers could access it. A small police officer could trace your ancestry back generations. So if the country couldn't uncover the secrets of the Bazaar game, how could it not find out about you? Of course, Lin Ming's information file had already been privately deleted by Song Shui. Now Lin Ming was a transparent person in all of the official databases. As a top-tier combat force of the Bazaar Bureau, Song Shui had connected to 3 dungeons and extracted a super skill called precognition, making her known as the strongest Bazaar queen in Huaxia, and she certainly had some capabilities. Moreover, Lin Ming wasn't famous yet, and no one was paying attention to him, so deleting him didn't raise too much suspicion. At this moment, Song Shui checked the official database of Chunjiang community. There were no other players there. This meant that the Streetlight Guild's massive mobilization was definitely aimed at Lin Ming. Even if it wasn't directed at him, their approach would surely lead to conflict. Song Shui thought for a moment and picked up her phone to call Lin Ming. She boldly made the call in her office. Eavesdropping. Monitoring. Don't be ridiculous. Not to mention how much help Song Shui provided to the Bazaar Bureau. She was currently training a large number of Special Forces talents, and everyone believed in her absolute loyalty to the country. Furthermore, Song Shui had precognitive abilities. Who knew if this ability could detect eavesdropping and monitoring? If someone discovered it, she might storm off in anger. Then the Bazaar Bureau would be left in a predicament. The phone was quickly answered and Song Shui directly said, Lin Ming, the Streetlight Guild, is heading to your community looking for you. What's wrong? Can't we move them? Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. No, I was asking if you need any help. Song Shui informed him about deleting his file. Lin Ming is now an undocumented individual, and if he doesn't take action, no one will know. However, once he does act, it will undoubtedly attract a lot of attention. At that time, many will likely target Lin Ming, and a check of the database will reveal issues. If Lin Ming wants to join the official side, this issue wouldn't be a problem. But if he doesn't want to join, it's best to stay low-key, otherwise he will definitely be under scrutiny. I see, I know what to do now, Lin Ming said nonchalantly. Dealing with a bunch of useless individuals is a piece of... He doesn't want to join the official side, doesn't want to be harassed, nor does he want to be monitored and bothered all day long. Look at Song Shui, she's exhausted every day handling affairs. Lin Ming just wants to cultivate. By the way, the officials have already sent someone to keep an eye on things. There may already be people from the Anomaly Bureau lurking in your neighborhood, Song Shui reminded him. Lin Ming stated clearly and hung up the phone. He called over Ming Ming, who was playing with toys, took her small hand and smiled, saying, Let's go, I'll take you to eat something delicious. He remembered seeing a skewer shop by the roadside when he first arrived at the neighborhood. When the two of them walked out and reached the skewer shop, the manager was just placing the cooked skewers into a warming pot on the table. Anomalous Worlds also had skewers. Ming Ming had seen them, but never tasted them. When she was alive, she had no money, and now that she's dead, she has even less. Lin Ming had her sit on a stool and encouraged her to eat whatever she wanted. Ming Ming hesitated for a moment, but still reached out to grab some. After all, she has the ability to forget. As long as she takes something, no one will see her, and she can eat as much as she wants without worry. After taking a bite of the skewer, Ming Ming's eyes lit up. She set aside her reservations and began to eat heartily. However, after finishing the skewers, those sticks tossed into the trash bin could be seen by others. At first, there were only a few sticks, and the busy manager didn't pay much attention. He thought they were leftovers from yesterday's customers. But when he returned from the kitchen and saw the trash bin filled with more than 10 bamboo sticks, he couldn't hold back any longer. What the hell? The manager angrily grabbed a stool, looking around to see if there were any thieves. Just then, the convoy from the Streetlight Guild arrived outside. Lin Ming took Ming Ming, who still wanted to eat more, and left. Ming Ming looked back longingly at the skewers, glancing back every few steps. The convoy stopped at the entrance of Chunjiang community. The boss in the Maybach was about to get out of the car. Lin Ming had already appeared in the car, patted the boss on the shoulder, and smiled, saying, First, let your underlings know to wait in the car for a while. The boss noticed an extra person in the car and was startled. Who are you? Lin Ming pulled out the butcher knife stolen from Lao He. Do you recognize this? Now do you know who I am? Is it you who killed Lao He and took his ghostly weapon? The boss face turned furious. It seems you've also brought your abilities into reality, but too bad you didn't expect that I have skills too. You have, don't you? Lin Ming said impatiently, I'm here to discuss things with you. You can settle here, but from today onwards you have to listen to me. The boss sneered, What are you? Do you even know what my skill is? Division. Lin Ming was genuinely interested. You can divide anything you touch. If you touch the ground, will it crack open a canyon? That's quite a divine skill. The boss's face turned red, feeling insulted. Because he couldn't achieve such an effect. He growled, I can only split myself. What good is that? Lin Ming felt somewhat disappointed. The boss became increasingly agitated, determined to show Lin Ming his prowess. He activated his skill and instantly split into two individuals, one grabbing Lin Ming's hand and the other hugging his legs, restraining him. Then the two bosses split into four, instantly overloading the car. The four bosses looked at Lin Ming with pride and spoke in unison, So what do you think? Aren't I impressive? Listening to the surround sound of the four voices and feeling the pressure from the four bosses, Lin Ming realized, So your division can increase numbers, but the strength diminishes, right? The boss eyes revealed a hint of panic, not expecting Lin Ming to instantly discover the flaw in his skill. Lin Ming easily pulled his hand out of one boss grip, and then with a few slaps. It was as if he was smashing a watermelon, directly killing the three split bosses. Once the clones died, the original boss instantly weakened. This skill doesn't seem very useful, it's only good for bullying ordinary people. One person can completely surround the opponent. Alright, you can send clones to do bad things without fear of being killed. This skill is indeed a bit weak, but no worries, I still decide to take you in as my underling. Later I'll let your people live in the villa area. They can help me with tasks, but apart from you, I don't want anyone to know about my existence. Lin Ming looked at the boss, a green glow flashing in his eyes, ensuring that this boss would never betray him. He could actually use the soul capture technique to control the entire Streetlight Guild. But these guys are going to enter the anomalous game, and as their strength increases, they will gradually strengthen their resistance to the soul capture technique, eventually breaking free. If it's just controlling 1 or 2 people, Lin Ming can periodically enhance the power of the soul capture technique to ensure they don't escape his control. But controlling such a large number of people, then he wouldn't have to do anything in the future, he could just use the soul capture technique on them every day. Moreover, the official side is gradually cultivating experts. If someone capable of breaking the soul capture technique appears, it could lead them to him through these underlings causing trouble. Therefore, Lin Ming currently only uses the soul capture technique to control the leader. After the boss was controlled, Lin Ming returned the butcher knife to him and took Ming Ming's hand, getting out of the car. The boss immediately got out of the car, leading his underlings into the villa area, and then issued the order, from today onward, this will be our real base. From now on, everyone will live here, but don't cause unnecessary trouble. The underlings were perplexed. They understood living here. They could reluctantly agree not to stir up trouble. After all, they all had villas and luxury cars, so there was no need to cause a commotion. But weren't they here to cause trouble for that stranger? Especially the 2 underlings who had reported back. They stepped forward and asked, "Boss, aren't we going to take revenge on the vice president?" "We will, but I'll go myself. You 2 come with me." The boss smiled slightly, and then had the 2 underlings lead with the female manager. The other underlings, seeing the boss was going to take action himself, didn't worry anymore and dispersed to choose villas. However, no one noticed that the boss, following the 2 underlings and the female manager, quietly pulled out the butcher knife. 5 minutes later, in front of Lin Ming's villa, the boss quietly reported to the doorbell, "The hidden danger has been resolved. I will reward you with something. Now go back to your work." Lin Ming had the corpse carry a bag and opened a crack in the door to hand it to the boss. The boss opened the bag and saw a stone ball. It was the cursed stone ball that Lin Ming obtained from the statue museum. From now on, the Streetlight Guild would become Lin Ming's hidden hand. It needed to be strong. With only a splitting skill, it truly could not stand on its own. Although this cursed stone ball had side effects or after effects, it was still a tremendous blessing for these ordinary players. As for the lackeys of the Streetlight Guild, Lin Ming was not interested in them for the time being. He would choose loyal elites later and bestow upon them power. Once the boss was chased away, Lin Ming felt a sense of peace. From today onwards, this place would be recognized as the base of the Streetlight Guild. Whatever Lin Ming did would be attributed to the Streetlight Guild. At least there was someone to take the blame. Just as he intended to carefully select a dungeon, Song Shue's call came in again, this time with a hint of helplessness. "Have you dealt with the Streetlight Guild's issues?" "It's resolved," Lin Ming replied calmly. "That's good. The higher-ups require the special operations team to monitor the Streetlight Guild 24 hours a day. Their commotion is too loud. Additionally, many guilds have been restless lately. A brawl has already occurred in the neighboring city, and some have even extracted anomalies into reality, causing significant losses." These matters were a headache for Song Shue. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. "Are you calling to remind me, or to ask for help?" "Your assistance would expose you, so forget it. But if you could lend me some ghostly artifacts, that would be best. I need to suppress those guilds." Song Shue was indeed asking for help. She had just used her precognition ability. She found that she would soon be requested to suppress those unruly guilds. Moreover, from her foresight, she realized she had not completely dealt with those guys, and instead attracted trouble. In the end, it was Lin Ming who helped her solve the problem, which also drew countless eyes to him. After that, she could no longer foresee. After all, the range of her precognition was limited. But Lin Ming's exposure was certainly not a good thing. He must have many secrets. Thus, to avoid the events from her precognition from happening, she decided to ask Lin Ming in advance if he had any solutions. Coincidentally, Lin Ming happened to have a ghostly artifact. "I just obtained a ghostly artifact. I can extract it to lend to you." Lin Ming didn't hesitate and directly extracted an evil ghost-level bone spear. However, he discovered during the extraction that the points required to extract items into reality were not uniform. The more powerful and valuable the item, the more points were consumed. This evil ghost-level weapon required 10,000 points to extract. But it was fine, after all it was his own item. Moreover, this could be considered an investment. If Song Shue could eliminate the anomalies and suppress the guilds, her status would surely rise. At that time, whatever resources she requested, the Anomaly Bureau would not dare refuse. Then she could truly support herself through extortion. Tell me your location and I'll send someone to deliver it to you. No need, Bill, go to the streetlight guild myself pretending to borrow something. This can help your guild gain some recognition and develop more smoothly. At the same time, it will make the officials think the boss is formidable and they won't easily target your guild. Although Lin Ming did not specify how he resolved the issues with the streetlight guild. But Song Shui knew her brother too well. If he didn't take the streetlight guild as a hidden hand, that would be strange. Lin Ming did not refuse Song Shui's suggestion. The larger and more powerful the streetlight guild became, the more beneficial it would be for him. After all, there were many things he could not do and could not be exposed. These guys could take care of them. Lin Ming had Ming Ming deliver the bone spear to the boss Chen Chong and instructed him to lend it to Song Shui. Song Shui also came to the streetlight guild openly to borrow weapons after receiving requests for help from various places. At first, no one understood why she, a major-level officer cultivated with great effort by the state, would need to borrow things from a guild. But when Song Shui took the bone spear and rampaged using incredibly bloody means to wipe out two unruly guilds, everyone was filled with fear of the streetlight guild. They never expected that a guild created by the lower echelons of society, with such a ridiculous name, would possess such terrifying weapons. It seemed that this guild was not to be trifled with. The local gangs in Quan City immediately warned their subordinates to absolutely not provoke the streetlight guild and to be polite if they encountered them. The lackeys of the streetlight guild were genuinely taken aback by their boss' prowess. They were originally happy about moving into a villa only to find that a bunch of people had come to offer gifts claiming to congratulate them on their housewarming. The gifts they received were truly precious and luxurious. Even the bosses who had once oppressed them upon hearing that their employees had joined the streetlight guild were instantly frightened. They immediately sold their companies and properties planning to leave Quan City and even sent large gifts to express their apologies. In a short time, the streetlight guild's base was bustling. The lackeys of the streetlight guild were all confused, but accepted it gladly, even starting to show off. Some even came to Lin Ming's villa to deliver gifts, and Lin Ming casually found a corpse as a resident here and sent them away. In just one day, Song Shui successfully intimidated all players in the province, letting them know that the Anomaly Bureau had an invincible female warrior. Those players who had taken loans in the game to obtain skills and ghostly artifacts originally thought they would become superheroes ready to make a name for themselves and conquer the world. Once successful, they would become emperors. Even if they lost, they could still make a name as tyrants. At the very least, being a Class A war criminal would ensure they go down in history. But who would have thought that the Anomaly Bureau had such a master who could defeat them in an instant? In an instant, all talk of emperors and tyrants was silenced. The female warriors shattered their heroic dreams with a single shot. Song Shui also did not expect the ghostly artifact Lin Ming obtained to be so powerful. The Anomaly Bureau did not anticipate this either, so they were excited to message Song Shui inquiring about the possibility of keeping this weapon within the Bureau. Song Shui firmly informed them it was impossible. This was Lin Ming's item, so she could not betray him. However, when Song Shui told Lin Ming about this, it infuriated him. Are you out of your mind? They can use it if they want, but they need to pay rent. An evil ghost-level ghostly artifact. I used 10,000. 100,000 points for the withdrawal. For one day's rent, it should at least start at 1,000 points, right? Since Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry to use this ghostly artifact, why not rent it out? Song Shui rolled her eyes. The state has money, but it's not a fool. How could they agree to such terms? Before she could finish, the number one among the 5 elders of the Anomaly Bureau called her. Major Song, tell the Streetlight Guild that we want occupy this gun. Oh, we just want to rent it. The daily rent is 2,000 points. Is that okay? Additionally, we will also formally recognize the Streetlight Guild, granting them certain privileges. If they encounter troubles in the future, the state will prioritize supporting them. Song Shui. Song Shui was surprised by the upper management's obsession with this weapon. But then again, it made sense. A weapon of the evil spirit level could suppress the entire nation. The trend of taking out loans in the Bazaar game was rampant, with many players opting to withdraw power through loans. Although the first to withdraw abilities and weapons did so only 2 days ago, once they acquired power, they truly transformed into ancestral figures. Do not think that when people usually shout about transforming into ancestral figures or not eating beef, they are merely joking. Often the truth is expressed through humor. As the number of ancestral figures increased, their chaotic antics led to unrest in the country, even though it had only been 2 days since their emergence. The country urgently needed a weapon to stabilize everything, but the bizarre entities in the game were not foolish. This treasure, comparable to nuclear weapons, was not available for rent, so when they finally encountered a weapon of the evil spirit level capable of suppressing everything, they were willing to go to great lengths to rent it. Otherwise, China would truly face the same fate as foreign nations. Recently, the news broadcasts have been reporting that chaos has already begun abroad. The beautiful country is on the brink of complete division, with states becoming autonomous and gangs rising like warlords. On the side of the sun, never sets empire. The royal family is restoring their reign, reclaiming all power, reverting the nation back to a feudal system. The queen regains control, and all officials either submit or resign. The most unfortunate are from the island nation. Logically, given their advancements in various games and anime, their otaku should easily accept the bizarre games. Yet their casualty rate is the highest in the world. Everyone was puzzled, so they inquired further. Ultimately, they found that this group was indeed skilled at gaming, but their views and emotions seemed a bit problematic. Some individuals, upon encountering friends or teammates in trouble, rushed in shouting about friendship and bonds only to be killed. Another group, burdened by the notion of being human, expressed their sorrow, believing the emergence of bizarre games was a punishment from heaven. They were unwilling to put in effort, merely playing through the routine of the game, and thus they were targeted and killed. After Song Shui deduced the thoughts above, she glanced at Lin Ming, who was eagerly awaiting nearby, and immediately showed a troubled expression, lowering her voice to the phone. "No way, leader, this kid is asking for a high price." Lin Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. The person on the other end of the line, however, was not surprised at all, rather adopting an attitude of as expected. "I understand, since it's the only evil spirit level weapon in reality, it's normal for the price to be high." "How much does he want?" 10,000 points per day, Song Shui replied. Lin Ming was taken aback. Goodness, who among us is the real evil cultivator? Lin Ming had thought that the person on the other end of the line would curse angrily or hang up. Unexpectedly, the response was a relieved, "That's fine, it's not too unreasonable." This time it was Song Shui's turn to be shocked. "Am I supposed to ask for less?" Indeed, when the poor become suddenly wealthy, their perspective becomes limited. Then, should we rent it? All right, let's go with his request, 10,000 points per day. Of course, remember to explain that the bizarre game has not yet opened up the reality world trading function, so we will have to pay the rent later. We can sign a contract or publicly announce it to ensure we won't default. No one dares to default on a powerful being with an evil spirit level weapon. As long as we can borrow this weapon, just submit the detailed information and the weapon can be held by itself. The voice of the person on the line was filled with kindness and affection, as if viewing Song Shui as a cherished granddaughter. However, Song Shui did not take it to heart, as she knew that anyone strong enough could receive such treatment, much like how the old man with a white beard collected sons everywhere. This person would definitely not mind having a bunch of invincible beings as granddaughters. Watching Song Shui hang up the phone, Lin Ming gave her a thumbs up. "You're the best. In terms of lacking morals, I truly fall far behind you. I salute you." He originally only wanted 1,000 points per day, but turned around and was blown up to 5,000, even reaching 10,000. "Let's talk." Song Shui rolled her pretty eyes. "To be honest, we're still asking for a bit too little. Our perspective is still too shallow. We should ask for more." Lin Ming chuckled. "You're listening to his nonsense. He probably doesn't even realize how painful that 10,000 points is. Asking for more would actually be inappropriate." Song Shui glanced at him, thought for a moment, and understood. "You think if we ask for more he will give up, because the country will soon obtain ghost weapons, and he won't care about your gun, right? Given the current trend, do you think it would be difficult for them to obtain ghost weapons?" "I believe since they dared to promise so many points, they already have some targeted plans for earning points, right?" Lin Ming countered. Song Shui had no intention of hiding. Yes, as long as players who join the Bizarre Bureau or are under their protection must regularly submit a certain amount of points, similar to paying taxes and protection fees. Additionally, they seemed very excited once they heard I took out a loan. It appears they planned to send a group of people in to exploit the loans. Lin Ming guessed that those folks above would certainly utilize the loans. They would first send in a batch of death row inmates as expendables, frantically exploiting the loans to acquire a large number of points. Yet Lin Ming also believed that the capitalists in the bizarre world were not fools. Their willingness to offer loans indicated they had a way to recover costs and make substantial profits. It's just that for now they did not know what methods would be employed. Even those leaders in the Bizarre Bureau might not be unaware of these matters. But there was no choice that was akin to officials oppressing and deceiving the common folk. The populace knew it was unreasonable and exploitative, yet they still had to obey. Of course, I speak of the officials in ancient dynasties. There's one more thing: the game currently does not allow players to trade or chat with each other. If you insist on those points, they can materialize, but it will incur very high additional costs. My suggestion is to wait. After all, you're not in a hurry to use them. Once trading is possible, I will persuade the higher-ups to grant you more points, considering your generosity. Song Shui calculated that if she were to give points later, the promised points could at least offer Lin Ming a... Lin Ming glanced at his panel and said, "That's fine. Once you reach the vengeful spirit level, you'll be able to manipulate the attribute panel in reality, make friends, and send items. I believe that day will come soon. That is indeed true. As Song Shue's smile appeared, she suddenly realized something was off. Wait, if we can see the panel in reality, doesn't that mean the bizarre game has already invaded Blue Star through us? Lin Ming nodded, having suspected this previously. The bizarre game is invading Blue Star through various means. During this period, they might pay some price. Yet in the future, they would definitely recover 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or 10,000-fold. You might earn, but I will definitely not lose, and even make a huge profit. Song Shui and Lin Ming briefly discussed matters regarding the bizarre game, signed the rental contract, ensuring that the Bizarre Bureau would not dare to turn hostile and that the weapon would remain in their possession before departing. The next morning, Lin Ming had already selected a dungeon, intending to obtain the invitation letter. The leader of the Lamp Guild approached him, reporting, "Boss, someone just claimed to be from the official side and transferred 10 billion to us, thanking us for our assistance to the country. They also said they are working hard to train Song Shui to reach the vengeful spirit level, and within 3 days, she will be able to trade with you." Lin Ming did not expect the Bizarre Bureau to be so efficient. They promised points and also wanted to give cash. It should be noted that since the bizarre game has not fully invaded yet, and currently there is only Lin Ming at the vengeful spirit level, worldwide points cannot be traded, which is why the Blue Star currency system has not completely collapsed. Of course, the exchange rates of many countries' currencies have already plummeted. China, being able to maintain stability with a solid national regime, naturally has a stable currency system and has received more favor, with its exchange rate continuing to rise internationally, already catching up with the US dollar in just 1 day and even showing a trend of surpassing it. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that the high-ranking officials in China are even more grateful and value the Lamp Guild, asking all levels of units and departments to overlook what the Lamp Guild has done in the past and to give them a green light in the future. Their affairs should be prioritized for processing. If mistakes occur, minor errors will go unnoticed and major mistakes will be treated as minor ones. The original Lamp Guild was merely a small rogue organization. But now in Lin Ming's hands, it has transformed into the best pizza place in Quan City. Lin Ming waved his hand, instructing the guild leader to focus on finding some elites first. He wanted to cultivate them well using the cursed stone ball. Obedient elites will help the guild grow and continue to operate in the shadows. As for disobedient or ambitious elites, that would be even better. They would directly be transformed into his resentful corpses. The leader obediently left. Lin Ming also took Meng Ming's hand and walked away. The dungeon he chose this time was a place called Midnight Tavern. The person holding the invitation to this dungeon was a bar owner. However, the bar owner's business had been struggling recently, and he was filled with worry and frustration, which led to him receiving an invitation. When Lin Ming found the bar owner, he was nervously waiting at the police station for the countdown to end. The police officers nearby could only offer a few comforting words. They had no other tricks up their sleeves. Members of the special operations team had also arrived, but for now all they could do was continuously inform the bar owner of the precautions when facing the anomalies. Lin Ming looked at the invitation letter on the table that no one dared to touch, and with the countdown nearing its end, he walked over and wrote his name. In the next moment, he and the bar owner vanished from their spot, and Ming Ming was promptly recalled into the Wanhun banner. Midnight Tavern. This was yet another management-type dungeon where the selected players would play the roles of the owner and employees. Lin Ming gazed at the shining title of Outstanding Worker displayed on the panel. "Let me serve you, esteemed anomalies." Unlike Lin Ming, who was excited, there were 5 other players nearby, all with anxious expressions. Even though they had been sternly warned by the special operations team to remain calm before entering. But when it came to facing anomalies directly and the possibility of death, who could control their emotions? How many fierce killers, upon hearing they were to be executed, did not still find their legs weak and unable to stand? Lin Ming paid no mind to their anxiety and surveyed the tavern. The tavern was not large, resembling those modern folk music bars. Inside, there was a wooden long counter with glasses and bottles of alcohol, along with an ashtray. Behind the bar was a tall wine cabinet filled with various bottles. To the left of the bar, there was a stage for performances, which seemed to have a program schedule posted indicating there were regular small shows. The remaining areas of the tavern were all furnished with tables and chairs for guests. As Lin Ming was exploring the environment, the bar owner, seeing Lin Ming's calm demeanor, could not help but tremble as he approached and asked, "Brother, are you an old player?" Upon hearing this, the other 4 players also turned to look, their eyes filled with hope. "I suppose so," Lin Ming casually replied, heading straight for the stage. He wanted to see the program schedule, or perhaps he could find some rules. The other players were immediately thrilled to hear he was an old player and quickly followed Lin Ming. They understood that although following an old player might not guarantee survival, not following would surely lead to death. Because even if they had seen the strategy guide, they truly knew nothing about the anomaly game. After all, some people are simply born to be incapable of playing games, ones that cannot be taught no matter how hard. The program schedule was posted at the edge of the stage. Lin Ming did not step onto the stage, but stood at the edge leaning slightly to view it. The other 5 players followed closely behind him, also wanting to see the program schedule. However, due to lack of space, a slightly darker-skinned player stepped onto the stage to see from the edge. As soon as he stepped up, he caught Lin Ming's gaze, which was filled with exasperation. The darker-skinned player was puzzled, unsure how he had offended Lin Ming. But then the other 4 players also looked at him, their expressions filled with sympathy and fear. "Why are you looking at? What's wrong?" the darker-skinned player asked nervously. The bar owner anxiously pointed to the program schedule, indicating for him to look for himself. The darker-skinned player instinctively looked over. He saw that at the top of the program schedule a line of text was written in crimson blood: "Non-performers, please do not step onto the stage. Step onto the stage." The darker-skinned player looked down at the stage beneath his feet and immediately panicked, tears welling in his eyes as he trembled, asking, "Does this mean I can't step onto the stage?" referring to the bar counter. "If it refers to the bar counter, even performers wouldn't go up there," Lin Ming said calmly. "No. What will happen to me? Will I die?" The darker-skinned player became even more anxious, trembling like a leaf. Lin Ming was also somewhat curious, because logically speaking, the rules on this program schedule must have been set by either the anomaly game or the bar owner. If it was the former, then this guy would die instantly upon going up. If it was the latter, then some anomaly should have appeared to take him out by now. "I don't know your situation either," Lin Ming replied indifferently, not saying more as he focused on the program schedule. Program schedule: 0:0 song, thriller, 1:0 dance puppet, 2:0 masquerade, 3:0 gambling, 4:0 couple matching. Note this establishment only operates until 5 a.m. Please remember to comply, all staff and guests. The players had been repeatedly warned by the special operations team before entering. Even in their panic, they remembered everything on the program schedule, because this was likely all rules. After noting the rules, the darker-skinned player was still anxious. "Old player brother, I want die right. I shouldn't die right. I don't know." Lin Ming turned to look around, trying to find a clock, but there was none. Should he check the time from the moon or sun outside? Unfortunately, outside was shrouded in dense fog. How the hell would I know what time it is in this darkness? It seemed this was yet another deep pit, knowing the program schedule, but not the time, and once the time was missed without performing the corresponding program, death was certain, right? However, what Lin Ming was concerned about now was where were the anomalies? Why had he chosen this place? Wasn't it to hope for a crowd of customers? Lin Ming could confidently guarantee that there were no customers and no anomalies. Even the owner here might not have as sincere a wish as Lin Ming, hoping for the tavern to thrive and be filled with patrons. No customers yet. Does that mean it isn't midnight? The bar owner cautiously asked Lin Ming. Lin Ming did not respond, instead heading straight to the back of the tavern. Restrooms, office, storage room. He searched everywhere he could think of. There was no one and no anomalies. This situation was truly puzzling. Logically speaking, there should at least be an anomaly here to welcome them, right? Suddenly, Lin Ming thought of something and quickly walked to the tavern's entrance. The tavern's main door was a push-pull door made of a material that seemed like glass, but it was covered in black frosted glass, making it impossible to see through from either inside or outside. Lin Ming stepped forward, pulled open the door to take a look, and let out a sigh. Damn it, I knew it would be like this. Outside the tavern, the thick fog lingered, obscuring the view of what lay beyond. Lin Ming was not concerned with the fog, but rather with the tavern's grand entrance. On the door, a piece of paper was affixed, prominently displaying 2 large characters. "For transfer." Lin Ming closed the door and turned to the tavern owner and a few others, asking, "What are your real-life professions?" The players looked puzzled, but faced with the inquiry from the seasoned player, none dared to resist. The tavern owner raised his hand first. "My name is Wang Siki, born in 1987, and I graduated from." "I didn't ask for all that, just tell me what jobs you had before coming in." Lin Ming interrupted immediately. Wang Siki raised his hand again. "I am the tavern owner." A player with dark skin wanted to make a good impression on Lin Ming, and quickly said, "Big brother, my name is Sun Gu. I just graduated from a sports school, and am currently working as a temporary cleaner at a restaurant." A bespectacled, refined male player cautiously added him, "A salesperson." Lin Ming immediately retorted, "I work at a winery, so I sell wine," the bespectacled man admitted without hesitation. There were still 2 people. One was a flustered, middle-aged woman wearing an apron. Upon seeing Lin Ming, she hastily spoke up. I consider myself retired, but feeling bored at home, I found a job as a food runner in a restaurant." Lin Ming turned to the last player, the most trendy one in the establishment. Clad in leather attire with piercings on his ears and lips, his hair was a riot of colors, and a large skull adorned his chest. The punk's outfit made it easy to guess his profession. Indeed, with a casual toss of his hair, he proudly declared, "I'm a singer, rap." Though he hardly sang in tune and earned little, he often relied on this profession to attract women, with female fans frequently coming to his bed. Hearing the professions of the others, Lin Ming became even more certain of his suspicions. The eerie game had a stronger grip on the real world. What was referred to as a game here was in fact a complete parallel world. It had a social environment almost identical to Blue Star, albeit with a rather distorted system. Though Blue Star wasn't much better. Previously, the eerie game selected participants randomly from those filled with resentment, unwillingness, and heavy negative emotions regardless of gender or profession. No matter your job or gender, just participate. But now it began targeting specific players for particular. For instance, this tavern is up for transfer, and these individuals' previous professions just happen to align perfectly with the responsibilities here. A failed boss, a dark-skinned cleaner, a wine-selling salesperson, a food runner, and a performer. Could this be mere coincidence? Despite his unexpected role, the speed at which the eerie game penetrated the real world still astonished Lin Ming. Is it because the longer players stay in the game, the more they are controlled? Or does it have to do with the amount of money withdrawn? Lin Ming briefly pondered, but did not dwell on it. Perhaps the eerie game would profit, but I will surely win. Brother, what did you do before coming in? The tavern owner asked cautiously. That's none of your concern. Lin Ming frowned and said, if I'm not mistaken, you all will need to engage in role-playing soon. Immediately assign yourselves tasks based on your previous jobs, just like in reality, and see if there are any prompts. The players exchanged glances, not daring to speak further. After all, having a seasoned player guide them was not something to be taken lightly. With Lin Ming's reminder, they roughly understood what they were there to do. The wine-selling salesperson quickly approached the bar and soon discovered a set of work clothes. Earlier, Lin Ming had wandered around and used his soul eye ability twice, yet had not found those clothes. Indeed, players had to perform their respective roles for the instance to operate normally. The salesperson nervously glanced at Lin Ming, and upon seeing him, hurriedly changed into the work clothes. Compared to the work clothes Lin Ming had seen in previous instances, the tavern's attire was somewhat different. The tavern's work clothes were dirty. The previous work clothes had all been cleaned. Why were these stained with blood? The other players had also taken their positions. The owner was in the office and had spotted his suit. The food runner lady also found her work clothes in a crate, though they were somewhat embarrassing. Seeing that everyone was looking for or changing into their work clothes, yet this lady remained still, Lin Ming frowned slightly. What's wrong? The lady sighed sadly. Can I not wear the work clothes? You can. I respect the fate of others and would never prevent someone from seeking death, Lin Ming replied calmly. The lady with a sorrowful face pulled out a black bunny girl outfit from the crate and said, but how do I wear this? Lin Ming was also taken aback. The bunny girl outfit resembled a one-piece swimsuit. The small garment barely covered half of her chest, and the bottom was a triangle-shaped pouch made from very little fabric. The food runner lady was at least over 50 with a full figure, and wearing such attire was indeed inappropriate, especially concerning the eyes and mental state of the onlookers. To make matters worse, the food runner lady also pulled out a pair of fishnet stockings and a pair of white bunny ear decorations from the box. The other players looked equally shocked. This eerie game was quite perverse. Lin Ming silently felt a headache coming on. Initially, he thought the eerie game's control over reality had reached a certain level, but it now seemed far from it. Like artificial intelligence, which often behaves like an artificial idiot. Facing the food runner lattice pleading eyes for help, Lin Ming forced himself to turn away and looked into the distance. Not looking at the lady in that outfit was his last shred of stubbornness. The other players witnessing the lattice plight also quickly lowered their heads, some repeatedly dropped and picked up their work clothes, while others untied and retied their shoelaces, simply keeping themselves busy. Seeing the expressions of the players, the lady also realized this bunny girl outfit was her fate. Not wanting to die, she had no choice but to despairingly change into the clothes. Little did she know the male players behind her felt even more despair at the thought of what they were about to witness. After the lady left, a new situation arose. The little punk went up to the stage but couldn't find his uniform. The dark-skinned cleaner went to the supply room but found no tools. This made the little punk look at Lin Ming suspiciously. Dude, are you sure you're an experienced player? I don't doubt you, but I really couldn't find my work clothes and tools. Could it be that you made a mistake? Please think carefully, the dark-skinned cleaner hurriedly said. Lin Ming felt curious. He wasn't adamant about helping two strangers, just intrigued as to how he could have guessed wrong. After all, everyone else had gotten it right. Lin Ming glanced at the little punk and then the dark-skinned cleaner, narrowing his eyes slightly. You two. Switch places. Lin Ming felt there was a problem with their roles. Earlier, Hei Pai had walked onto the stage while checking the program list. The program list clearly stated that non-performers were not allowed on stage. However, the tavern had run out of performers before a few players arrived. Thus, even though Hei Pai clearly violated the blood-red wording of the program list, he was not executed, indicating that the stage recognized his desire to be an actor and permitted his acting identity. Since his acting identity was confirmed, the little punk's attempt to go up was futile, forcing him into a different. Moreover, at this moment, the little punk's body was already becoming abnormal, evidently, because he, a non-performer, was on stage being eroded by the stage's power. If he didn't come down soon, he would die. Both Hei Pai and the little punk understood Lin Ming's meaning, yet neither moved. Hei Pai the cleaner wore a look of anxiety. Big brother, I can't perform. Singing and dancing are not my forte. This guy is more suitable. The little punk also frowned at Lin Ming, his eyes full of skepticism. Are you really an old player? This allocation is unreasonable. How can a singer like me be made to sweep the floor? If there isn't a reasonable explanation, I won't agree. Lin Ming stood his ground, raising his hand with his palm, facing the little punk. What are you doing? Do you want to high-five me? The little punk looked puzzled. The next moment, he was lifted into the air. Lin Ming used his spiritual power to pull him over and tossed him into the storage room. Crash. Clatter. Aya. Along with the sound of items falling, the little punk's scream echoed. This is my explanation. Does anyone else have objections? Lin Ming surveyed the others. The previously skeptical Hei Pai the cleaner immediately scrambled onto the stage. The others dared not even lift their heads, much less look at Lin Ming, fearing he would give them a similar explanation. As Hei Pai stepped onto the stage, he noticed a bag in the corner. He leaned closer to take a look and discovered it was a set of gorgeous performance costumes. Although a bit wrinkled and stained, he had finally found the clothes. Moreover, such an obvious bag had gone unnoticed by the little punk who had roamed around. Everyone understood that this item did not belong to him. Hei Pai the cleaner, or rather Hei Pai the actor, began to feel even more respect and trust towards Lin Ming. The punk cleaner from the storage room also emerged. He still carried a strange aura within him, a remnant of the stage's power still at work. Although Lin Ming helped him leave the stage, this guy had been on stage for too long, and the stage's power had invaded him too much, leading to his eventual demise. He had merely delayed the time of death. At this moment, the punk cleaner came out holding cleaning tools and a uniform. That was something the Hei Pai actor had failed to find earlier. The punk cleaner cast a subtle glance at Lin Ming, realizing he hadn't expected Lin Ming to be so ruthless. What was even more frustrating was that this guy had indeed been correct. Honestly, with Lin Ming being so brutally powerful, even if he hadn't been right, the punk cleaner wouldn't have dared to say anything. He would only feel bullied because of his lack of strength and would internally shout, "Don't look down on the young and poor." But now the decision made by Lin Ming was correct, which made the punk cleaner feel a bit out of place and embarrassed. This embarrassment reached its peak in the eyes of the other players. The punk cleaner felt humiliated, believing that Lin Ming was deliberately targeting him. As a rap artist, he was all too aware of the small, dark-minded people in society who looked down on them, always viewing rappers through colored glasses and considering them trash. Previously, when playing music at the nightclub, there were always people mocking them as ancient beggars. They claimed beggars would beat broken bowls to sing, while they strummed broken guitars to recite rhymes. But these people had no idea that only the brainless rappers seen on television were trash. Those who focused on rap underground were the true heroes. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that these people were jealous of the talents of these rappers. As for this old player, wasn't it just someone who had cleared a game once and gained a skill? What was there to be arrogant about? Today I will also clear a game for you envious dogs to see. Let you know that I can not only sing, but also make you scream in agreement. When you know who the real brother is, you will all kneel and lick my thin legs. As everyone took their positions, Lin Ming looked back at the tavern. The tavern had undergone some changes. First, above the liquor cabinet behind the bar, a round clock had appeared. The time displayed was 1150. In 10 minutes, business would commence. If they hadn't found their positions or allocated their tasks properly, they would probably face disaster right as the opening began. Of course, the tavern's changes didn't stop there. The lighting throughout the place was turned on, and it was clearly calibrated. The dim lighting was just right. Originally, the tavern could be seen clearly, but as the lights turned on, many corners became pitch black, making it unclear if something was hiding there. The eerie ones truly enjoyed this atmosphere, mysterious, dangerous, which could bring them pleasure while instilling fear in the players. The salesman with sharp eyes also noticed some mysterious jars and materials appearing on the bar, evidently for mixing drinks. However, those materials were too terrifying. Live human eyeballs, bloody fingers, bloody intestines, and half a tongue. In short, all sorts of horrifying. Next to the stage, many musical instruments had also inexplicably appeared, seemingly needed for the upcoming. The serving lady dared to come out only when the lights outside darkened. She wore a black bunny girl outfit resembling a bloated, aging, and lifeless old rabbit in the darkness. Lin Ming and the others tried to control their gazes to avoid looking at her, but human nature was inherent. The more one tried not to look, the more one couldn't help but glance constantly telling themselves, "Just a peek, I'll just take a peek." The result was uncontrollable. However, to be fair, after looking at the lady for a while, she seemed somewhat attractive. As Lin Ming saw everything being set up, he felt somewhat out of place. It was perfect timing. He still had a treasure he hadn't used yet. The lottery ticket from the ghost vending machine. Earlier, due to dealing with the tavern, he had attracted the eerie ones, so he hadn't had the chance to use it. Now he headed straight to the storage room, closed the door, and took out the lottery ticket. The ticket stated that all he needed to do was inject it with death energy. Lin Ming infused the ticket with death energy, and suddenly the ticket ignited. The eerie blue flames were not hot at all. Instead, they were extremely cold. Lin Ming recalled having seen a guide online. The claw had to be shaken as it descended to grasp something. He began to shake it desperately, the ghostly claw spinning in circles. Suddenly, the ghostly claw stopped. Its palm, which was originally facing down, abruptly turned upward, directly facing Lin Ming. Within that palm was a grotesque, ghostly face glaring at Lin Ming with fury. "You've got to be kidding me. Ugh, you're making me feel, ugh, sick." Lin Ming did not expect this ghostly hand to be alive, and his face darkened. He understood now. The ghostly hand pretended to be an inanimate object appearing to be controlled by the player, but in reality, only the part connected to the joystick was under control. Its 5 fingers were completely under its own control, so whether it wanted to grasp something or not, and which item to grab, was entirely its decision. If he hadn't made this creature dizzy, he would have surely been fooled. Lin Ming had already begun examining the glass dome, looking for a way to break it. The ghostly hand, seeing Lin Ming's actions, revealed a sly smile. "You want to come in and hit me?" Smack. The ghostly hand pressed against the glass dome, taunting him up close. "Come on, hit me, you fool." Lin Ming knew that these strange entities, having been dead for too long and eroded by death energy, had a bit of a malfunctioning brain. He wasn't angry. He merely tapped the glass, checking its material and how to get inside. Soon Lin Ming confirmed that this seemingly glass object was actually made of a very sturdy material. Even with the special powers of the Tian Xie Gong suppressing the abnormality, it could not be broken. "Since that was the case, then I'll just shake you to death." Lin Ming began shaking his waist vigorously. The ghostly hand, which had been resting on the glass just moments ago, was immediately flung away, starting to whirl around within the glass dome, in circles much like a ceiling fan. The ghostly hand did not expect Lin Ming to be so cunning and quick-witted. It realized that it was being controlled by the joystick. As it spun wildly, it felt dizzy and nauseous, a wave of fear overwhelming it, as if it were spiraling into the sky. "Stop! Stop shaking!" The ghostly hand yelled, full of frustration. "I surrender. I surrender, okay." Lin Ming scoffed and continued to shake. "The grabbing time is limited. If you keep shaking, you won't get another chance." The ghostly hand revealed its trump card. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Ming displayed his points. "I have tens of thousands. I can throw them all in, enough to shake you for a long time, right?" The ghostly hand was stunned. "Aren't you a player? Didn't this world just connect? How could you have so many points?" Lin Ming sensed something was off, frowning at the ghostly hand. You actually know that our world just started interacting with the bizarre game. Since you think I'm broke, why still give me a lottery ticket? You wouldn't want to make a trip for nothing. Are you a loan shark on the side?" The ghostly hand didn't answer, clearly implying acceptance. Damn. Lin Ming was truly speechless. This bizarre world was truly damned. Whether human or ghost, everyone was scheming. He initially thought this ghostly vending machine was the only anomaly in the bizarre game, a good thing that could help people enhance their strength. Little did he know it used the contract with ghosts as bait, specifically luring impoverished players. Once a poor player was tempted but lacked money, this bastard would start recommending loans. Was this a bizarre game or a capitalist game? Seeing Lin Ming's angry expression, the ghostly hand immediately descended vertically to grab a small jar, tossing it out. Although it had to be controlled by the joystick's direction, whether it could grasp something was still up to it. Thus, this ghostly vending machine had 2 rules. The first rule was that grabbing required a mandatory investment of 10,000 points. The second rule, set by the ghostly hand, required an additional 1,000 points as its service fee, otherwise it wouldn't allow a grab. However, Lin Ming unexpectedly resolved it with an invincible spinning move. The small jar fell out from the exit. Lin Ming reached out to pick it up. Seeing this, the ghostly vending machine immediately began to plead. "It's not just me targeting you guys, right? Everyone does this. This world is like this. Either you adapt to it or you overthrow it, but you can't vent all your anger on me, right?" Lin Ming looked at its desperate attempts to excuse itself and coldly scoffed. "Who is your master?" "I have no master. Many ghostly artifacts in this world are masterless. Because there are many ghostly artifacts that not even you players, let alone ghost kings, are qualified to wield." The ghostly vending machine answered honestly. Its honest demeanor made Lin Ming suspicious that this guy might be deliberately deceiving him. Soon the bluish flames began to fade, and the dimensional gate slowly started to close. The ghostly hand showed delight, looking at Lin Ming with satisfaction. Now that you want to play with me, it's useless to wait until you get another lottery ticket next time. It turned out this creature was so cooperative because it feared being shaken by him before leaving. Lin Ming realized he couldn't stop the ghostly vending machine from departing for now, so he chose to ignore it. He looked at the jar in his hands and opened the lid. As the lid was removed, a ghostly figure flew out. It was a female ghost, stunningly beautiful, dressed in a qipao, resembling a sexy and graceful noblewoman. One had to admit this female ghost was truly generous with her qipao, slit almost reaching her waist, her snow-white thighs subtly visible. The female ghost looked at Lin Ming, her eyes filled with curiosity. You are? I just bought you, so now you belong to. Lin Ming immediately asked, what abilities do you have? You bought me. The female ghost smirked, her expression dismissive. Do you know who I am? One had to say an elegant and noble woman wearing a revealing qipao, casting a look of disdain at you, easily stirred a man's desire for conquest. Lin Ming suddenly felt excited. What is your identity? You can tell me. Because he sensed that this female ghost seemed extraordinary. Could she be a ghostly queen who was betrayed at a critical moment in her ascendancy reborn? Or a wealthy heiress who fled for love, rejecting a marriage? Or perhaps a prodigy with extraordinary talent whose family was annihilated by a powerful force seeking revenge? Whichever of these three, they represented countless bizarre pursuits behind them. If those bizarre entities came knocking and he eliminated the small ones, then the bigger ones would come, drawing the attention of higher powers, ultimately leading them to feed him. Then how could he not achieve immortality soon? The noble female ghost, seeing Lin Ming feigning ignorance, immediately mocked. I am the woman of the Blood Moon Count. Do you dare touch me? The Blood Moon Count. Lin Ming furrowed his brow slightly. This name sounded vaguely familiar. Soon Lin Ming remembered. The Shuiyue Boju had once taken notice of him and had even elevated his reputation a little. So did this female ghost appear because his reputation had risen. Reputation could deepen the entanglement between players and the anomalies. I've heard of Shuiyue Boju. Have you heard of me? Lin Ming asked. You? The female ghost scanned him from head to toe, her expression one of pure disdain. The answer, of course, was self-evident. Lin Ming introduced himself. My name is Lin Ming. Have you heard of me now? At last the ghost showed a flicker of emotion, incredulous. What gave you the nerve to think that a nobody like you announcing his name would make me recognize you? You fucking... Lin Ming nearly struck with murderous intent. Lin Ming inhaled deeply, guessing his renown still wasn't enough for the ghost to know him, so he dropped the topic. Shuiyue Boju has probably only heard of me and does not truly know me. It is only natural that you don't. I was going to ask how Shuiyue Boju regards me, but it seems unnecessary now, he added. By the way, if I killed you, would Shuiyue Boju notice? Honestly, don't ruin yourself for nothing, the ghost said suspiciously. Shuiyue Boju has heard of you. It probably thinks you're capable enough to be taken as a lackey. It has suffered many losses among its subordinates lately. Lin Ming arched an eyebrow. You still need to fight. Fight whom? In places like the Abyss. Oh no, it's exhaustion. Shuiyue Boju doesn't allow its employees to rest. Each worker must complete multiple shifts a day and periodically donate their ghostly forms for points, wearing them down until they dissipate. So it needs powerful hands like yours who can endure continuous overtime. To be honest, sometimes Lin Ming felt that even as an evil cultivator, he simply wasn't perverse enough to fit into this eerie world. He even felt that by exterminating these anomalies, he was doing them a favor, freeing them. A notorious practitioner of the path of evil had been pushed into the role of a charitable benefactor. Indeed, before those in power and the capitalists, even an evil cultivator had to bow. Of course, this is the eerie game world I speak of. Let us return to the point. Does Shuiyue Boju value you highly? If you died, would he come after you? Lin Ming steered the conversation back and asked earnestly. The ghost, amused by his earnestness, chuckled lightly. You want to kill me? Shuiyue Boju does value me. He has long sought to possess me. But even he cannot force me to do anything. Can you? He'll try. Lin Ming acted without hesitation. The ghost spirit covenant formed in an instant and splattered across the ghost's face. Before she could react, she felt her features being smothered. But in the very second before she would be bound, the covenant on her vanished. Yes, rather than failing to work, it simply disappeared. There was not even a momentary entanglement. Lin Ming was shocked. Even a ghost king would have had to rely on strength to withstand his covenant and would be bound for a time. How could this female ghost show not the slightest reaction? Looking down at Lin Ming loftily, the ghost said, Is that all you have? That is utterly useless to me. But unsurprising. No matter what trick you use against me, I can return to the state I was in before you attacked me. Lin Ming watched her, startled and dubious. Return to a previous state. Can you control time? The ghost spirit covenant's control over anomalies was, after all, dreadfully oppressive and suppressive. To so effortlessly counter a covenant that even penetrated the body. Only something that rewound time could oppose it. The ghost was genuinely surprised now. You're clever. No wonder Shuyu Boju has his eye on you. Since that's the case, why not become my dog first? Saying I should become someone's dog. That will earn a lot of enmity. But I still feel you are deliberately hiding something. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes at her. In this so-called harmonious society, even when an evil cultivator selects a successor, he is cautious. Lin Ming had been noticed by his master not only for talent, but for a formidable mind. Otherwise, he would not have committed the laws to memory so thoroughly. He suspected the ghost had been deliberately guiding him toward thinking about time reversal to instill fear. From a sane perspective, who would casually boast about a powerful skill, especially to someone intent on harming? This is not an anime or film where characters must explain their might and mystery to an audience. These anomalies are sly and often invent false rules to deceive. What if the ghost's earlier claim was a lie? Yet she did indeed make my ghost spirit covenant instantly ineffective. Wait, a key question struck Lin Ming's mind. Earlier Ming Ming had said she fell asleep and suddenly found herself inside a jar, then was sold to someone by the Gue Gue fan Meiji. Perhaps this female ghost had also been forcibly seized by the Gue Gue fan Meiji and later repackaged. If she were truly so arrogant as to scorn even a count, and if she could rewind time, then when she was captured she should have been able to reverse events to avoid capture and change her fate. Your skill isn't time reversal, it should be something that refreshes your bodily state, right? Lin Ming sneered. An unnatural flicker passed through the ghost's eyes, yet she remained disdainful. Guess on keep guessing. And you have no ability to harm others, correct? Lin Ming grew more certain. If I were you with such a potent skill, I would have counterattacked the moment someone laid hands on me. The ghost grew impatient. Congratulations, you're wrong. If you keep talking and exhaust my patience, I won't mind dealing with you. Fuck your mother. Lin Ming suddenly erupted with passion. The ghost stared in stupefaction. What are you doing? She asked. You truly have no power to hurt me. Had someone greeted me like that, I'd have finished them long ago. Lin Ming said, his confidence radiating. The ghost fell silent. After a long while she said, what if I have no feelings for my mother? Then I'll fuck your father. Lin Ming shot back. Fine, stop talking. Can I just admit it? The ghost said, somewhat flustered. The ghost, slightly annoyed, said, I truly cannot harm you, and you cannot harm me, so why don't we go our separate ways to avoid wasting each other's time? Lin Ming smiled. If I can capture you and drain your deathly energy dry, no matter how strong your ability, you'll be finished. Ridiculous. Your skill did nothing to me earlier. How will you capture me? What is that? The ghost asked, curious as she watched Lin Ming produce the Wanhun fan. Don't worry. It's merely an unremarkable trinket, Lin Ming said with a faint smile. A joke. Do you truly believe I'd fear anything you could muster? The female ghost sneered in disdain. You're absolutely right. Lin Ming replied, lightly shaking the myriad soul banner. Wei Yuan's spectral head materialized, its gaze locking onto the female ghost. The female ghost's body jolted violently, suddenly paralyzed, utterly immobile. Then from within the myriad soul banner surged countless eerie specters, coiling tightly around her frozen form and dragging her inexorably into the banner's depths. Inside the banner, arcane arrays whirred to life, rapidly purging the death chi, suffusing her being. It was both a test and a torment. If she truly possessed the power to reverse time, even a trace of residual death chi would suffice for her to break free. But if her ability merely reset her own physical state, then her subjugation was all but inevitable. Indeed, she failed to escape the myriad soul banner. Under the array's refining pressure, she could only produce a small drum and tap it feebly. It was the elder sister drum, crafted from human skin through esoteric techniques. With a single delicate strike, it emitted not a dull thud, but a piercing, ear-splitting shriek. The shriek lashed against the array and the encircling specters, straining to shatter the formation and obliterate them. Yet Lin Ming merely smiled. You dare wield a ghost artifact inside my myriad soul banner? Tell me, what on earth were you thinking? As Lin Ming infused spiritual energy into the banner, its array flared with explosive might, crushing the elder sister drum's shriek beneath overwhelming force. Simultaneously, a ghost spirit pact swiftly coalesced within the array and shot toward the female ghost. Seeing the talisman pierce her form once more, she recoiled in fury and terror, immediately activating her ability. Within the array, Lin Ming perceived her transformation with crystalline clarity. At the very moment the talisman entered her body, her form vanished for a fleeting instant. That instant was infinitesimally brief. If not for the myriad soul banner's acute sensitivity to spectral anomalies and its overwhelming suppression, Lin Ming would never have detected it. So, it was indeed a self-state reset ability. Though inferior to true temporal reversal, it remained formidable. Until her reservoir of death chi ran dry, even a ghost king would be powerless to destroy her. No wonder the Blood Moon Count, a being of immense power, had failed to capture her. Alas, within the myriad soul banner, designed expressly to ensnare specters, she was but a low-tier grudge spirit who, no matter how abundant her death chi, it proved insufficient against the banner's relentless attrition. At last panic seized her, and she pleaded desperately, "Would you consider striking a deal, brother?" Lin Ming stood in the storage room, hearing ominous commotion spill in from the tavern beyond. Specters had already breached the premises. Urgent to confront them, he ignored her plea and intensified his output, accelerating her refinement. The ghost spirit pact would bind her in loyal service, preserving her consciousness intact. But since she refused compliance, she would instead become an unconscious specter, absorbed wholly into the myriad soul banner. Sensing Lin Ming's lethal intent, she faltered further, "Brother, I beg your forgiveness. I shouldn't have mocked you. May I serve you as your hound? I know the Blood Moon Count intimately. Defeating him will be far easier with my aid." Lin Ming replied coolly, "I preferred your defiant arrogance far more. Well, I simply didn't know how formidable you truly were. You know the Blood Moon Count well." Lin Ming, "Intimately. He's hunted me for years. I've studied him thoroughly, even attempted assassination, though I failed. Still, I know every one of his lairs and lieutenants. I'll lead you straight to him." In truth, Lin Ming suspected the Blood Moon Count might not seek his death at all. Perhaps he desired alliance. After all, friendship demanded mutual support. And as his closest friend, assisting him in attaining immortality was only natural. Ha ha ha. Given your sincerity, I'll spare your consciousness. Cease resistance now. Lin Ming judged the moment ripe. He ceased his intimidation. "I won't resist. I swear it. Would you prefer me prone, supine, or kneeling, facing you, or turned away? Either suits me perfectly." She exhaled in relief, her tone dripping with obsequiousness. Genuine fear gripped her as her death chi drained at a terrifying pace. At this rate, complete dissolution loomed within moments. Her best possible fate would mirror those earlier specters she'd witnessed, vacant and motionless puppets stripped of all volition. Lin Ming inscribed the ghost spirit pact anew and implanted it deep within her essence. She trembled violently, yet forcibly suppressed her instinct to reset, allowing the pact to take root. Once the pact solidified, Lin Ming relaxed, though he remained uncertain how far back in time her reset ability could restore her. Yet once fully sealed, the pact ensured she would neither seek liberation nor deliberately reset to evade control. True to expectation, the female ghost discovered her consciousness remained intact after the pact's completion. Yet when she gazed upon Lin Ming, malice proved impossible. Any flicker of hostility triggered a primal life-threatening dread. So this was the nature of the binding. Awkward, yet undeniably reassuring. Still, hesitation lingered. How precisely ought she address him henceforth? "Shall I call you husband? Master? I've heard men enjoy being called father, or even godfather." She pondered aloud, genuinely unsure of his preference. "There's no need for such theatricality. Master suffices. What is your name, and what is your ability?" Lin Ming asked, voice calm and detached. "Master, please call me a Yun. My ability is self-reset, but only to my state 1 minute prior." She dared not conceal the truth, then added curiously, "Shall we seek the Blood Moon Count now?" Hearing clamor erupt outside, Lin Ming declared, "That can wait. I must first resolve matters here." He led A Yun out of the storage room. The rabbit-eared waitress, no, the rabbit-eared matron, cowered in a corner trembling. Upon spotting Lin Ming emerge from the storage room, with a stunning female ghost at his side, she froze in utter disbelief. Truly a veteran player. While others quaked before specters, he'd been playing with ghosts in the storage room. Lin Ming glanced toward the stage, where a specter glared furiously at the dark-skinned performer, who shrieked uncontrollably in terror. He turned to the rabbit-eared matron. "What happened?" A guest demanded that young man perform, and he claimed he couldn't," she stammered hastily. Ayun instantly grasped the situation. She draped herself over Lin Ming's arm, pressing her ample bosom against him, and purred, "How utterly useless this fellow is. Incapable even of performing. Only Master possesses true mastery. I adore Master most of all." Lin Ming hadn't anticipated such sycophantic flair. Her tongue was indeed sharp. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned performer on stage caught sight of Lin Ming and immediately cast him a desperate, pleading glance, begging for rescue. Nearby, the punk janitor smirked inwardly. Though Lin Ming had correctly deduced the earlier positional swap, he now awaited, with quiet amusement, to see how Lin Ming would resolve this performer's failure. Most likely he'd soon be forced to consult the janitor, the true vocalist, for guidance. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ming maintained a calm expression. "Solve it. Why should it be solved? Isn't that black-skinned actor performing quite well? On stage, the black-skinned actor faced the coercion and intimidation from the strange beings below, trembling in fear and occasionally letting out a scream. This was nothing short of an extraordinarily perfect horror symphony. Indeed, the first program on the list, Horror Symphony, was intended to make a living person scream in terror on stage. Lin Ming stopped looking at the black-skinned actor and instead gazed at the audience below, where over a dozen strange beings were drinking blood-red beverages, some even with fingers or an eyeball stuck in their cups, looking quite sophisticated. The dishes are being served. I'm ready to collect the harvest. Feel free to act on your own. Lin Ming suppressed his excitement and instructed the female ghost Ayun. Dream, who had been playing casually in the instance, walked over and grabbed Lin Ming's hand. In an instant, Lin Ming vanished from his spot. Ayun was startled and quickly looked around for Lin Ming, but could not find his location at all. This left her secretly astonished. What kind of ability was this? Her master was so powerful. No wonder he caught the attention of Count Bloodmoon. However, with such strength, wouldn't Count Bloodmoon also be at a disadvantage? Ayun suddenly felt lucky to be following such a powerful master. At least she could be protected. She wouldn't be toyed with or drained by Count Bloodmoon. Though she might be toyed with by her master, it wasn't unacceptable since he was so handsome. Ayun, having just been conquered, began to gradually take on Lin Ming's form. Lin Ming pulled Dream to the side of a strange guest. This was a ghost-level strange being with eyes like blood holes, yet its empty sockets seemed to possess some ability to instill fear. This one couldn't be killed, but it could be captured. Its existence would make the black-skinned actor even more afraid, and the horror symphony would become even more beautiful and enchanting. Lin Ming raised his hand to draw a symbol, and the ghostly contract shot into the back of the strange being's head. The strange being immediately shivered, then felt another presence within its body. In the next moment, it received the command from the figure in its mind. Make the black-skinned actor scream louder. Controlled by the ghostly contract, the strange being could not resist, and naturally worked harder, blood slowly oozing from its blood holes, its abilities reaching their peak. The black-skinned actor's emotions were stirred, and he screamed at the top of his lungs. This sound excited the strange guests present even more. It was like a dancer in a nightclub suddenly starting to strip on stage. Or like a group of muscular, handsome men in shirts pouring water over themselves, their wet clothes clinging to their bodies, showcasing their chiseled muscles. The entire audience, strange beings of all genders, was utterly thrilled. Even the screams echoed out of the tavern. Strange beings passing by outside who hadn't intended to enter were drawn in by the sound. Just imagine anyone passing by the entrance of a nightclub suddenly hearing exhilarating screams and heavy breaths from inside, would be curious to see if something taboo was being performed. Seeing the curious guests push the door open one by one, Lin Ming knew he had succeeded. He started to stand behind these guests, planting ghostly contracts on each of them. The reason he didn't directly collect them into the Wandering Souls banner was that he still needed them to attract more guests. After all, strange beings and living people were essentially the same. They both had a herd mentality. No matter how good a shop is, the more people there are, the more it attracts others. As time passed, a total of 26 strange beings in the audience had been planted with ghostly contracts, all becoming Lin Ming's minions. However, he still felt it was a bit lacking. He needed to attract more guests. Lin Ming had begun to think about the issue from a boss perspective. He walked to Ayun's side, released Dream's hand, and asked, "Do you have experience in managing a shop? How can we make this tavern bigger and stronger?" Ayun pondered for a moment and replied, "Master, I think now is not the time to consider expansion and strengthening. Has your shop paid taxes?" "What?" Lin Ming looked puzzled. "I just opened. What taxes should I pay?" "Opening tax, beverage tax, sign tax, employee tax, performance tax, sanitation tax. All of these need to be paid," Ayun reminded. Lin Ming felt a headache. He suddenly understood why this tavern was up for transfer. The little money earned was not enough to cover the taxes. "Don't worry, this is not the end. There are still many hidden clauses I haven't mentioned." Ayun spread her hands. "Do those big bosses pay taxes too? With so many industries, can they afford the taxes?" Lin Ming frowned. "They have privileges and don't need to pay as much tax as these small shops. After all, they still need to recruit players, create a population, and build the game. If you are willing to let them acquire the shop, many taxes can be waived." Ayun sighed, lightly persuading Lin Ming to take advantage of the big tree for shade. Lin Ming thought about the favoritism shown by the Strange Affairs Bureau towards the Street Lamp Guild in the real world. He understood the leniency of the strange game towards these large instances. To put it bluntly, ordinary strange beings are consumables. If they don't properly act as leaks, do they expect to make money and turn their fortunes around? How could the higher-ups of the strange game allow that? However, there was one thing to be thankful for. Lin Ming was not the owner here. The tavern's owner was someone else, so even if taxes had to be paid, it wouldn't be his responsibility. As the horror symphony continued to play, the black-skinned actor finally couldn't hold back and wanted to run off the stage. Seeing this, Lin Ming cursed under his breath, calling him a fool. Previously, the program list clearly stated that non-actors were not allowed on stage. This was a means of selecting actors, and also a lifeline for players. Whoever went on stage first would be the actor. Once the actor appeared, if others or strange beings went on stage, it would violate the rules, and they would be killed by the stage. That little punk had almost perished just for staying on stage for a while, as the stage's power had seeped into his body. If Lin Ming hadn't thrown him into the storage room, he would have likely already been done for. Even so, that power was still harming his body, making him increasingly weak, and he had no idea how much longer he could hold on. So from earlier, those strange guests were intentionally scaring the black-skinned actor, making him fearfully sing the horror symphony, all to make him panic and run off stage. Fortunately, those guests were all Lin Ming's puppets. Lin Ming snapped his fingers, and those strange beings immediately surrounded the stage, not giving the black-skinned actor a chance to escape. After all, if the black-skinned actor came down, he couldn't just go up and sing, could he? The black-skinned actor was in a panic, looking at Lin Ming while screaming, "Brother, save me! Save me!" Lin Ming ignored him and didn't give any reminders. If the black-skinned actor knew that these strange beings dared not go on stage, he wouldn't be screaming and howling like this. Wouldn't that affect the business of the tavern? As the true investor of this tavern, how could Lin Ming allow anyone to tarnish his tavern's reputation? The black-skinned actor didn't expect Lin Ming to ignore him, and he became even more desperate, howling in distress. His cries were indeed effective, as several new guests were drawn in. However, upon seeing many strange beings surrounding the stage, the newly arrived strange guests turned their eyes and walked straight to the wooden bar. The nervous glasses salesman approached, trembling. "What would you like to drink? Drown Long Island tequila? Brain Desire Blood? Ghost Fire Heartbreak Wine?" Hearing these clearly need to be mixed drinks, the glasses salesman was dumbfounded. Previously, the drinks ordered by those guests were all labeled on the shelf, and all he had to do was find the corresponding bottles to pour drinks, maybe just adding some disgusting decorations. But now, needing to mix drinks, he was truly at a loss. He was a seller of drinks before entering, but he didn't know how to mix. A few strange guests, having finished ordering their drinks, noticed that the glasses salesman was unresponsive and immediately displayed their anger. "What's going on? Can't even mix such simple drinks. What kind of bar is this? You might as well just go into my stomach. I knew I shouldn't have come to this dump. Where's the... Get your boss out here, I want to eat you all." These strange guests kept shouting, clearly looking for trouble. They had already realized that this bar was filled with living players, and they wanted to devour them all. The glasses salesman was already terrified, speaking with a sobbing tone. "See, certain esteemed guests, may I get you some different drinks?" "Different drinks are good too. I don't need them." A fat strange being suddenly reached out, grabbing the glasses salesman by the collar, attempting to pull him out from behind the counter. This made the glasses salesman scream and panic, his voice far more piercing than the black-skinned performer on stage, causing the guests to turn and look. Why are there still two actors? Watching the excited strange guests about to abuse the glasses salesman, Lin Ming was truly displeased. Indeed, he despised playing games with these new players. If this kept up, the guests would surely leave. "No, I must make sure to keep the guests here." Lin Ming immediately grabbed Meng Meng's hand and walked over, preparing to plant ghost contracts on these newly arrived guests. Once all the contracts were planted, these guests were deeply moved by the sincere and high-quality service of the bar, choosing to stay and accept the service. "Switch them to regular drinks," Lin Ming commanded, releasing Meng Meng's hand. The glasses salesman was terrified, already in a daze, sobbing as he said, "But they don't want regular drinks. Oh, what if I mess up and they kill me?" "That won't happen," Lin Ming assured. You." The glasses salesman clearly did not trust Lin Ming. "Just because you say it doesn't mean it's true. If you can't even save the black-skinned one, how could you possibly save me?" But seeing those fierce strange guests, he feared that if he didn't serve the drinks, he would be killed as well, so he could only take a gamble and harden his resolve to serve different drinks, whispering, "It was that person who made me serve these drinks. Please don't trouble me." The glasses salesman thought that upon seeing the wrong drinks, these guests would fly into a rage and might even devour him. Who would have thought that after the drinks were served, none of the guests complained? Instead, one by one, they lifted their drinks and took a sip, all looking at Lin Ming with a fawning expression. "This is truly delicious. It's the best drink I've ever had. As expected from the drink you selected for us, it's simply exquisite. Woo, it's so delicious. Oh, I've never had such good drinks before. I'm seeing the light today." The fat strange being who had just grabbed the glasses salesman was afraid that Lin Ming would hold a grudge for its earlier intent to eat the player, its face beaming with a smile as it flattered, "This is top-notch. This is a drink that only a top ghost king could enjoy." The glasses salesman glanced at the cup of drink and panicked. "Guess you picked up the wrong cup. That was just dirty water I used to wash the cups. Your drink is over there." The fat strange being felt a bit awkward, but still steeled itself and drank the cup of dirty water in one gulp. This bar is indeed run by the master. Even the dirty water is so delicious, it's truly good. This shameless display astonished all the players and the strange beings. In fact, they still had self-awareness after being controlled by Lin Ming, so their flattery was an attempt to curry favor, knowing their lives lay in Lin Ming's hands, hoping to gain his favor and spare themselves. But no one expected that some strange beings could reach such a level. Drinking dirty water was as enjoyable as drinking blood. You can be appreciated by the master, we are not envious at all. The players looked at Lin Ming in shock. The glasses salesman, even more incredulous, gazed at Lin Ming. Don't call me that, I have no such worthless servant like you. Lin Ming flatly refused. This left the glasses salesman a bit embarrassed and quite anxious, as he had just pushed the responsibility on. I offended you earlier due to my lack of vision. Oh, please don't hold it against me. The glasses salesman was truly scared, kneeling before Lin Ming, begging with snot and tears, fearing Lin Ming would kill him. Lin Ming waved his hand impatiently. Get to work, stop being lazy. The fat strange being immediately rushed forward, slapping the glasses salesman a few times. Did you hear? My master wants you to keep working. Don't even think about slacking off. Yes, I'll get to work right now. The glasses salesman hurriedly returned to his position. The fat strange being looked at the glasses salesman's trembling figure, internally disdainful. It wasn't that it despised his fear, but rather thought this guy was foolish. If it were in the glasses salesman's position, it would definitely seize the opportunity, wildly flattering Lin Ming, and shamelessly say, to better help you run the bar, could you teach me some things? This might not immediately gain Lin Ming's favor, but if he truly was willing to teach something, it would be incredibly beneficial, significantly increasing its chances of survival. Moreover, to be honest, if the glasses salesman could really leave this instance alive, given the vast difference between him and Lin Ming, there would inevitably be no chance for future contact, making this his only opportunity. Unfortunately, he missed it himself. The fat strange being didn't care about so much and moved closer to Lin Ming, just about to speak. Lin Ming spoke first. The drinks just served were all paid for. Each drink costs 30,000 points. The strange beings replied. Even if they were sold outside, they wouldn't be worth that many points. What? No money. Lin Ming looked at the many strange beings. Then go borrow some of find friends, relatives, or take out a loan. After all, these guys would eventually become puppets in the soul banner. Before they completely lost their self-awareness, Lin Ming decided to take advantage. Lin Ming issued the command, and the strange beings had no choice but to comply, taking out all their savings and trying to contact their relatives and friends to gather money. In the end, what was merely a very ordinary drink worth at most around 10 points ended up with these strange beings either giving over 200 points or even 500 points. One even gave as much as 800 points. Seeing that pile of points, the glasses salesman was dumbfounded. He never expected he could actually earn money from the strange beings. And this method of making money was simply unfathomable. However, Lin Ming was quite dissatisfied. These guys were just too poor. Lin Ming looked at the obsequious fat ghost a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that this group of bizarre beings would have someone sober among them. So how do you intend to help me, eh? You didn't manage to borrow money when you called earlier, did you? Lin Ming said casually. Well, I thought it through carefully. If I go to borrow money, people will definitely hold back, wanting to keep some for their own living expenses, right? But if I tell them how wonderful things are here, how much they can earn, and then trick them into coming, you can control them and squeeze them dry, and then have them bring their friends and family over, then you can make another profit. The fat ghost spoke with great enthusiasm, becoming more excited as he went on. Lin Ming listened in disbelief. This kind of scheme sounded really familiar. I never expected that the bizarre game would have a pyramid scheme too. Pyramid scheme? No, I got this experience from an insurance company, the fat ghost said, bewildered. Alright, the operating methods of the two industries are pretty similar. Lin Ming couldn't be bothered to argue about who invented this method, and had the fat ghost notify everyone. All the customers in the shop were to contact their friends and family. Those customers all opened their phone contact lists and began looking through their friends and family's numbers. What is this called? This is called searching for horses by the map. It's just that they were looking for cattle instead of fine horses. I have to say, this fat ghost suggestion was quite effective. These bizarre beings were all desperate, after all, who isn't burdened with a mountain of debt? When those puppets heard they could make money, their friends and family were stirred. When they heard the chilling melody of the dark-skinned performer over the phone, they were even more intrigued. Even if they couldn't make money, such a beautiful song would be worth listening to live. Lin Ming watched as those puppets hung up the phone, knowing that his dream was likely to come true. Half an hour later, as the chilling melody reached its climax, those bizarre friends and family finally arrived. The tavern was suddenly packed, achieving a true influx of customers. Although they were all lowly cattle, Lin Ming didn't care. Even these ordinary bizarre beings were far more potent than the souls of ordinary people outside. Once those bizarre beings arrived, Lin Ming took out the wand of souls, blocking the door and quickly began writing ghostly contracts. At this point, he didn't even care where the ghostly contracts would go. After all, with so many bizarre beings, it didn't matter where they flew, they would hit their mark. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Black spiritual symbols flew out swiftly, entering the bodies of those bizarre beings. Those bizarre beings, still confused and unaware of what was happening, one by one turned into Lin Ming's slaves, their hearts quietly transforming into his shape. Thus in the tavern, Lin Ming waved his fingers in the air, drawing spiritual symbols resembling a symphony. On stage, the dark-skinned performer sang loudly, capturing the attention of the bizarre beings. The duo's cooperation was nothing short of perfect, and the most perfect moment was when the chilling melody ended. Lin Ming also completed his conducting. All 180 some bizarre beings in the tavern had become Lin Ming's slaves. The later arrivals noticed they were controlled and angrily looked at the friends and family who had tricked them into coming. How shameless! To be loyal to such a handsome, extraordinary, and invincible master, they were tricked here. They were already slaves of life. Later they were slaves of those company bosses. Now they had become Lin Ming's slaves. Is our fate just to— Lin Ming, however, was quite pleased and immediately said to the bizarre beings he had just summoned, "You should call some of your friends and family over too." The bizarre beings, unable to refuse their master's orders, could only comply. They continued to contact their friends and family to summon a new batch of bizarre beings. Meanwhile, the stage had already changed. With the sound of the clock ringing from behind the bar, the chilling melody finally came to an end. All the bizarre beings returned to their seats, quietly drinking. Aunt Rabbit timidly approached with a bottle of wine. Whoever raised their hand to call her would get a refill. Seeing that all the bizarre beings had cleared out, the dark-skinned performer hurriedly tried to leave the stage. This damned performance was something he didn't want to be a part of. His throat was hoarse from shouting, and he couldn't even speak. But just as the dark-skinned performer reached the edge of the stage, his body suddenly froze. He felt as if his body were pierced by countless needles and threads, rendering him completely immobile, with only his eyes able to move. The dark-skinned performer had no idea what was happening and looked sideways at Lin Ming for help. Lin Ming pulled over a chair and sat down, and the female ghost Ayun immediately came over, sitting on his lap in a cheongsam, using her fair jade-like hands to massage his shoulders. Seeing Ayun's attentive service, Lin Ming hadn't expected that this female ghost would be so perceptive. After all, the ghostly contract only prevented these bizarre beings from betraying him, but they could be summoned at any time. But such massages and intimate services could be omitted without orders. "You really understand," Lin Ming praised, even though he knew Ayun must have ulterior motives. Ayun instantly blushed and smiled. "As long as my master likes it." Lin Ming enjoyed the massage, looking at the immobile dark-skinned performer, knowing it was time for the second act. The puppet dance. While looking at the program list, he had guessed what these acts were likely to mean. As everyone knows, the bizarre game has a clear goal from the beginning: to invade Blue Star and eliminate all players. As for why there are many rules restricting both parties, Lin Ming was unclear. Perhaps it was due to Blue Star's resistance or certain fundamental world logic that must exist and be adhered to. Since he knew that the bizarre game wanted to kill players, he should understand that it would put players at a disadvantage when interacting with bizarre beings. For example, the bizarre beings act as bosses while the players are employees. Now, although the tavern's owner, actors, and workers are all players, they can help each other. But how could the bizarre game allow players to be so comfortable? Especially under circumstances where bizarre beings cannot step onto the stage, they would surely think of other ways to torment the players. Thus, whatever is performed on this stage and how it is performed is definitely determined by the bizarre beings. In this puppet performance, whatever actions the bizarre beings want the dark-skinned performer to make, he must comply. To test whether his guess was right, Lin Ming glanced at the obedient fat bizarre being beside him. The latter immediately rallied and shouted at the dark-skinned performer, "Give my master a golden rooster standing on one leg." The dark-skinned performer began to move involuntarily, spreading his arms and standing on one leg. However, this made him realize what the puppet dance meant, and terror and despair flowed from his eyes. Other players in the tavern also looked on, displaying expressions of sympathy and relief. Even the little punk, while sweeping the floor, felt a sense of fear in his heart. Thankfully, he did not become an actor, otherwise he would be doomed. Yet the strange game did not spare him. A bizarre customer went to the restroom and returned suddenly fuming. "Why is the restroom so dirty? Why haven't you cleaned it? How are you doing business like this?" This voice made everyone in the tavern, including the ghosts, turn their gaze toward the little punk. The little punk looked terrified and stammered, "You aren't you a ghost? Why do you still need to go to the restroom?" "Who told you that ghosts don't need to use the restroom? I drowned in the restroom. I am a restroom ghost. Now that I'm hungry, can I go there for a meal?" The speaker was indeed filthy and exuded a strong stench. This was both its identity and its power, capable of controlling the foul odor to attack its enemies. Don't underestimate it. Although this strange entity was weak, the old saying goes well. A mop dipped in excrement, even a battle god can rise again. Now it embodies that phrase, how can you fight against it? Moreover, this restroom ghost was deliberately looking for trouble with the little punk. It wanted to curry favor with Lin Ming, and even desired to be favored like A Yun, hoping to sit on the master's lap, so it was always searching for opportunities. Unexpectedly, it found the little punk, who occasionally glanced at Lin Ming with hatred. Although to avoid being discovered, the little punk's gaze quickly skimmed over Lin Ming, not daring to linger. But it was still caught red-handed by the restroom ghost, which was eager to make trouble. The little punk had no idea he had become the stepping stone for the restroom ghost's progress, a successful ladder. At the first moment of danger, he looked to Lin Ming and said, "Aren't they all your slaves? Can't you control them?" Lin Ming didn't even have time to respond. The restroom ghost slapped him across the face, leaving a handprint imbued with a strong stench. "How can you speak to my master like that? You need to speak to my master with respect and kneel." The restroom ghost was furious yet elated inside. Good, I love this kind of arrogant fool. Once I successfully become my master's confidant, I will build a monument in my heart to forever appreciate your contribution to my path of progress. From a distance, other strange entities understood the restroom ghost's intention upon hearing this. Damn it turns out this guy is using this method to curry favor with the master. Why are you sneaking in to improve yourself when everyone else is doing fine? You despicable scab. How come we didn't think of that? After internally cursing the restroom ghost for being the first to kneel and lick up, those watching became furious and moved toward the little punk. Exactly, how can you be disrespectful to my master? Hurry and apologize to my master. Hey, not only do you refuse to apologize, but you also dare to daze around there. Brothers, let's get him. Everyone charge. A group of strange entities rushed forward to surround and beat the little punk in order to curry favor with Lin Ming. The little punk screamed in agony, feeling utterly broken inside. Why? What did I do? What did I do? Is it because I didn't clean the restroom? Does it have to be this harsh? I get it, it must be that old player. The little punk cried out in pain. You shameless bastard, you want to ruin me out of jealousy, don't you? Let's settle this onion on. Lin Ming, sitting in his chair with his arm around A Yun's delicate waist, looked puzzled. Is he talking about me? The main point was that Lin Ming truly did not take the little punk to heart, and had no idea that the little punk had developed such a deep-seated grudge against him. A Yun said playfully, "Who cares who he's talking about? My master is drinking, and am feeding you." Lin Ming didn't mind, after all, the little punk's demise was his own doing. If a strange entity asked you to clean the restroom, you just go and do it. How dare you question? Those strange entities didn't know who the little punk was referring to, but they took it as a provocation towards Lin Ming, becoming even more excited to beat him up, ultimately tearing him apart. The restroom ghost wanted to go in and land a few punches, but the other strange entities tightly squeezed the little punk, not allowing it a chance to enter. This left it feeling very indignant. Clearly it was its idea and its prey. Yet now it could only watch helplessly as the little punk was beaten inside. Once the little punk was taken down, these strange entities turned their gaze toward other players. Only taking down one person wasn't enough to elevate their position in the master's heart. The glasses salesman and Aunt Rabbit panicked and rushed over. Even the boss, who was secretly watching from the office, hurried out. The three of them knelt on the ground together, repeatedly begging for mercy. Lin Ming did not expect their response to be so intense, and immediately waved his hand. Don't touch those three, I have other uses for them. Not to mention that he needed these guys to attract customers. Previously, A Yun reminded Lin Ming about paying taxes, which made him aware of some hidden crises, so he wanted to see the outcome to see if it matched his guesses. With the three granted amnesty, they sighed in relief and gratefully returned to their posts. The black-skinned actor remained stiff on stage, but had also witnessed the earlier scene. At this moment, he felt extreme fear toward Lin Ming and did not dare to express any dissatisfaction. Instead, he was full of servility. However, due to Lin Ming's control, these strange entities did not trouble him much, only occasionally, making him perform splits and similar actions while he grimaced, finding it amusing. As the time of the puppet dance dragged on, the friends and relatives called in by the second batch of strange entities finally arrived. Lin Ming didn't even need to rise, calmly sitting in his chair. Those strange entities under his control immediately rushed forward, escorting their friends and relatives to Lin Ming. Lin Ming began to draw symbols. Although those new strange entities did not know what a ghostly contract was, they realized they had been sold and became extremely agitated. Damn beast, I'm your biological father. Dad, I'm doing this for your own good. Come and pledge allegiance to the master with me. Honey, I'm your real wife. Wife, just follow the master with peace of mind. Dad, I'm about to get married. Are you bringing me here to give me to a player? Daughter, trust your dad's vision. The master is better than your husband. Those new strange entities, thus forced to kneel in front of Lin Ming by a group of other strange entities, accepted the ghostly contract. This wave added over 100 strange entities, including the previous 180 or so. There are now nearly 400 strange entities. Although most of them are phantom level, it doesn't matter. This is not the end. Lin Ming looked at the newly arrived strange entities and continued to have them call out their friends and relatives. But unexpectedly, after deceiving 3 waves of anomalies, they had already exhausted all the friends and family they could use. This time, with over 100 anomalies calling, they could only summon a dozen new ones, and they would have to wait a long time. Indeed, relying solely on such methods cannot lead to substantial growth. This is why pyramid schemes, despite appearing advantageous, often result in only minor gains. Being regulated by law is one reason. But the biggest reason is that there are still many clever individuals. Just because you claim there's an opportunity to make big money, does that mean it truly exists? Honestly, asking oneself who with a chance to make big money would be willing to share it with others. Just like those online methods claiming to teach people how to earn money. Either the method is already saturated, making it impossible for substantial profits, thus only extracting the last remaining profit. Alternatively, those learning this method are merely one cog in the money-making mechanism of that method. This also holds true in the realm of anomalies. We must still start from these natural flows. Indeed, we must promote to attract new customers, Lin Ming said solemnly. How do we promote? Ayun asked curiously. Lin Ming looked at the black-skinned actor, and then at the stage, suddenly giving rise to a bold idea. Outside the tavern there is mist, and within the mist there are anomalies. As long as players enter the mist, they will lose the protection of rules, and can be killed by anomalies at will. As for the tavern stage, apart from the actors, no one else or any anomalies can go up. So if we move the stage into the mist outside the tavern, having the black-skinned actor perform there, wouldn't that be safe? After the previous instances, Lin Ming knew that living people have a strong attraction for anomalies. So if the black-skinned actor performs outside, it will surely attract quite a few anomalous spectators, right? Thinking this way, Lin Ming immediately ordered all anomalies move the stage outside to perform. This command left all anomalies and players bewildered. Ayun reminded Master that stage is quite large and it might not fit through the door. Nearby, a chubby anomaly quickly added, "Why bother the Master with such trivial matters? He'll take care of it." Saying this, the chubby anomaly rushed towards the door, and with a heavy impact, not only the door, but the entire wall of the tavern collapsed. Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction. Ayun, however, watched the chubby anomaly vigilantly. To think of such a way to please the Master, this is a formidable opponent. No, I cannot let him steal the Master's favor. Master, let them handle this, and let's go to the storage room to do something else, Ayun suggested. What else shall we do? Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Me, Ayun blushed infinitely. There are too many people today, let's save it for another day. Lin Ming truly had no desire to indulge in such activities in front of so many anomalies. Mainly because these fellows were too good at flattering, he feared that while he was busy in the storage room, they would be outside, cheering enthusiastically. Just thinking about such a live broadcast scene made him feel humiliated. Upon hearing Lin Ming's refusal, Ayun didn't take it to heart. She sensed that Lin Ming wasn't a serious person and would eventually succumb. Meanwhile, those anomalies had already separated the stage from the floor. Over 100 anomalies formed a circle and carried the stage along with the black-skinned actor out to the entrance. There was still a small space in front of the tavern without mist, just right to utilize. Have him perform to entice them a bit, Lin Ming ordered. Those anomalies immediately surrounded the black-skinned actor, commanding him in various ways. Things like taking off clothes, doing splits, and twisting their waists. Anomalies really know how to entice their kind. It's simple, whatever they like to see, other anomalies will definitely enjoy it too. This is why most of those nude chat scams are run by men, because men understand men too well. The mist outside the tavern appears as mist to players, obstructing their vision. But it seems to have no effect on them. So after the black-skinned player performed for a while in the street, anomalies began to emerge from the dense fog, one after another, gathering around the stage. Wow, why is there a player dancing here? Oh, this little seducer dances quite energetically. Exactly, so wild, clearly trying to entice us to devour him. I can't take it anymore, I have to go up on stage and enjoy myself first. Looking at these spectators, the anomalies were making quite a ruckus. Lin Ming instructed the surrounding anomalies to keep an eye on things. If any of these anomalies get on stage without issue, they must protect the black-skinned player. After all, if he dies, they won't be able to attract anomalies anymore. The numerous anomaly puppets stared intently. The black-skinned player was also very terrified, constantly twisting his waist and jumping, closing his eyes whenever he saw an anomaly approach. However, as soon as that unfamiliar anomaly stepped onto the stage, it began to dissolve rapidly. That speed was much faster than the previous little punk. Because the little punk went up before the performance had started, but this anomaly intended to interrupt the performance. So the penalties imposed were different. Seeing that the anomaly on stage had died, Lin Ming felt completely at ease and immediately signaled the tavern owner go out and welcome customers. Yes. The owner dared not refuse, trembling as he walked out and nervously called out to the many anomalies. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Midnight Tavern. We have prepared delicious drinks and exciting performances for you. Hope you enjoy. A passing anomaly quickly shouted, is it all free? The owner instinctively looked at Lin Ming. Although he was now the owner, the one in charge was Lin Ming, and whether to charge or not depended on their wishes. Lin Ming instinctively nodded, just tell them it's free. Who would have thought that as soon as these words were spoken, more than half of the anomalies gathered outside immediately dispersed. Some anomalies left while cursing, free my ass. Free things are the most expensive. Oh, last time I went to buy something, they said filling out a form would get me a free drink, but they ended up stealing my identity information and signed me up for 13 loans. Lin Ming slapped his forehead, forgetting the darkness of the anomaly world. These anomalies had been deceived to the point of fear, and what they dreaded most was when merchants said free. A yin also advised, master, you should charge. The higher the fee, the more reassured they will be, as they want suspect hidden clauses. Why? Lin Ming furrowed his brows. Because the anomaly capitalists on our side would never do it that way. If they want to deceive, they would promote cheap or free offers. If it's the honest anomalies who just want to make money, they would set the prices very high. A yin quickly explained. Lin Ming's smile immediately returned. High prices mean no hidden clauses. Then it seems it's time to give you all a shocking lesson from Blue Star. Let me be the one to break this unspoken rule. I want all anomalies in the world to believe one thing. Cheap goods are never good. Expensive prices mean no good people. Lin Ming immediately marked the prices for performances and drinks in the tavern sky high, 3 times, 5 times, or even 10 times the industry standard. And beneath these high-priced drinks and performances lurked the true provision. Lin Ming, watching a performance while enjoying a drink, spending money while simultaneously selling themselves. Lin Ming felt he was too suited to being a shady businessman. Even though the puppet dance performance takes place in the early hours, there are still many strange beings coming and going on the street. Because these strange beings have robust lives, they do not die even if they go without sleep for long periods. Moreover, even when given a break, they stay up late at home to play. So the strange capitalists thought, why not let them? Wherever they stay up late, it is still staying up late. Even if these strange beings fall ill, they can still go to the hospital and pay for their treatment themselves. This is simply too cost-effective. Therefore, on the streets in the early morning, although there are fewer strange beings than during the day, there are still a considerable number. However, many strange beings due to work can only envy the onlookers before hurrying away. The truly remaining strange beings are not many. With the help of Meng Meng's abilities, Lin Ming constantly fished around the stage. Those strange audience members were all under his control. Unfortunately, the dance time quickly came to an end. Lin Ming only managed to control around 300 strange beings. These strange beings can be used to absorb and enhance himself, or to feed the strange beings within the soul banner, allowing them to increase their strength. Alternatively, he could send them to the dungeons where he held power, allowing those dungeons to continue operating and earn a large amount of points. At the same time, this could also strengthen his own influence, providing strategies to face those dungeons filled with numerous experts or ghost kings. Lin Ming even thought that in the future, extracting these strange beings into reality could also play a significant role. After all, with the rise of lone culture, more and more people wielding great power would lead to greater chaos in reality. The dance time has ended. Next up is the masquerade ball. Lin Ming was still curious about what kind of performance this ball would be when he saw the stage rapidly disappear. The disappearance of the stage meant that the black-skinned performers were no longer protected. But the show wasn't finished yet. How could this happen? Just as Lin Ming was curious, a few gasps came from inside the tavern. It was the 3 players who made the sounds. The tavern was filled with Lin Ming's strange beings. He had previously ordered that no one could move these living beings before the dungeon ended. What was going on now? Lin Ming rushed into the tavern only to find that the 3 players were gone. All the remaining strange beings looked bewildered. However, Lin Ming could still hear the sounds of the 3 players arguing. One was coming from the tavern door, one was from the counter, and one was from the table. Lin Ming sensed something was wrong, his eyes flashing with green light. Soul capture technique, activate. In the next moment, he saw the 3 players. At this moment, all 3 players had changed their forms. The tavern owner had transformed into a piece of paper, specifically the transfer notice posted on the door. Using the soul capture technique, he could see that his entire body had been compressed into a flat state attached to a piece of paper. It was as if he had been smashed by the 2-dimensional foil of the Singer civilization. The glasses salesman had turned into a wine glass placed on the counter. Aunt Bunny was even worse off, directly transforming into a liquid, a glass of wine. Is this what the masquerade ball is about? Making players change shapes and then having the strange beings search for them. Just thinking about it made Lin Ming feel quite interesting. Especially those strange beings who must enjoy this kind of vibe even more. After all, who has the most fun in hide and seek? Of course, it's the one who catches others. Because the catcher possesses an inherent effect of power and has the advantage of mobility. They can search while imagining how terrified and desperate the hiders must feel. That kind of bullying pleasure can be deeply satisfying to the soul. Unfortunately, this masquerade ball is destined to be lacking in fun, because all the strange guests here have already been controlled by Lin Ming. It would be a pity to waste a program like this. Lin Ming felt it necessary to utilize this program to attract more people. Currently, the number of strange beings he has collected is still less than 1,000, which is far too few. Seeing Lin Ming lost in thought, Ayun immediately asked, "Master, what are you thinking?" "I'm thinking about how to attract more guests," Lin Ming replied solemnly. Upon hearing that Lin Ming was still not giving up, Ayun felt somewhat helpless. "Master, to be honest, for such a small tavern, being able to attract so many guests is already a tremendous feat. To attract more would likely be beyond our capabilities. Can you advertise? Just say that I have a large number of players waiting to be caught, and any interested strange friends can sign up for 100 points guaranteed to make a profit," Lin Ming inquired. Ayun was somewhat taken aback, "But there are only 4 players here plus you, at most 5. Isn't this deceiving? Although this world seems perverse to you, there are still laws. You cannot deceive the strange beings at will. Does your law care about me bullying strange beings?" Lin Ming frowned. "Those capitalists are still deceiving and humiliating strange beings, right?" Ayun explained softly. "Oh, the law doesn't care about them. It only concerns small establishments like you." Lin Ming sneered. "That's quite the coincidence. They can't control me either, because I can leave this game world." Ayun thought for a moment, and it was indeed the case. Lin Ming was a player. After deceiving people, he could leave the game. It was akin to those bosses in the real world who cheat people and then run abroad. They won't face any punishment and can live quite comfortably. Those who offend the strong Han, no matter how far, must pay the price. Meanwhile, the chubby strange being had been serving cautiously. Upon hearing this, he quickly stepped forward to suggest, "Master, why go through so much trouble? Let me take some brothers to the streets to rob and kidnap. We can definitely get a lot of points and strange beings." Ayun laughed coldly. "If we deceive people, at worst we wait for someone to report us to be exposed. But if you go out to kidnap and rob, do you believe you'll be besieged by countless strange beings in an instant, or even attract a ghost king?" Hearing that you would be besieged, Lin Ming's eyes lit up. "It seems that's not impossible." Ayun quickly persuaded, "Master, calm down. While the strange game is filled with slaughter and oppression, there are still certain rules. These are set by the masters behind the game, and violating them will lead to consequences." "The masters behind the game?" Lin Ming frowned tightly. "Is there really someone controlling the strange game? Have you seen them?" "No," Ayun shook his head. "But I have heard that some top beings in this world have seen that controller, and they say the other party is incredibly powerful, unparalleled in strength, so they don't dare to treat this world with too much violence. This is why they feign establishing some laws to maintain the superficial stability and harmony of the world. Otherwise, why would those ghost kings need to establish companies to exploit the lower strange beings, when they could simply devour each other?" Lin Ming's expression was grave. He had long suspected that there were controllers behind this world. At the very least, this world was conscious, otherwise it would not continue to expand its territory. Currently, he was still relatively weak, having only reached the 5th level of Foundation establishment, so he had to abide by certain rules. Well, since outright robbery won't work, then let's resort to deception. However, the advertisement should be a little more enticing. "Friend, are you lonely? Are you feeling isolated? Or do you want to experience an exhilarating midnight temptation? Here you can indulge in the passionate collisions of the body and the endless satisfaction of the soul. I have 300 players here. As long as you come, I promise you happiness." Lin Ming crafted an advertisement and asked a Yun to print some flyers. He felt more at ease with a Yun doing this. After all, she was well informed and understood much more than these brash fellows. The chubby one awkwardly observed a Yun stand up from Lin Ming's lap, wondering if the boss lap should never be empty. Of course, even if it had 1,000 guts, it wouldn't dare to sit on it. The chubby one scanned the area and found a relatively attractive female ghost immediately approaching her and saying, "A Yun is gone. Shouldn't you hurry and please the master? As long as the master is pleased, won't you rise in status?" The female ghost was immediately tempted and walked over sweetly, saying to Lin Ming, "Master, may I give you a massage?" Lin Ming was waiting for a Yun to return, and with nothing to do, he agreed. Who would have thought that this would cause a stir, as those female ghosts saw this tactic work and rushed over to serve him? Watching the crowd of female ghosts around Lin Ming, the chubby one was filled with envy. When would it also be able to enjoy such a splendid life as the master? Unfortunately, Lin Ming couldn't take it anymore after a while. The main issue was that as he lay there enjoying the service, when he opened his eyes, he saw a woman with half a head grinning at him. To the left was a ghost with long hair and a pale face reminiscent of Sadako. To the right was a ghost whose face had been flattened with a shovel, looking so featureless that it was extraordinarily eerie. The one servicing his lower half was slightly more presentable, but she was a drowned ghost with all her holes leaking water constantly, sometimes even mixed with water plants. Not a single one was worth a glance. Compared to these female ghosts, that bunny lady was a beauty beyond. Lin Ming truly couldn't bear it anymore. He casually shooed away these female ghosts and began to miss Yun's perfectly shaped and textured peach bottom. Fortunately, Yun returned quickly. "Master, it's done." Yun ran back holding a large pile of flyers. Lin Ming immediately took the flyers and glanced at them. The flyers featured images of a group of players with beaming smiles. How should one put it? This smile at first glance seemed to belong to particularly sunny, joyful, and happy individuals. It made one feel envious and jealous, and even the chubby one couldn't help but want to take a bite. Below was the advertisement Lin Ming had crafted, written in colorful fonts appearing both dreamy and cheap. Lin Ming immediately instructed the eerie puppets, "Go distribute the flyers and lure those folks outside in here." The eerie puppets promptly took the large stack of flyers and headed out to start the promotion. In less than 10 minutes, some eerie beings were drawn in. They were about 10 all, with exhausted expressions, dragging heavy steps as they entered the tavern. They had just finished an 8-hour shift and were now heading to the hospital as per company requirements to donate a ghostly body once a day. Otherwise, their wages and bonuses would be deducted, and in severe cases, they might even lose their jobs. If they lost their jobs, they wouldn't be able to repay their loans. The capitalists would legally seize everything from them. At that point, it wouldn't just be donating ghostly bodies, but rather taking their organs to repay debts. However, on their way to the hospital, these eerie beings saw the flyers and were all attracted to them. If there were indeed 300 players, even if they had to pay 100 points as an entry fee, they could recover their costs by devouring the players or even make a profit. As long as the death chi within them increased and their recovery speed improved, they could donate ghostly bodies at the designated hospital every day and then quietly go to other hospitals to sell ghostly bodies, earning points to repay their loans. It was practically a blood profit. These eerie beings joyfully walked in, looking around at the tables and chairs all over the room. One big-head ghost hesitated, saying, "Didn't they say there would be 300 players? Where are they? Why are you getting anxious? This is the masquerade time of our midnight tavern, specially arranged to add some fun for you. Those players have already transformed into various things within this tavern. As long as any of you can find them, you can devour them." "You look skeptical. Let me demonstrate for you." The chubby eerie one was in charge of the reception and immediately knocked on the transfer notice that the owner had transformed into. "Oh, don't kill me." The transfer notice screamed in a chilling voice. That melodious and haunting sound made all the newly arrived eerie beings display excitement. There really are players. Moreover, this kind of search game sounds thrilling and stimulating, so stylish. "Brothers searching for living people is my specialty. Don't blame me for not leaving you any survivors later," the leading new eerie being said excitedly. The others accompanying it immediately showed cold smiles. "You think you're amazing? I have also killed countless before. Exactly, I've been killing for so many years. I'm incredibly experienced. Whether these things are transformed from living people, I can tell with just one bite. How about we compete and see who captures more living beings?" "Sure, let's go." These 10 or so eerie beings immediately scattered to search for players. They boasted loudly, but when it came to searching, it was actually just one by one biting. One bit the stool, another licked the table. There was even a male ghost who walked over to Yun full of lust, saying, "What if those cunning players have turned into eerie beings? Beautiful lady, let me take a bite, just a bite." Yun revealed the same disdainful smile and gaze she once had for Lin Ming. But while she couldn't deal with Lin Ming, she could certainly handle this guy. "Aren't you all going to get moving?" Yun shouted at the chubby eerie being. The chubby eerie waved a hand. "This guy dares to covet the master's woman. Shouldn't we act swiftly and bring the others along too?" In an instant, a group of eerie beings pounced, capturing the lustful male ghost and the other new eerie beings, bringing them all before Lin Ming. Just now, Lin Ming had been surrounded by a group of eerie beings, so these newcomers hadn't seen him. Now, as they were brought before him, they finally realized. This group of their kind actually listened to the players. Had they already become the players' eerie slaves, turning against them? Such things had indeed happened before. In the Eerie World School, the history books of the senior grades recorded several instances of such battles, teaching the new generation of eerie beings how to resist the control and deception of players. Looking at Lin Ming's smug expression, one of the quickest reacting eerie beings trembled and asked, You want us to spend our own money to send ourselves to our deaths?" "Not exactly sending you to your deaths, but you will have to pledge eternal loyalty to me." Lin Ming smiled, slightly surprised. Happy. Upon hearing this, the group of weary eerie beings felt as if the sky had fallen. What a beast! Regardless of whether the strange beings were happy or not, Lin Ming was quite pleased. He collected these strange beings once again and had them shield him, waiting for the next batch of lucky ones to arrive. Thus, under the powerful onslaught of flyers, strange beings entered one after another. The shows unfolded one after another, yet none of the strange beings had the leisure to watch. Even the gambling that should have been the most popular program in this late-night tavern lost its appeal, as the strange beings had no desire to partake. As the number of subdued strange beings increased, their fear grew. These beings were seasoned workers, loyal and experienced. They understood very well that when the company was short-staffed, it would employ methods like Lin Ming's advertising in a beautifully enticing manner. They spoke of 3 insurances and 1 fund, promised no overtime, and described the boss as generous and kind, even claiming that hard work could lead to equity and partnership. Such outrageous words. However, once they successfully recruited employees and the number reached saturation, 2 scenarios would follow: cost reduction and efficiency increase. The last hired would be eliminated. In an ordinary company, this would mean a salary cut at worst or being fired after working hard. But they were now controlled puppets. If Lin Ming wished to reduce costs and increase efficiency and to implement last hired elimination, how would he proceed? Naturally, he would eliminate the waste. As the saying goes, he does not strike the diligent nor the lazy, but only the blind. In this competitive environment, the strange beings naturally surrounded Lin Ming, flattering and fawning over him, each one sticking out their tongues and trying their utmost to please him. Lin Ming was aware of the thoughts of these strange beings, but paid them no mind, merely looking forward to how many strange beings the final couple matching program would attract. He had already sent those distributing flyers to promote that there were beautiful ghost girls here, and many of them. However, to Lin Ming's surprise, half of the time for the couple matching program had passed, and not a single strange being had arrived. Even if the strange beings on this street were busy or had grown smarter, surely not a single one would come. Seeing Lin Ming's puzzled expression, a Yun nestled in his arms softly, said, "Master, I wanted to remind you earlier that this couple matching program is the least popular show. To become a couple, one has to spend money, right? Eating and drinking costs money, going out for fun costs money, right? Even if they marry quickly, how much is the betrothal gift? Buying a house, a car, raising children. These all cost money. Now that the strange beings are under so much pressure, their loans are already overwhelming. Who would want to marry and take on even more debt? Moreover, the children of these workers are likely to become workers themselves, and in the future one would have to find ways to support them in working, buying houses, cars, and marrying. Sons and daughters lead to grandchildren, truly a never-ending cycle." Lin Ming smacked his forehead in realization. Many from the older generation on Blue Star only lived a few decades and had to find ways to care for their sons and raise grandchildren. Now that the strange beings have long lifespans, if they were to freely reproduce, they would likely see dozens of generations. Who could afford that? So why does this program exist? Lin Ming frowned. Does the tavern owner not understand? Not necessarily. Ayun shared her insights. The bosses are quite anxious because they fear that if the poor beings do not reproduce, there won't be more strange beings for them to exploit. Thus, they try every means to encourage the poor beings to have children and even invest in these taverns to host more couple matchmaking events, hoping to pair up whatever they can. But even if they get matched, what if they feel it's unsuitable and break up? Oh, the strange beings game has rules. If a relationship is confirmed, breaking up isn't easy. It requires a special application, and after applying, they must cool off for a while, which can facilitate more strange beings getting married and having children. After saying this, Ayun gazed affectionately at Lin Ming. Of course, even without these rules, I wouldn't leave my master. You are my everything. Lin Ming pretended not to hear her words. This Ayun was no simple character. If the Blood Moon Count couldn't handle her, even if he did, it would just be to enjoy himself. After all, her figure was indeed very good. At this moment, through Ayun's introduction, Lin Ming realized that the couple matching program was likely doomed. As the time approached 5 in the morning, Lin Ming remembered that the program schedule stated the late-night tavern only operated until 5. Surely something terrifying would happen after 5, or they would never be able to leave. In that case, he should make good use of the remaining time to handle these strange beings. After a night of busy work, Lin Ming had amassed 1329 strange beings. All these strange beings were of ghost-level existence. Perhaps due to the tavern being too small, it could only attract the lowest-tier ghost-level beings. The vengeful spirits were at least mid-level leaders with their own circles and would not be lured to such a small tavern. But that was fine. To obtain vengeful spirits, Lin Ming had his methods. He took out the 10,000 souls banner and gave it a gentle shake. All the strange beings were collected into the banner. Even Ayun and the fat one were no exceptions. Seeing herself reappear within that object, Ayun immediately emitted a sharp cry of alarm. "No, master, you've already kissed and touched me. You can forego the benefits, but now you want to kill me." The other strange beings panicked as, while crying out, and pleading with Lin Ming for mercy. Even that fat strange being was bowing down frantically. Master, I am very useful. I can crash into walls for you. Lin Ming replied irritably, I will mark some useless strange beings. A Yun fatty, you too will absorb these useless strange beings along with Wei Yuan to grow. Hearing this, A Yun and the other strange beings finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out they weren't going to be killed, but rather trained. Lin Ming selected some weaker strange beings with no distinctive abilities that were of no use, turning them into fodder for others. In the end, nearly 1,000 strange beings were devoured by the other half. Wei Yuan, the main soul, along with the 4 sub-souls, managed to elevate themselves from ghost level to vengeful spirit level through devouring. A Yun was already at the vengeful spirit level, so even though she had devoured quite a few, she didn't advance to the evil spirit level. The smartest fat strange being also elevated to vengeful spirit level, growing more respectful towards Lin Ming. Excluding these few elites, there were still about 300 strange beings left in the 10,000 souls banner. Lin Ming intended to fill these into the dungeons he had previously acquired. Those dungeons had already entered a standstill due to the lack of strange being employees to maintain them. After all, those were points, real money. A day of stagnation would incur countless losses. Lin Ming felt distressed, thus he wanted to reactivate those dungeons to resume operations. He didn't care whether players came or not, but he wanted to earn the strange beings' money. Lin Ming arranged the strange entities left by him and sent them all to his instance. He held authority over those instances, allowing him to send strange entities or players at will. However, he had only exercised this power once since he obtained it. That was to send these strange entities to work. If he were to send in other strange entities, it would be better for Lin Ming to consume them himself. Moreover, sending players in was limited to 5 each time, which was quite a waste of time. Speaking of which, the restriction of 5 people per instance didn't quite fit the style of a strange game. After all, its purpose was to devour Blue Star. Perhaps this was some form of resistance from Blue Star. Lin Ming could almost see Blue Star burdened with a great mountain, sorrowfully looking at all of humanity. Little brother, this is all I can do for you. After sending those strange entities away, Lin Ming released A Yun. Remembering her panic earlier, A Yun felt somewhat embarrassed and looked at Lin Ming with a flattering gaze. I knew Master wouldn't kill me. With that, she even leaned in to give him a kiss. Lin Ming wrapped his arm around her waist, scanning the tavern. It was almost 5 in the morning, and he wondered what changes would occur here. From the perspective of the 4 surviving players nearby, they might be able to leave the instance after 5 o'clock. But Lin Ming was not so optimistic. In his view, the malicious intent of this strange instance was unyielding. As the time drew nearer, it was likely they would play a big trick, perhaps even trapping you indefinitely. Lin Ming first went to the counter to collect all the earnings from today, and then began searching for a way to escape. But he had already checked the tavern several times late at night. There surely was no way out. Was the way out outside? Lin Ming immediately pushed open the tavern door and stepped outside. As soon as he stepped out, his body began to fade, entering a settlement state. Damn, how treacherous is this? Even having seen many strange game tactics, Lin Ming couldn't help but exclaim, they really know how to play. If it were the real world, and the program stated the tavern would operate until 5 o'clock, people's first reaction would certainly be to leave right at 5. But here was a strange game world, and outside lurked countless dangers in the dense fog. It was precisely because Lin Ming was skilled and daring that he ventured out to take a look. Which other players would dare to run out for no reason? Thus, normal players would instinctively wait in the tavern for 5 o'clock and allow the strange game to kick them out. Who could have imagined that exiting the tavern required action outside? Lin Ming glanced back at the interior of the tavern. He stepped out right at the last second before 5 o'clock. As his body began to fade and enter the settlement state, it was already 5 o'clock and 1 minute. Those 4 poor souls, still eagerly anticipating their exit from the tavern, would likely never get the chance again. Indeed, just as Lin Ming began to fade, he saw a group of strange entities approaching in the distance. Bang! The door of the tavern was pushed open by this group of strange entities, and they barged in. These strange entities were all ghost level. Some wore uniforms, but appeared quite disheveled. Among them was a man in a suit swaggering in and shouting loudly, "Who is the boss here? Come out." The player acting as the boss hurriedly emerged, forcing a smile. "I am the boss, sorry, but we are closed. Who gave you the right to close my establishment? What audacity! While I'm not here, you dare to conduct business in my tavern. Do you think just because my shop is up for transfer that I wouldn't come here to check? Fine, I can't do anything to you, but the enforcement team is here." The suited ghost sneered repeatedly. The other players weren't too foolish and understood immediately. This was a trap. The original owner of the late-night tavern had no intention of transferring the establishment. He purposely put up that notice to recruit players, letting them help him run the business and earn profits. In this way, he didn't have to deal with strange entities while freely operating the tavern, and profiting without cost. However, the players only guessed half of it. The true owner of the tavern used them not only to find a group of free laborers, but also had another purpose. The owner walked to the counter, reached for the cash register, and smugly said to the enforcement team of strange entities, "Captain, I must declare in advance this tavern is not operated by me. If you need to collect taxes or hold me accountable, go find those don't come looking for me for money." Money? Where's my money? The owner looked at the empty cash register, furious. He had meticulously designed this trap, with the taxes on running a business so high he could no longer afford them. Thus, he intentionally posted a transfer notice, but in reality he had no plans to transfer it. Rather, he let players manage it. In this way, the tavern belonged to him, and the money in it was his. But the responsibility for management lay with others. Whoever managed the tavern would be the one to pay taxes, and it had nothing to do with him. This method had worked for the owner repeatedly, having already deceived 3 batches of people. These 4 unfortunate souls were the 4th batch, and the owner had previously seen that the customers they attracted were several times, even more than a dozen times those of the previous players, so he had been secretly delighted, expecting profits to soar this time. But now, where's my money? Hearing the owner's words, the 4 players also understood everything, filled with indignation, and immediately searched for Lin Ming's figure, hoping for help. After scanning the area and not seeing him, they realized Lin Ming seemed to have gone out. Suddenly, the faces of the 4 players turned pale. Meanwhile, the enforcement team of strange entities had already approached with sinister smiles. Theft of a shop operating without permission, failure to pay taxes, any of these charges are enough to condemn you to death. Seize them. The captain shouted sternly. The enforcement team of strange entities rushed in, capturing all 4 players. The struggle was so fierce that they were even dismembered. On the other side, when the enforcement team entered the tavern, Lin Ming knew these players were doomed, so he didn't pay them much attention. He was fully focused on the settlement screen. Now evaluating player Lin Ming's performance in the late-night tavern. You successfully and completely survived at 30 points. You and your teammates successfully operated the tavern. Entering. Teammates. Data error, reorganizing data, please wait. Lin Ming was left with a puzzled expression. What does data error mean? Was there a hacker invasion? The door of the late-night tavern was pushed open and several dismembered players were brought out. Lin Ming suddenly understood. The game must have thought these 4 players were still alive, so the scoring system planned to include them. But now that they were dead, the evaluation would need to be adjusted right. He had to admit this strange game was quite meticulous. Now evaluate player Lin Ming's performance in the tavern during the late night. You survived successfully and completely, 30 points. You managed to run the tavern for an entire night, 50 points. You attracted over 1,000 guests, all of whom were very satisfied with your service, 100 points. You earned points and escaped the pursuit of the enforcement team, 100 points. You helped many guests escape the clutches of the devilish boss and found them new jobs, 100 points. You attracted a lot of resentment and anger from many bosses, 100 points. Player Lin Ming's final score for this round is 480-24 points, rated as SSS. Now rewards will be issued to player Lin Ming. Congratulations on receiving skill card X1. Congratulations on receiving the ghostly item corpse oil lamp X1. Congratulations on receiving blank invitation letter X1. Congratulations on gaining 3,000 reputation points. Congratulations on receiving the title marketing expert. Lin Ming was somewhat disappointed to find that he did not receive the lottery ticket for the ghostly vending machine this time. However, this blank invitation letter is quite good. Could it allow him to enter a dungeon at will? If it could be reused, that would be the best. After the settlement, Lin Ming logged out of the game. The moment he exited, a shadow appeared in the tavern where Lin Ming was. The shadow glanced around and immediately contacted its superior. The target has left. Then come back. Also inform the company that those responsible for tracking the target, if they are this slow in finding the target again, their bonuses for the month will be entirely deducted, and the number of times they have to donate ghostly bodies will be doubled. Yes. The shadow vanished. In its place appeared another group of people. These were middle-level leaders from various companies. They received the news that their employees had been kidnapped, so they all came to see. Upon arriving at the now empty late-night tavern, all the small leaders were extremely worried. It wasn't out of concern for the employees' safety, but rather fear of being punished and having their salaries deducted by their superiors. After a round of investigation, these small leaders learned that it was a living player who had taken their employees, apparently named Lin Ming, and they immediately began to hunt him down, seeking revenge. Lin Ming was unconcerned about this. He was busy checking the rewards he had obtained. Blank invitation letter can be used to freely enter any dungeon, forcibly inserting oneself into that dungeon at any time and place, limited to once. Indeed, this invitation letter cannot be used casually. What a pity. Lin Ming looked at the corpse oil lamp with some regret. Corpse oil lamp. When lit, it can disperse fog and disguise itself as a ghostly entity, remaining undetected by other ghostly beings for a duration of 5 minutes. A good item to escape the fog. Lin Ming's current strength was still insufficient to see through much of the fog, and entering it would be fraught with danger. Although his own skills could also allow him to turn into a ghostly entity, he would see nothing clearly. What was the point of entering the fog? With this item, it would be much more convenient. Though it only lasts 5 minutes, that is based on the consumption speed of the burning lamp oil. As long as he can find enough lamp oil, it can burn continuously, allowing him to roam freely in the ghostly game. Then there is that title. Marketing Master. When wearing this title, your words will easily gain the trust and recognition of ghostly entities. This one is quite good. Lin Ming was even more satisfied, feeling that this time he had gained quite a lot. He immediately used the skill card. As the card vanished, a skill appeared on Lin Ming's panel. Burial. You can bury a target, restricting their actions, causing living beings to gradually die, while ghostly entities will gradually recover. A recovery type skill. It feels a bit lackluster. Although Lin Ming, as a practitioner of the dark path, does not use spells for healing. But he has no need to help others recover. Who among dark cultivators goes around healing people? Lin Ming scoffed as he opened the panel to check his points. This time he made quite a bit from the late-night tavern, and also robbed quite a lot. Name Lin Ming. Level Grievous Spirit. Points 129,206. Reputation 4,000. Skills Evil Ghost Avatar, Phasing Extracted Burial. Titles Perfect Passer, Outstanding Worker, Explorer, Marketing Master. Email Cursed Coin, Safe House, Key Card, Bloodied Watermelon Knife, Decayed Convenience Store Fragment, Desperate Residential Building Fragment, Red Blood Candle X5, Cursed Stone Ball, X48, Silent Land Fragment, Corpse Oil Lamp, Blank Invitation Letter. His points had already exceeded 100,000. It should be enough to manage those dungeons right. According to the game's rules, the dungeon bosses are required to pay their employees. Don't be fooled by some companies paying for work. As long as they have paid for a sufficient number of years, they can start receiving salaries. Ghostly beings have long lifespans. As long as they can live to the age to receive salaries, they can start making money. Many might find this situation unreasonable. But if you think about it from a different perspective, it becomes reasonable. Paying to work is essentially an investment. You invest in a company, and the company needs to operate before it can distribute dividends to you. It's the same principle. What? The salary is less profitable than dividends, and you still have to work. If you invest less, naturally you will earn less. If you invest more, you will earn more. As for working, so what? Even CEO Lei has to open the car door for customers. However, Lin Ming's employees are his slaves. After giving them points each month, he can also require them to return the points. If he wants to be more respectable, it can be arranged easily. Prohibit employees from ordering takeout or leaving the company for meals, then raise the cafeteria prices. Frenziedly raise performance standards. If they don't meet them, deduct bonuses and salaries, even threaten dismissal, thus forcing employees to spend their own money to enhance the company's performance. Then arrange some internal purchase meetings, selling cheaply produced items at still high prices after discounts to employees. Anyone who doesn't buy will offend the company and the leadership. They can forget about being treated well. Historically called the salary recovery plan. However, Lin Ming cannot avoid taxes. He thought he would look for the ghostly game later to see if it's possible to get special treatment like in reality, where everything is tax-exempt. Just as Lin Ming was contemplating, a voice from below the villa reached him. Master, are you back? I have selected some elite candidates for you. Would you like to see? Because the ghostly contract can sense whether the master is nearby, the leader was able to approach Lin Ming just as he came out. After Lin Ming allowed him to enter, he admired. You are quite fast. However, the leader's expression was serious. Recently, various powerful players have emerged worldwide, and it is said that the islands have returned to the chaotic warlord period of the past. Warlord chaos. Lin Ming thought about the small size of the islands. Why do I feel like it's just village leaders fighting with villagers? In any case, players around the world are rapidly increasing their strength. The Chinese officials have released a message urging citizens not to travel abroad carelessly, as it is predicted that in less than a month some regions may experience dark descents and the resurgence of ghostly entities. I also hope that we can quickly enhance the guild's strength so that we can secure a place in the future darkness. This leader surprisingly had quite a vision and lofty dreams. Bring forth the elite you've selected, Lin Ming instructed. At once the team leader dashed out and summoned his carefully chosen elite. Unwilling to reveal his identity, Lin Ming held Ming Ming's hand and sat on the sofa, shielding himself from outside view. When the elite arrived, he swept his gaze across them. 10 men stood before him, broad-shouldered, powerfully built, each more imposing than the last. The team leader laid their dossiers flat upon the table. Lin Ming glanced through the files and realized with quiet approval that the man had truly invested great care. Among them were a boxing coach, a retired Special Forces operative, and a former national archery champion, each possessing formidable physical prowess radiating raw vitality and disciplined strength. Indeed, every one of them exuded an unmistakable aura of integrity. In a crime thriller, they'd be the archetypal undercover agents, always lingering in shadowed corners, impeccably dressed, effortlessly charismatic, outwardly roguish, yet inwardly unshakable in moral conviction. Frankly, Lin Ming half considered checking their social security records. He knew the Lantern Street Guild's rising fame would inevitably draw scrutiny, but surely not this many infiltrators. Moreover, if you're going to plant spies, at least send competent ones. The Lantern Street Guild is a grassroots faction. Without Lin Ming's covert backing, it would have long since been eradicated. What could such a minor organization possibly offer? Its members were mere upstarts, petty, newly empowered, utterly lacking the caliber of talent these men embodied. No matter. His purpose for using them was never to keep them alive. A flicker of emerald light shimmered in Lin Ming's eyes as he surveyed the 10 elite. He deployed soul-grasping art to scan each for hidden trackers, microcameras, or even miniature devices capable of transmitting Morse code. Fortunately, these infiltrators weren't reckless enough to carry anything incriminating. With that confirmed, Lin Ming relaxed, his caution satisfied. He released Meng Meng's hand. The elite, puzzled as to why their leader had brought them to this secluded villa, now froze in shock when a figure suddenly materialized before them on the sofa. All were sharp-minded. Instantly they grasped that this enigmatic newcomer was likely the true mastermind behind the Lantern Street Guild. Their hearts tightened. Each suppressed visible reaction, fear, curiosity, surprise, to avoid exposure. The team leader, bewildered, turned to Lin Ming. Master, why reveal yourself to them? You may leave, Lin Ming replied, waving dismissively. The leader dared not press further and withdrew obediently. Tension thickened among the elite. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, one even instinctively stepped back twice. Lin Ming immediately soothed them. There's no need to be nervous. One elite, quick-witted and observant, promptly produced a cigarette and offered it forward. Boss, no, master, please smoke. Lin Ming waved it aside. Smoking harms health. The man faltered, then forced a nervous chuckle. You're quite health-conscious, sir. I mean, it harms your health, Lin Ming countered, glancing at him coolly. Such a flawless physique, ruined by tobacco. I'd have to expend precious resources repairing and retraining it. The elite remained unconvinced. He'd smoked for years without consequence. To many in this surreal apocalyptic world, tobacco was arguably the least dangerous vice. Human malice and eldritch horrors alike claimed lives without mercy, while cigarettes at least eased anxiety, dulled despair, and staved off selection by the game. Indeed, in certain nations, illicit substances were now openly distributed, not as contraband, but as sanctioned stress relievers designed to suppress resentment and prevent involuntary game entry. Truly, only a superpower could single-handedly absorb over 80% of the world's illicit drug consumption. Satisfied with the 10, Lin Ming summoned the 10,000 soul banner and gave it a gentle sway. A spectral skull erupted from the banner's surface, unleashing a piercing shriek. Before the elite could react, they collapsed, dead on the spot. Their souls had already been harvested. Ordinary mortals proved astonishingly frail. The skull on the banner scowled in disappointment. Master, it felt like swallowing a puff of wind. Faintly flavorful, yet utterly insubstantial. Mortal souls, what more did you expect? Lin Ming snapped, retracting the banner with irritation. He strode toward the corpses, immediately stripping clothes from the still warm bodies. He had to act, while vital essence lingered. Within 2 hours, all 10 elites had been successfully forged into vengeful corpses. With a sharp snap of his fingers, the 10 vengeful corpses sprang upright, releasing waves of necrotic chi. Lin Ming grinned, then rapped his knuckles against their bulging pectorals. The corpses stood rigid, unwavering, unervingly immovable. Delight brightened Lin Ming's face as he sealed them back into the 10,000 soul banner. Just as he finished tidying up, a familiar voice rang out behind him. What are you grinning about like an idiot? Lin Ming recoiled in surprise, only to find Song Shui seated casually on his living room sofa, legs crossed, sipping coconut water. Her military uniform clung to a figure both commanding and strikingly elegant. Alas, her statuesque silhouette lent the uniform an unexpectedly provocative edge. How did you get here? Lin Ming asked, having seen no sign of her entrance. I teleported in. I entered the game again, used my precognitive ability to clear the dungeon ahead of time, and acquired a skill card granting me instantaneous teleportation. I can appear anywhere within 1 kilometer, and chain teleports seamlessly. So I hopped straight here from the Paranormal Bureau. No one saw me. Song Shui wore an unmistakable air of triumph. Clearly she'd come to flaunt her extraordinary new power. Lin Ming hadn't anticipated her such extraordinary fortune, nor the sheer potency of this ability. Yet what truly caught his attention was the deep, weary shadows beneath her eyes, and the exhaustion etched into her features. You've been pushing yourself too hard, he observed quietly. Song Shui, who'd been buoyant moments earlier, sighed deeply. I've just trained a new squad of elite operatives, handpicked the best among them. I plan to run them through several game cycles to identify true Apex-tier warriors. But 2 of my most promising recruits vanished, officially reassigned as deep cover agents under your command. Here, these are their dossiers. She slid 2 photographs across the table, scanned directly from the Bureau's archives. Lin Ming examined them calmly. They're already dealt with. You moved quickly. I was worried you might get caught off guard. She massaged her temples. Lately, I'm utterly drained. I'm starting to regret joining the official ranks. She joined the authorities precisely because she feared Lin Ming had strayed onto a dark, perilous path and wanted to stand ready to intervene should he ever face ruin. Yet fate had twisted cruelly. The crisis deepened, trusted allies dwindled, and she bore the full weight alone. Exhaustion inevitable, no matter how revered or beloved she was among her peers. Lin Ming merely shrugged, offering no solution, no solace. Song Shui hadn't expected aid. She'd simply come to warn him and to check whether her younger brother remained unharmed. After all, many who wielded paranormal abilities had descended into irreversible madness. If Lin Ming too had fractured, lost control, or warped beyond recognition, she would need to intervene swiftly and decisively. Seeing him unchanged, still arrogantly insufferable, she exhaled in relief. Then I'll take my leave. Oh, by the way, any plans to travel abroad lately? If so, reconsider. Avoid it entirely. 4 cities in the island nation have already fallen, transformed into lawless hells overrun by paranormal entities. The global coalition has designated them the highest-risk zones for large-scale eldritch incursion. International forces are now debating coordinated artillery strikes against those urban ruins. Stay indoors. Don't wander aimlessly. Lin Ming asked in confusion, what does artillery support mean? It means sending them a few little boys. Is this called artillery support? This is clearly artillery coverage. Isn't our artillery the most powerful here? Lin Ming complained. Song Shui nodded. We are a nation of etiquette, always willing to help others. Now that they need assistance, we must use our utmost ability to aid them. Will it sink the island? Lin Ming was a bit worried, contemplating whether he should download some important cultural aspects first. It probably won't, after all. We're only bombing 4 cities, maybe just half the island. Of course, if the aim is off during the launch, just disregard what I said. I'm leaving now. You'll find out about the other matters in the news later. Song Shui's figure instantly vanished from the spot. Lin Ming immediately used the soul-scanning technique to survey the surroundings, his gaze penetrating walls and all obstacles, barely catching a glimpse of Song Shui's departing figure. But it was just for a moment, as she vanished again, completely out of sight. This ability is truly powerful. It won't be long before Song Shui can carve out a realm for herself in the bizarre game, right? Lin Ming sat on the sofa lost in thought, while a Yun knelt beside him, hugging his leg and helping him massage. Hasn't it been less than a month? From the start, when various countries paid no attention to this, to now, where the bizarre game has fully begun to absorb living people and the global situation is already spiraling out of control. The invasion of the bizarre game is simply too overwhelming. At the same time, their methods of infiltration are indeed hard to resist. Who can withstand those powerful special abilities and the deadly ghostly tools that kill invisibly? Even if someone understands that after extracting these things, the bizarre might take the opportunity to invade the real world. But if others have extracted them and you haven't, then you're bound to be unlucky. Do you want to be killed by the bizarre? Or do you want to be killed by your own people? No, people do not want to die. So even knowing it's a fire pit, they will still jump in. They want to survive in desperate situations, to find a way out on a dead end. Of course, Lin Ming's extraction is not out of necessity, but rather out of interest. At this moment, he glanced at the cursed stone balls in his email, not extracting them, because extraction requires spending points. But his 10,000 souls banner can bring these corpses into the game. He just needs to enter the game, hand the cursed stone balls to the vengeful corpses for use, and then bring the vengeful corpses out. This will save a significant amount of points, allowing him to take advantage of the bizarre game. However, the fact that the 10,000 souls banner can operate without the restrictions of the bizarre game is quite strange. Lin Ming noted this point and began to research entering the next dungeon. That night, Lin Ming was enjoying hot pot, planning to fill his stomach before diving back in. He had already chosen a dungeon called Turnback Mountain. The reason for selecting this dungeon is that there are guides available online. Yes, many people have started publishing strategies online, and the prices are steep. Some require points while others require cash. Of course, since it's difficult to trade in game and out without reaching the vengeful spirit level, many want cash. Although the law now has clear regulations regarding the trading of points and ghostly tools, and can even offer legal protection, But even if the other party agrees perfectly, if one dies in the game, the law will be of no help. Moreover, as long as the other party is powerful enough, whether there is law or not, what can you do if I decide to kill you? Lin Ming even suspects that the bizarre game deliberately denies low-level players the opportunity to trade, forcing them to only take loans and become slaves to the bizarre game. Otherwise, those countries and large companies could easily raise a massive amount of points through crowdfunding and quickly flatten the dungeon. Just as Lin Ming was enjoying his meal, his phone lit up with a news notification. The island nation has received artillery support from various countries today, turning 4 cities into ruins, and all empowered individuals have been eradicated. Lin Ming glanced at it, quite surprised. That was quick. He thought it would at least take 10 days or half a month to negotiate. It seems these high-ups are genuinely anxious. Lin Ming clicked on the news, wanting to see what other information was available. However, he found that although this artillery support didn't sink the island, it left the island's people in a state of panic. They began applying for immigration. Naturally, the beautiful country was the first choice. After all, loyal dogs always seek their masters. Even though things had already become chaotic over there, many still longed for the sweet taste of freedom. Some even felt quite happy about it, as if it weren't for the world's turmoil, they wouldn't have been able to come to this land of freedom. Many islanders also chose Huaxia, because it is relatively stable here, allowing for a normal life. A massive influx of people applied for citizenship, and given the vast land and sparse population, the beautiful country, which had already seen a rapid population decline due to the bizarre game, naturally accepted these individuals quickly. Yet Huaxia was not in a hurry to accept them, mainly because there were already enough people. Hastily accepting a group of outsiders could easily lead to more chaos. Not accepting them naturally led to a lot of smuggling. Every day, quite a few islanders crossed the ocean to Huaxia. Lin Ming couldn't help but laugh. It used to be Huaxia's people trying their best to smuggle themselves into the sticks and island nations. Now the roles have actually reversed, and they are beginning to smuggle themselves over here. Just as Lin Ming was watching the news, he suddenly sensed a faint cold aura. As an evil cultivator, Lin Ming is very sensitive to the bizarre's cold aura. Although there are many bizarre entities in his villa, he is familiar with those auras. Clearly an outsider had infiltrated. Lin Ming slowly put down his chopsticks and used the soul scanning technique to survey the surroundings. Soon he noticed a shadow at the window sneaking in. It was a young man holding a sharp knife who looked average and had no death energy within him. However, the ghostly metal he wore on his chest emitted a faint death energy and enveloped the young man, rendering him invisible. The young man was approaching with the knife. When he saw Lin Ming looking at him, he froze. Discovered. He thought it shouldn't be. This ghost tool should prevent even vengeful spirits from seeing or hearing him. Why should a mere human be able to detect him? It must be a coincidence. He should be looking at the window. The young man calmed himself down, but knowing that Lin Ming wasn't looking at him, still felt uncomfortable under his gaze and instinctively shifted to the left. Lin Ming's gaze followed suit and shifted to the left. The young man's face grew a bit unnatural and he shifted to the right. Lin Ming's gaze moved with him. The young man panicked and stammered, Can you see me? I can't see you," Lin Ming denied. "That's good." The young man widened his eyes. "You can hear me speaking." "I can't hear you," Lin Ming answered seriously. The young man, already nervous and fearful, was completely stunned by this response, not knowing how to react. Observing the young man's not-so-bright demeanor, Lin Ming guessed he was probably a scapegoat. He immediately walked over, first removing the metal from the young man's chest, and calmly said, "Now I can see you. You seem like you're here to kill me. Who sent you here?" It is the Anomaly Bureau." The Anomaly Bureau said the Streetlight Guild is too powerful and must be eliminated. The young man stammered. Lin Ming helplessly pointed at his own nose. "Do I really look that foolish to you?" The Anomaly Bureau was not without the means to strike at the Streetlight Guild. However, due to the trust the Anomaly Bureau placed in Song Shui, they would definitely inform her about this matter, and she would surely tell him. Moreover, the Anomaly Bureau had just sent an undercover agent into the Streetlight Guild and intended to send someone to assassinate them that night. Are they out of their minds? The young man's eyes darted nervously, but he still stubbornly said it was the Anomaly Bureau. Lin Ming, not wanting to ask further, swiftly used the soul-capturing technique, and the young man obediently confessed. "Someone kidnapped my family and promised me 5 million, saying that as long as I wore this badge no one would be able to find me, and I was to kill everyone in the Streetlight Guild." The young man said this truthfully, his gaze vacant. "Do you know how to contact them?" Lin Ming asked. "I don't know, but they told me to eliminate all of you, at least half of you, then place this badge in the storage locker on the 2nd floor of the Xinlong shopping mall." Under the control of the soul-capturing technique, the young man had already taken on Lin Ming's appearance, so he naturally revealed everything he knew. Lin Ming fell into deep thought upon hearing this. He initially thought that the other party had discovered his existence and sent someone to assassinate him. Now it seemed like a random massacre. Their only goal was to destroy the Streetlight Guild. Lin Ming was curious to see what the other party was planning. How does the other party know when you finish killing? When do you plan to put the badge in the locker? Lin Ming asked. I don't know, they just said they could keep an eye on me, the young man replied honestly. Keep an eye. Were they watching nearby? Or was there a traitor within the guild? Lin Ming thought to himself and immediately took out his phone calling Song Shui. Can your precognition ability foresee me? No, Song Shui replied with a hint of confusion in her tone. Every time I foresee you, I feel a strong sense of danger and pain as if some force is obstructing me. Do you possess some special ghostly artifact? No, it's simply because I am of a higher status than you. The humble cannot covet the noble's fate, Lin Ming replied somewhat smugly. If you're calling me at this hour just to show off, do you believe I can teleport over and deal with you? Song Shui was quite irritable. Lin Ming needed her help, so he quickly changed his tone. I wanted you to help me foresee something. A little thief has come here intending to eliminate the Streetlight Guild, and then, after explaining the situation, Song Shui, realizing it was a serious matter, stopped wasting words. Although she could not foresee Lin Ming, she could foresee what would happen after the young man left. As she looked at the photo of the young man sent by Lin Ming, an eerie black mist gradually filled her eyes until no trace of white could be seen. At the same time, an image appeared before her. The image contained no scenes or information related to the young man within the Streetlight Guild was inexplicably released, and the guild began to mobilize with everyone pretending to be dead, as if they had all been killed. After leaving, the young man arrived at a mall named Xinlong the next day and placed a small box into a storage locker in the northeast corner of the mall's second floor. After waiting for a whole morning, a young man with white hair casually approached the locker, opened it, and took the small box inside. The image followed the white-haired young man to a place called Tiansheng Grand Hotel, where he entered the presidential suite on the top floor. Inside the suite was a middle-aged man with a scarred face exuding a sinister aura. He took the badge and wore it. This badge allowed him to become invisible, instantly disappearing before the white-haired young man, yet it could not evade Song Shui's precognition. The image concluded here. After noting these details, Song Shui checked the profiles of the individuals in the images, confirmed them, and then picked up her phone to tell Lin Ming. It was sent by the president of the Tiansheng Guild. The Tiansheng Guild was established by an employee of the Tiansheng Grand Hotel who was once a supervisor there. He was framed by his colleagues and demoted to an ordinary employee, unable to appeal to the manager or the owner, and threatened to leave if he did not comply, leaving him feeling incredibly frustrated and miserable, which led to him being chosen by the anomaly game. Being a supervisor proves that this president has some skills, as he managed to clear 2 dungeons in a row and successfully borrowed 4 points, withdrawing a skill named parasitism. This skill allows him to parasitize his soul onto others, switching bodies, controlling them, and extending his lifespan. As for the existence of this invisibility ghostly artifact, he concealed it from the authorities. After leaving the game, this employee occupied the Tiansheng Grand Hotel, turning it into the guild's base, and recruited a group of relatively experienced players. If we were to truly scrutinize it with the strength of the Streetlight Guild before following you, they wouldn't even be worthy of holding his shoes. Song Shui unhesitatingly divulged all the confidential information from the authorities to Lin Ming. Lin Ming noted the information and hung up the phone. He hadn't intended to ambush these guilds so quickly. After all, many of the guild leaders were merely a bit lifeless. Although they were considered ghost level, that was merely because the lowest tier in the anomaly game was ghost level. These so-called ghost-level beings could probably be eliminated by a group of gluttons who hadn't even leveled up yet. Originally, he wanted to give these guild leaders some time to grow before harvesting them. Now it seemed like they needed a— Why are they not behaving like their own vegetables and showing off here? Lin Ming immediately called the president of the Streetlight Guild and ordered, bring all your people and wipe out the Tiansheng Guild. I will give you only 1 hour. If you fail, be prepared to have your position taken by someone else. The Streetlight Guild needed to undergo the baptism of life and death to grow and gain respect. Moreover, this leader possessed a cursed stone sphere with a terrifying ability known as symbiosis. Symbiosis means that this leader can share sensory experiences with anyone he can make direct eye contact with. In other words, if he stabs himself, the person he shares with will also feel the pain and could even become weakened. However, he cannot directly cut off his head, as doing so would prevent him from making eye contact, rendering this ability ineffective. In the hands of others, this ability would be a self-destructive junk skill. But this was a carefully selected ability for this little brother. How could it be lacking? When Lin Ming considered this ability, he took into account the splitting capability of the Streetlight Guild leader. He could split his body, and the split body would be himself, but killing the split body would only weaken him without causing death. This meant that the leader of the Streetlight Guild could use the split body to share sensory experiences with the enemy, torturing them to death. Two junk skills combined to create a divine skill. The leader of the Streetlight Guild was quite confident as he led a group of little brothers through the night, heading straight for the Tian Sheng Grand Hotel. To be safe, Lin Ming sent 3 anomaly puppets to follow. At the moment they set out, the Anomaly Bureau received the news. News of the Paranormal Bureau swiftly ascended the chain of command, ultimately reaching Song Shui. She spoke calmly, "No intervention is necessary. Lamppost Guild is our partner. But their intent is unmistakably hostile. I suspect they're preparing for open combat." A special task force member urged urgently, "We must stop them. If they incite chaos, other guilds will seize the opportunity to stir unrest." "Do you know our spirit artifacts originate from the Lamppost Guild?" Song Shui frowned deeply and pulled up the operative's personnel file on her screen. Li Zhongping, male, age 27. Joined the special task force 10 days ago. Cleared 1 anomaly dungeon. Ghost Street Flea Market. Acquired the spirit artifact Phantom Flame via borrowed merit points. Over the line, Li Zhongping declared with unshakable conviction, "Commander, regardless of the Lamppost Guild's contributions to the nation, they remain bound by law and regulation. I don't know what arrangements you've made with them, but I cannot stand idle while they provoke disorder. After this, whether you confine me or even dismiss me outright, I accept your judgment without protest. This operation by the Lamppost Guild is unquestionably in the national interest." Song Shui sighed. "Trust me, I never lie." "Then tell me plainly, what good does it serve?" Li Zhongping's voice hardened. "That is classified." Song Shui's expression turned grave. "With all due respect, Commander, I cannot trust your assurance. My years as a law enforcement officer tell me this is deliberate provocation, not justice." Li Zhongping spoke coldly. Song Shui smiled, softly knowingly. "As the saying goes, names may be ill-chosen, but nicknames are never wrong." Her smile bloomed with crystalline innocence, truly befitting her reputation as the campus's purest beauty, and her voice softened into tender, guileless sweetness. "I know. You all quietly doubt my authority, a fresh graduate leading seasoned operatives. Am I right?" Li Zhongping furrowed his brow. "I harbor no such thought. But there are moments, Commander, when experience is lacking." "You're absolutely right," she replied gently. "Go ahead, rest easy." With that, Song Shui ended the call with a serene smile, then forwarded Li Zhongping's full dossier to Lin Ming. Received the message and glanced at it curiously. Seeing it contained an operative's identity and residential address, he paused, then understood Song Shui's intent instantly. He took Ming Ming's hand, opened his phone, and entered the coordinates into navigation. Since no suitable vehicle option appeared, he selected automobile, then locked onto the destination, and yet just after Lin Ming departed, another person initiated navigation to the same address, near the villa. Staring at the straight-line route on screen, then at the towering building before him, he froze in utter bewilderment. What kind of idiotic navigation is this? Am I supposed to fly there? Lin Ming arrived precisely at the location, and saw Li Zhongping stepping out of his home, climbing into his car. Lin Ming didn't bother asking where Li Zhongping was headed. Whatever it was, it would inevitably harm him. He strode to the vehicle, wrenched open the door, and yanked Li Zhongping out. Li Zhongping floated into empty air, dazed, bewildered, staring blankly at the vacant ground beneath him. How did I get here? Lin Ming cast a glance at his wristwatch, a tracking device calibrated to monitor vital signs and spiritual contamination. It had been issued by the Paranormal Bureau specifically to detect whether operatives were being targeted by anomaly. Without hesitation, Lin Ming crushed the watch beneath his palm, then signaled Ming Ming to seize Li Zhongping and drag him forcibly into a secluded corner where an anomaly claimed him. From beginning to end, Lin Ming never revealed himself. Not once did anyone glimpse his face. Afterward, he refined Li Zhongping's corpse into a grudge-bound revenant and sealed it within his 10,000-soul banner, carrying it back to the villa. A living man vanished, utterly silently, from the world, as if he'd simply stepped into an anomaly game and never returned. Song Shui, immersed in work, received a single notification, an OK emoji. She first feigned concern, calling Li Zhongping several times, then accessed the central archive, edited his dossier, and marked it gray with the official cause of death, perished within an anomaly game. The edit triggered immediate attention from higher authorities. One of the 5 elders, Elder No. 4, called late that night, voice strained with urgency. "Commander Song, I see Li Zhongping's file has been updated. Perished within an anomaly game. What happened? His tracker ceased transmission moments ago, and all attempts to contact him have failed. We've therefore concluded he entered an anomaly game. But that doesn't mean he's dead. What if he clears it?" Elder No. 4 pressed anxiously. Song Shui exhaled softly. "He was my protege. Do you truly believe I wish him dead? I have already glimpsed his future. He will not emerge from that game." Knowing Song Shui's precognitive gift, Elder No. 4 accepted it without question, yet grief tightened his chest. Truly, no hope remains. Each elite operative represented irreplaceable investment, every loss a catastrophic blow. My heart aches too. But please accept my condolences. With those hollow words, Song Shui offered perfunctory comfort, then hung up, her expression utterly blank. In truth, she was deep in thought. Why did her unit always attract such fools? Was she not ruthless enough? Was it her own leniency? She pondered briefly, then sent a group message to the entire task force to hone your capabilities. Live combat drills with me begin tomorrow. She had decided it was time to discipline them. Her own recruits dared to scorn their commander. Unacceptable. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Lamppost Guild's leader, flanked by dozens of loyal subordinates, arrived at the Tiansheng Grand Hotel. His men seethed with fury. Before Lin Ming's assassination, numerous guild members had already been covertly slain. Learning the Tiansheng Guild was responsible, vengeance burned hot and immediate. The Tiansheng Guild's leader still awaited dawn, his path meticulously laid. Once the Lamppost Guild fell, he would rise to legendary status. He would assume their role as the state's official guild liaison, commanding universal allegiance, wielding sovereign influence. Glory was no longer a dream. Just as he luxuriated in reverie, a subordinate burst in panicked, "Boss, disaster. The Lamppost Guild is attacking, and we can't hold them." "What? The Tiansheng leader recoiled in disbelief. How could they find us? Were we exposed? Impossible. His metal, a stealth artifact, had never failed him. Even the Paranormal Bureau's headquarters offered no barrier to his entry, yet the Lamppost Guild had breached his sanctuary. How? Did that operative betray us? Are his family still under our control?" the leader demanded frantically. "Yes, they're secure," the subordinate answered hastily. "Damn it, something went terribly wrong. Perhaps they encountered a master-level adversary. Hold the line. I'll gather essentials and join you shortly." His eyes flickered, calculating, evasive, as he spoke. The younger brother, not suspecting anything, hurriedly went out to hold off the guild members. In his mind, his boss was so formidable that as long as he made a move, he could drive everyone away. However, after sending the younger brother away, the leader of Tiansheng immediately opened his safe, packed all the cash, gold bars, and checks, and prepared to escape. Confronting the Streetlight Guild? To hell with that. The fact that they could see through his invisibility metal and come directly to find him indicated the unfathomable strength of the opponent. The leader of Tiansheng knew that surviving in the game proved he was not a fool. He understood that he was definitely no match for them. If he didn't run now, it would be too late. The leader of Tiansheng immediately shouldered his bag and rushed out the door. But as soon as he opened the door, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. It was a pain as if his heart had been pierced. In disbelief, the leader of Tiansheng looked down at his chest, finding no injuries and unable to feel any wounds. Yet he felt like he was bleeding, and the pain was intensifying. The next moment, another wave of excruciating pain surged from his abdomen. It felt as if someone was slicing open his stomach. He could even clearly feel the extent of the gash and see the 2 bowls of noodles he had eaten that night. Even a fool like the leader of Tiansheng realized something was wrong. In agony, he threw his backpack in front of him and knelt, pleading into the air, "Which great figure is here? I surrender. I surrender. There's 10 million inside, all yours. Please let me go." The leader of the Streetlight Guild stood nearby with his chest and abdomen both slashed open, pleading for mercy. Letting go? That was naturally impossible. The leader of the Streetlight Guild understood his master's intention. This battle had to establish the reputation of the Streetlight Guild, making all guilds aware. The Streetlight Guild must not be humiliated. Accompanied by the leader of the Streetlight Guild once again slashing his own throat. The leader of Tiansheng couldn't utter a word, unable to breathe, clutching his throat, making gasping sounds before collapsing. After he died, another split version of the leader of the Streetlight Guild walked out from the adjacent room. He first picked up the bag of Tiansheng and then looked at the split version that had removed the metal before dying. At that moment, the split version had already died. The leader of the Streetlight Guild walked over, picked up the metal, and gently closed the eyes of the split version. "Rest in peace, myself." Then the leader of the Streetlight Guild carried the corpse of Tiansheng downstairs. In the lobby, 2 guild members were fighting fiercely. Many were injured, some severely unconscious, but there were indeed no direct killings. At this point, the legal system in Huaxia had not completely collapsed. These people dared to act, but their courage to kill was still lacking. However, it must be said that the Streetlight Guild was truly poor. Clearly, they had launched a proactive night raid, yet the number of those injured and fallen was even greater than that of the Tiansheng Guild. It was no wonder the Tiansheng Guild looked down on them. However, this battle was not without benefits. At least it allowed the leader of the Streetlight Guild to see who was elite and who was useless. It saved the Streetlight Guild from having to support a bunch of useless members, wasting money and dragging them down. As for whether there were spies among the remaining elites, that was also easy to handle. Lin Ming could use soul-searching technique to check it didn't require controlling these people for too long, just needed to ask for their true identities. And the greatest gain was that this Tiansheng hotel should now be considered belonging to the Streetlight Guild. Following Lin Ming, the leader of the Streetlight Guild also began to learn how to weigh the pros and cons. At this moment, he came down from upstairs and threw Tiansheng's corpse to the ground. Everyone stop. Your leader is already dead, won't you surrender? The members of the Tiansheng Guild were fiercely battling. Upon seeing their leader dead, they were suddenly filled with dread, losing all fighting spirit. After all, if the leader was dead, what was there left to fight for? The leader of the Streetlight Guild coldly gazed at the crowd and declared, "I announce that from today onwards there will no longer be a Tiansheng Guild in this world. If you are interested in joining the Streetlight Guild, you are welcome, but if you seek revenge, then I also have knives ready to welcome you." Revenge. The members of Tiansheng exchanged glances. Only a fool would seek revenge. That was their leader, not their biological father. Moreover, since the Streetlight Guild was so strong, following them should be better. If that was the case, why not agree? In an instant, all the members of Tiansheng turned their backs and knelt on the ground, expressing their willingness to join the Streetlight Guild. The leader of the Streetlight Guild revealed a proud expression and immediately waved his hand. "All right, clean up the aftermath, and then follow me back to the villa." The many younger brothers quickly began to busy themselves cleaning up the damaged items and sending the injured to the hospital. The body of the leader of Tiansheng was taken back to show Lin Ming. After these people finished tidying up the scene and walked outside, they saw 2 police cars parked at the roadside with law enforcement officers smoking in the vehicles. Seeing the leader of the Streetlight Guild and his group come out, a security team leader hurriedly got out of the car, smiling as he handed over a cigarette. Resolved. The leader of the Streetlight Guild took the cigarette, and after the security team leader lit it for him, said, "Resolved. I also helped you clean up the place, no need to be polite." "Oh, thank you, this saves us some trouble. By the way, do you have enough cars? Should I drive you back?" The security team leader hurriedly expressed his gratitude and made a polite remark. The leader of the Streetlight Guild decisively refused. "No need, it feels like sitting in jail in your car. It would be hard to explain if someone sees us." The security team leader secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, he was just being polite. After all, he was a law enforcement officer. These were just a bunch of thugs and rogues. If he really drove them back, what would that make him? The security team leader smiled on the surface, but was secretly contemplating that the leader of the Streetlight Guild was still somewhat perceptive. To his surprise, the leader of the Streetlight Guild immediately said, "You don't need to take us back. You just clear the way in front." The security team leader was stunned. "Me? Clear the way for you?" The leader of the Streetlight Guild's expression darkened as he dropped the corpse he was holding. "What? You unwilling?" Seeing the body that fell to the ground, the security team leader swallowed hard. "Willing, I am willing." These 2 words of willingness were more sincere than what he said at his wedding. After all, no one died at a wedding. Although he was a law enforcement officer, the guild was under the protection of higher authorities, and by the time they killed him, they could easily find a couple of people to take the blame. The 2 police cars, forced and helpless, turned on their lights and cleared the way. The leader of the Streetlight Guild then led a group of younger brothers back to the villa area. People on the road seeing this scene were quite curious, not knowing what big shot was parading the streets at night. When they returned to the villa area, the leader of the Streetlight Guild informed Lin Ming about the situation. Lin Ming nodded. "It's time to clean up the team. Just in time for you to bring in new members. I'll check them out." Originally, Lin Ming planned to have a hot pot meal before entering the instance. However, after such a commotion, he missed the countdown. He might as well take the time to check his subordinates. He first asked the leader of the Streetlight Guild to gather everyone together. Then Lin Ming took Meng Meng's hand and hid to the side, checking each one. Any spies discovered, whether from the official side or other guilds, would be killed on the spot. This is to tell everyone, "In my territory, you better not provoke me." Lin Ming cleared out all the spies and freeloaders within the guild. In the end, the Luminaire Guild was left with only 56 members. All of these individuals had experienced the bizarre game and possessed certain knowledge and survival skills. Even if they were to enter the bizarre game again, their chances of survival would be significantly high. The events of tonight made Lin Ming realize this. In the real world, he indeed needed some capable subordinates, otherwise he would have to handle everything himself, which was quite exhausting. Thus, he produced 20 cursed stone balls. He instructed the leader of Luminaire to distribute the cursed stone balls to the 20 individuals he appreciated the most. These would help them survive in the game, allowing them to retrieve more items and train other subordinates. This is how a nation continuously grows stronger. The guild can adopt a similar model, and Lin Ming could even make it more outstanding. Because what he lacked the least were points and various abilities. These 20 cursed stone balls could instantly grant these elites power far exceeding that of the special forces in the bizarre game. The leader of Luminaire naturally understood this matter. After all, with his capabilities, if he entered the game now, he would definitely wreak havoc. However, the problem was that despite his wealth, status, and strength, he found himself devoid of any resentment or grudges, making it difficult for the bizarre game to select him. After distributing the cursed stone balls, the leader of Luminaire approached Lin Ming and inquired, "Master, if I cannot enter the game, how can I bring things out from it to develop the guild?" Lin Ming thought to himself that he wanted to ask the same question. He had also realized this issue. The bizarre game relied on resentment and grudges to pull people in as players. But once these individuals grew strong, they would no longer harbor any resentment or grudges. Wouldn't that render the bizarre game incapable of capturing anyone? This was no longer a bizarre game. It was clearly a tool for turning the tables. So are you here to change the world order and let people rise from their servitude and sing? Who do you think you are, Che Guevara? Lin Ming certainly did not believe that the bizarre game was such a good thing. Just by the name, it was clear it wasn't anything good. Suddenly, Lin Ming thought about the bizarre entities in the game that to some extent had emotional defects. This was similar to the records left by the master in the heavenly evil art. Previous ghost cultivators, due to attracting various sinister powers into their bodies, failed to convert them into spiritual energy, leading to most of them becoming somewhat mentally deranged. Lin Ming had also considered the heavenly evil art before. Why bother converting dead energy and evil energy into spiritual energy for an evil technique? Clearly, it was to prevent the inheritors from losing their minds. At the same time, this high-level spiritual energy transformed from dead and evil energy would be particularly effective against the bizarre. Furthermore, if these bizarre entities have mental issues, could it be that the true purpose of the bizarre game is to make the people on Blue Star suffer similarly? Once their minds become troubled, they will begin to turn against each other, and then the defeated will experience even more resentment and grudges. After all, human desires are insatiable. There will always be moments of dissatisfaction. Then the defeated would re-enter the bizarre game, gain greater power to retaliate against the victors. The victors, unwilling to accept this, would enter the game again. Thus a cycle would continue, capable of destroying a world. I must say the method of the bizarre game is truly impressive. It understands human hearts to a remarkable degree. Using people's own resentment and grudges to draw them into the game is far easier to lead to the destruction of this world than randomly sending out invitation letters or opening ports for people to log in. Because the difficulty of entry makes people remember this game vividly. Whenever they face setbacks, they will think of it, and even knowing the dangers, some will still be unable to resist the urge to go in and take a look. Isn't this just a form of hunger marketing? Damn, the universe is indeed a giant stage. Oh no, a capitalist troupe. After understanding the operations of the bizarre game, Lin Ming's face darkened. He realized that there were indeed no other channels for entering the bizarre game. It's just that the bizarre game is unwilling to open up because it wants everyone to know. It's not like you can just waltz in whenever you please. Only if I am willing to let you in can you enter, otherwise, even if we obtain certificates. Oh no, invitations, I can still make you suffer. Just like how a nightclub princess can earn 1,000 aid and still send the big brother to the police station. The bizarre game operates in the same manner. You think you're powerful. Not happening. It has to please me. You don't have to worry about this matter. I will help you resolve it later. Lin Ming felt that after he obtained a dungeon, he should also be able to recruit players into it. At that time, perhaps he could let his people dominate in his dungeon, gaining high points and cashing in rewards. However, he still hadn't figured out how to operate it. He needed to enter the game more to learn. Just as Lin Ming was lost in thought, the leader of Luminaire suddenly exclaimed, "Damn, master." Lin Ming looked over discontentedly. "Keep your dirty thoughts to yourself. The only ones who can ride on my back are beautiful women. No matter how loyal you are, you can't." Damn. Lin Ming's words were not finished when he abruptly stood up, staring intently at the table in front of him. On the table lay a letter identical to the first invitation Lin Ming had received. Lin Ming opened the envelope and found a golden card inside. The card was drenched in blood and bore a line of text. "We sincerely invite you to participate in our assassination game, hoping your blood will wash away our shame. Yours sincerely, player Lin Ming." Staring at the invitation letter, a gleam flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. He currently had no resentment or grudges. Even while contemplating how to enter the game, he wasn't excited enough to attract the bizarre game's attention. Moreover, looking at the wording on this letter, "to wash away their shame," this indicates that he had offended them. Wait, an assassination game. Are these the same people from the previous assassin? If that's really the case, then they purely want to invite him into the game to avenge their previous assassination failure. Of course, being targeted for revenge isn't a problem. Lin Ming welcomed any bizarre reprisal against. The question now is, can these guys actively invite me in? They can specifically send invitation letters. Specifically send invitation letters. Bang. Lin Ming slapped the table, overly excited, as if he could already envision himself representing all dungeons, sending out invitation letters, bringing his subordinates to crazily farm points in the dungeons. Gazing at this invitation letter, Lin Ming felt nothing but gratitude. What spirit is it for the assassins to send money, lives, and information? It is a spirit of fearless dedication, worthy of emulation by all bizarre compatriots. Salute to you all. Lin Ming never expected that missing out on the previous seemingly good dungeon would instead lead to a windfall. Yun, pour me a cup of tea. Lin Ming sat back in his chair, crossing his legs, waiting leisurely. Yun approached, now dressed in a secretary outfit instead of her previous cheongsam. The top was a tight white shirt, and below was a black pencil skirt accentuating her curvaceous figure and long legs. At this moment, she bent over with a charming expression to pour tea for Lin Ming, her rear end position just right for Lin Ming's hand to rest comfortably upon, demonstrating extreme understanding. Next to Yun's enticing posture, the leader of Luminaire did not even dare to look up, fearing the countdown has ended. After a whirlwind of sensations, Lin Ming entered the game. This time the dungeon was a hunting game. Upon entering, Lin Ming realized he was standing in front of a street. This street was approximately 500 meters long, lined with residential houses on both sides, and featured a small supermarket. It was quite similar to a real-world street. After all, this was a place akin to a parallel world where many cultural aspects were the same. Lin Ming took a careful glance at the small supermarket, confirming it was not one under his control, which put him at ease. He feared that if a fight broke out, it would damage his shop. Lin Ming observed the terrain, and then looked at the few players beside him. The number of players was just right. Excluding Lin Ming, there were 4 others. These 4 players entered and cautiously surveyed the terrain, showing little panic. They even carried a hint of despair, indicating they were all veteran players. They either had skills or possessed haunted artifacts. The veteran players were also observing one another. Upon seeing the reactions of those nearby, they began to understand the situation. One of the young players, dressed in a white martial arts uniform, spoke in a deep voice, seeing how calm everyone is. You must all be veteran players. No one spoke. The more experienced players were acutely aware that in a bizarre game, while the bizarre itself was terrifying, the human heart could be even more vicious. After all, they were not just similar beings, they could also be stepping stone scapegoats, or even competitors. It seems everyone is quite guarded. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Huquan, a black belt in Taekwondo, and a veteran of 2 games, both of which I survived. I possess a skill called Fist of Reality, which allows my attacks to hurt any bizarre entity, even those you cannot touch. This dungeon is a hunting game. I believe everyone understands that in such instances we must cooperate sincerely, otherwise it will be very dangerous. I for one do not wish to die, I have family. The young player sincerely laid bare all his details. One must say this approach was quite effective. Firstly, the young man had a slightly naive, square face. Moreover, he was quite capable both in reality and in the game. Being so honest at this moment easily garnered goodwill and trust. Coupled with the phrase, "I do not want to die," it was simply a trump card. The few players present did not wish to die either, so they were moved. Since Brother Huquan is so sincere, let me introduce myself as well. Another man beside him spoke, his voice a deep baritone. My name is Li Gang. I used to work on a construction site and have ventured into a dungeon once. I joined the Nyoma Guild and am now a guild leader. I possess a haunted artifact called playing cards, which consists of only 2 cards, the big ghost and the small ghost. It can force opponents to draw cards. Whoever draws the big ghost wins, and the victor can make one request. Seeing Li Gang had spoken, a woman among the players chimed in, looking quite lively. I am Sun Miao, you can call me Miao Miao. In reality, I am a model and have gone through 3 dungeons. I have a skill called Illusionary Song that can plunge others into a dream, and a haunted artifact called Ghost Wine, which temporarily enhances my strength when drunk and can compel a bizarre entity to do a task for me if it drinks it. After these 3 introduced themselves, they felt a bit closer, standing together and looking at Lin Ming, and Lin Ming also turned to the last person, an elderly man with a face full of age spots, hunched over with very few teeth left. Upon seeing this player, the others frowned. Does the bizarre game not spare even those of such an age? Truly a beast. However, Lin Ming noticed that the despair emanating from this old man was in fact the most intense among the 4. Was it a disguise? No, his despair was strong, but his vitality was weak. The old man, noticing everyone looking at him, suddenly laughed, his cracked lips stretching wide to reveal a few uneven teeth trembling, as he said, Qin Tian, I am a programmer. I have been through 2 dungeons. As for my skills and haunted artifacts, those are things I exchanged my life for. How could I tell you? Li Gang from the Nyoma Guild frowned and said, but we have all shared. Just because you said it does not mean it's true. Oh, your words must be true because you are the only fool here. No wonder you have abilities yet still wish to be a pawn. How foolish. Do you really think these folks are being honest with you? The old man chuckled, his expression full of mockery. Li Gang's face changed abruptly as he turned to the others. He saw Huquan looking displeased. Brother Gang, don't listen to this old fool. I swear I did not lie. Sun Miao's eyes were also red, looking pitifully at the old man. Grandpa, why are you like this? You stirred discord right after entering. We are all on the same side. Grandpa. Qin Tian sneered, I just turned 23 this year. I might be younger than you. As a Blue Star inhabitant and a veteran, while I cannot disclose my abilities, I can warn you of something worth being cautious about. That is, do not casually seek loans from the bazaar. At this statement, Lin Ming and the others all changed color, especially Lin Ming, who anxiously asked, did you become like this because you couldn't repay a loan from the bazaar? Indeed, it seems you have borrowed quite a bit as well. Lin Ming did not answer. Instead, he pressed further, how did they turn you into this? Do they hunt you down in every dungeon? Do they suddenly come to this dungeon to find you? This question was also on the minds of the others. However, Qin Tian appeared somewhat impatient, coldly stating, why should I tell you? What are you to me? Or do you think you can offer me something good? Lin Ming stepped forward, slapping Qin Tian across the face, knocking him to the ground. Speak. Hurry up. This slap stunned everyone present, especially Qin Tian, who due to his old age broke his arm. He instinctively tried to cover his face, but the pain in his arm was excruciating, and he glared angrily at Lin Ming. You dare hit me. You dare hit me. You dare. Bang. Lin Ming kicked Qin Tian in the face again, and then stepped hard on his neck, scolding fiercely. Speak. Hurry up. I have limited time, you know. In the distance, someone was already approaching, evidently coming to greet them. Lin Ming did not want to waste time effecting his close encounter with these pursuers. Since becoming a player, Qin Tian had been the boss at home and arrogant outside. He had never been treated like this besides facing the bazaar. At this moment, his face was full of humiliation, and his abilities activated instantaneously. Waves of despair erupted from Qin Tian's body, surging into Lin Ming. Kid, weren't you curious about what my abilities are? Let me show you right now. Puppet technique. Qin Tian looked at the vast amount of death energy entering Lin Ming's body, grinning wickedly. Prepare to become my puppet. But where the hell did my death energy go? As he watched the death energy flood into Lin Ming's body, while his own dwindled, Lin Ming did not transform into a puppet. Instead, he appeared quite refreshed. Damn it, how could this bastard still be feeling good? Qin Tian quickly sensed something was wrong, immediately halting the influx of death energy and pulling out a ghostly artifact. Didn't expect this, did you? I still have a ghostly artifact, the morning bell. With a snap, Lin Ming swiftly snatched the bell from Qin Tian's hands. Are you Doryman? Do you have to shout out the name when you bring out a tool? Lin Ming put away the morning bell, fixing his gaze on Qin Tian. Hurry up, I'm busy with important matters. Tell me how you ended up like this. Qin Tian did not expect Lin Ming to be so formidable. His every tactic was ineffective, and fear finally gripped him as he hastily spoke. I took out a loan, and each time I entered the dungeons, those anomalies would come after me, hunting me down. If I can't pay it back, they siphon away part of my life essence. Lin Ming's eyes lit up instantly. Why didn't he say this earlier? Wait, something's not right. So many people have taken out loans, even Song Shui did, yet why haven't they heard of anyone being chased for their essence? A flash of insight struck Lin Ming, and he suspiciously asked, Qin Tian, you didn't happen to take a predatory loan, did you? I don't know. I just did a plain dungeon, and the rules said anomalies couldn't enter first class. I thought upgrading my seat would ensure safety, but I didn't have enough points. At that moment, a fellow passenger offered to cover the upgrade fee for me, and suddenly, I had an extra 500 points along with a loan. Lin Ming. It's now certain that this guy definitely took out a predatory loan. Who would have thought such things existed in a game of anomalies? But it makes sense, a witch world doesn't have its gray industries. Those large companies or banks loaning to players aim to open pathways between realms, hastening the day when the real world becomes a domain of anomalies. Simply put, it's an investment, a small amount now for a huge return later. Yet many companies and predatory loans focus only on immediate profits. 500 points binding a player and long-term exploitation. They take every point a player earns, and even after that they extract death energy. Once the death energy is sufficiently drained and deemed useless, the next step is to trick them into taking out loans. Selling their bodies, kidneys, blood, children, or wives is all part of the standard operation. Otherwise, why would Qin Tian possess the puppet technique, which is so well suited for developing subordinates? His reason for warning others against taking loans might be that he hasn't entirely lost his conscience, or perhaps he's deliberately suggesting they could take out loans. In this way, when people are pushed to the edge, they might remember what he said about loans. People tend to act crazily when facing desperation, willing to do anything to survive. Plus, since this old ghost advises against taking random loans, people might think he is merely cold on the surface, but still kind-hearted inside, prompting them to seek him out for safer loan options. As for whether this guy can actually arrange safe loans, there's an old saying, capital comes into this world soaked in blood and filth from head to toe. What good could it possibly be? At the end of the day, it's all about eyeing the people's money. If you're broke, just work yourself to death with a 996 schedule. Can capital be eradicated? Yes, but it will face resistance. For example, from the nation, and its capital needs the law of the state to maintain order among the masses, and it uses the law to create opportunities for takeoff. The nation needs the people to buffer class conflicts, creating slogans that elevate factory directors and salespeople as glorious positions serving the nation. The people need economic growth to support long-term sustainable development and cultural renaissance, which inevitably leads to the emergence of capitalists. Capital, ethnicity, and state are intertwined, forming a death spiral from which no one can escape. America is just like this, it's truly damned. As for Lin Ming, does he hate capitalists? Yes. So he decided to turn around and target a few predatory lenders ready to exploit them vigorously. First, he would rip off dozens to hundreds of them, then just wait for these guys to come looking for trouble. Of course, what he needs to do now is face these pursuers. At this moment, the person responsible for welcoming them had already arrived. Lin Ming released Qin Tian and snapped his fingers. The burial skill was activated. He wanted to test this skill. Suddenly, a large mass of soil appeared at Qin Tian's feet, rapidly enveloping and submerging him. He tried to struggle, but the soil seemed to have endless pulling force, filling him with terror, yet rendering him unable to escape until he was completely buried. On the originally empty street, a tall mound appeared abruptly. Lin Ming's eyes lit up with delight. This burial ability can suppress death energy. This feels quite nice. Lin Ming had an idea of how to use it. The three players nearby stared at Lin Ming in horror. Someone just died as soon as they entered the game, and it was by a teammate's hand. What exactly is this guy's background? Clapping sounds echoed as the welcoming person walked over, applauding, decisive and killing. No wonder you're the one we've been eyeing. Hu Quan and the others looked on with uncertainty. What does it mean to be someone they have their eyes on? Is this dungeon specifically designed for this guy? How strong is he to warrant such targeting by anomalies? Lin Ming gazed at the welcoming person, his eyes burning with eagerness. Spirit level. I didn't expect to be greeted by a spirit level right at the start. I really like it. Yes, this time we are all spirit level pursuers, ensuring you will have a wonderful day. The welcoming person's eyes glowed hotter, their tone laced with mockery. Hu Quan and the others displayed expressions of terror. A whole day's time. That's 24 hours. The longest dungeon they had experienced before was only 8 hours. Now they have to endure for 24 hours, and all against spirit-level opponents. How can they survive? They wondered if this guy beside them had a way out, since he was someone the dungeon specifically targeted. However, as the three turned to look, they found Lin Ming's face equally filled with disbelief. Indeed, he had no way out either. Only 24 hours. No way. Lin Ming felt a wave of disappointment. Hu Quan forced a smile, seeing that even such a being has no solution. Wait, what does only 24 hours mean, man? The welcoming person shrugged. This is already the maximum time limit for our individual dungeons. That makes sense. If there were no time limits, we might as well trap people here forever. Lin Ming found this reasoning quite reasonable. Although the Silent Land was 7 days long, it was actually divided into 7 dungeons. This was quite a clever tactic to extend the player's stay. However, for that, the Silent Land paid a hefty price, which was to provide popcorn. Popcorn allows players to possess death energy and power, enabling them to forcefully break through. Thus, there are no absolute dead ends in the anomaly game. The harsher the dead ends, the stronger the paths to survival. Of course, this is just for now. Lin Ming couldn't guarantee it would remain this way in the future. After all, the world is changing, and there will come a day when the rules can no longer protect players. 24 hours is 24 hours, so when does it start? I can't wait any longer. Lin Ming excitedly rubbed his hands together, ready to feast. Since our esteemed guest is so eager, what is there to prevent us? The host turned and shouted to the entire street, his tone laced with excitement. Today they would eliminate Lin Ming and vindicate the name of the Pursuer Responsibility Company. The person we want to kill will definitely not escape. Lin Ming didn't expect the host would dare to turn his back to him, and he charged forward. But just as he rushed up behind the host, he saw the thick hair on the back of the host's head parting, revealing a sinister face. Did you not expect this? Did you really think I would turn my back on you? I didn't expect you to be so foolish as to charge at me. Although he was speaking, the host's ability showed no sign of. As that face emerged from the back of his head, the nearby players felt a tingling sensation, as if something was growing in their heads. But when they actually went to scratch their heads, they found that what was growing on the back of their heads was not brains, but a face. The features of that face slowly materialized, and when they touched it, they were even bitten by that ghostly face. It is easy to imagine that once that ghostly face completely parasitized their heads and bodies would all be devoured by it. The 3 veteran players immediately fell into a state of panic. However, the bizarre game was pressing forward with ferocity, and its murderous intent was obvious. Anyone who could pass through a dungeon must be clever. Especially among these three, two had even passed through 2 or 3 times. They reacted quickly. The female model, named Sun Meow, quickly dashed to the grave of the buried old man, scooping up a handful of soil and slapping it onto the back of her head. The ghostly face on the back of her head instantly let out a terrible scream and began to dissipate. Sun Meow showed a look of joy. She had just noticed that when the old man was buried, he had not resisted at all. This indicated that this thing had a significant suppressive effect on bizarre forces. It must be able to counter the ghostly face on her head. Now that the experiment was a success, she sighed in relief and felt even more awe towards Lin Ming. Just the pile of soil left behind after he used his skill could have such a terrifying effect. How powerful! The other two veteran players also discovered this method and quickly rushed over to imitate her. After wiping away the ghostly face on their heads, they expressed the same sentiments. Compared to their methods, Lin Ming's was much simpler. Once the ghostly face appeared on the back of his head, he immediately stopped his attack, instead focusing his spiritual energy to frantically devour the ghostly face. As soon as the ghostly face appeared and took form before it could even begin to gnaw at Lin Ming's brain, it realized its power was vanishing. The host thought it was due to Lin Ming's resistance and increased his power output. Once it realized that all the dead energy it had intensified had vanished without a trace, it wanted to retract it, but it was too late. At this point, the dead energy within its body had already been devoured by Lin Ming for the most part. The host was immediately alarmed and quickly withdrew his dead energy. I can't fight you, but I won't let you go unscathed either. Unfortunately, that won't work. Lin Ming knocked the host unconscious with a punch, then his spiritual energy surged into its body, beginning to absorb the dead energy. A large vengeful spirit was thus completely consumed by him. As Lin Ming felt the surging dead energy growing within him, a sinister smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Today is the day I condense my golden core. Suddenly a startled shout came from behind. What the hell? Why is that mist moving? Everyone immediately turned to look. Sure enough, the thick fog in the distance was surging towards them, seemingly trying to swallow the street. Lin Ming understood. These guys wanted to use the fog to threaten him, forcing him to enter those buildings to hide. And within those buildings were concealed a large number of pursuers. Clearly these guys set it up this way because they were afraid he'd escape. This was a lethal plan. But who isn't? Lin Ming took off running and dashed into the first building on the left side of the street. The other three players, having understood from the previous events, realized that following Lin Ming was the only way to survive. They immediately followed. Although they couldn't catch up to Lin Ming's speed, they entered the building quickly as well. It was a very common storefront, 2 stories high. The first floor was a store selling clothes. The racks were filled to the brim, and the walls were covered as well, leaving only 2 narrow passageways for entering and exiting. As soon as Lin Ming entered, he saw the rules on the wall. 1. The store rests at 12 p.m. and 5 p.m. 2. Do not touch the clothes casually. 3. Do not stay in the fitting room for more than 1 minute. 4. Please do not trust the person in the gray suit. He is a store employee. 5. This store offers custom clothing services, but if someone tries to sell you that service, please refuse. Lin Ming paused, wondering why there were rules. Setting limitations. Suppressing combat power. Torturing the players, huh? Tap, tap, tap. Accompanied by the sound of crisp leather shoes, a figure in a gray suit walked down from upstairs, grinning at Lin Ming. You seem quite excited. I suggest you give up, because as pursuers we always use our full strength even when hunting rabbits, so even if you are weak, we don't mind using the rules to kill you. Lin Ming looked at the figure in the gray suit, then at the rules on the wall, sneering. What are you pretending for? I don't believe you're not restricted by the rules here. From the very beginning, Lin Ming had suspected. These bizarre beings wanted nothing more than to eliminate all living beings, yet they set up some ridiculous rules. Why not just kill them outright? So these rules might not have been set by the bizarre beings, but by Blue Star or some other entity in order to protect the players. And these bizarre beings can insert some disruptive rules to confuse the players. The figure in the gray suit opened his arms recklessly and even touched a piece of clothing on the nearby rack, grinning. See, the rules say you can't touch the clothes casually, but I can. Do you think I'm restricted by the rules? Lin Ming glanced at the gray-suited figure, smiling. I had suspected from the start that there was a definitive golden rule in this bizarre game. The more lethal the path in the game, the more desperate the dungeon, the stronger the path to survival will be. Now that the 3 of us are trapped here, we can almost say it's an absolute dead end. Therefore, the path to survival must also be quite powerful, such as... Lin Ming pointed at the rules on the wall, mocking. Those rules up there are actually tips for the path to survival, right? You can't even insert disruptive rules in there. As for you being able to touch the clothes, that's because you're an employee, but I am not, so I cannot trust you, nor can I touch anything casually, right? The gray-suited figure was taken aback, not expecting Lin Ming to be so clever and see through the issue here. Alright, I thought you were just a bit powerful and reckless, but even if you can see through the rules, so what? These rules can at most help you move safely in this dungeon, but they cannot help you resist me. Have you ever thought about how you would resist me if I were determined to kill you? By using these boring rules. I could simply throw a piece of clothing at you, forcing you into the fitting room for more than a minute, and I could kill you. And how would you resist that? Rules. No, only the weak rely on rules. And I, the noble and clever master, can easily deal with you all. 3 mystical flames. Lin Ming's hands erupted with terrifying flames shooting out in all directions. The 3 mystical flames are specifically designed to counter strange powers. It can burn everything, including death energy and sinister forces. Lin Ming had rarely used it before because this flame would also incinerate the strange entities. He could not bear to waste these little cuties. But now the flames could destroy those cursed clothes. As the 3 mystical flames blazed fiercely, the deadly garments around him were instantly reduced to ashes. Even the entire shop transformed into a sea of fire, igniting fiercely. Amidst the fiery inferno, the clothes emitted wretched cries, all of which were living beings. It turned out that they were all puppets transformed from players. At this moment, the 3 players who had just entered wanting to escape were dumbfounded in the face of the raging flames. No bro, why are you burning so much? How are we supposed to deal with this? Lin Ming couldn't care less about how the 3 would cope and rushed towards the pale-faced suited entity. The suited entity was a vengeful spirit-level being, immensely powerful, capable of turning players into clothing, transforming them into genuine leather outfits, and even bringing them to life as strange entities. Initially, the suited entity had intended to control and kill using these garments, but having lost its assistance, it quickly thought of a countermeasure in the face of Lin Ming's charge. It set its sights on the 3 players. I know that you living beings still have emotions, and you will laughably help each other. If I kill your companion, you certainly won't remain indifferent, right? Oh, wretched players' emotions are the greatest stumbling block on your path to growth. Become my puppets. The suited entity wrapped itself in death energy and forcibly crossed the sea of fire, a pair of scissors appearing in its hand, pressing against Hu Quan's throat. As long as Lin Ming dared to approach, it would stab in. Huh, why was this guy still coming closer? Did he not understand the threat? Seeing Lin Ming rush towards him, the suited entity hurriedly shouted, I will kill your companion. Oh, Lin Ming seized the suited entity's arm, grinning as he pulled hard. The suited entity's arm was forcefully torn off, death energy gushing out from the severed point. The intense pain left the suited entity in sheer terror. It had not expected that even a vengeful spirit-level being was no match for Lin Ming. Hu Quan also did not expect that this strange entity would take the first blow against him. Fortunately, he had indeed concealed his abilities beforehand. What he had said about being able to hurt even strange entities with the true fist actually revealed only half the truth. This true fist also had another effect: it could repel. Anyone struck by him would be forced to retreat 2 steps. Taking advantage of the suited entity's moment of distraction, Hu Quan punched it in the chest. The suited entity was not far from Hu Quan's level, so it was forced back 2 steps, crashing right into Lin Ming's embrace. It was already in a state of panic. Now being forced back, its body lost balance, instinctively reaching out to grab something. It just so happened to crash into Lin Ming's embrace, so it instinctively wrapped an arm around Lin Ming's waist, its face pressed against his chest. One person and one ghost, their posture was ambiguous. It looked like a couple in love, embracing tightly. In the sea of fire, the 2 held each other closely, Lin Ming looking down, the suited entity gazing up, their eyes locking. To be honest, the scene appeared exceedingly tragic, suddenly making one believe that a tragic romance was not just an ancient tale. If it weren't for Lin Ming's next moment of snapping the suited entity's head off, this moment might have been even more moving. Lin Ming absorbed the death energy of the suited entity, completely transforming it into spiritual power within his body. That robust and powerful spiritual energy instantly broke through a barrier within Lin Ming, allowing him to taste the unparalleled pleasure and joy of the mortal realm. That was the breakthrough of realms. Foundation establishment, 6th layer. Just from 2 vengeful spirit-level beings, he had broken through a layer of realm. Then please continue striving for my ascension, pursuer sang. Lin Ming looked at the mist that was about to envelop the shop and charged out. The 3 players exchanged glances, unsure whether to follow. This fire even frightened strange entities. Could it perhaps block the mist? Li Gang couldn't help but ask. Hu Quan and Sun Miao remained silent, simply rushing out of the shop. They understood very well that Lin Ming might not care about their survival. But as long as they could follow this big shot, their chances of survival would definitely be greater than if they did not follow. Seeing this, Li Gang had no choice but to keep up. By the time they burst out of the shop, the mist had just surged in, swallowing the establishment whole. It was proven that the 3 mystical flames could indeed resist the mist. Because as the mist entered the 3 mystical flames, it began to emit hissing sounds and continuously vanished. But as more mist surged in, its quantity overwhelmed its quality, causing the three mystical flames to exhaust their power and gradually extinguish. Seeing this, the three secretly rejoiced at not remaining behind. Lin Ming had already entered the second shop. The second shop was a food store. It sold cooked food. One can imagine what cooked food would be in a strange world. Things like cold mixed human head meat, braised human hearts, and even preserved human intestines. These were brazenly displayed on the table. As Lin Ming entered, the cold mixed human head suddenly opened its eyes, looking at him with a delighted smile. "You finally came. I've been waiting." "Ah, please spare me, big brother." Lin Ming did not give the human head a chance to tempt him. He immediately drained its death energy. He had already seen the rules within the shop. 1. This store operates only from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. Please check the time on your clock before entering. 2. The numerical labels on refrigerated meat indicate prices. If the numbers start bleeding, please drop the item immediately. 3. Do not agree to sample tasting. 4. If you hear the sound of meat being chopped continuously for 13 times, immediately cover your ears and leave the shop. 5. Do not ask the staff in white aprons about prices. These rules are clearly all paths to survival, while the paths to death are everything within this store. For example, the cooked food, the knife, and the staff. At this moment, a vengeful spirit-level staff member in a white apron stepped out, gazing coldly at Lin Ming. "You were able to pass the first trial. It seems you do possess some strength, but unfortunately, you shouldn't have chosen to come to my second station. Because my ability can conquer all the meat on the chopping board, so guess where my chopping board is?" Lin Ming glanced at the counter and indeed found no chopping board for cutting meat. Instead, the floor beneath his feet was entirely wooden and filled with cross-hatched marks from being chopped by knives. It turns out that the entire shop was nothing more than this guy's chopping board. As soon as one steps inside, one becomes the meat on the board, easily slaughtered. This ability is indeed formidable. However, Lin Ming kindly reminded, "Have you ever considered that you might not actually be able to defeat me?" "I can't defeat you." The shop assistant immediately burst into laughter, grabbing the kitchen knife on the counter, pondering which part of Lin Ming to chop off first. But in the next moment, it noticed Lin Ming producing a black flag, which had a ghostly head staring at it. "Why can't I move? I can't unleash my abilities. Isn't it just a vengeful spirit level? Coincidentally, I have that too, and quite a lot of it." Lin Ming smiled and shook the one han. Oh no, the human emperor flag, and all the eerie entities within it emerged, escorting the shop assistant to Lin Ming. "I am indeed the fish on your chopping board, but you didn't expect that I am a piranha." Lin Ming directly twisted the shop assistant's head off and consumed the death energy. Afterward, he walked out of the shop, heading straight for the third one. The three veteran players hadn't even entered the shop yet when they saw Lin Ming changing the battlefield. Seeing this, they decided not to follow him into the shop and waited at the entrance instead. When Lin Ming entered the shop and came out after his enjoyment, he was full of flattering nods and bows, his face adorned with a humble smile resembling an old madam or a turtle man welcoming guests at a brothel. As Lin Ming walked forward, if they saw any trash on the road, they hurriedly kicked it aside, ensuring nothing hindered the Great One's stylish stride. Thus Lin Ming entered shop after shop, killing one after another, always staying a step ahead of the fog. Accompanied by a series of vengeful spirit-level pursuers, they took turns entering Lin Ming's body. As the street was cleared to its end, Lin Ming's realm was rapidly ascending. Foundation Establishment Level 7. Foundation Establishment Level 8. Foundation Establishment Level 9. Foundation Establishment Level 10. Just as Lin Ming was preparing to completely advance through this street. On the other side, the one responsible for this street, and also the overall commander of this operation, was the department manager of the Pursuer Responsibility Co. The manager was leisurely sipping tea, pondering that this instance had been running for nearly an hour. That player, no matter how capable, must be close to being tortured to death, right? But why hasn't any of my subordinates reported back? Are they so engrossed in their enjoyment that they forgot? Truly, they don't take themselves seriously. They'll have to teach them a lesson when I look back. Just as the manager was contemplating, a strange figure burst into the office, panic-stricken, shouting, "Manager, bad news, that player has killed all the eerie entities on our street and is heading this way." The manager was utterly shocked. "Which player?" "The one we were supposed to kill," the messenger entity said nervously. "Are you talking nonsense? How could he be so powerful?" The manager couldn't believe it. "If you don't believe me, contact those pursuers. I saw him kill our employees and burn the shop. He is truly vicious." The messenger entity was anxious and restless. The manager couldn't waste time questioning and hurriedly tried to contact his subordinates. Yet he found he couldn't reach any of them. When he quickly ran to the office window to look outside, he could see the entire street. Sure enough, amidst the fog, several shops were ablaze with roaring flames. The flames were so fierce that even the fog couldn't extinguish them for a while. "Damn, how strong is this guy?" Wasn't it said he was just a ghost level? Did he escape the pursuers due to being schemed against in the silent domain? After all this commotion, was it himself that got schemed against? The manager's brain raced, pondering the key to the situation. Suddenly, he showed a glimmer of understanding. This must be some Ghost King level expert trying to deal with the pursuer company. Otherwise, how could a mere player be so powerful? Damn it. Realizing he had been tricked, the manager immediately shouted at the messenger entity, "Quick! Forcefully kick this guy out of the instance." Manager, the rules limit us from forcibly transferring players, and it costs a significant amount of points. Plus, we only have this privilege once a month, the messenger entity hurriedly replied. I can't afford to think about that right now. This guy clearly has the backing of a Ghost King level entity, otherwise he wouldn't be able to take down our employees. To minimize losses, we have to do this. Hurry. The manager, being a high-level eerie entity at the level of an evil ghost, reacted quickly and made the most correct judgment upon realizing he had been fooled. He needed to send Lin Ming away. Although he had already suffered tremendous losses which would certainly lead to deductions from his salary, year-end bonus, and company dividends, he might even be forced to donate a ghost body to compensate for this loss. But it was better than being directly killed by the Ghost King level entity behind that guy, right? The manager even suspected that this might be a trap set by the owner of the Death Hotel and the Blood Moon Earl working together. Their aim was to deal with the pursuers. Right, as long as he survived, this matter could be reported to the company. Then the company could go after those two powerful individuals, perhaps extracting enough resources from them to make up for this loss. One must admit, these capitalists are truly ruthless. When they scheme against each other, they use their employees as sacrificial pawns. The manager spoke, and the messenger entity naturally didn't dare to slack off, quickly starting to utilize the instance's permissions. As an eerie instance, it could absorb outside players, so it naturally also had the authority to expel them. However, this power would be hindered by the eerie game rules and required a significant cost. To let Lin Ming in this time, it already consumed 20,000 points. To kick him out now would require at least 100,000 points. Adding this loss, the cost was simply unimaginable. The messenger entity operated swiftly, and in a short time Lin Ming's body began to become ethereal. Lin Ming was just one step away from breaking through to the Golden Core stage, and he sensed a powerful, evil, ghost-level presence in the office. Once he devoured it, he would surely ascend and even grasp the authority of this instance. At that time, all the profits earned by the shops here, as long as they hadn't been submitted to the pursuer company, would become his property. But just when Lin Ming was filled with anticipation, he realized his body was becoming ethereal. Has he cleared the instance? Lin Ming was very astonished. Wasn't it supposed to be 24 hours? Moreover, he hadn't received any notification about clearing and settling. The three players closely following him in the instance also saw Lin Ming disappearing. They all showed joy, thinking they had cleared the instance. They didn't expect that such a terrifying instance would clear so smoothly. Following a big shot felt so good. Why weren't they entering the settlement state? Lin Ming's body became ethereal very quickly. In less than 2 seconds, he had already disappeared from his original spot, forcefully kicked out of the instance, and reappeared in his villa. The big boss by the streetlight was still waiting nearby. Upon seeing Lin Ming come out, he immediately showed a look of joy. "Master, you cleared the instance so quickly. You're amazing." Lin Ming, however, was utterly bewildered. He had not settled. He didn't even receive any evaluation or rewards. This situation didn't seem like a normal clearance. Could it be that he was forcefully kicked out of the instance? Lin Ming speculated, in his heart instantly filled with immense anger. No, it can be played like this. Let me in when you want and kick me out when you don't. Did you just activate the blue diamond? How could it be more unethical than the painful games? Lin Ming was very angry, feeling like smashing the wall. But did they really think they could deal with him like this? Was he really helpless? Without hesitation, Lin Ming took out the previously blank invitation letter. This blank invitation letter left Lin Ming pondering what to write in the copy. It seems there's no need to choose anymore. He immediately wrote "Chase Game" as the title. But after this invitation is used, there will be an hour countdown. Lin Ming could only endure and wait. The streetlight boss, seeing Lin Ming wanting to go back in, was puzzled. "Master, you've already come out. Why do you want to go back in?" "Don't ask nonsense, get out." Lin Ming was in a very bad mood. He was just one step away from breaking through, and now he had to deal with such nonsense. "Who are you bullying here? Who are you two?" This was the first time Lin Ming had been targeted like this. Inside the copy, the three remaining veteran players felt awkward, because they realized that Lin Ming had exited, yet they hadn't left. The clearly dominant Lin Ming would definitely not leave voluntarily. So it must be that the copy used some kind of authority to kick him out. But can you at least treat everyone equally? Kick us out too. Just as the three veteran players grew anxious, they discovered that not only were they not kicked out, but some eerie figures with sinister grins were approaching from a distance. Leading them was an entity exuding a terrifying aura. The three veteran players sensed it slightly and understood that they were definitely not a match. The behind-the-scenes boss of this street has appeared. The eerie figure that came was the manager who used the authority of the copy to disperse the fog and summoned some eerie beings to clean up the damaged street. To make up for the losses, the manager set his sights on these three veteran players. You are the lackeys of that guy from earlier, right? Since he has left, you are responsible for compensating for this. You don't know him. The three veteran players felt despair in their hearts. Why do we have to bear the blame when he enjoys himself? Hu Quan timidly stepped forward and apologized. Manager, we don't know that player. Don't know. You all were about to kneel before him and still say you don't know him. The manager snarled. It's because he was too strong we had to submit. In fact, we long to become eerie beings. As long as you spare our lives, we are willing to pledge our loyalty to you, Hu Quan said with a forced smile. The manager looked at Hu Quan appreciatively. I didn't expect you to be quite clever. All right, I'll give you a chance. If you can eliminate these two guys, I'll allow you to follow me. Hu Quan's eyes lit up as he coldly looked at the two beside him. I'm sorry, but this is how the world works. The weak are prey to the strong. Poof. Before Hu Quan could finish his sentence, two weapons pierced into his chest and waist. Sun Miao and Li Gang watched him calmly. Yes, this is how the world works. The weak are prey to the strong. What the hell? Hu Quan never expected that his usually cunning self would be killed by these two. Indeed, there is no end to cunning, only more cunning. Especially Li Gang, a seemingly honest person, also resorting to cunning tricks. Truly, people are like underwear, they become lecherous over time. With unwillingness, Hu Quan fell to the ground and died. Interesting, truly interesting. The manager suddenly burst into laughter, clapping his hands repeatedly. But just when the two veteran players thought they could escape unharmed, the manager showed a mocking expression. But I only want one player, what should I do? Swish. Sun Miao and Li Gang reacted quickly, thrusting their ghostly weapons towards each other while simultaneously dodging. They clearly did not expect the other to react so swiftly, but their next moves were even faster. Sun Miao's previous ability was indeed no lie, as she possessed the ability of illusionary song. However, there was a particularly powerful aspect of this ability that she hadn't mentioned. That is, it does not require her to vocalize. Beautiful melodies emanated directly from Sun Miao's abdomen, as if a strange entity were hidden there. Upon hearing the song, Li Gang's expression stiffened, his gaze gradually becoming vacant, and his body began to lose control. The eerie beings maintaining order nearby were also slightly affected and quickly dodged. But the manager at the evil ghost level stood leisurely by and watched the show. Some of these eerie abilities were indeed very strong, even belonging to the realm of rules, capable of instantly killing opponents of the same level or even assassinating higher-level beings. However, it also depends on both sides' strengths. A ghost-level illusionary song clearly was insufficient to affect the evil ghost-level manager. If Sun Miao were just one level higher, the outcome could be uncertain. As Li Gang was attacked by the illusionary song and was on the verge of falling into the dream world, he reacted quickly. He took out two playing cards. This was what Sun Miao feared the most. From previous introductions, she sensed that this thing had a strong counter ability, so she immediately took out the ghostly wine. This ghostly wine also had a flaw that could only be consumed by Sun Miao, or more accurately by the eerie ability within Sun Miao. This eerie ability could become stronger with the ghostly wine's enhancement, but it would also gradually make Sun Miao more eerie and irreversible. At this moment, as the ghostly wine was taken out, just as Sun Miao was about to drink, her hand stopped, involuntarily reaching towards Li Gang. Because Li Gang was holding up two cards, the faces toward him, prompting Sun Miao to draw. As a disguised honest person, Li Gang naturally didn't tell the whole truth. In fact, his cards were indeed powerful, capable of forcing a draw, but it also depended on the distance. Beyond a certain distance, he couldn't enforce the draw. He didn't mention this flaw, and Sun Miao was unaware of the situation, so she didn't have time to dodge. Otherwise, given Li Gang's body being controlled by the illusionary song, Sun Miao would have had the chance to escape the range of the playing card's control. Sun Miao unwittingly reached out to draw a card, her forehead sweating and her mood tense. Fortunately, she could still decide which card to draw. Sun Miao alternated the two cards, trying to gauge Li Gang's reaction. Unexpectedly, Li Gang was already prepared. He had likely suffered losses from this in the past, so he closed his eyes early. Draw whichever card you want. Helpless Sun Miao could only rely on her intuition and drew one, flipping it over to see. It was a gray little ghost card. The big ghost card was naturally in Li Gang's hand. Li Gang immediately showed an ecstatic expression and demanded, I want you dead right now. As his words fell, the little ghost card in Sun Miao's hand turned into death energy and dissipated, entering her hands. Sun Miao's hands uncontrollably reached for her neck, gripping tightly. No, I don't want to die. Sun Miao's face was filled with terror, her heart screamed. Unfortunately, no matter how she sang, even using her voice to lure Li Gang into the dream, it was all in vain. because drawing a card could only issue a command once, and the first command took precedence. Sun Miao's hands gradually applied force, choking her, and her throat made cracking sounds until her neck was ultimately snapped. Thud! Sun Miao fell heavily, her eyes wide open, unable to close. Li Gang also fell into the dream, standing there grinning foolishly, allowing his life force to fade, without any reaction. The manager couldn't help but applaud. So entertaining, these players are truly amusing. Which player isn't amused? A cold voice came from behind the manager. The manager's smile instantly vanished upon hearing those words. He turned sharply to see a familiar figure staring at him with a cold grin. It was the same person he had forcibly expelled from the instance before. You? The manager's face was filled with horror. Didn't expect this, did you? I'm back. Lin Ming cracked his fingers, making a chilling sound as he fixed his icy gaze on the manager. Why aren't you laughing now? Were you just born without a sense of humor? The manager truly couldn't force out a smile. He couldn't fathom how Lin Ming had returned. Lin Ming, however, didn't allow him the chance to talk, lightly waving the wand of 10,000 souls in his hand. A dark mist enveloped the area as hundreds of the bizarre creatures he had meticulously trained surged forth. Wei Yuan glared at the manager with fury in his eyes. The manager felt the shackling force and immediately fixed his gaze on Wei Yuan, anger boiling within him. You are the lobby manager of the Death Hotel. This is indeed a trap set for us by the Death Hotel and Count Blood Moon. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow, surprised that this guy would misunderstand. But why should he care? Let him misunderstand all he wants. Capture him. I want to enjoy myself today, Lin Ming commanded. The bizarre creatures immediately lunged fiercely at the manager. Though the manager was at the ghost level, these creatures were carefully chosen by Lin Ming, powerful enough to be considered the elite among the bizarre. Thus, when they surrounded the manager, he felt quite tense, a suffocating aura enveloping him, and he managed to conjure a ghostly domain. Didn't expect this, did you? A ghost-level being has a chance to awaken a ghostly domain. To me, your bizarre creatures are nothing but pure trash. Damn, why is my life force fading away? No, it's accelerating. I can't take this anymore. I'm going to burst. The manager was in a panic, unsure of what was happening. Meanwhile, Lin Ming glanced at Tian, who was sleeping within the wand of 10,000 souls, a cold smile on his face. Isn't it just a ghostly domain? Who doesn't have one? After Lin Ming's ghostly domain clashed with the manager's, both domains canceled each other out. As Tian fell into a slumber, the manager's power was rapidly being stripped away. One must admit, even at the same level, the gap was vast. Previously, in the Silent Realm instance, that ghost-level pursuer had spoken while Tian was asleep and immediately perished. This manager, however, was still holding on, truly remarkable. However, the loss of life was accelerating. The manager in panic howled, "Why isn't anyone coming to save me?" The bizarre creatures, initially cleaning up the instance shop, rushed over to rescue the manager. Lin Ming completely ignored them, grabbing Dream's hand and charging towards the manager in a forgotten state. Seeing Lin Ming vanish, the manager's heart raced, and he immediately activated his most powerful ability, damage suppression. This ability allowed the manager to quickly recover from damage taken, but it didn't truly heal him, it merely temporarily suppressed the injuries. The damage that should have been sustained would still harm his body. In fact, once the ability was revoked, all injuries would erupt at once, potentially leading to death. But at least for now, he could use his strongest power. Apart from his abilities, the manager had great strength. He swiftly seized the gluttonous spirit that lunged at him, attempting to drain its power. As a bizarre creature, he could naturally absorb the strength of other bizarre beings. A mere vengeful spirit dares to devour me. What audacity! The manager grabbed the gluttonous spirit, frantically absorbing its energy, growing stronger as the suppressed damage began to diminish. However, Lin Ming had already reached his side and landed a punch in the manager's abdomen. The manager let out a cry of anguish, his body curling up like a shrimp as he involuntarily released the gluttonous spirit. Who attacked me? The manager scanned his surroundings in panic, but saw no one. Lin Ming punched the manager's face again, knocking him to the ground. Then he mounted the manager and rained down punches. The manager screamed in agony, but he finally sensed Lin Ming's presence. Although Dream's ability of oblivion was strong, the manager, being a ghost-level entity, still had some resistance. When Lin Ming touched him, he was able to grab back. Unfortunately for the manager, Lin Ming was not afraid of being caught. He had already smashed the manager's face, swiftly absorbing the death aura emanating from the manager's wounds. The manager seized Lin Ming's arm, trying to throw him off, at least to push him away. But at that moment, he was like a full-time housewife pinned down by a mechanic, so delicate and powerless that even struggling seemed enticing, only making Lin Ming more excited. As Lin Ming consumed the manager's death aura, his power surged rapidly, reaching the threshold of Foundation establishment. Finally, just as the manager was about to be drained dry and his damage suppression ability became utterly ineffective. Within Lin Ming's dantian, a vast amount of spiritual energy gathered continuously, swirling, compressing, and refining. Eventually, it transformed into a golden dan pill the size of a grain of millet. Golden core achieved. In that moment, Lin Ming, riding on the manager, felt an overwhelming satisfaction. He had finally become a golden core old monster. Kik. After achieving the golden core, the parts of the golden core chapter of the Tian Xie Gong in Lin Ming's mind were unlocked. Golden core stage. One could live for 800 years. He could emit divine sense to probe the surroundings, rendering everything visible a power akin to a ghostly domain. He could also refine his own magic treasure and ride it in flight, greatly increasing speed while conserving spiritual energy. Now Lin Ming truly represented the backbone of cultivators. During the era of Qi refiners, he could be considered a fierce character. As for the few spells reserved by the Tian Xie Gong at the golden core stage, Lin Ming hadn't had time to peruse them. His golden core was still unstable and was merely a low-grade 1. To elevate the golden core to a top grade 1, a massive amount of death aura was needed for promotion. Lin Ming glanced at the still struggling manager and unhesitatingly grabbed him. At the golden core stage, his physical body was greatly enhanced. With a slight exertion, he could tear the manager apart. The death aura emanating from the manager's body was forcefully inhaled by Lin Ming and absorbed into his own. After killing the manager, Lin Ming looked around. He noticed that the bizarre creatures were still battling against Wei Yuan and the others. Standing still with the aid of his divine sense, he could become a true high-ranking mage capable of long-range attacks. At that moment, with a wave of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, transforming into large hands under the assistance of his divine sense, reaching for those bizarre beings desperately resisting. The bizarre creatures, seeing the large hands approaching, were filled with terror, attempting to flee and resist. Unfortunately, Lin Ming at the golden core stage was their natural nemesis. In just 2 seconds, the remaining 30 or so vengeful spirits on the street were forcibly extracted and then torn apart in midair, their death aura entering Lin Ming's body. Wraith to your dead Qi, there was no shortage of it. As those rolling currents of death Qi flowed into his dantian and transmuted into spiritual energy, Lin Ming's golden core did not grow larger, yet its purity was clearly refined. His golden core advanced from 1st grade to 2nd grade. The golden core realm differs from foundation establishment. Each elevation of the golden core is called a turn. The quality of a golden core is divided into 9 grades: lower, middle, and upper trines. With each grade raised, the core's purity increases, and the potency of its spiritual energy correspondingly grows. Put another way, it is like currency: 10, 50, 100. Though all are called money and perhaps come from the same mint, their purchasing power varies wildly. Someone who possesses 100 will not value 50s or 10s. So too with golden cores, greater purity yields relatively greater power, greater purchasing power, so to speak. Do not be deceived by Lin Ming's 2nd grade core. Even a single turn enables him to utterly overwhelm 3 early-stage evil ghostier existences. If it reached 3rd grade, 5th grade, or even the exceedingly rare 9th grade, he could walk untroubled among legions of evil ghosts as one strolls through a market. Advancement in realm is like adding bundles of cash. 1 turn equals a single bundle, 2 turns equal 2 bundles, 3 turns 3 bundles, and so on. After Lin Ming had dispatched those uncanny beings, he finally heard that mellifluous voice, now evaluating player Lin Ming's performance in the hunt game. You successfully and intactly survived, 100 points. You freed all the shopkeepers from the company's exploitation, 100 points. You successfully rescued 327 pieces of human skin clothing, 7 portions of head flesh, 5 human heat blood barrels, 100 points. You have been marked as a priority target by the boss of Pursuers Liability Co., 100 points. You have sown discord among the Blood Moon Count, the Death Gentleman, and the King of the Hunt, 100 points. You tore through a street and attracted the attention of additional bosses and uncanny entities, 100 points. Player Lin Ming's final score for this stage, 630 points, rating SSS. Now issuing rewards to player Lin Ming. Congratulations, you have obtained Snack Street Fragment X1. Congratulations, Reputation 6000. Congratulations on ascending to the Evil Ghost tier. Lin Ming had not expected his rank to rise so soon. It seemed that rank advancement was indeed closely tied to clear counts and accumulated points. Settlement complete. Lin Ming left the instance. He was thinking about checking how many points the authority to claim this instance would yield. Unexpectedly, the eerie game's voice sounded in his ear. Congratulations to player Lin Ming on ascending to the Evil Ghost tier. The leaderboard system is now active. The leaderboard will display player name, level points, abilities, rank, and nationality. Lin Ming. Wait, this leaderboard appearing so brazenly. Could it be a global server announcement? Lin Ming immediately took out his phone and checked the official site established by the Erie Bureau. Sure enough, the short video section on the official site had already exploded. Previously, that platform carried risque clips, a few strategy guides, sly advertisements, and recruitment notices. But now those videos had changed. Lin Ming opened the first clip. Help family, does anyone know why there is a leaderboard? The sky is falling. Why didn't you tell me about the leaderboard before I died? And the top player appears to be a Huaxia person. Good grief, the leaderboard is live. Seriously, are you all so tight-lipped? Am I the last to know about this leaderboard? Lin Ming sighed. Of course, it was a blasted global announcement. The Erie game had done it deliberately. A normal game would at least have asked the player whether to change their nickname or to disclose their location. But the game had not sought Lin Ming's consent, it had exposed him outright. That indicated an intention to publicize the leaderboard and provoke others to target those listed, stirring up conflicts. Do not underestimate the advertising power of such rankings. They are remarkably effective. A guild leader claiming a high leaderboard position would effortlessly attract many strong players. Even nations could lure powerful foreign players in this way, swelling their ranks and improving survival odds. Lin Ming opened his panel. Besides his attributes, there was indeed a new leaderboard option. When he clicked it, a luminous screen unfurled. A dense column of names appeared, the global leaderboard. 1. Lin Ming. 2. Xiaodua Hakaodi. 3. Song Shui. 4. Lia Mushalawan. 5. Farhan Ihamide. 6. Shanchuang Meishi. Each name, when clicked, would pop up a personal profile. Apart from their faces, every detail could be viewed with unsettling clarity. For example, Lin Ming no longer needed to open his panel to see all his information. Name: Lin Ming. Level: Evil Ghost. Tier: Points 160,000. 5. Reputation: 10,000. Skills: Evil Ghost Substitute, Phasing, Extracted, Burial. Titles: Perfect, Clearer, Exemplary, Worker, Explorer, Marketing Master. Inbox: Doom Coin, Safe House Room, Card, Bloodstained, Watermelon Knife, Decayed Convenience Store, Fragment, Despair, Apartment, Fragment, Red Blood Candle X5, Curse Stone, Orb X28, Silent Place, Fragment, Corpse, Oil Lamp, Snack Street, Fragment, Playing Cards, Ghost Liquor. The disclosure was alarmingly thorough, as if even the few stray hairs on his undergarments had been counted. Fortunately, the Erie game could not reveal Lin Ming's cultivation realm. That remained his greatest ace. His points had increased by over 30,000, likely the prior reward plus the Snack Street's turnover. For such a long street to yield only 30,000 points was because these Snack Streets belonged to Pursuer's Liability Co., which surely handed over earnings on a schedule. Otherwise, benevolent people like him would have looted them clean. But the Pursuers no longer needed to live in daily fear of someone seizing their Snack Streets, because the Snack Street now belonged to him. How charitable I am, he reflected. Lin Ming then glanced at the person in second place. Name: Xiaodua Hakaodi, Sun Never Setting Empire. Level: Phantom. Tier: Points 8400. Reputation: 70. Skills: Blood, Eyeshadow Drive. Titles: None. Inbox: Fallen Blood Cross X1, Cursed Harmonica. Lin Ming looked at this pitiful panel and had nothing to say. The gap was so great he felt he could snap his fingers and erase this small being. Yet even so, the fellow still ranked second. Song Shui, can you even compete? Lin Ming opened Song Shui's attribute panel. Name: Song Shui. Level: Phantom. Points 2000. Reputation: 300. Skills: Foresight, Teleportation. Title: Person of Integrity. Inbox: Undead Bone Spear, Corpse, Venom Gloves. Lin Ming frowned at these attributes. It seemed the leaderboard judged not only by level, but also treated points as a crucial reference. Otherwise, aside from her relatively low point, Song Shui's other attributes should have placed her second. The moment the points were announced, Song Shui immediately called. Did you sell yourself in the bizarre game? How did you get so many points? Song Shui's tone carried disbelief. I told you long ago you wouldn't see how impressive I am with your humble self. Lin Ming said with a satisfied expression. Song Shui chuckled. Enough with the nonsense. Recently, the country has been exploiting black loans, snatching up 58000 points, and is fully nurturing us. Lin Ming interrupted anxiously. Wait, do you have no shame? Just exploiting loans like that? What about those loan companies? Are you trying to ruin them? This remark puzzled Song Shui. She did not believe Lin Ming was the kind of person who would worry about the bizarre in a selfless manner. He typically only speaks up for others when there is something to gain. I see you were planning to exploit the black loans too, right? Well, you can forget about that. Countries have already joined forces to make sure the black loaners are too scared to lend anymore. Song Shui felt a surge of emotions, realizing that joining the national department was indeed the right choice. After all, developing with such a powerful force would definitely be faster than relying on ordinary players. Of course, Lin Ming was an exception. Although the points gathered by the Huaxia Bazaar Bureau were substantial, they had to be distributed among various provincial and municipal branches and special operations teams. By the time it's evenly distributed to everyone, there won't be much left. Moreover, most of the points need to be stored for future use. One must submit an application to access them. As the captain of the Special Operations Team, Song Shui, one of the fully nurtured individuals, could only freely allocate 2,000 points. But don't worry, the country is fully supporting me. As long as there's one more instance, I should be able to advance to the Wraith level, and then I can trade points and truly support you. Song Shui said proudly. Congratulations. You're about to ascend to the Wraith level, how admirable. Unlike me stuck at the mundane ghost level, sigh, so useless. Lin Ming sighed deeply, which infuriated Song Shui. She felt her hair stand on end, gritting her teeth. Do you believe he'll report you for your shady dealings? Come on, embezzler. Lin Ming retorted defiantly. Song Shui took a deep breath, suppressing the curse that almost slipped out, and said seriously, the leaderboard is out. I estimate they'll soon call me for a meeting to discuss this issue, and inevitably you'll come up. Although I deleted your records, these people have investigated me, and will surely know I have a brother named Lin Ming. Earlier when I deleted your records, I certainly didn't anticipate that this cursed game would publish a leaderboard. No, this is practically a hit list. I've urgently repaired the files claiming you died in the game. Let's deceive them for as long as we can. Additionally, let's keep our contact to a minimum. Even if they trust me once your name is mentioned, I will inevitably come under suspicion. Lin Ming naturally had no objections. Song Shui hung up the phone, thought for a moment, and entered the National Network Information Database to delete her call records. For national security, the information databases of major telecom operators have already been linked to relevant government departments. As the captain of the Special Operations Team, Song Shui had the authority to manage this. Once she deleted all traces of her actions, she indeed received a notification about a meeting from the higher-ups of the Bizarre Bureau. Song Shui joined the video conference. The projection screen instantly revealed a grid with each cell containing a person. These were the directors of the Bizarre Bureau from various regions of Huaxia. Even the director of the Bizarre Bureau in Quan City attended the meeting. However, no one greeted him. Instead, everyone was warmly engaging with Song Shui. After all, she was the captain and had a powerful ghost-level weapon in her possession. Now she ranked among the top 3 globally. Who would dare show her disrespect? The 5 elders at the top of the video, occupying the most prominent positions, also cast warm and kind gazes towards Song Shui. Even Elder No. One, a somewhat resigned, asked, Captain Song, aren't you willing to leave Quan City and come to Beijing? Your house office and assistant have all been prepared for a long time. Song Shui replied calmly, it's mainly because I don't dare to leave. That rented weapon is in my hands. If I leave, the Streetlight Guild might think I intend to abscond and reclaim the weapon. What should I do then? This statement left everyone speechless. The ghost-level weapon was simply too crucial. It was akin to the world's first nuclear weapon. When the beautiful nation detonated its first nuclear bomb, it directly became the world's superpower. Now Huaxia's international standing has rapidly ascended to the pinnacle. Those Huaxia immigrants who thought that the beautiful nation and other developed countries would quickly dominate after the arrival of the bizarre game felt incredibly frustrated. They never expected that Huaxia would be the first to rise. But no one felt sympathy for these fools, who told them they couldn't even see the situation clearly. Did they really think the arrival of the bizarre game was merely an opportunity for ordinary people to turn the tables? This was absolutely no less than the Industrial Revolution, even a super event on par with the 2 world wars, which would reshuffle the powers and rankings of all nations. At such a time, it was like desperately needing to use the restroom, but randomly picking a stall, without observation in the end. While others finished, the stall you chose might still be empty, only to discover you picked a storage room, where you couldn't relieve yourself, ultimately having to return home in tears to wash your pants, reaping what you sowed. Hearing Song Shui's words, the 5 elders ceased to press the issue. While Huaxia had ample points and even rented and cashed in many ghost instruments and skills for the Special Operations Team members. The bizarre beings were not foolish, they did not provide ghost-level instruments. Otherwise, these borrowers might very well use the ghost instruments they rented to bash the heads of their creditors. So even with hundreds of thousands of points, this ghost-level skeletal weapon remained incredibly significant. Elder No. One shifted the topic. Since that's the case, let us now celebrate Captain Song's ascent to 3rd in the world. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone began to applaud. Perhaps some were disdainful or thought applause would not necessarily please Song Shui. But no one dared to refrain from clapping. After all, while Song Shui might not remember who applauded, she would certainly remember who did not. Song Shui smiled slightly. Thank you all, it's just a minor achievement not worth mentioning. Captain Song is too modest. Elder No. 5 had a kind expression but seemed somewhat impatient. Clearly he had something to say but was unsure how to articulate it. The other 4 elders shared a similar expression, all wanting to speak but holding back. In the end, the 5 elders could only discreetly message the director of the Bizarre Bureau in Quan City urging him to speak. Director Wu Liang of Quan City felt quite helpless. He thought, if you all dare not ask, am I supposed to? If you offend her, the worst you'll face is a few harsh words from her. If I offend her, she could easily take me out the moment I leave the office. However, the five elders are not someone Wu Liang can offend. In comparison, he can only hope that Song Shui is not so narrow-minded, and then clears his throat to ask Captain Song, I just saw the leaderboard, and suddenly remembered something. When we transferred Captain Song's file to the Anomaly Bureau, we discovered that you have a younger brother who also seems to be named Lin Ming. What a coincidence! Could he possibly share a name with the number one in the world? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on the screen fixed their gaze on Song Shui, eager to know her response. Song Shui sighed softly, I wish it were him, but... As she spoke halfway, she could no longer continue, her beautiful eyes welling with tears. It was evident that her emotions were somewhat out of control. This instantly made the high-ranking officials of the Anomaly Bureau tense and awkward, unsure of how to proceed. In fact, after the leaderboard appeared, they had checked the files as well. Due to Song Shui's quick response, she had already marked her brother Lin Ming as deceased, and in the anomaly game no less, which went unnoticed by them. The reason for asking was to determine from Song Shui's reaction whether these two Lin Mings were indeed the same person. At this moment, seeing Song Shui's response, everyone could confirm. This top-ranked Lin Ming is definitely not Song Shui's brother. Among them, the most anxious was still Wu Liang, who wanted to get up to lock the office door, fearing that Song Shui might shoot him. But then he thought about it. With the power of that gun, it could easily destroy this building. Even if he locked the door, if Song Shui truly lost her temper, this building might end up reduced to just that lock. Number 1 hurriedly reassured Xiao Shui, you need to look at it more positively. The arrival of the anomaly game has caused many to lose family and friends, and this situation is something we cannot resist. But I believe that with the anomaly game being so powerful, perhaps when we reach a certain level we can resurrect the dead. Number 2 quickly followed up with encouragement. Yes, we must always hold on to hope and not fall into despair. Your brother might be waiting for you to save him. Others chimed in to persuade her, making efforts to soothe Song Shui's emotions. 5 minutes later, Song Shui wiped away her tears, looking at everyone with her red-rimmed eyes, her voice still trembling slightly. I'm sorry for making you witness this. Let's continue discussing. Regarding the matter of this top-ranked Lin Ming, I have noticed it too, and I have searched through the files, but could not find any trace of him. I suspect he must possess some ability to erase his existence. The current situation is that searching for him will become quite troublesome. If we conduct a large-scale forced search, it might cause him to feel threatened and resistant, leading to adverse consequences. My suggestion is to issue a sincere invitation on the official website and increase our investment, quickly train our people, and rapidly climb the ranks so we can secure an unassailable position. The many high-ranking officials nodded in agreement. Song Shui's maneuver, viewed from the present, could be considered very correct. The 5 elders did not refute this. It was originally their intention. Previously, without the leaderboard, they had no understanding of how the people around the world were faring. Now, seeing that only 2 individuals from Huaxiao are in the top 10, how could that be acceptable? At the very least, there should be 11 talents from Huaxiao. After all, according to convention, the 4 great detectives must have 5 people. Thus, the top 10 experts in the world should also have at least 11. I've heard that foreign countries have already begun to take action, collecting high-level players on a large scale in an attempt to compete for the leaderboard. We need to accelerate our efforts as well. How about this? Let Captain Song lead a specialized elite team to compete for the rankings right away. All kinds of resources will be at your disposal. We must move faster, stronger, higher. Number 1 solemnly announced his thoughts, then looked towards the 4 elders beside him. The 4 elders raised their hands in unanimous agreement, passing the motion. Seeing this, Song Shui immediately stood up and saluted. Thank you all for your trust. I will not let you down, and will give it my all. The high-ranking officials applauded once again, their faces full of expectation. Afterward, they discussed the situation in various regions before concluding this 3-hour-long meeting. Once the meeting ended, Song Shui's face was solemn as she recalled the complaints of those Anomaly Bureau directors earlier. She didn't expect that while Huaxiao appeared to be thriving on the surface, more stable and united than other countries, in reality, it was just a facade hiding countless tragedies that had already occurred. In some places, the anomalies had already begun manifesting in reality. As for Lin Ming's situation, Song Shui wasn't overly worried. She believed that those people had been temporarily deceived by her earlier. After all, her title was no joke. Honest person. By wearing this title, your words will carry the power of honesty, making it easy to gain trust. The effect of this title, combined with Song Shui's superb acting skills, allowed her to easily deceive these ordinary people. Yes, who would have thought that the directors of the Anomaly Bureau and the 5 elders were all ordinary people who had never entered an anomaly game? The key point is that these individuals were specifically selected. The reason is that they remain emotionally stable, preventing them from becoming overly excited and entering the anomaly game while handling affairs which could disrupt matters. Honestly, this rationale is indeed quite good, but this will lead to outsiders guiding the insiders. With Song Shue's strength, deceiving a group of ordinary people is a piece of cake, isn't it? After persuading these people to increase their investment, Song Shue began to think about how to send an invitation letter to Lin Ming. Meanwhile, Lin Ming was also considering this issue. Recently, Song Shue needed to be cautious, and if she wanted to send an invitation message again, it would probably have to be teleported directly to her, inevitably causing some impact. However, Lin Ming was not planning to rely solely on Song Shue. He had gained so much authority in the anomaly game and had even recruited the Street Lamp Guild. Now was the time for that to come into play. Lin Ming instructed a Yun to call the leader of the Street Lamp Guild, commanding find a way to gather some information on the invitation letters without alarming anyone and bring the collected information back to me later. Understood. The leader of the Street Lamp Guild immediately set off to carry out the order. After he left, Lin Ming looked at the fragments of maps in his email. He felt that if he was not mistaken, these fragments should also be redeemable. However, he was hesitant about the consequences of redeeming them or the potentially high costs involved, which had kept Lin Ming from making any rash moves. After all, he had previously been just a novice in Foundation establishment, too afraid to take drastic actions. Now, as a Golden Core practitioner, he had the confidence to tackle any difficulties. Even if a bizarre dungeon were truly summoned, he could handle it with ease. Lin Ming chose the fragment of the decaying supermarket. This was the first fragment he acquired, and it didn't occupy much space. Even if it appeared in reality, it wouldn't be a problem. Does player Lin Ming want to withdraw the decaying supermarket fragment? Warning: this fragment requires 2,000 points for redemption. Please prepare sufficient points. Lin Ming immediately canceled the withdrawal without hesitation. He lacked the required 2,000 points. Yet this attempt confirmed something crucial. Withdrawing these fragments into reality meant nothing less than dragging entire dungeons into the real world. Otherwise, such an exorbitant point cost would be unjustifiable. Wait, Lin Ming felt he had just brushed against the most sensitive nerve shared by the Eerie game and Blue Star. Points. At first, Lin Ming assumed they were merely the Eerie game's universal currency, akin to gold or oil on Blue Star, a hard universally accepted medium of exchange. But now, reflecting deeply, he realized the Eerie game had long sought to devour Blue Star. So why impose a point-based barrier for withdrawal? Let players withdraw freely. If more withdrawals meant greater chaos on Blue Star, that should only benefit the Eerie game. Was this system simply a scheme by its shadowy capitalists to fleece players? Yet that made no sense. The capitalists clearly adhered to certain unspoken rules of the Eerie game. They would never dare invent a mechanism like points to impede its invasion of Blue Star. So perhaps the point requirement wasn't imposed by the Eerie game at all, but by Blue Star itself. Or rather by the natural stable world the Eerie game sought to corrupt, a defensive measure woven into reality's very fabric. In truth, points likely represented a transactional covenant between the Eerie game and the real world. Within the game, abilities functioned unrestrained, exactly as intended. But to wield those powers, or deploy in-game weapons, on Blue Star required point-based withdrawal. Thus, these points weren't paid to the Eerie game. They were surrendered to Blue Star. What use could Blue Star possibly have for points? Lin Ming couldn't fathom it, but he sensed this was part of a deeper, silent contest between Blue Star and the Eerie game, veiled in profound secrecy. It seemed even his Golden Core cultivation realm fell short. Though he'd touched the most sensitive threshold between Blue Star and the Eerie game, he still lacked the insight to pierce its veil. He needed to grow stronger, advance relentlessly through the cultivation realms, until the day he stormed the hidden sanctums where Blue Star and the Eerie game contended, forcing them not only to acknowledge him, but to submit, utterly bound irrevocably to his will. As Lin Ming pondered this, he suddenly sensed a ripple across his interface. More precisely, the points counter flickered, its value rising. 300 points had materialized out of nowhere. Yet he had done nothing. Had the authorities deposited rental fees for leasing a ghost-tier weapon? Lin Ming instantly asked Lamppost Elder to inquire. The response from the Eerie Bureau was unequivocal: payment remained pending and currently impossible. They even asked whether gold or cash could serve as substitute payment. Lamppost Elder didn't bother consulting Lin Ming. He rejected the proposal outright. Preposterous. Major corporations were already vying to inject capital and equity into Lamppost Guild, yielding annual dividends exceeding 100 million. Did they truly need their petty funds? If not official remuneration, then only one possibility remained: the dungeon itself had begun generating profit. Earlier, Lin Ming had dispatched numerous Eerie entities to maintain the Silent Realm's operations. Evidently, the Silent Realm had entered revenue generation, especially the Cinema District. Hence, 300 points had just been credited to his account. Indeed, this dungeon was worth cultivating. A smile bloomed across Lin Ming's face as he envisioned himself one day commanding countless dungeons, wealth flowing in like tides each day. Huh, master, something's wrong. Yun, who had been idly scrolling on her phone nearby, hurried over, her expression grave as she settled onto Lin Ming's lap and thrust the screen before him. The display showed the official website of the Eerie game. Lately, Yun spent her free time studying the real world and frequently logged into the site using Lin Ming's account to browse forums. Now, with solemn intensity, she presented him with a post authored by a player whose handle read "Flirtatious Old Man versus Domineering Cross-Dressing Youth. Brothers, I've just emerged from the game and you won't believe what I endured. This time my dungeon was a place called the Cannibal Nightclub. Every entity there was ferocious, ruthless killers all. We all believed we were doomed. Yet the moment we entered, the nightclub owner approached me, offering freedom in exchange for fulfilling a sin. You can't imagine how terrified I was. I thought it intended to violate me. I'd even dropped my pants, only for it to demand I post a bounty in the real world targeting a player named Lin Ming. It promised points as reward, and astonishingly kept its word once I agreed. Honestly, I'd love your input. Could this Lin Ming be the global top 1? Below replies flooded in. I fell for my brother-in-law's husband, wrote, did you get this quest too? I was also ordered by an eerie entity to eliminate Lin Ming, with points promised as reward. Wasabi oil for constipation added, same here. Clearly only the top 1 could incite such unified enmity among eerie entities. Mistaken eyelid surgery caused infertility, chimed in, top 1 is legendary. I got the kill order too. How many entities has he angered? Lin Ming skimmed further, finding over 100 identical replies, all reporting the same assassin. Had he provoked collective wrath across the eerie hierarchy, sparking pursuit from the game into reality itself? How utterly unsportsmanlike. Still, judging by the tone, most players treated the task as mere amusement. After all, locating Lin Ming was improbable enough, let alone killing him. The game had launched only recently, and most players barely survived by taking high-interest loans. Some owed tens of thousands in loan points, yet still failed to crack the global top 10. Meanwhile, the top 1 had already ascended to Ghost tier and amassed over 100,000 points. Forget slaying him. Even the Chinese branch of the Eerie Games official forum had begun fervently addressing him as Dad. They pleaded for his intervention, begging him to uplift them. Yet while Chinese players held such reverence, foreign players harbored no such sentiment. Overseas factions likely plotted his annihilation. Lin Ming considered this, then bypassed regional restrictions to access overseas platforms. Sure enough, he found Western players seething, outraged that the global top 1 hailed from China. Strangely, many foreign players, who'd recently entered the game, also received identical assassination directives from eerie entities targeting Lin Ming. This revelation ignited their frenzy. One self-proclaimed crime syndicate leader posted a video ranting, China, I have acquired a missile. Surrender Lin Ming within 72 hours, or I shall launch it at a random location inside your territory. Within hours, the video surpassed 100,000 likes, and the count continued surging. There are still quite a few people who would log onto the foreign internet. At this moment, seeing the threat from this black boss, they left comments rapidly below. Who are you threatening with a single missile, eh? One missile is indeed a bit lacking. How about this? We in Huaxiao will send you a few nuclear bombs for free. Be careful when you intercept it. Has it really become this chaotic abroad? Even such a small gang dares to provoke Huaxiao online. Enough nonsense. Oh, let's tackle global terrorism. To be honest, as an American, I can't stand this guy's in black, and I support Huaxiao in eliminating these guys. It's terrifying. Although in Korean I know that Huaxia is a beautiful and peaceful country that shouldn't be targeted like this. Lin Ming was surprised to see that there were even foreigners speaking up in defense. In the past, these people wouldn't even acknowledge Huaxia unless they were putting it down. How has the wind